Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 6 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Monique Dews. Australia's world-leading social media ban has come into force. Federal Politics editor Michael Packey.
From today, children under 16 will be locked out of their social media account. The move is designed to stop online bullying and restrict exposure to inappropriate material. The laws may now be adopted by other countries, with the European Union showing most interest. It's for this reason the tech companies aren't happy with the move. While some implemented age verification measures early, others are planning a High Court challenge. Parents are broadly supportive of the change, but believe it may be hard to monitor, with kids expected to find ways around the ban. Michael Packey, 9 News.
The Australian energy market operator estimates it will cost $128 billion to transition the nation's electricity grid to renewables. The latest forecast is up $3 billion from 18 months ago. The AEMO warns slower progress will present risks to reliability. Police are asking anyone with information to come forward after a road rage incident in the Gap overnight. A physical fight broke out between two men at the intersection of Chalpray Road and Settlement Road. A man aged in his 30s suffered a non-life-threatening stab wound to his arm and leg. The other man fled the scene in a black Nissan X-Trail. There's calls for the state's construction sector to stop strikes and boost productivity to make the Olympics infrastructure deadline. Bond University professor Dr Alan Patching delivered Sydney's Olympic Stadium. His survey of southeast Queensland construction professionals found 85% thought Brisbane's Games projects needs to start within a year. A new report has revealed the future of the city of Moreton Bay, a 30-year plan to triple the economy to almost $80 billion. The city's Towards 1 Million report identifies several economic imperatives, including productive growth, polycentric planning and building resilience. Mayor Peter Flannery says he wants to support local businesses.
Well, we know the local economy, local businesses drive the local economy. If you have a successful economy, you have happy residents, you have a great community, a growing community. And with the population of 240 people every week moving here, creating jobs for those people coming is very important to us.
A new plan is underway designed to help protect Queenslanders from a deadly apex predator. Removal zones at Ingham, Mulgrave and Mareeba are being expanded to catch crocodiles. Environment Minister Andrew Powell says it's the biggest update to crocodile management in 7 years. To finance, $1 Australian is buying 66.3 US cents.
Finance. Invest better with CMC Invest. CanStar's Broker of the Year. 15 years in a row. Download the app today or visit cmcmarkets.com.
A Sydney Sixers star believes the unusual WBBL finals format could be to their advantage. If the Sixers win tomorrow night's sudden death final, they'll take on minor premiers the Hurricanes on Saturday night. Fast bowler Lauren Cheadle says the Canes could be short of a gallop.
I think in a competition like the Big Bash, momentum's probably the major thing, and to be able to play in a semi a couple of days before the final, I hope would put us in really good stead. I know for them, they won't play cricket for nearly 12, 13 days before the finals.
Already down 2-0 in the Ashes series, England has lost one of its strike bowlers for the rest of the series. Mark Wood has been ruled out for the rest of the summer with a knee injury sustained during the first test in Perth. The rest of the England squad has been lapping up the Sunshine and Hastings Street cafes with a mini break in Noosa. It's 6:04. That's the latest news and sport.
The latest sport on Brisbane's 4BC. Honda Runout is now on. Great offers on the Honda ZRV and CRV while stocks last. T's and C's apply. For the stories that matter to Brisbane, stay right here. We're live, we're local. Brisbane's 4BC.
Honda Runout is on now. Enjoy a $3,000 price reduction across the 25-built Honda ZRV and CRV hybrid range while stocks last. For T's and C's, visit honda.com.au. Honda Australia Pty Limited, LMCT 4136, MD 28946 6118, MD 085225.
Celebrate the holiday season in style with Gazman. For a limited time, enjoy 25% off new season shirts and shorts. From wardrobe favourites to gifts you'll love. There's something for everyone. Make it a Gazman summer.
End of year deals on Ford Ranger XLT by Turbo, model year 26 from 59k, drive away, ABN holders only. Recommended price at participating dealers. Ends December 31 while stocks last.
There's a crash on Bernadette Road northbound at Compton Road in Callumvale with heavy delays reaching back to Parkinson. Also a crash for the Warrego Highway heading eastbound just before the Ipswich motorway in Riverview with delays back to Carolee. There's a burst water main and Edward Street is closed between Anne and Queen Streets in the city, and also Adelaide Street is closed at Edward Street. Delays on the Logan motorway heading westbound through Drewvale, also in Heathwood, and the Bruce Highway southbound in North Lakes. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Losing a loved one is hard, but when disagreements arise over their will, emotions can run high. Whether you're contesting a will because you've been unfairly left out or defending a will that's being challenged, you'll need advice about this complex area of law. Atwood Marshall Lawyers has a dedicated team who help families resolve disputes with integrity, understanding and responsibility. Know your rights and protect your entitlements. Call Atwood Marshall Lawyers today on 1800 621 071 or visit atwoodmarshall.com.au.
Give the gift of a good night's sleep this festive season with Sobey CPAP Clinic's Air Mini Travel CPAP. It's the world's smallest CPAP, weighing only 300 grams. Get Sobey's complete Air Mini Travel Bundle with machine, mask and travel bag for only $1,030. Stop snoring with Sobey. Visit sobey.com.au, that's SOVE, or call 1300 76 29 39. Always follow the directions for use. CPAP is used for obstructive sleep apnea treatment. When considering whether CPAP is right for you, speak to your doctor.
4BC Weather. Want a better forecast for your business? Put your brand right here. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
A chance of fog in the west, then a fine and sunny day. A top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 degrees in Ipswich, 29 degrees on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with a chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. A shower around on Friday with a top of 28. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, becoming east to northeasterly, seas below a metre. Right now, it's 23 degrees at Paddington. I'm Monique Dews with more news at 6:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is 4BC Breakfast with Sophie Formica.
Good morning. Welcome to the 6 o'clock hour on 4BC Breakfast on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Plenty to cover with you on the program today, the day that Australia sees the social media ban come into play. If your kids or grandkids received the message to say their accounts were going to be suspended, would love to know what the reaction was like. 133 882, that open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Later this half hour, we'll also check in with the UK report, what's been happening over there, as well as finance with Peter Switzer after the RBA decision yesterday. And we were talking about how difficult it is to find construction workers. Later in the program, we'll be joined by Fabrizio Pirelli. Basically, it's already started to happen with many developers now looking to the southern states and bringing in workers from New South Wales and Victoria to get the builds done. We need tens of thousands of people to be able to build everything that's required just in this state alone. The infrastructure is extraordinary that's required, let alone what we also need from a residential perspective. And in the last hour, I was opining, this idea that there are other places in the world when they find themselves in this situation where they have workers come from other places to do that work in a temporary way, to have an immediate labour problem fixed, and then those people return to their country. And I think, Chris, I don't know if Chris is male or female, I received a text. It says, so you put the same guardrails up for a doctor or a nurse coming to Australia for work. Are you going to have a doctor or a nurse not allowed to bring their family and forced to live in a donga? I think you've conflated two things, and maybe I wasn't clear. What I was talking about is how we are stealing what we need from other countries, like we do with doctors and nurses and teachers. It leaves a hole in that country. When we talk about the fact that we have pressures on our health system in Australia, and then we put into place a way to have those people migrate from their countries to come and live in ours, we fill a need, but we leave a need somewhere else. I don't think that is a perfect process. That's my opinion. What I was talking about in terms of construction workers and this need that we have is doing it in a way where we have that skill come to our country. We reward that person for that skill and the work that they have done, but it's done in a way where you satisfy a need that we have, you help us build what we require, but it's done in a temporary fashion knowing that once that work is done, you return to your home country. And you can imagine that there would be many places that would benefit greatly from the opportunity to come work in a place that would reward you for that work. It is hyper competitive, so we know that we would want to make sure that these people are looked after, that they're paid fairly, that they're working in safe conditions, that they're not exploited in any way. Yeah, it's a really complex idea, and it is a temporary fix. It would be designed to bridge the critical skill gaps that we have to be able to build everything that's required in a state like ours in a short period of time. And they do it in other parts of the world. I have not been to Dubai. I think it's on my list of places that I think would be extraordinary to see. But I am told, and maybe you have been, and you're somebody who works in this space, that if you go to Dubai and you see the reason why they can build things as quickly as they do is because they bring in workers, the workers do the work, they build what's required, and then they go back to their home countries. Infrastructure Australia data comparing supply and demand when it comes to the construction jobs just for Queensland shows that we have just over half of what is required to meet the current demand, 42,200 workers as of July, and it's estimated we need some 83,300. We have an average shortfall of approximately 18,200 construction workers every year over the next 8 years. You've heard this before. We've been speaking about it ad nauseum on all of the programs on 4BC. The shortage is expected to intensify, some reports predicting a specific deficit of up to 50,000 workers in the 2026-27 year as the Olympic projects are due to ramp up. And in Brisbane, the shortfall of over 25,000 skilled workers by the end of this year. So, Chris, all I was doing was offering up perhaps one of the potential solutions to a massive problem. I don't know where else we're going to get construction workers from. They don't grow on trees. We're not pushing them through apprenticeships fast enough. We would still have to have some check and balance in place that if somebody comes to work here to build what we require, they would have to have the skills that are required to do that in the level of safety and what we require from the expectation of the quality of build that we have. But if you've got other solutions to the problem, other than, I don't know, having construction workers grow on a tree, I'd love to hear it. 133 882, that open line. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. You can also text if you prefer, as Chris did, 0499 880 882. Would also love to hear from you this morning if you went goo-goo for Gaga last night. We certainly did. It was sold out at Suncorp Stadium. It would appear, though, waking to headlines this morning and stories that are being shared, that it didn't exactly go to plan. There were thousands of fans who took to social media before the show even started, fuming. Apparently there was some sort of technology issue that caused some delays at the gates. It forced Gaga to push back the start of her set for as long as they possibly could, which meant that she took to the stage at about 7:40, the show due to have started at 7. And there were plenty of people who were still stuck outside and they missed the beginning of the concert. If that was you or someone you know, how did you deal with it? Suncorp Stadium acknowledged that they had some issues on social media, but they stopped short of providing a full justification for the blunder and whether or not there's any chance that something similar could ever happen again. We have reached out to Suncorp Stadium. We're hoping that somebody may be able to join us in the 7 o'clock hour to talk through all of that. But if you were there, I would love to know whether or not you were stuck outside or were you one of the lucky ones. You were inside for the beginning of the show, 133 882, the Watch Smoke Alarms open line. We've got some audio of people reacting to the drama outside the stadium.
It said the gates opened at 5. The gates opened at 6:30, I think it was. The people... there was no security guards that had any idea what was going on. There were 3+ lines for every line. So, you were lining up in useless lines because people were just cut in front. Finally, they just opened up. They kept on changing the lines and they finally opened it up so we got in to scan our tickets through. And then we're like, what's the hold up? They've run out of wristbands.
Is that all that happened? They ran out of wristbands. Well, they would have known how many people were going through the gate. Don't know if there's anything behind that is 100% true, but that's certainly the experience of that party goer, Gaga goer. As I said, we're going to try and see if we can get someone from Suncorp Stadium to clear up a few things for us in the program this morning. Mike has sent me through a text. He says, Soph, I'm a builder. We don't need people from Asia, India or Africa. Their type of construction, he says, isn't compatible with ours. He thinks we need skilled workers to come from Europe and America and Canada. Well, there you go, Mike. See, he's already started to be a part of the solution instead of the problem. We could reach out to Canada. Okay, here we go. Work with me. Here's a potential. We could put this out there. We say to our Canadian brothers and sisters, there's so much about them that we love. We'll billet you. We'll house a builder to come and build our houses, because obviously we need them to stay somewhere. And they could come out, have a little bit of time in Australia. The dollar is compatible. It's not too far off the Canadian dollar. There's a lot about them that means they'll slip into life here. You come and spend 3 months in Brisbane, build a bit of stuff for us, and then go home to Canada. Tell everybody else how great Brisbane was, and then they'll come and visit us. It'd also open us up for a tourism trade as well. It's 6:15.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
In Callanvale, there's a crash on Burdett Road northbound at Compton Road and delays are back to Parkinson. That crash is now cleared from Warrego Highway eastbound in Riverview and delays have now eased. In the city, there's a burst water main and Edward Street is closed between Anne and Queen Streets. Adelaide Street is also closed at Edward Street. Delays on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and the Mount Lindsay Highway slow northbound in Park Ridge, and delays on the Captain Cook Bridge heading into the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Get moving with Arrow.
In import or export, time is money, and Arrow Transport can save you both.
Get moving with Arrow.
We truck and track over 150,000 containers a year through every major port in Australia. Being privately owned lets us move with speed, clarity and care.
Get moving with Arrow.
From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution.
Get moving with Arrow.
Arrowtransport.com.au.
Every Christmas begins with a wish. A wish for connection, for music, for moments shared around the piano. At Kauai Brisbane, discover the gift that lasts long beyond the season, with Christmas pricing across our entire range, including digital pianos from $4.49. Enjoy bonus gifts across the Kauai piano range. Bring home a Kauai this Christmas. Offers end December 24. Visit Kauai Brisbane Stafford or brisbane.kauai.com.au. Kauai, instrumental to life.
Australian Power has an important announcement. Government battery credits of over $5,000 drop January 1st. Our 15 kilowatt-hour battery starts at $30 a week with a 10-year warranty. Sign up today at australianpower.com.au.
Mazda's 2025 play clearance is on now. Don't miss incredible drive-away deals across select 2025 models. Take on the toughest terrain in the top-of-the-range Mazda BT50 SP. Now from $68,990 drive away. Or get the job done with the worksite-ready BT50 XT 4x4 dual cab from $55,990 drive away. Hurry into your local dealership before they're gone. Priced to clear and ready to move. The Mazda play clearance is on now. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. See Mazda.com.au for details.
4BC Breakfast thanks to Dental Boutique, General and Cosmetic Dentistry, Brisbane, Sunshine Coast and Gold Coast. Book online at dentalboutique.com.au. On 4BC Breakfast, the UK reports.
Heading over to the UK now, where we find Adam Gilchrist, our chief UK correspondent, joining us on the line. Good morning to you, Adam.
Morning, Sophie.
Now, I was intrigued to read about this new report into the activities of a top British spy, and it suggests that he was operating as a mole for British intelligence. This is like something out of a movie. So who was the turncoat operative, and what is it that he did?
Absolutely, and according to this final report, this is at the end of a 7-year investigation into a guy whose code name was Steak Knife. So he was working in the IRA, but reporting for the British government, for MI5 and for others. And Steak Knife, in the course of his duties, according to this report that's come out, committed crimes of the worst possible kind. In other words, murder and torture. And you sort of think, do the ends justify the means? The fact that he was able to inform on IRA bombers, for instance, at a time of we're talking about the Troubles in Northern Ireland, so we're going back, a few decades here after all. But this report absolutely admits that Steak Knife almost certainly was a guy called Freddie Scappaticci, who died a couple of years ago, who always denied being the double agent, being the spy, being the mole within the IRA. But virtually everybody in Northern Ireland, from the police to Sinn Féin to the Democratic Unionists, all believe that it was absolutely Freddie Scappaticci who was Steak Knife, who committed all sorts of unspeakable things on behalf of the UK government. And so now there's pressure on the UK government to confirm that it was him. There were, for instance, all sorts of reports that he made about activities of IRA members, etc., etc. But they weren't always acted upon because it was thought it would give him away. Yeah. So sometimes he gave information that might have stopped a bombing or stopped a loss of life, and they didn't always act. So sometimes people lost their lives in spite of the fact that he was there, and sometimes because of the fact that he was there. He was a seriously dubious guy, and this report is saying, let's name, let's shame. Okay, there won't be justice because they believe the guy is dead, but still, let's resolve the issue, as it were.
And that's it. It really does seem like the stuff of fiction, and I guess to a degree then reminds us that often when we're watching those spy thrillers and you think to yourself, wow, does this stuff happen really in real life? It does.
Well, I suppose if they made a film of it, it would be really interesting and really dark. The only trouble is that he is not a good guy. He would be a difficult person to root for. Sure. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's a new strain of flu that we should be aware of. It's sweeping across the UK, and we know we now live in a planet without borders. So a flu that you have there is likely to be a flu that we will get here at some point.
Although you always think of flu as a winter thing, and obviously it's winter here and not with you guys. So does that mean you get it in 6 months? I'm not sure. But anyway, H3N2 is this particular strain of flu, and it absolutely is causing problems. I know a couple of people who've had it. I mean, they were stricken. I can't say they were at death's door, but they were stricken. They were laid low by it. According to one of the leaders of an it's the NHS providers. It doesn't really matter. It's one of the main NHS, National Health Service arms, as it were. And he is saying, because of this, as he put it, tidal wave of illness, 56% more hospital admissions in the past week than compared to the same week last year, which I think is a like for like. And of course, in hospital admissions, we're talking about particularly severe cases of influenza. And he's saying because of that, absolutely people should be wearing masks, particularly if you think you've got it. Better still is to go to have the vaccination. I confess, since I became a freelancer, I started having the flu vaccination thinking I can't really afford to have a couple of weeks off, but maybe more people should have it. I confess, I think before the age of 40, giving away my age there, before the age of 40, I don't think I ever considered the vaccination. And maybe younger people think they're always immune. And what the debate now is, well, if you have it, even a cough or a sniffle, maybe you should whack on the mask. It's very difficult because we all remember how it was in 2020-21. It feels awkward to put on a mask, and a lot of people will be very unhappy about it.
I know, and this is it, Adam. You watch. We will watch it really carefully because that's what they then do. They look at these strains that happen in the Northern Hemisphere winter, and then that will go into what we end up with our flu shot, because it changes every year depending on what it is that's going around, and this might be one of them. So thanks for the early heads up of what we might expect. Always a pleasure to talk, and we'll do it. It's all right. We'll do it again tomorrow morning, hey?
Cheers, Sophie.
Finance next with Peter Switzer. Of course, all eyes on the monetary policy that came out yesterday after the RBA's decision. We'll get into that next.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
In Callumvale, there's a crash on Botesett Road northbound at Compton Road, and delays are back to Parkinson. In the city, there's a burst water main and closures on Edward Street between Anne and Queen Streets, also on Adelaide Street at Edward Street. Delays on the M1 northbound from Logan Home to Slacks Creek, and it slows southbound in Eagleby. Delays also now on the Centenary Highway inbound from Sumner to Jindalee, and the Captain Cook Bridge heavy heading into the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
In life, when you snooze, you lose. Don't snooze on 30% off lens options with any health fund at Specsavers. Book an eye test today. Limited time only, conditions apply. Should have gone to Specsavers.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Building, constructing, or lifting, and need a crane? Then you need Lindor's Mobile Cranes, Brisbane's leaders in mini crane, mobile crane and slew crane hire. At Lindor's, we get the job done without the drama. For all kinds of projects in all kinds of industries, large or small. We're on site when you need us, operating with experience, precision and care. At Lindor's, we rise by lifting others. Lindor'sMobileCranes.com.au.
Celebrate the holiday season in style with Gazman. For a limited time, enjoy 25% off new season shirts and shorts. From wardrobe favourites to gifts you'll love. There's something for everyone. Make it a Gazman summer.
Unlock the real magic of Christmas this year. The thrill of finding that perfect gift for someone you love, but at a fraction of the price. Right now, Link Vision op shops are bursting with all kinds of treasures, just waiting to be unearthed. We make it easy to shop local, save money, and embrace the season of giving, because every purchase helps support people with low and no vision. Find your nearest Link Vision op shop now at linkvision.org.au.
4BC Breakfast. It's Tyre Power's big December deals with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au. On 4BC Breakfast, finance.
Our money man Peter Switzer joining us from switzer.com.au. Peter, no surprises yesterday that the RBA left the cash rate on hold at 3.5%. What I'd love to hear from you, though, is the vibe behind the monetary policy statement.
Yeah, the vibe basically is this. So they're not quite sure if inflation is going up or going down. So they're going to waiting game and they'll watch the data over the next 3 or 4 months. And by April, they'll know whether they need to rise or cut or just say, that's it, we're staying here until we see more data. But they don't know, Sophie. Part of the reason is the economy has changed so much since COVID. You've got the work from home trend. What's the impact of that on productivity and inflation? You've got people buying online like never before. I know people who are in their 60s and never bought online before until COVID. Now they're buying all the time. You've got employees doing side hustles. The economy is changing, and therefore economic data is less reliable. And that's why the RBA wants to sit on its hands until they're absolutely sure inflation is either rising or falling.
Yeah. And look, I think this is the hardest thing then for people because, Peter, it comes with this understanding that this volatility is going to continue, that it's difficult for people either within households, broadly as businesses, even corporations, to have any certainty about the future because we've got one issue, which is what's happening closer to home, but then what's happening globally as well. And there are still many economists who are saying, look, we're still going to have to weather the storm of what's happening in the global markets, and there's still so much uncertainty in that space.
Yep, and some people are saying AI is a bubble that will bring markets down. Other people, like I think Gates today said, Bill Gates, this is going to be a productivity game changer that's going to have a big impact. So, there's this division between really smart people about whether we're looking at a big problem or a big opportunity, and that's why, volatility is prevailing.
When you've been listening to any of the response from our Treasurer, has the word productivity crept in at all, or are we still pretending that we can continue to move forward with a complete lag?
Yeah, well, the funny thing is the most recent reading actually showed an improvement but we're a mile behind from where we should be. And if we don't get productivity, inflation will not come down the way we want it to cut interest rates.
Very quickly, markets, you've got 10 seconds.
Yeah, down 134, local up 20 at the start, Aussie 66.42 US cents.
Compare and get real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks at therate.com.au.
Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 6:30. Good morning. I'm Monique Dews. Children aged under 16 can no longer log on to platforms like Facebook, Instagram and Snapchat, with a world-class social media ban now in force. Tech giants will now risk being fined up to $50 million for failing to take reasonable steps to prevent children from holding an account. E-Safety Commissioner Julie Inman-Grant has told Today the eyes of the world are watching how social media companies and our children react.
And what this effectively means to them is there are 2.5 million 8 to 15-year-olds that they can no longer monetize. So that's where the pushback was. We may see some cases, we may see some blatant noncompliance, but we've got plans for that.
Brisbane is expected to be 30,000 rooms short of accommodation at the time of the Olympics. Gabrielle Hodson reports.
The Queensland Tourism Industry Council has estimated that by 2032, Brisbane will need around 76,000 hotel rooms, and at the moment it's on track to be up to 30,000 short. The Brisbane City Council is calling for large suburban pubs to redevelop so they can go back to the days of hotel rooms upstairs. News Corp says they've already identified more than 70 that are ripe for a revamp. Meanwhile, the man behind the Sydney Olympic Stadium says Queensland needs to stop strikes and boost productivity if it's to deliver new venues on time and on budget. Dr. Alan Patching says a deep sense of pride needs to be at the heart of all pre-Olympic projects. Gabrielle Hodson, 9 News.
Australia is lagging behind other countries when it comes to life-saving medical technologies. A new national report has revealed Australians are waiting on average 4.7 years to access clinically proven therapies. St Vincent's international cardiologist Dr. Dale Murdoch says there are many contributing factors.
As the complex processes have become more complex over time, that's a big driver of this. And then the last step often is funding, and obviously there are concerns related to that as well.
At least 22 people, including a pregnant woman, have been killed in an office fire in Indonesia's capital of Jakarta. Police believe a battery explosion on the first floor caused the blaze. Flames quickly engulfed the 7-storey building, sending large, thick plumes of smoke into the sky. And despite forking out hundreds of dollars for a seat, thousands of fans were stuck outside in long queues when the Lady Gaga concert started in Brisbane last night. Organisers blaming technical issues during the sound check at Suncorp Stadium. To finance now, and $1 Australian is buying 65.3 US cents.
Prime Time, the podcast that helps you navigate the journey to retirement. Relationships, health, money, travel. Out every Thursday, wherever you get your podcasts.
ARL Commission Chair Peter Vlandis has met with the 4 independent directors who were sacked from the West Tigers board. The club is in turmoil, with Chief Executive Shane Richardson also standing down on Monday. The future of Test cricket in Brisbane remains uncertain. The Olympic City is getting a new stadium at Victoria Park for 2032, but where matches are played leading up to then remains a mystery. Cricket Australia Chief Executive Todd Greenberg has told Wide World of Sports Brisbane needs to transition away from the Gabba.
The Gabba's been around for a long time. There's a lot of people who love it, but having experienced it for a few days, you can see it is getting very tired. It's very old. It's hard to get in. It's hard to get out. And, all credit to the Queensland government for the vision they've got and the ability to invest in their infrastructure.
And the struggling England cricket team has been spotted lapping up the Sunshine and Hospitality in Noosa following their second consecutive loss in the Ashes. It's 26-7.
The home loan, the car loan, the personal loan. When it's time to compare and find the loan that's right for you, visit therate.com.au. From 5:30 at 9, at midday and on your way home from 3. We're live, we're local. We're Brisbane's 4BC.
Australian Power has an important announcement for solar households. Government battery credits of over $5,000 dropped by $600 on January 1st, and demand is already surging. Sign up before December 31st to lock in today's pricing. A family-sized 15 kilowatt-hour battery starts from $30 a week with a 10-year warranty and our battery rewards program, paying you up to $3,000 over 10 years. Sign up by December 31st. AustralianPower.com.au.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on Message Us at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash in Callumvale on Beaudesert Road northbound at Compton Road and delays are heavy back to Parkinson. And there's a breakdown on Ipswich Road heading inbound at Fairfield and Sherwood Roads in Brockleigh. In the city, there's a burst water main and Edward Street is closed between Anne and Queen Streets. Also, Adelaide Street closed at Edward Street. Delays on the M1 northbound, Tanamera to Slacks Creek, and slow on the Gateway Motorway northbound from Stretton to Mackenzie. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Stuck for a Christmas gift? Paperworld can help. Imagine that special person's delight as they unwrap a newspaper from the date of their birth. An original newspaper from Paperworld's 100-year archive. It's a personal, unique, heartfelt gift, but with Christmas just days away, you need to order right now. Paperworld can turn it around in 48 hours. Hurry, order at paperworld.com.au or phone 1800 811 755. That's 1800 811 755.
Tate McDermott, Fraser McWright, Harry Wilson and the Queensland Reds are back at Suncorp Stadium in 2026. With 7 huge home games on the horizon, the Reds are aiming for another finals berth. The best way to get the best seat at the best price is to become a Queensland Reds member. Flexi and full season memberships are on sale now, with 7 game memberships from just $145. Rugby runs red in 2026. Run with us. Head to reds.rugby for all the details.
4BC Weather. Want sunny skies for your business? Add radio to your marketing mix. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
The chance of fog in the west, then fine and sunny. A top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 degrees in Ipswich and 29 degrees on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with the chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. A shower around on Friday with a top of 28. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, becoming east to northeasterly, seas below 1 metre. Right now, 26 degrees at Toowong. I'm Monique Dews with more news at 7 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Now back to breakfast with Sophie Formica on 4BC.
Good morning. It's 23 minutes to 7 on this beautiful Wednesday morning in the River City, where, as you just heard, we're heading for a top of 30 degrees again today. Let me know what you see while you're out and about this morning. 133 882, the 4BC open line. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Yesterday we spoke a lot about the Brisbane City Council announcement when it comes to short-term rentals in a bid to try and get more homes back into the long-term market. These proposed changes would see many homes have to come off that short-term stay, whether it's through Airbnb and stays, and instead go into the long-term rental pool, and then there would be permits that would need to be put into place for those that remain in certain areas of the city, with fines in place for people who don't comply. Then later in the day, we heard again from the Brisbane City Council. They had a busy day yesterday, and this was an announcement encouraging suburban pubs to reintroduce overnight accommodation. Well, it's always been something that's just a part of the charm of a country pub. Now they'd like to see more in the city take up this initiative to increase the short stay rooms in Brisbane ahead of the games, and also because we need more beds. Planning regulations will be changed so it simplifies the process for pub owners to build new hotel rooms and conference facilities on site. The Lord Mayor says it's a faster, more affordable accommodation solution than building from scrap, especially in the inner city. Redeveloping 20 suburban pubs, they suggest, could potentially add about 1,600 rooms. The plan, of course, has also faced some criticism from other councillors, citing potential challenges in quiet residential areas. But if we are putting pressure on our decision makers to pull all the levers that they have to fix the problem we have, and the solutions need to be put on the table, is this one that you think is a good one? 133 882. If you'd like to have your say, public consultation on the pub plan is open until February of 2028. next year. And after 8 o'clock today, we will be joined by publican Brian Fitzgibbons from the Glen Hotel. They've jumped on board, think it's a great idea and part of the potential solutions.
On 4BC Breakfast, the US Report.
Jetting over to New York City now, where we're joined by Sirius XM radio host Ryan Sampson. Good morning.
Good morning, Sophie. How are you today?
You know, I say good morning, but I know it's not your morning, but I appreciate you playing along.
I just took a nap, so it's close.
Okay. All right, let's have a look at what's been happening since we spoke last. And our politicians, Penny Wong and Richard Marles amongst them, met with two of yours, Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio in Washington. There's set to be more investment into Australian air bases.
Yeah, the Australian officials met with their American counterparts here in Washington, and that is one thing they discussed. And these were annual talks to discuss Indo-Pacific relations between the two countries and exactly how to deal with the difficulties that China poses to the two nations. But one thing that was done and that people were looking forward to is they did finalize reviewing the AUKUS agreement, and Marco Rubio says that it's ready to move forward. The two then broke into separate meetings with their individual counterparts, and more talks are scheduled between Australia and the United States in the coming weeks about these deals.
Now, while we are certainly getting together in the spirit of friendship, we know that there continues to be conversations to try and come up with the solutions for Ukraine and Russia. And the president has claimed that size will win in this conflict. What does he mean?
Yeah, he's saying that, or he's actually urging Ukraine to seize land to Russia and to give in to Russian demands here. Trump is starting to signal again that he could side with Russia and sort of back away from European leaders and their direction in this battle. But he did say that size matters and that size will win, and that when you compare the numbers, they're just crazy. He's basically saying that Russia's so much bigger than the Ukraine that they don't have a choice but to cede to him, although it seems like Zelensky and European nations are in no position to do that.
No, it sets an awful precedent for the rest of the world, doesn't it? I'm bigger than you, I'll therefore take you. What does that say to China?
Well, especially with the United States and Taiwan, there's always been rumors about how we're going to respond to that. So that a lot of people think that how Trump responds to Russia is how he'll end up responding to China, just like you said, so.
On a completely different note, there is a woman in Michigan who is on the run. She was posing as an heiress. And in the process, obviously did such a great job, she managed to scam some $30 million from banks and institutions. Is it that easy?
Apparently it is. Mary Carol McDonnell, she had run up millions of dollars of debt on a film production company. She then went to several financial institutions and said that she was the heiress of the now defunct McDonnell Aircraft Company, which built a lot of commercial and military aircrafts here in the United States for a long time, and that she had access to a secret $80 million trust fund. She got, like you said, $30 million from these different companies in order to repay her debts, but it now has eventually caught up with her, and she's facing a multitude of charges from the FBI.
Another movie. I tell you what, we had one from the UK and now one from the US. Somebody needs to start building the storyline behind this for a good film script.
I thought we knew a long time ago that you don't respond to an heiress on email asking for millions of dollars. I thought we've all learned this trick.
We are still always getting scammed, no doubt about it. Thanks, Ryan. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Thanks, Sophie.
All right, it's the 10th of December. On this day is coming up. And if we have a look at some of the things that happened in history, it was back in 2016 that an iconic folk singer was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. It happened at a ceremony in Stockholm. He did not attend said ceremony, but he certainly is, I would say, one of the most influential for many of our musicians. This is him.
Who that it's naming was the loser, now will be later to win, for the times they are a-changing.
See, those lyrics just seem to fit with each passing decade, don't they? Who is that famous musician, singer, songwriter, icon to many? If you know who it is, pick up the open line, 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. We're looking for caller number 7 this morning, and you need to be a bit of a cricket fan, or at least know one, because we have a double pass to give you to go along to the Heats first home game when it happens against the Perth Scorchers next Friday, the 19th of December. So get calling.
traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
That crash is now cleared from Beaudesert Road northbound in Callumvale, and delays have just about eased. There's a burst water main being repaired in the city, and Edward Street is closed between Anne and Queen Streets. Also a closure on Adelaide Street at Edward Street. Delays on the M1 northbound from Loganholme to Slacks Creek, and Pacific Motorway is getting heavy inbound around Upper Mount Gravatt and also in Wollongabba. Delays also on the Bruce Highway heading southbound from Reception Bay all the way down to the Gateway Motorway exit. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Wow, you shouldn't have, really. Win your loved ones over this Christmas with gorgeous scents from Chemist Warehouse. Like Hugo Boss bottled 100ml, $69.99. Don't pay RRP $155. Rabanne 100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay $175. Or Giorgio Armani C100ml for $179.99. Don't pay $310. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Apply.
Merry Mazda Christmas from Caboolture Mazda. Right now, drive away in the BT50 SP Dual Cab 4x4 Auto from just $68,990. Caboolture Mazda, your 5-time Mazda master dealer. Hurry while stocks last.
Every Christmas begins with a wish. A wish for connection, for music, for moments shared around the piano. At Kauai Brisbane, discover the gift that lasts long beyond the season with Christmas pricing across our entire range, including digital pianos from $449. Enjoy bonus gifts across the Kauai piano range. Bring home a Kauai this Christmas. Offers end December 24. Visit Kauai Brisbane Stafford or brisbane.kauai.com.au. Kauai, instrumental to life.
Ever catch yourself saying, one day I'll move into a retirement village? Good news, one day could be today. At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list with beautiful retirement apartments available now. Settle in soon with friendly neighbours in a leafy community. Availability is limited, so head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself. The Village Yeronga. Don't retire for good, retire for great.
I've found Homemade takes the stress out of managing home care services.
Hi, how may I help?
And with their lower rates, they make quality aged care affordable, which is why they're Australia's best value home care. Search Homemade support today.
Missing teeth can affect more than just how your smile looks. It may also impact how you eat and speak. At Dental Boutique, we offer a free smile discovery session to provide general information about treatment options that may be suitable, along with the potential risks to consider. The session excludes full checkups, scans and treatment. At Dental Boutique, we listen, we explain, and we guide with honesty and care. For more information or to book online, visit dentalboutique.com.au.
Bringing you the best at breakfast. Sophie Formica on Brisbane's 4BC.
Heading to the phone lines, 13 minutes to 7. David's with us from Regent's Park. Good morning to you.
Morning, Soph. How are you going?
I'm very well, thank you. Well, this guy got a Nobel Prize for literature. Didn't want to go there and pick up the prize, but, you know, he has to be, I think, recognised for the writing over time, David. Who are we talking about?
That's Bob Dylan.
It certainly is. Are you a fan of Bob Dylan?
I am, most certainly.
Yeah. Have you watched that movie, A Complete Unknown, that came out last year, the story of his life?
No, I haven't. I desperately want to watch it, but I haven't had I haven't been able to find it yet.
Yeah, well, I can tell you it's well worth your time if you're a fan, and just an extraordinary, you know, piece of history even to sort of see a singer-songwriter who, you know, during that time in history socially was making such commentary on what was going on. It's on Disney Plus, so maybe over the holidays you might treat yourself, get yourself a month of Disney Plus and do a little binging. David, in between that time, make sure that you leave the 19th of December free to get along to the Heat.
No, will do. Thank you very much.
You have won that double pass to go to the Brisbane Heat home game Friday the 19th against the Perth Scorchers. Merry Christmas to you, David.
Thank you very much, Soph. Have a good Christmas yourself.
Just a little bit of history
repeating. Now on 4BC Breakfast on this day.
It was on this day in 2019 that Australian car maker Holden announced an end to Commodore and no more Commodore production after 41 years. That move was part of the shift to the SUV ute-focused market, declining sedan sales and the historic low Holden sales. If you're still driving a Commodore and you love it, let me know. 133 882, the open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. 2009, it was on this day that Barack Obama, as I just mentioned, was, unlike Bob Dylan, awarded with a Nobel Peace Prize as well, but he did attend his. 2001 and the Fellowship of the Ring, Lord of the Rings film directed by New Zealander Peter Jackson, it premiered in London. It's just a bit of panpipes. I still haven't watched the movie. I'll put it on the list for Christmas. That film went on to score 4 Oscars from 13 nominations at the 74th Academy Awards, including Best Cinematography, Makeup, Original Score and Visual Effects. I really should probably watch it. 2012 and Norwegian chess champion Magnus Carlsen broke Gary Kasparov's 13-year record rating. He went on to break his own record 3 more times that year. Happy birthdays today. Celebrity chef Bobby Flay turned 61. British actor Kenneth Branagh turned 65. Gosh, he was good in all those Shakespeare movies. US poet Emily Dickinson, born on this day in 1830, considered an pioneer of the art form, with her introspective style considered some of the finest when it comes to poetry and the English language. And it was on this day in 1995 that Ricky Ponting made his Test cricket debut.
So Murray Dillon bowling to Ponting. Got him. Oh no, he's dropped him. Well, that could have been a first baller for Ricky Ponting. Straight down the pitch he went for the drive, thick edge, and it just beat the slip fieldsman.
Thick edge, just 4 runs off a century before being bowled out on an LBW. And 10 years ago, Hosier won Song of the Year at the BBC Music Awards with this hit. That's Hosier. Great song. Just some of what happened on this day, the 10th day of December. And just back to Bob Dylan. So Bob Dylan's going to turn 85 in May next year. And you know that whole saying about do what you love and you never work a day in your life? At the age of 85, he has announced the Rough and Rowdy Ways worldwide tour. Kicks off March 21st in Omaha, Nebraska. And the dates on the website go up until May. 1st of May, he'll be in Texas. So he's doing a whole bunch of dates, basically, from March through to May. Whether or not the worldwide sale actually, the tour rather, means that he'll be going to other countries at this point, it's just all in America. But the Americans love to do that, like the World Series, but only the US participates. So it could be that it's a world tour that's just America. But if he ends up putting up dates to go to other parts of the world, including coming down under, I'll share it with you for all of our Bob Dylan fans. Just before we head to the break, we have a little breaking news for you. There is a burst water main in the city on Edward Street. So we've had reports that there is pedestrian access at this point in the city on Edward Street, but no vehicle access. Adelaide Street is blocked off at Edward Street and Edward Street is blocked off at Ann Street. So let your visual map figure out where that is. QPS Media advising us that motorists should seek alternative routes, and we are looking for further information from Urban Utilities and how long that might be of impact to people who are getting ready for their morning commute. But if you're heading into the city, just be aware there is a burst water main on Edward Street. There are no vehicles allowed through that area at the moment. There is pedestrian access, so we'll keep an eye on whether or not this starts to affect our bus routes as well. 6 minutes to 7.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
That crash is now cleared from Beaudesert Road northbound in Callumvale. We are still seeing some slow traffic, though, back to around about Parkinson. And there's a breakdown on Ipswich Road heading inbound at Sherwood Road in Rockley, just causing some minor delays on the approach. First water main in the city. Edward Street is closed between Anne and Queen Streets. Also a closure of Adelaide Street at Edward Street. Delays on the M1 northbound in Snakes Creek. It's closed southbound in Pimpamar. And the Logan Motorway heavy westbound in Drewvale. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
December is the best time of the year at your local Tyre Power store because Tyre Power's big December deals are on now. They're giving you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. And you can deck out your car or your SUV with Toyo's new range of Prox's CR1 tyres for less. It's the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on Toyo Prox's CR1 tyres. You heard me right. Buy 3 tyres, get 1 free. Plus, there are many more big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. You can give your family the gift of a safer drive with the big December deals at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or give them a call on 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
We could make your festive season sparkle with 4BC's Jingle Bell Jackpot. Listen to instantly win one of our festive gifts, plus 2 Jingle Bell Jackpots to be won. Stunning 2-carat diamond earrings, total value $4,400. It's all thanks to Diamonds International. Save 40% off everything at their end-of-year sale. Even custom design pieces. 3 locations or diamondsinternational.com.au. Jingle Bell Jackpot. Listen to win on 4BC.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs, helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety and reliability. So look for the Australian-made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Unwrap a new Hyundai this Christmas at Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. With surprisingly big offers and huge savings on drive-away prices. There's never been a better time to get behind the wheel. Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. Your new Hyundai is waiting.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
You're listening to Breakfast with Sophie Formica on Brisbane's 4BC.
Getting ready to head into the 7 o'clock news. Matt, who must be a baseball fan. Good morning to you, Matt. He says, regarding the World Series, the American baseball is still called that, but the name comes from the publication that first sponsored the sport, not because they think they're the best in the world. Yes, they do, Matt. He says the newspaper was called The World and the series was named after that. And, you know, in the deep, dark recesses of my mind, I think I have actually heard that before. What I would say, Matt, is they've had plenty of time to change it. It's not a World Series. It's just them. Ben says he has a 2008. Oh, he's got an SSVE ute. He's got a Commodore ute, 2008. He says, I love it, but not a happy engine at the moment. Have lost oil pressure, but it gives me a reason to build the engine. Thank you, Benny Bull. Very happy to hear that you're still loving your Commodore. They made it into On This Day. Anyone else who'd like to share a little bit of their car love with me, you're welcome to do that. There's not a lot of car love happening in the city at the moment, though. Motorists being advised to seek alternate routes. We have heard from Urban Utilities. There's a burst water main. It happened at about 3:30 this morning. The water has been turned off and they're working with Energex to get those repairs underway. There will be some businesses in the area that are inaccessible, though, and traffic will also be impacted. We are talking about Edward Street in the city, so traffic is going to be closed between Ann Street and Adelaide Street, between Adelaide Street and Queen Street. They're working to have Queen and Adelaide Streets opened as thoroughfares as quickly as possible. I would urge anyone who is jumping on a bus and heading into the city to take the time to get onto the TransLink website there is likely to be delays that will happen to the bus routes that are travelling through that space. Route 555 services are going to be temporarily missing some stops, terminating and commencing from Buranda Busway Station due to those unplanned closures that are happening in the city. Buses travelling in both directions along Adelaide Street and Queen Street, they will also be temporarily missing the stops because of that unplanned road closures, and buses will be diverted via Ann Street and Elizabeth Street. It is going to be messy, friends. Hopefully they'll get things fixed as quickly as possible. We are heading into commute time, though. And even though it's a Thursday and it's the 10th of December and everybody started to just wind things down in the lead up to Christmas, we still do know that the busy time of the morning is now. You are our eyes and ears. Let us know what you see if you are in the city. 133 882, the open line number. News is next.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans. Visit therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 7 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Monique Dews. The federal opposition hopes there is plenty of support for children who feel isolated by the social media ban. The ban is now in force, stopping people under the age of 16 from accessing platforms. Sadosh Communications Minister Melissa McIntosh has told Today there'll be a lot of stressed children and parents.
So I hope that the government has also put some investment into mental health support for young people who might be struggling over this period that is going to be so essential for them.
Countries around the world are examining how the social media ban plays out in Australia. In the US, some locals are not sold on the idea.
That's extreme. You know, I don't know. The parents ought to have more control and allow kids whatever they feel is appropriate.
Investigations are underway into a violent road rage incident in the Gap overnight. Emergency services were called to the intersection of Chowpray Road and Settlement Road after reports of a fight between two men. A man in his 30s sustained a non-life-threatening stab wound to his arm and leg and was transported to hospital. Large suburban pubs are being encouraged to undergo redevelopment to boost accommodation ahead of the 2032 Games. The call has come from Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, with council identifying more than 70 pubs across the city that could add rooms. Redevelopment of the venues could add more than 1,600 new rooms to Brisbane's supply. Over 1 million Australians will not speak to their children about Christmas this year over fears they can't afford it. New Salvation Army data shows 1 in 5 Australians will forgo medical help this festive season, with the same number sacrificing food to afford the holidays. Major Warren Elliott says more than 1.7 million Australians will reach out to a charity for assistance.
If people still haven't reached out and they need help this Christmas, then it's not too late to reach out and get some help. So don't feel bad or feel guilty about having to ask for help.
The loneliness epidemic is apparently hitting Gen Z the hardest, with more than half saying they feel socially isolated. Nearly 1 in 3 Australians report feeling cut off, and 1 in 2 say they've lost close friends over time. The cost of living is potentially to blame, keeping more people at home. And Southeast Queensland commuters have saved up to $300 million as a result of 50-cent fares on public transport. According to the Courier Mail, there's been an almost 20% rise in trips since February on buses, trains, trams and ferry services. To finance, $1 Australian dollar is buying 66.3 US cents.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app.
A smiling Selwyn Cobbo is a treat for rugby league fans, with the former Bronco enjoying his new outlook as a Dolphin. The 23-year-old has been taking to pre-season as he looks to resurrect his NRL career, which had stalled at Red Hill. Joss Hazelwood will target an international return in February's 2020 World Cup after he was ruled out for the rest of the Ashes with a number of injuries. And Quick has been recovering from a hamstring injury and an Achilles issue. In the Champions League, Liverpool scored first against Inter Milan after 30 minutes before VAR intervened, as heard on Stan Sport.
Handball given, no goal. It stays 0-0 at the San Siro. Well, I would think Liverpool, well, you can see they are livid.
At half-time, the score locked at 0-0, and the Harlem Globetrotters have announced their 100-year tour will come to Australia in June next year. It's 7:04. That's the latest news and sport.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans from all the leading lenders. Smart, simple, with real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks. therate.com.au. 4BC is a great start to your day and the stories that matter on your way home. 4BC is Brisbane.
9 News Queensland with Melissa Downs and Joel Dry. Queensland's most watched and dedicated TV news service. Breaking the news and telling the stories that matter to you, your family and your finances. Cutting through the spin and separating fact from fear with our comprehensive sport and weather coverage. 9 News Queensland is your news. Nightly at 6.
Traffic, snoring keeping you lonely? Prioritise sleep and your relationship these holidays. Visit a CPAP direct store or go to cpap.com.au.
There's a breakdown on Beaudesert Road heading southbound. The right turn lane is blocked onto Bernard Road, causing delays at that intersection. A breakdown also in Parkinson on Beaudesert Road heading northbound just after the Logan motorway exit. A breakdown as well for Ipswich Road inbound at Sherwood Road in Rockley. And a burst water main in the city. Edward Street is closed between Anne and Queen Streets. Also a closure of Adelaide Street at Edward Street. And the M1's heavy northbound in Spacks Creek. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
In Sweden, we believe in peace of mind. Whether it's finding the right work-life balance or deciding on your new car. That's why every Volvo comes with a guarantee of the safety, quality and performance you'd expect. Across all new, pre-loved and demo models. There's a Volvo for everyone, so even more people can have peace of mind. Visit your local authorized Volvo retailer to feel it for yourself. Volvo.
This station endorses the Commercial Radio Code of Practice. We are regulated by this code, which covers live hosted entertainment, news and current affairs, advertising, the promotion of gambling during live sports, Australian music quotas, and material not suitable for broadcast. The Code of Practice has been registered by the Australian Communications and Media Authority. If you'd like a copy, contact this station or download it from the Commercial Radio and Audio website at cra.au.
Weather, Koi COVID, see your GP if you're 70 plus or have health conditions. You may be eligible for antiviral medicines. Message from Pfizer Australia, Sydney.
A chance of fog in the west, then fine and sunny, a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 Ipswich and 29 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with a chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. A shower around on Friday with a top of 28. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, becoming east to northeasterly, seas below 1 metre. Right now, 25 degrees at Browns Plains. I'm Monique Dews with more news at 7:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is 4BC Breakfast with Sophie Formica.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday to you. It is the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you, Greg, for the correction before the news. There's a lot going on in here today. Plenty to cover with you in and around the city. I've just filled you in on the burst water main that is going to create a little havoc in the middle of the city today. And last night there was a little havoc that also happened, it would appear, outside Suncorp Stadium. Plenty of people there getting ready to go goo-goo for Gaga. It was a sold-out show last night in Brisbane, but thousands of fans jumped onto social media before the very first note was shared to the Little Monsters, disappointed that they missed the start of the show, believe that there could have been some technical issues behind it. We heard earlier from one concert goer who suggested it was because there wasn't enough wristbands. And I did wonder whether or not that could possibly have been the reason. It looks more likely that there was some technical issues behind it. So we'll find out what really happened, being joined now on the line for 4BC Breakfast with the Director of Marketing, Communications and Digital Systems at Suncorp Stadium, Andrew Stevenson. Good morning to you and thank you for your time.
Good morning, Sophie.
So, Andrew, I know that this is never what you want to go into. You guys are so well prepared. You know what it's like to host tens of thousands of people. What happened last night?
Yeah, look, Sophie, you're right. We do extensive pre-briefs and prepare for these sort of concerts and events. Look, last night we had a series of technical issues that we were sort of discovering during the sound checks, which resulted in a delay to those sound checks, which unfortunately obviously resulted in a delay to the gates opening time. So that sort of put us on the back foot initially. Following that, we had, our team did a great job of getting people in as quickly as possible, but we do know that there were a lot of delays and people were waiting a lot longer than they normally would. We had about 95% of people in by the time Lady Gaga started, so the team did a really good job doing that, but obviously we're never happy with anything less than 100% of people in the venue, especially before, an artist like Lady Gaga starts.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Andrew, can you debunk a couple of myths? Did it have anything to do with wristbands?
No, nothing to do with wristbands. Like I said, we had a pretty extensive process with staff and those out once people got in the venue. So, nothing to do with wristbands.
And then was it the actual gates? Because that was the other thing. People were saying the gates aren't working. Was it the gates or was it actually technical stuff going on that was more related to the actual show?
Yeah, look, it wasn't anything to do with the gates. We're still getting all the details together about what the technical issues were relating to the show and the sound checks.
Yeah.
So we'll have a pretty extensive debrief today internally, and then another extensive debrief tomorrow with all of our stakeholders, and then obviously we'll be straight into pre-briefing and getting ready for the next one on Sunday.
And Andrew, the other thing is that people will always say, and I know that last night things were pushed back a little bit. My understanding is that Lady Gaga sort of started around that sort of 7:40 mark. It's a reminder of everyone that there is not a lot of leeway at Suncorp to push shows back because then it affects your finish time.
Look, that's exactly right. Obviously last night, first and foremost, everyone who was there saw a pretty fantastic show. Lady Gaga was incredible. Her show runs for about 2 hours and 40 minutes, so she definitely gives all her fans value for money. Like you mentioned, we have a hard curfew at 10:30, so that was obviously a consideration of her start time, not letting her start too late as well, so we don't hit that curfew, which we're obviously very conscious of as well. But the other thing that, we really were, happy with and also obviously sad at the same time was the amount of fans that did arrive early. It was such a great thing to see that they did arrive early, and obviously, like I said, we're going to keep continuing to debrief and make sure that we're ready on our end next time.
And I think that's the thing, Andrew. You can appreciate, I've seen social media this morning of tears, people who missed the beginning of the show, her little monsters who are just such incredibly loyal fans, desperate to have seen every bit of it, and who were there so early. To try and make sure that they'd be in and settled and ready to go. You talk about learning something new from these kinds of experiences. It's rare that things go wrong. When they do, though, it certainly makes a massive splash.
Oh, it's incredibly devastating. The team that we have obviously are passionate about live events and they're passionate about fans coming along, so they never want to see these things. And that's why I said, they'll be feeling it this morning as well. I know they were feeling it last night. One of the other things that we had a bit of was difficult last night. Obviously, we didn't have a support act last night as well.
Yeah.
Sunday we'll have 2 support acts, so that should help as well with making sure that everyone's in time for the main event as well.
I'm sorry, pardon my ignorance, but I don't know everything about everything. What happens on Sunday night? Is she coming back to do another concert?
No, we have our next show, so we've actually got 2 AC/DC shows.
Oh, of course. Oh God, I've now just shown everybody, Andrew, that I'm not a big enough AC/DC fan to be there on Sunday night. Okay, this is really important. I'm glad I asked because I know that there will be people listening who are going to be coming to AC/DC on Sunday night. So before I let you go and get on with your day and all the briefings that are going to be before you, and I don't know if you were singing along to Lady Gaga last night, but it sounds like you didn't get a lot of sleep. What do you want everyone to know who are coming along to AC/DC, the Akadaka fans who are getting ready to get their rock on Sunday night?
Look, so first of all, we know that it's going to be an incredible show. They've been down south first, and now they're coming up to Brisbane. All the timings, gates open at 5 p.m, and that's one that we're going to stick to as close as possible this time. Then the first support act is on around 5:40, and then AC/DC will be on at about 8 p.m. Obviously, these are all subject to change, as we've just seen, all these timings, but we're still encouraging everyone to get here as soon as possible and as early as possible, with free public transport beginning from midday.
Well, hopefully no more technical issues. Don't know whether or not Akadaka will actually even need to have speakers. They're probably loud enough to be able to just scream it from the stage. Appreciate you jumping on this morning, and particularly for that clarity around some of those things, because we know often it can be the rumours that end up being the bigger problems than anything else, Andrew. So if there's ever anything you need us to pass on to the listeners, you know that the open line's always available to you to be a part of the show.
Thanks very much, Sophie. I appreciate you having me on.
That's Andrew Stevenson joining us this morning from Suncorp Stadium, knowing that they've obviously last night let a lot of people down, not getting everybody in to have the beginning of that Lady Gaga concert. They'll do their very best to make sure it never is repeated, and that's all we can expect from them. We also have to turn our attention to the other big news today. Beyond the fact that we know the social media ban begins, we have the embattled Communications and Sport Minister, Annika Wells, facing the public and media likely for the very first time since the details of those expense reports were making headlines. And yesterday we learnt that she self-referred her expenses to the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, the IPEA, and she said, do an audit. Now, I will say, and I want to be clear, make no mistake, this is a strategic move. It essentially allows her to sidestep any detailed media scrutiny of the use of her entitlements. She issued a statement, and the minister said, I remain confident of my travel and expenses within the framework, but for the avoidance of doubt, I have self-referred my expenditure to the IPEA for an audit. So essentially, that self-referral provides a shield for Wells. It provides a shield for the Prime Minister. It provides a shield for all of the ministers, because when she appears in front of the media to discuss the ban on social media for under 16s, it'll be this ongoing inquiry into those expenses that can be used to shut down any questions that she should answer regarding that spending. And I think too often today in public life there's this shrug that says it's allowed under the rules, when I think the question should really be, does it pass the common sense test of accountability? Because following the letter of the regulations is easy. Earning public trust, well, that takes far more, doesn't it? The crux of what accountability should be is not just about ticking boxes. It's about honouring that trust that's been put in you. And it's about asking, I think, ordinary people who are tightening their budgets and who are not celebrating Christmas when the cost of living bites and every dollar counts for our families, what message do these allowable expenses and government spending really send? The hypocrisy, I have to say, of those in opposition is absolutely laughable. Because in addition to the communications portfolio, Annika Wells is the sports minister. And in that role, she is expected to attend sporting events, as every sport minister has done before her from both sides, and will after her, I will say. So all of this chest beating is just political theatre. Of course, it's easy to say a Comcar does not have to sit idle for you for hours at taxpayer expenses while you're at the tennis or the football, or any event for that matter, racking up thousands of dollars. It may be allowable, but it is a symbolic waste and a reminder that the allowable expenses and the monetary entitlements and the sweeteners to all parliamentarians need a complete overhaul. And if you want to know just how bad it is for all of them, stay listening. I've got a few more facts and figures to share with you. It's 18 minutes past 7.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
In Rockley, there's a breakdown on Beaudesert Road heading southbound. Right turn lane is blocked to Grenard Road. Also a breakdown in Parkinson on Beaudesert Road northbound just after the Logan motorway exit. Some debris also for the Gateway motorway southbound, lanes 1 and 2 in Stretton. Speed's been dropped down to 40 kilometres an hour and traffic is back to Currabee. And a burst water main in the city. Edward Street is closed between Anne and Adelaide Streets, and Adelaide Street is also closed to Queen Street. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Life doesn't always go to plan. When it comes to wills, estates, aged care or family law matters, it can be easy to put things in the too hard basket. But that's where Atwood Marshall lawyers step in. For nearly 80 years, they have been helping people through life's most difficult legal challenges with integrity, understanding and a genuine sense of responsibility. So whether you're updating your will, supporting an ageing parent transitioning to care, or maybe you're facing a family or an estate dispute, you're not alone. The estate planning has been on your list, and if you've been ignoring it, then Atwood Marshall lawyers are offering a free 30-minute estate planning review. It'll help get you started. For legal advice that you can trust and actually understand, call 1-800-621-071 or visit atwoodmarshall.com.au.
Brisbane's 4BC is a member of the Nine Corporate Group and has cross-media relationships with Nine's television stations and with Nine's newspapers, including the Brisbane Times, the Australian Financial Review and the Sydney Morning Herald.
4 incredible locations, 1 iconic club. The Queensland Cricketers Club now manages 4 of Brisbane's favourite sporting venues, and they're perfect for your next event. There's the iconic Ballymore Stadium, picturesque Allan Border Field, Albion's Brothers Rugby Club, and the ever-impressive Queensland Cricketers Club at the Gabba. With first-class service and mouth-watering food, we can cater for 20 right up to 1,000 people. Book your next event with us.
The MY25 Summer Run-Out event is on now at Amoda JQ. Receive $2,000 cash back when you purchase a new or in-stock JQ J7, JQ J8 or Amoda 9 Super Hybrid. Plus enjoy peace of mind with an 8-year unlimited kilometre warranty, 8-year capped price servicing and 8 years of roadside assistance with a future price promise guarantee on selected models. Hurry, book a test drive today at amodajq.com.au or visit your local Amoda JQ dealer. T's and C's apply while stocks last.
4BC Breakfast. It's Tyre Power's big December deals with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
David from Ferny Hill says they better get it right for AC/DC, a more hardcore demographic. And then he says, P.S. they were amazing in Adelaide. Does that mean you went, David from Ferny Hills? Did you fly down for AC/DC in Adelaide and now you're going to see them again in Brisbane? You're right. I'm sure they're going to get it all in place, and having those acts on beforehand does make it a lot easier to get everybody dribbling in rather than opening the gates in one fell swoop. Look, we were just talking about this issue with Annika Wells and her expenses and the self-referral now, which means she won't answer any questions if she's asked because it's now being, investigated. It's under review. Joseph says, Minister Wells doesn't pass the pub test. This family reunion scheme needs to be stopped. And, Joe, I really want it to be clear that they all do it. Here are the numbers. Taxpayers footed $1.1 million in a single year to fly federal politicians' families around Australia. This spotlight is shining bright on the rules that govern, in particular, the family reunion travel. The ABC today is sharing their analysis of the 2024-25 expenses. And it reveals that $700,000 was spent on travel to and from Canberra alone, with the entire tab also then including business class flights, internal trips and the Comcar rides. There is no suggestion that any of this spending broke any of the official rules. Community scrutiny, though, is what is really being spoken about here after all of these revelations. It might have been brought to light because of Annika Wells and the scheme that was used to help her and her husband attend sporting finals, or the kids go and ski for a few days off the back of her doing some work. But on this list, leading the charge, Trade Minister Don Farrell, over $48,000. Peter Dutton, no longer in politics. The family travel he racked up in 2024-25, $36,942. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, 7th place on this list, $28,000. Now, just those three alone, I'm sorry, but these are people who are all independently wealthy by any standard. So do you care? The core of the issue here, again, is whether these entitlements, which in some cases allow for up to 9 business class return trips for their partners, meet public expectation, even if they do meet the letter of the law. This debate is really heating up, and the oversight body, the one that now Annika Wells has self-referred to, the IPEA, they're expected to face lots of pressure about tightening these long-standing rules, or maybe they need to fall into line with public expectation and just scrap them all entirely. I just think, this is my opinion, it's your job It's a job that comes with sacrifices. It's a job that you put your hand up for, that you put your face on corflutes all around the suburbs to get people to vote for you. It's a job you wanted. And if you aren't willing to accept the sacrifices that come with the job, then don't put your hand up to do it. So my snap poll today, do politicians get too many perks? It's another binary answer, yes or no. If you'd like to be a part of the snap poll, send through a text 0499 880 882. Even better, jump on the open line thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms 133 882. Do our politicians have too many extra perks? Yes or no? It's also just one more on politics, and then I'm going to move on. This plan that shows the coalition is getting ready to play hardball on migration. Just a little more detail for you on that one. Opposition leader Susan Ley is preparing to unveil tough new blueprints that would turbocharge deportations and tear up visas for migrants who fail to uphold Australian values. I just think that's a little bit vague. I get what they're trying to get at here, but I just think that some of that is subjective. The crackdown targets a record 101,000 people who are currently living in the country, having had their asylum claims rejected. The plan aims to close legal loopholes that allow appeals to drag on for years and will prioritise removing anyone who has exhausted all of their options. Experts are already warning that locating and detaining people when they're all over the country could be a logistical nightmare and will cost us as taxpayers an absolute fortune. So it sounds really tough, but a question I guess here is it realistic? And then will people support a mass deportation blitz, or is it a little political posturing? Do you think it's one of the things that they can do to help placate some of the more conservative voters who are fleeing to one nation? I guess that's all a part of the mix of the reasons why they would be pushing this agenda. It's 25 minutes past 7. After 7:30, we're going to turn our attention back to issues of construction off the back of a story in the Australian Financial Review that talked about just how many construction workers are coming from New South Wales and Victoria to help Queensland with our big build.
4BC Traffic. It's Tyre Power's big December deals, with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
In Forest Lake, there's a breakdown for Logan Motorway heading westbound in the left shoulder after Stapleton Road, and a breakdown on Beaudesert Road northbound just after the Logan Motorway exit in Parkinson. That's just causing some minor delays. Some debris on the Gateway Motorway southbound, lanes 1 and 2 in Stretton. Speeds drop down to 40 kilometres an hour, and delays are back to Currabee. And a burst water main in the city. Edward Street is closed between Anne and Adelaide Street. Also, Adelaide Street is closed to Queen Street. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Do you need a few jobs done around the house before Christmas? Don't spend a day on the phone organising tradies. Just one call and you can organise 2 different trades. A plumber, an electrician, or both, with O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains. They service all of Brisbane, from Redlands to Redcliffe, and their vans are always stocked, so they'll quickly and efficiently resolve your problems on the spot. They also offer a 24/7 emergency breakdown service, so you'll get help anytime, day or night. All you have to do is search O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains for local tradies with a 100% quality workmanship guarantee, or give them a call on 32 777 345. Electrical licence 84362, QBCC 1027082. The question this morning on our poll is, do our politicians receive too many perks? Yes or no? 133 882.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks or earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Autobarn, Auto Pro, Napa Parts, Truckline and Veals.
Is excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated? Caruso's Fluid Away to the rescue. Caruso's Fluid Away contains herbs including dandelion, which is traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to temporarily relieve mild fluid retention and reduce abdominal bloating. So if you're fed up with excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated, try Caruso's Fluid Away today. Caruso's Fluid Away is made in Australia and is available from leading pharmacies and health stores. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Celebrate the holiday season in style with Gazman. For a limited time, enjoy 25% off new season shirts and shorts. From wardrobe favourites to gifts you'll love. There's something for everyone. Make it a Gazman summer.
Don't ignore a snore. If it's happening to you or your partner, you could have the very serious medical condition of sleep apnea. Call Synergy Sleep today for your bulk build home sleep study to see if you're at risk. Conducted in the comfort of your own home, our qualified team of experts will explain what all that data means and create a personalised treatment plan. Contact Synergy Sleep today for your free bulk build home sleep study. synergysleep.com.au.
4BC Breakfast thanks to Dental Boutique, General and Cosmetic Dentistry, Brisbane, Sunshine Coast and Gold Coast. Book online at dentalboutique.com.au.
The Snap poll this morning, overwhelming. Nobody has said no at this point. Text line is lighting up, but I'd love to hear from you on this one as well, 133 882. 100% at this point. Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, no, but I think this is a mistake, Doug. Wait a second. He says no. For heaven's sake, they're only in Canberra for 20-odd sitting weeks a year, hardly onerous. The real issue is the sense of absolute entitlement. I think you meant yes, they receive too many perks, Doug, not no. For a second then I thought you were someone swimming against the tide. Mark has also sent me through a great text to say that it happens in all levels of government. It does, and of all persuasions, Mark. We're heading into the 7:30 news headlines, but I also then wanted to give you a little more on the taxpayer-funded travel saga that incorporates our greens as well. All of them do it. Absolutely every single colour. Headlines next.
Home, car and personal loans. Compare them all at therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 7:30. Good morning. I'm Monique Dews. There are delays and diversions for commuters in Brisbane City this morning thanks to a burst water main. Edward Street is currently closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street and Adelaide Street to Queen Street. Queensland Urban Utilities are urgently carrying out repairs at the moment. Suncorp Stadium is doing a debrief of its systems after long delays for Lady Gaga concert goers last night. Technical issues at Soundcheck have been blamed, with some fans missing the start of the show due to huge queues outside. Communications and Marketing Director Andrew Stevenson has told Sophie Formica staff worked to minimise disruptions.
Our team did a great job of getting people in as quickly as possible, but we do know that there were a lot of delays and people were waiting a lot longer than they normally would. We had about 95% of people in by the time Lady Gaga started.
Teenagers are already looking for a way around the social media ban just hours after it came into force. Tech companies must now take steps to stop children under 16 from accessing their platforms or risk a $50 million fine. 14-year-old Amelia was shut out from Instagram yesterday, but is told today she's found a loophole with Snapchat.
You basically just need to, when you're making a new account, just change where you're from. Don't say Australia, say the US, but just don't add your phone number because that will give it away if you're from Australia or not.
The US president has described Europe as a decaying group of nations led by weak people. Donald Trump accusing leaders of talking too much but making no progress in ending the war in Ukraine. The president making the scathing comments on an interview with Politico.
I think they're weak, but I also think that they want to be so politically correct. I think they don't know what to do. Most European nations, they're decaying. They're decaying.
We're being warned to be vigilant when getting involved in summer sport and fitness. A new report has found 1 in 5 Australians who participate in sport over the warmer months sustain injuries. Sports Medicine Australia Chief Executive Jamie Crane says there are a number of popular sports triggering injury.
Soccer and even rugby and AFL still do get some injuries through the summer, but also cycling is another one. But there is really quite a big spread, and of course it varies depending on whether you're male and female, and that's usually to do with the rates of participation in those sports.
2-metre crocodiles found in Far North Queensland will be removed regardless if they are showing signs of aggression under a revamped management plan. The government says they are putting people first by blocking crocs from taking over watering holes. One Australian dollar is buying 66.4 US cents.
It's about stories, about connection, conversations, and news you can trust. Your station, Brisbane's 4BC.
It might be a case of, rather than if it might be a case of that privatisation to come into the Big Bash. On the eve of the new season, Cricket Australia are having conversations about selling off the Big Bash teams to private investors. CEO Todd Greenberg telling Wide World of Sports they are open to all options.
All of us I'm talking about here across both our states and territories and at head office where I sit at the governing body to open up these conversations about what the future might look like. And, you know, bring private capital into the Big Bash has been a conversation we've had for a number of months.
British tennis star Katie Volter has missed out on a place in the main draw for next month's Australian Open, meaning she'll have to go through qualifying. And ARL Commission Chair Peter Vlandis has met with 4 independent directors who were sacked from the West Tigers board. It's 26 to 8.
Sport. For reliable electrical and plumbing help, call O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains. We're your 24/7 solution with a 100% quality guarantee. 4BC is a smooth run with traffic every 10 minutes, breaking news and opinions that matter. 4BC, here's Brisbane.
At Citizen, we don't chase time, we command it. For over a century, we've built the future in-house. And now, we present the Citizen Atessa Blue Universe. 2 limited edition models, both featuring a jet black dial with glittering accents. Command the uncompromising precision of Citizen this Christmas. Watches that everyone, everywhere can love.
Traffic for F10 fuel treatment. Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Available at AutoPro, Autobarn, Napier, Veals and Truckline.
In Parkinson, there's a breakdown on Burdett Road heading northbound just after the Logan motorway exit, and some debris on the Gateway motorway southbound in Stretton. A burst water main in the city. Edward Street is closed between Ann to Adelaide Streets and Adelaide Street closed to Queen Street. Delays on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and Pacific Motorway inbound from Upper Mount Gravatt to Tarragindi, and slow on the Western Freeway outbound Indooroopilly to Fig Tree Pocket. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Atom, Bailey's Marine Fuels, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Healthy soil is the key to a thriving garden. Good soil needs a mix of organic matter, nutrients and biology, all of which you will find in Chock-a-Block, a new super compost from Nutrog. Chock-a-Block is a unique blend of nutrition, microbes and humates with absolutely no green waste, meaning it's consistent all year round. Chock-a-Block, easy to remember as it's literally chock-a-block full of goodness. Look out for the green and gold bale in your local hardware or garden centre.
Enable notifications in the 4BC app and get alerts on the biggest stories as they break. Click on your profile in the app and select notifications.
Mostly fine and sunny across the day. A top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 degrees in Ipswich, 29 degrees on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with a chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now 25 degrees at North Lakes. I'm Monique Dews with more news at 8 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Now back to breakfast with Sophie Formica on 4BC.
23 minutes to 8. Good morning if you've just jumped aboard 4BC breakfast. Just before the news there, we were talking about the perks for pollies. And I asked the question, do you think there are too many? Yes or no? Overwhelming. 100% of our 4BC breakfast listeners saying, yeah, our politicians have way too many perks. Not suggesting that any of them have done anything that's illegal or that isn't allowable. But do we think it's time that the rules are changed? And all of your texts following suggesting pretty much exactly the same thing. agree with you. They should do an investigation about the spending. And where is their conscience? And in particular, we're talking about Annika Wells because she's the one that's making headlines. But I want it to be really clear to you. They all do it. And I've already had my say on Annika Wells, her travel expenses. I've pointed out a few of the other politicians when it comes to family travel. No politician is safe here. 3 Green senators are also now facing scrutiny for their parliamentary entitlements. Green Senator Faruqi and her family member travelled and attended Splendour in the Grass, the music festival. She also attended a pro-Palestinian protest in Melbourne and also claimed the return flights for herself and for a family member. Green Senator Shoebridge took his 2 daughters to Splendour. Senator Hanson Young, she went to the Byron Bay's Blues Fest, took a family member. We paid. It's no different to what's gone on with Annika Wells. They all have complied with the parliamentary rules. Under these family reunion entitlements, parliamentarians are allowed to claim travel costs for family members if the travel is for official duties. It is BS. And they're all claiming that it's allowed, and that's fine. Wells has now decided that she will self-report for an audit. It means that she doesn't have to answer any questions until that audit is done. So she'll stand up today talking about the social media ban, the great work that she's done in that space, and that ban coming into effect. But the problem is that a lot of the questions she's going to be asked today won't be in regard to the social media ban. It'll be about the spending. And she'll say, I can't answer you because it's being investigated. Jared's on the line from Samford on this subject. Good morning to you.
Oh, good morning. Yes, I absolutely think the allowances should be cut completely. If I travel, my firm that I work for is a global firm. They'll pay my flights and my accommodation. If I decide I want to take my wife with me because it happens to coincide with a weekend or a public holiday, I have to pay the airfare, I have to pay the accommodation for her, I have to pay everything. They've just got their noses in the trough, their snouts in the trough. And the thing is, oftentimes when they go to these events that they're getting additional allowances on top of their already large salaries. It's an absolute rort. It's a total rort. And yes, it may fit within the guidelines and whatever, but it's a rort. And it's our money. It's taxpayer money. We are funding. I mean, the fact that, Annika Wells can say that $34,000 for 4 people to travel to New York.
No, that was one person, Jared. It was almost 100,000. It was 30-something for each of them.
30,000. So, they sure as hell didn't travel by economy.
Yeah. And that's it, Jared. I think that deep down they all know the rules need to be changed. Who is going to be the one that's brave enough to step up? It's happened in the past. You'll remember, if you're old enough, the whole golden parachute thing. Metaphorically, that was always the description for Australian politicians about the generous taxpayer-funded retirement payouts and entitlements that they'd get long after they had their last meeting and their last public engagement. And they did an overhaul of that in 2017. That was a comprehensive change, and it was because of a bunch of expense scandals at the time. Again, not saying that anything here has been illegal. But before that, they had the contribution scheme, the superannuation scheme. So there has, over time, been changes that have happened because the outrage from the public was such that something needed to be done. And you just have to wonder whether or not this is another one of those moments where we just won't cop it anymore. You talk about those allowances. The other one that always raises eyebrows is when a politician gets a daily allowance to stay in their own place in Canberra. If they know they're going to be there for a while, many of them will buy somewhere to stay when they're travelling for official business. And then every day that they stay in somewhere that's their own, they get this ridiculous daily allowance. And it's not a little bit of money. I think it was like $320 a day, or like a lot. So, maybe this is the groundswell now that insists things that change a little bit. All of the Snap poll results today are a definite yes, that there are too many perks and that we need it to be looked at. If a Labor government's in power now, are they more or less likely? I don't know. As I said, it doesn't matter what colour they are. They all like the sound of cash splash. I just wanted to go back to the conversation we started earlier in the program today about the construction crisis that's facing this state, because we just simply do not have enough people to do the jobs, to build the stuff we need and we want. A $46 billion hole in these projects. There's not enough local builders to get it done. And we saw insolvencies skyrocket over the last few years. Our local tradies have got plenty of work. They're stretched to the limit. The big guns are coming in from down south to help us fix it. There are many developers who are now hiring interstate builders from Sydney and Melbourne, particularly when it comes to delivering massive projects in suburbs like Tenerife. And Tenerife Banks is one of the projects we're talking about. I read about this in the Australian Financial Review. One of the people who they had spoken to for that article was the managing director of Versatile Construction, Fabrizio Perilli. And so I've invited him to come on to 4BC Breakfast. Good morning to you, Fabrizio.
Good morning, Sophie.
We talked about this earlier, Fabrizio, because the stats are pretty clear. We had insolvencies in construction at the same time that we also know we have a massive amount of build, not only the developers who are building our residential and commercial spaces, but the amount of infrastructure that Queensland is also set to see unfold over the next few years. Is that why we've had to look down south for help?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's actually a worldwide phenomenon, Sophie. It's not just a Queensland issue. I mean, it's quite extraordinary what's actually happened since COVID with, the increase in construction costs, number of insolvencies, the large amount of work, both in infrastructure and actually just in building, the housing supply issue. So it's become a perfect storm quite across the country. And in regards to Queensland, when you add the Olympic Games works as well, there's a lot to be done, and quite simply, I think what's happening in that geography is that basically, or in the Queensland market, is that there's just not enough supply of capable, contractors, trade contractors, and it just needs an injection of extra people.
And you've been brought in now to build a major project on the Gold Coast, and Sydney builders have been brought in basically to save the day on a Queensland job site.
Yeah, I'm not sure about save the day. I just think there's definitely an opportunity for the eastern. If you're based in the eastern states, and we're a business that's basically a vertically integrated development and construction business.
Yeah.
We're a little bit unique, and we also have trade contracting businesses as well, so joinery, gyprock, and so forth. But I suppose there is an opportunity to help the Queensland market. There is a lot of work to be done in a relatively short amount of time. If working with quality developments that sort of add to the economy and add to the market up there, I think is something of interest to us for sure.
So Fab, how does it look like? Because I threw it out this morning of, do we need to look at whether or not we extend this to international workers, have some sort of temporary visa put in place that is a work only visa, come in for a short period of time, do the work, do the build, and then go back to your home country, where there would be economic benefits to that country because that person will have come, earned good money, and been able to contribute to construction here. How does it physically work with the builders you're bringing up from interstate?
Look, I think we've got a massive skill migration issue in the construction sector. I think there was a stat about a year ago, which I think for every, I could be wrong here, but for every 1,000 people coming into the country, I think 1 to 5 people actually were able to work on a construction site. And if you think about the amount of work that needs to occur in this country, and definitely up in Queensland, I think that ratio needs to change. I think we do need to look offshore. Obviously, there's 2 parts to it. One is training from within, and I think the government's obviously started a program on that, but that's going to take time.
Yeah.
For someone going through a TAFE program, before they come really, you say experienced and capable, you're talking about 5 to 10 years, and quite frankly, we don't have that time.
No.
So I think we do need to look offshore. I think there is it goes back to what I said, the 50s and 60s when we were building this country back then. It's probably adopting the same approach and looking at countries that can, with skilled workers, that can come into this country, can add to the economy from day one, deliver on the need that we've got right here, right now, and then potentially, go back. And, the issue that we've got is right. It's quite we're in New South Wales, Queensland, and also Western Australia, and it's quite amazing. Doesn't matter where you go, it's the same conversation. So when it's the same conversation in every single state, I think we need to look at
other solutions. And Fab, finally, there's a massive pipeline of work you just outlined, especially for us heading into 2032. So I imagine it means you see yourself and your team spending a lot more time in the Sunshine State over the next decade.
Yeah, 100%. We've already got an office up there of about 20 people and growing. So working both in Brisbane and the Gold Coast and also up in North Queensland with the defence work with Townsville. So we're there to stay. We actually want to develop as well in that market. So bring all our trades, our development arm and our construction arm and be based there and hopefully, there for many. We've been around for 50 years. We intend to be here for at least another 50 years, if not more. And Queensland for us is going to be another home base for sure.
Thank you for your time this morning. We knew that it was happening. It's always good to hear it directly from the people who are doing the work for us. That's Fabrizio Pirelli from Versatile Construction, bringing up workers from New South Wales and Victoria to help us in Queensland with our big build. All the best to you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Sports next.
4BC Brisbane traffic. At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list. Beautiful retirement apartments available now. thevillage.com.au.
In Parkinson, there's a breakdown on Beaudesert Road northbound just after the Logan Motorway exit. And in Forest Lake, a breakdown for Logan Motorway heading westbound in the left shoulder just after Stapleton Road. There's a burst water main in the city and Edward Street is closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Delays on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and southbound delays in Helensvale. Heavy as well heading into the city on Hale and Countess Streets and the Bruce Highway southbound from North Lakes to Griffin. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Aussie Broadband provides IT solutions for large businesses right across Australia, from retail, construction and finance to energy and resources. They can power your business with tech that's reliable, scalable and built to perform. So whether you're looking for high-speed internet, voice services or networking, Aussie Broadband can tailor an end-to-end solution for your business. Plus, they have 100% Australian-based tech experts to help you every step of the way. Business done different. That's the actual Aussie way. Visit aussiebroadband.com/enterprise.
Unwrap a new Hyundai this Christmas at Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. With surprisingly big offers and huge savings on drive-away prices. There's never been a better time to get behind the wheel. Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. Your new Hyundai is waiting.
The Chemist Warehouse Christmas fragrance sale is on now. Grab Burberry Goddess Intense 100ml, $169.99. Don't pay RRP $300. Or Chloe by Chloe 50ml, just $89.99. Don't pay $180. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Smoke alarm laws take effect January 27. Beat the rush and have the smoke alarm guys install now and receive a free Hushy wall controller and compliance certificate. Call 1300 29 30 31 or visit thesmokealarmguys.com.au.
Want great quality meals delivered to your door with no subscriptions or contracts?
Cameron's Kitchen.
Cameron's Kitchen has got you. Cameron's Kitchen makes real food, prepared by people, not robots. And we use people to deliver it too. They even carry it to your door with a smile. That bit's free. And the meals are terrific value for money. And you'll love the quality, because we love food as much as you do. Cameron's Kitchen, for the love of food. CameronsKitchen.com.au.
Cameron's Kitchen.
Thinking about retiring but want to stay near the Yeronga community you know and love? At the Village Yeronga, limited retirement apartments are available now. Head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself at the Village Yeronga.
Starting your day the right way. This is Breakfast with Sophie Formica on Brisbane's 4BC. On 4BC Breakfast, a sports update.
And Ruben is joining us today with all of our sporting news. Good morning to you, Rubes.
Good morning, Sophie.
I love that you can do two things at one time.
I try.
Be the panel operator and tell us what's going on in the world of sport today. The England Ashes preparation under fire. What are you thinking? Too much time in the sun?
Well, I am, and I know you don't care too much about the Ashes or the England cricket team, but I have a question for you.
Yes.
So the coach, Brendan McCullum, said they were over-prepared for the test at the Gabba. So have they swung too far in the other direction, and now they've taken 4 days on new stuff, and they're going to travel, only have 3 days before the third test? I just feel like it's a little bit...
one thing or the other.
Yeah, now are they going to be underprepared?
Yeah.
Is that the excuse for Adelaide?
Potentially. Yeah, it's like the Goldilocks theory. You've got to try and find somewhere in the middle ground.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a couple of days.
Maybe.
And second question is, and I know you have a big opinion on this one.
Yeah.
So Lyon and Cummins are probably going to be back for the Adelaide test.
Yeah.
Does that mean we drop both Nisa and Doggett and keep Boland, or do we rest Boland so he's ready for the G?
Yeah.
And if Kawaj is going to come back, do we drop Weatherald or Inglis?
There are so many combinations.
Yeah.
It's doing my head in, just thinking about all the ways that this could unfold. I think if Usman comes in, it changes things probably more dramatically. But Nisa just seemed to have made the headlines for all the right reasons. So why wouldn't you want him to be a part of it all?
So rest Boland then, is it?
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
what do you think? You're the
I
expert.
agree with you. No, I agree with you.
There's also a story today in sport about the biggest fight event that the world may have ever seen. What are we talking about here?
So have you heard that Donald Trump is planning a UFC fight night at the White House next year in June to celebrate
the new ballroom?
No, it's going to be outside. They're going to build an arena specifically for it. There's going to be like seating for like 5,000 people, and then there's going to be an additional like viewing section with big screens for like another 100,000.
Why?
To celebrate 250 years of the American anniversary of like Independence Day.
With a UFC fight.
Yeah. But
that's one interesting way to do it.
According to Trump, this is what he claims.
Right.
He claims that Dana White, who's the head of the UFC, has been delaying major fights so that there can be 8 or 9 championship fights on this one night, which is double the usual amount for championship fights on a night.
Okay.
So it's going to be, if this happens, it'll be the biggest UFC game that we've ever seen. But my question is, why not bring something like that to Australia? So we could have, right, a soccer match or a rugby league match on the lawn outside Parliament House, right? I'm thinking there's that pond out the front, a little bit of water polo.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Albo loves tennis, bit of tennis, or my personal favourite, ditch that table in the middle of the House of Reps, ping pong.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of Albo and Lee action.
Oh, I reckon it would be big enough to do a small pickleball court too. I'd much prefer to see that. That'd be fun. Fastest growing sport in the world.
I'd love to see that.
We may be sweltering a little, getting ready for our warm days. It's 27 degrees at the moment in the city, but at the same time, we've got some Aussies who are experiencing the cold and a double Aussie gold win in a winter sport.
It's actually crazy. So Jakara Anthony, who's the defending Olympic champion, and Matt Graham, who's the 2018 Olympic silver medalist, won gold in both their events at the World Cup Moguls in Finland yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy because Jakara, who won, is from Cairns. So
she doesn't even.
No, like when
never
was the last time it snowed in Cairns? Yeah, never.
Don't you wonder how those people who grow up in those kind of tropical environments and end up doing a winter sport like that, where the connection happened and where at some point you say to your parents, this is what I want to do, or you decide for yourself it's what you want to do. So your entire life then has to change in order for you to be able to see your dream come to fruition?
I'm assuming it was a trip to Europe or something. Or
if you were to do a winter sport, of all the winter sports, which one would you like to do?
Oh, snowboarding, because it looks cool. It's like surfing.
Have you ever snowboarded before? Okay. You're starting from a
But also, the other thing I want to mention also is Jakara Anthony. She broke her collarbone almost a year ago to the date that she won yesterday.
Extraordinary.
And I've done that, and I know it's like 8 or 9 months before you're back to 100%.
Yeah.
So she only had like 2 or 3 months between getting back to 100% after being injured to winning the gold, which is pretty outstanding.
Congratulations to her. We might see if we can get her on the show when she comes back to Australia. Ruben Patch bringing you sport today. He's our 4BC breakfast panel operator, producer, sport reporter. The only thing he cannot do is disappoint.
You want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
In Forest Lake, there's a breakdown for Logan Motorway westbound at the left shoulder just after Stapleton Road, and a breakdown on Beaudesert Road northbound after the Logan Motorway exit in Parkinson. There's a burst water main in the city, and Edward Street is closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Delays on the M1 northbound in Snakes Creek and southbound Pimpamar to Helensvale. Delays for the Centenary Highway inbound Darra to Jindalee, and the Western Freeway outbound Indooroopilly to Fig Tree Pocket. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Argyle Jewellers believes that every piece of jewellery should tell a story. That's why they specialise in bespoke designs, crafting heirloom quality pieces and giving new life to cherished items through meaningful redesigns. Every step of the process, from hand selecting the perfect diamond or gemstone to the intricate crafting of one-of-a-kind designs, is approached with meticulous care and attention to detail. As a family-owned business, John and his team provide professional and personal service as well as quality craftsmanship. So whether it's a custom engagement ring, a complete jewellery redesign or a simple repair, they'll expertly bring those ideas to life. For jewellery that's made with care and designed just for you, visit Argyle Jewellers today in Carindale and Mount Gravatt.
If you're after a scissor lift, boom or any kind of access equipment, talk to the local guys at Hike for Hire, proudly Queensland's largest privately owned and operated supplier of access hire equipment. Hike for Hire won't let you down. They've got machines to meet your needs, ready to go right now. From scissor lifts to knuckle and stick booms, big or small, everything you need to do the job safely and at an affordable price. Call 1-800-HIKE or go to hikeforhire.com.au. Hike for Hire, safely taking you to new heights.
Merry Mazda Christmas from Caboolture Mazda. Right now, drive away in the BT50 SP Dual Cab 4x4 Auto from just $68,990. Caboolture Mazda, your 5-time Mazda master dealer. Hurry while stocks last.
For centuries, funerals have helped us remember, honour and say goodbye to our loved ones with dignity and style. They also surround us with the loving support of family and friends at a time when it's needed the most. Whether you're planning a traditional funeral or something more contemporary, be assured that Alex Gower Funerals will be there to help you create a ceremony deserving of someone special to you.
Alex Gower Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
Bringing you the best at breakfast. Sophie Formica on Brisbane's 4BC.
A couple of updates for you. Buses travelling in the city along Adelaide Street are returning to normal schedule. We had that early unplanned road closure because of that burst water main. Now buses travelling in both directions, also along Queen Street. They will, though, continue to temporarily miss some stops. The Snap poll today. Did you think that politicians are receiving too many perks under their current entitlements? Was a resounding 100% yes. Nobody suggested that maybe they need more of a helping hand. We have said ad nauseum, there is no suggestion at this point that anyone has done anything that is untoward or illegal, but we're now asking the question of whether or not we should see a complete overhaul and the removal of some of these additional perks moving forward. And I'll share some more of the feedback and take some of your calls as well after the 8 o'clock news, coming up next here on 4BC Breakfast.
Compare home loans from all the leading lenders at therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 8 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Monique Dews. The Prime Minister says the world will be watching as Australia's social media ban comes into force. Under-16s are being locked out of their accounts in a bid to limit online bullying and exposure to harmful material. Platforms that breach the laws face fines of up to $50 million. Anthony Albanese has told Today there will be bumps along the way, but the change is necessary.
We know that this isn't simple. No one's done this before. No. And that's why it's so important. Doing hard things is what gives you a reward.
The introduction of the social media ban is being overshadowed by the ongoing expenses saga engulfing the federal government. Communications Minister Annika Wells has been caught in the crossfire over her exorbitant taxpayer-funded travel expenses. The Prime Minister is backing Ms Wells, rebuffing calls for changes to the entitlements system. Motorists are being asked to avoid travelling into Brisbane's CBD if they can, with the burst water main causing some disruptions. Urban Utilities crews switched off the water and are working with Energex to repair the damage, with the delays now easing off. The water pipe burst on Edward Street at around 3:30 a.m. Suncorp Stadium says they will hold discussions today to determine exactly what caused long delays for Lady Gaga concert goers last night. Technical issues at soundcheck have been blamed for huge queues outside. Some fans upset after missing the start of the show. Queensland is looking to bring tradies up from south of the border to help with the backlog of building for the 2032 Games. A recent survey from Bond University found construction professionals believe 85% of Brisbane's Games projects need to start within a year. Versatile Construction's Fabrizio Perilli has told Sophie Formica they need to get to work.
There is a lot of work to be done in a relatively short amount of time, working with quality developments that sort of add to the economy and add to the market up there, I think is something of interest to us.
Moreton Bay's 30-year expansion plan could see its economy triple to almost $80 billion. The city's new Towards 1 Million report is hoping to lift its gross regional product per capita from $45,000 to $77,000. Mayor Peter Flannery says it's not just current residents who will benefit, but also future residents.
Opportunities for incoming businesses to set up here with the opportunities in our economic plan, I suppose, gives them a bit of a roadmap ahead of what we're seeing is going to happen to the future, that we think they can be part of that exciting journey and be part of Team Moreton Bay.
One Australian dollar is buying 66.4 US cents.
Wherever you go, take the stories that matter with you. Download the 4BC app now. Your city, your station. Brisbane's 4BC.
The door may not be necessarily shut on a return for Usman Khawaja to the Australian side during the Ashes. He's expected to be named in the 15-man squad for next week's Adelaide Test. In the Women's Big Bash, the Scorchers have ended the Stars season with a 28-run win at the Wacker. Perth will play the Sydney Sixers tomorrow night at North Sydney Oval for a place in the final against the Hurricanes. The Australian Open draws will be stacked this summer. 99 of the top 100 men's players will play, as will 98 of the top women. Australia's world number 94 and Queenslander Kim Birrell said she's wanting to advance past the first round next year.
That's my biggest goal for next year, to have direct entry into the main draw, but then to also win some rounds, that would be huge.
And Master Lock Comanche is favourite for the Sydney to Hobart, which starts on Boxing Day. It's 8:04. That's the latest news and sport.
The home loan, the car loan, the personal loan. When it's time to compare and find the loan that's right for you, visit therate.com.au. 4BC is the stories that matter to Brisbane, from our reporters and you, our listeners. Live, local. 4BC is Brisbane.
Unlock a better life with Heartland Bank. Now that you're retired, wouldn't it be great to have the financial freedom to get a sporty two-door, an EV or an SUV? That's why Heartland Bank's reverse mortgage offers over 55s a smart way to unlock the equity in their home to purchase that dream car without making regular repayments, selling or moving house. Search Heartland Bank for details. Unlock a better life with Heartland Bank. Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply.
Traffic. Heading to Specsavers before December 31 for 30% off all lens options available with all health funds. Conditions apply. Should have gone to Specsavers.
There's a motor vehicle crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield and delays back to Burpengary. Also a crash in Mount Warren Park on Glendevon Crescent at Rochester Drive. A breakdown on Bottersett Road heading northbound just after the Logan Motorway exit in Parkinson. And a burst water main in the city. Edward Street is closed between Anne and Adelaide Streets. Delays on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and southbound from Pimpamar to Helensvale. And the Captain Cook Bridge slow into the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Come sail with the Vikings. Experience the magic of Europe's Christmas markets with Viking. Cities and towns across the continent transform beautiful squares into vibrant Christmas markets. Colourful stalls sell handmade gifts and treats, while twinkling lights and local musicians bring the festive cheer. Europe's Christmas markets, a very merry tradition. Book your 2026-2027 Christmas Markets River Voyage now. See your Viking travel advisor or book at Viking.com.
Loneliness, bullying, anxiety and a lack of hope are affecting Aussie teens in record numbers. As a Raise mentor, you can help turn this around. Through our youth mentoring program, you'll learn new skills, build connections and change lives. We provide all the training and support you need to help young people in your community find connection and belonging. Head to raise.org.au today to sign up and make a difference.
Weather. West Point Hillcrest hail sale on now. Hundreds of new cars with minor damage. Save thousands. Don't miss out. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
Mostly fine and sunny across the day, reaching a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 degrees in Ipswich and 29 degrees on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with a chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. A shower around on Friday with a top of 28. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, becoming east to northeasterly, seas below 1 metre. Right now, 25 degrees at Goodna. I'm Monique Dews with more news at 8:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is 4BC Breakfast with Sophie Formica.
Good morning. It is the 8 o'clock hour here on 4BC Breakfast. Lovely to have you on board. 133 882 is the open line number thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Keep it handy because this hour...
4BC's Jingle Bell Jackpot.
When you hear that again, before I leave you at 9 o'clock this morning, so in the next hour, and you hear that, you need to give us a call on 133 882 so that I can pluck a present from underneath the 4BC Christmas tree. It's the 4BC Jingle Bell Jackpot. Thanks to Diamonds International, there's still one set of beautiful 2-carat diamond earrings to be won, but lots of great prizes. At the moment, they've got their fabulous sale happening, 40% off everything at Diamonds International. The conversation, of course, today has been dominated by two things, really. One is that the social media ban is coming into full effect today, but two, that so much of the conversation around Annika Wells, our communications minister, has been around the expenses that she has claimed. She has now self-referred to the IPEA, but she's expected to continue to face pressure. And so are all politicians as we start to get a real clear understanding of just how much of our taxpayer money goes towards what we would consider their perks. In particular, the one that's under the scrutiny at the moment is the federal politicians who are charging some, $1 million in 1 year alone, collectively, for their family travel, so that their family can come and meet them in the different places that they are, go along with them to different events that might happen that's part of their job. And whether or not it's the travel expense, the car expense, the food expense, it all adds up. In isolation, you might look at one of them and go, oh, it's a few $1,000s. It's just a few $1,000s. But a few $1,000s over a year, in the case of Peter Dutton, ends up at $36,542. Fatima Payman, $41,438. Anthony Albanese, $28,230. Sarah Hanson-Young, $25,000. And all of a sudden, you've spent $1 million. Dave's on the line from Hatton Vale this morning. Good morning to you, Dave.
Morning, Sophie. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's a perk that should be taken away from them because of the salary they're on at the moment. They're with the way the cost of living is for the rest of us in Australia is the cost of living with the power and the food and everything like that, and they can get away with these looks and perks to fly their families to go and see concerts and football games. It's unacceptable.
Thanks, Dave. At the very least, maybe there's a cap. Maybe you say, you know what, it is a tough job. You're away from home a lot, and going to sport, if you're a sports minister, is part of the job. There's no doubt about it. But maybe there's a cap. Maybe you've got an allowance once you've used that allowance, and if you use it in the first 2 months of the year, well, stiff. You have to pay if you want your family to come next time. But to have this, it seems like never-ending, no accountability in terms of how much you spend over a 12-month period, I think is the bit that's really not sitting well. Mark says, I see it at all levels of government. Over the years, most pollies could never earn the money or the benefits before they were elected. Most have never had a real job, so they don't think like us normal Aussies. Nothing wrong with some support to keep family units together. He says, after all, we don't want a parliament that's filled completely with single or divorced reps, but those pollies, he says, should think first about what their neighbour would think. Is it selfish or greedy? Something that should always be a life rule. Thank you for that. John from Lockyer Valley says, great show, Sophie. Thank you. He says, if we don't like the rules, change them. The pub test will be different for everyone depending on the subject or our political views. Make the rules black and white. Thank you, John, for that. This one from Scott in Wayful Heights. He says, Sophie, I own a mid-sized business here in Brisbane. We've got offices in Chicago and London. I still personally pay for my wife's travel when she joins me on work trips. I do it because I want to do the right thing by my fellow directors, not because I'm required to. It just feels like it's an important way to lead by example and to keep things transparent. Thank you, Scott, from Wayville Heights. If we applied a few more of the principles of small business and business generally to politics, it'd be a vastly different landscape. I mentioned that the other big story, of course, comes off the back that today we have the social media ban in full effect. Australia's e-safety commissioner, Julie Inman-Grant, welcomed the rollout of the social media ban for under 16s. She's done a lot of work in that space, appearing on the Today Show, as well as the Prime Minister out and about today. He was asked, obviously, about the social media ban, but he was also asked to comment on Minister Annika Wells this morning on ABC News, and this is what he had to say.
Well, these rules were put in place, of course, under the former government after the now opposition leader travelled to the Gold Coast and there was the issue of her purchase of real estate. So she ended up having to resign and these rules were put in place. Very importantly, there's independent management of this through IPEA, the Independent Parliamentary Entitlements Agency. They scrutinise all of these measures. Minister Wells has self-referred all of her issues just to check that it's all within the rules which are there.
It's just exhausting, isn't it? There you go. The pointing, the blame shifting, we're doing what's allowed. And by the way, this all came into effect because the now opposition leader, remember in 2017, went to buy an apartment at Main Beach and she came under fire at the time because she used the parliamentary taxpayer-funded trip to go to the Gold Coast. It's just so stinky. And this is the problem. When they police themselves, why would anyone step up and say, you know what, let's just do the right thing here, have a look at it and remove some of these expenses and show the people of Australia that we respect the money that they have to give to us. Honestly, it makes you sick to the stomach. Jan's on the line from Kippering. Good morning to you, Jan.
Good morning, Sophie. Sophie, there really has to be something done about this. There's got to be an inquiry into it somehow, how this, they need to fully investigate it.
By who? Jan, they investigate themselves. The IPEA is going to investigate this and say she's done nothing. Until somebody has the gumption and the guts to say, you know what, enough is enough. We need to do the same overhaul here that we did in the past when we got rid of those pensions for life. That didn't happen until 2017, the last lot of overhaul. That's nearly 10 years ago.
I know. And, they know the country is in such a mess. And where is her conscience? Where is her conscience as well? Why is she making the best of everything that there is to offer and more?
Yeah.
When you hear all those things last night, they were going on that she's done in sporting things. Got one of the cars to wait for the whole show to be over. And then, he had to sit out there and wait for her to finish it.
I know. $1,000 just like that, Jan. You're spot on. I mentioned that earlier. I will say again, though, and this is not defending Annika Wells, I just want it to be really clear. See beyond the headlines with this. They are all doing it, whether they're blue, red, green or independent. You have a look at the long list, tens of thousands to all of them. And some of these people, as I said earlier, are independently wealthy by any stretch of the imagination. They do not need us to be paying for their families' cars or their families' trips. They can afford it.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield with delays back to Burpengary. Also a crash in Mount Warren Park on Glendevon Crescent at Rochester Drive. And there's a breakdown for the Gateway Motorway northbound in Belmont that's got delays back to the M1 off-ramp. A burst water main in the city. Edward Street is closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street. And delays on the Captain Cook Bridge heading into the city. Also slow on Hale and Countess Streets heading inbound. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 882 4BC.
Foot pain isn't normal, it's a signal, yet so many Aussies just power through it day after day. There is a better way, the Good Feet Arch Support System. The Good Feet Arch Support System is clinically proven to give your feet relief from plantar fasciitis and pain that you might experience in the balls of your feet. But the benefits don't stop there. Good Feet supports also help reduce the strain from long days spent on your feet. Maybe bad posture or even ill-fitting shoes. The team at the Good Feet store, they'll personally fit you so you'll feel the difference immediately. No guesswork. Make your move at goodfeet.com.au or stop by at their Mount Gravatt East store. Support your feet and your life with the Good Feet store.
School zones are now in operation. Slow down, obey the school zone speed limits and be mindful of pedestrians, cyclists and school buses. Together, let's help keep our children safe.
Wow, you shouldn't have.
Really? Win your loved ones over this Christmas with gorgeous scents from Chemist Warehouse. Like Hugo Boss bottled 100ml, $69.99. Don't pay RRP $155. Rabanne 1,100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay $175. Or Giorgio Armani C100ml for $179.99. Don't pay $310. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Suffering with sleep apnea? Thousands of Aussies leave us 5-star reviews. So what's the secret? At CPAP Direct, our people care about your CPAP success story. And yep, we actually use the gear we supply. Stroll in anytime. No appointment needed. Consultation charges? Zip? Nada? Nothing at all. Just a best price guarantee on the latest gear and good old-fashioned customer service. CPAP Direct. Trusted by Aussies. cpap.com.au.
At this special time of year, Holy Cross Funerals would like to wish you and your family a safe and happy Christmas. Holy Cross Funerals are always there when you need them, helping you shoulder some of the burden upon the loss of a loved one. From full burial services to no service, no attendance cremations, as a not-for-profit funeral home, Holy Cross Funerals are dedicated to providing dignified, affordable farewells. Holy Cross Funerals. Phone 3293 0555. Proud members of Funerals Australia.
4BC Breakfast thanks to Dental Boutique, General and Cosmetic Dentistry, Brisbane, Sunshine Coast and Gold Coast. Book online at dentalboutique.com.au.
I'll get to some more of your feedback shortly on the big topics of today, but I also wanted to just bring up this other story that came to light yesterday off the back of the Lord Mayor making the announcement about changes to short-stay accommodation in some suburbs across the city. At the same time, later in the day, we were told about this idea of bringing back suburban pubs with accommodation as another way to unlock some land and some opportunity for hotel rooms in Brisbane. Leading the charge is the Glen Hotel. They're planning a massive expansion, and their owner, Ben Fitzgibbons, is joining us on 4BC Breakfast. Good morning to you, Brian.
Good morning, Sophie. How are you?
Yeah, really great, Brian, and thank you for joining us today because really when it comes to this one, you guys are already ahead of the curve on this strategy. You've got a $30 million redevelopment in the works. So can you tell us what it is that you're building out there at 8 Mile Plains?
Yes, well, I'm not sure whether you know the Glen Hotel at 8 Mile Plains, but we started this accommodation journey going back when the G20 was on. And there was certainly encouragement by the then council for people like ourselves to step up and provide some extra accommodation for the city, which we undertook, and we built 43 rooms back then. And they've been very successful, particularly since COVID onwards. There's been an absolute skyrocketing demand for accommodation out there.
Yeah.
We found that we're pretty well, during the weeks we're pretty well full most of the time, and weekends are up and down depending on what social functions and what sporting events are on in the area. So we've established that there is a demand for more accommodation for us to develop in our area. So with the council now being very much in favour and certainly needing people like ourselves to build more rooms, it's a no-brainer for us to want to extend what we've started going back to 2014. So that's where we're at the moment. So,
how many rooms will you end up with, Brian?
Well, we will end up with a total over 100 rooms. We're not sure yet on that. It all depends on the planning. It depends on council's attitude in terms of, support with the planning requirements, etc. So we're in the designing stage at the moment and hoping to submit a DA application probably just after Christmas or maybe in February.
That's wonderful.
That's where we're at. We're probably first cab off the rank. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, good on you. And you're not the only ones. There'll be plenty of others now who'll take up this opportunity. The strategy is called Going Back to the Future because it does really return us to the days when the pub was a hub for more than just a place to have a counter meal and a cold drink. It was a hub for accommodation. And I think too often our suburbs have been overlooked as part of the solution to, accommodation. We've got a housing crunch, yes, but it also means that you can help out with that in-between piece, whether or not it's people on business, whether they're doing leisure travel or it's family and friends that are visiting and want to stay nearby.
That's right. Yeah, well, the Glen's been in our family for over 65 years, and, we're just so excited about what's coming up, and certainly the Olympics in 32.
Yeah.
A great incentive for us to want to get moving with this. We've been talking about it for the last couple of years, and this is certainly encouraging us to take the next step. Now, the Glen goes right back. I don't want to bore you with this, but the Glen goes back to 1863 when it was first built, and it was a Cobb & Co. Stopping station on the way from Brisbane to the Gold Coast. So in those days, it would have been an old gravel road, if you could call it, a track, a goat track, basically. And they used to stay, the horse and carts and the coach, the Cobb & Co., at the Glen Hotel back then.
That's so cool.
It's got a long history of accommodation.
Yeah.
So if you look back over, it's 170 years old.
That's it. And Brian, look, I don't...
doing anything spectacular. It's been happening for a long time.
It just won't be horses. It'll just be cars with horsepower out the front, or you'll have a few EV chargers instead. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty and ask you your business, but we have had so many conversations just this morning about the pressures of construction, not just in getting people to do the build, but in the cost of that build. And the Property Council has said that hotel construction has dropped by 90% because it can just be too expensive to build right now. So do you feel confident that you can manage a project of this size when the big guys in the cities are struggling too?
Yes, well, we've already spoken to a builder we're going to partner with, and we've got some guesstimates. I'd call them guesstimates because, we all know that it's a bit out of control, the costs, on doing anything these days. And we've got to be mindful of that and, look hard at how we're constructing it. But we still want to achieve a 5-star standard. So we think we've got that in hand. So, you've got to speculate to accumulate. And we want to be able to provide more service in the area for the local community.
Yeah.
Which is who supports us. It's a very much a local community hotel, the Glen. It's very family orientated and there is a demand and we're having to say no to people, that we can't accommodate.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're fully booked. So. Good
on you, Brian.
Yeah.
I loved that line. What did you say? You have to speculate to accumulate.
Yes.
That's good. I'm gonna hold on to that one, Brian. I appreciate that. Brian Fitzgibbon's joining us, the owner of the Glen Hotel. It's been in the family for a very long time, and now they're taking the step into the future, unlocking the opportunity to have some new accommodation. And we will keep an eye on it and talk to you again when it's ready to open. Brian, maybe we'll come out and do an outside broadcast from the Glen Hotel at 8 Mile Plains.
That'd be wonderful, Sophie. Thanks for your time.
All the best to you. That's the Glen, just one of many now that'll look for some expansion and whether or not they'll help to unlock some of the massive hotel shortages that we have across the city in the lead up to the Olympics.
4BC Brisbane traffic. At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list. Beautiful retirement apartments available now. thevillage.com.au.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield with delays back to Burpengary. Also a crash in Mount Warren Park on Glen Devon Crescent at Rochester Drive, and a breakdown on the Gateway Motorway heading northbound in Belmont just before Old Cleveland Road. That's got delays back to Stretton. It's slow on the Pacific Motorway inbound around Upper Macrobat and also through Wollongabba, and delays on the Western Freeway heading inbound from Indooroopilly to Fig Tree Pocket. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
1300 Smoke Alarms has just released a fantastic new offer for anyone looking to upgrade their smoke alarms to comply with the upcoming new laws. Right now, with every installation, 1300 Smoke Alarms will give you a free silencing remote control. It's valued at $100 and it's a simple solution to the common household problem that we've all faced, the false alarm. With the silencing remote control, you won't have to climb on a chair in the middle of the night or after you accidentally burn the toast. You just press the button on the remote and the smoke alarm is silenced. The 1300 smoke alarm team will professionally install premium alarms. They come with a 10-year warranty, and if you do find a cheaper price elsewhere, Ian will match it. So get the job done right, get peace of mind, and get your free silencing remote control. Call Ian and the team at 1300 Smoke Alarms today. That's 1300smokealarms.com.au, 1300 766 532.
The all-new 2026 Cherry Tiggo 9 Super Hybrid Ultimate All-Wheel Drive has just landed at Cherry North Lakes. Big power, advanced tech and ultra-efficient hybrid performance. It's the SUV turning heads everywhere. Be among the first to experience it with Joe Camilleri and the team at Cherry North Lakes. We've got the north side covered.
Thinking about retirement living? At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list. A limited number of apartments are available now. Head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself at the Village Yeronga.
Hi, I'm Jenny from Ben Moves Brisbane, and this is my hubby Ben.
Hi.
We've been moving families and businesses for over 15 years.
And when you need us, we can move you too.
We do it all, big and small jobs, family homes, units, townhouses and offices. Ben Moves Brisbane provides a seamless, stress-free experience without any hidden charges or costly surprises. Whether it's your home, your office or your apartment.
Let our family move yours.
benmovesbrisbane.com.au.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Has your car been hail damaged? Don't wait for months to have it repaired. Get it done right now at the Bump Shop. They've put on extra staff and they'll get your car looking as good as new using the latest dent technology and factory-baked enamel. If you're concerned about the factory finish of your car, the Bump Shop offers a lifetime warranty on all repairs. So when making a claim, insist on the Bump Shop. All insurance companies welcome. The Bump Shop. Open 6 days a week, including Saturday mornings. Call 32684900.
4BC Breakfast. It's Tyre Power's Big December deals with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Thank you for all of the texts that have been coming in this morning and the emails. Kathy just says, I worry politics doesn't attract the best people now, even with all the perks. So many good thinkers prefer to keep well away. So take the perk away and who will put up their hand to represent us is no easy answer. You're right, Kathy. There is no easy answer, but there's only the opportunity to spend $1 once. And when we have given to them our taxpayer dollars, we want that dollar to be spent well. And at the moment, it doesn't look like that's the case. So I think it's fair that they answer plenty more questions. 8:30 News headlines coming up for you next here on 4BC Breakfast.
Get the rate that's right for you at therate.com.au.
Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 8:30. Good morning. I'm Monique Hughes. Critics are warning the government's social media ban won't stop children accessing services. From today, platforms risk a $50 million fine if they let under 16s have an account. Digital Freedom Project President John Ruddick, who challenges the ban in the High Court, says children will be more at risk.
This social media ban is going to backfire, and I believe it's going to backfire badly because, firstly, kids are very tech-savvy. They're going to get around this ban within 2 seconds. And secondly, mum and dad's going to say, oh, I don't need to supervise kids on social media because Mr Albanese looked after it for me. So the kids are going to be on an underground social media and they're not going to be supervised.
Suncorp Stadium says the vast majority of Lady Gaga concert goers got into the venue on time last night. Technical issues at Soundcheck have been blamed for huge queues outside. Communications and Marketing Director Andrew Stevenson says investigations are underway.
Still getting all the details together about what the technical issues were relating to the show and the sound checks.
Yeah.
So we'll have a pretty extensive debrief today internally and then another extensive debrief tomorrow with all of our stakeholders. And then obviously we'll be straight into pre-briefing and getting ready for the next one on Sunday.
There are calls for suburban pubs to undergo major renovations to include hotel rooms to boost accommodation before 2032. Brisbane City Council has identified more than 70 pubs on large sites ripe for redevelopment. The Queensland Tourism Industry Council says the city will need around 76,000 hotel rooms by game time. A new report has revealed Australians are waiting almost 5 years to access life-saving technologies. The delays, driven by outdated, fragmented reimbursement systems, widening inequalities across the health system, causing patients to miss out on treatment. St Vincent's international cardiologist Dr Dale Murdoch says bureaucratic processes and funding issues are to blame.
I guess it depends on how we think about approval and funding in Australia. We might have good early approval of a new technology or a device, but by the time it's routinely funded and available in our public and private health systems, it can be many years.
And more than 1 million Australians will not speak to their children about Christmas this year over fears they just can't afford it. Data from the Salvation Army shows 1 in 5 will forego medical help or food to give money to celebrate this festive season. To finance, $1 Australian is buying 66.3 US cents.
With the 4BC app, you have the power of 4BC in the palm of your hand. So add it to your phone now. Brisbane's 4BC.
The West Tigers will reportedly face a player exodus if coach Benji Marshall becomes a casualty of the club's infighting. It's understood a number of high-profile players, including Jerome Luai, have told staff they'll consider quitting if Benji resigns or is sacked. Former Parramatta Eels boss Brad Arthur has been flagged as a possible replacement. Liverpool has pulled off a dramatic 1-0 win over Inter Milan in the Champions League at the San Siro this morning. After having a goal denied in the first half, VAR was on their side late with a penalty, as heard on Stan Sport.
Is he up to the mark? Szoboszlai scores and Liverpool lead late on in Milan.
Glenn McGrath has declared England could be on the verge of another 5-0 Ashes whitewash. The legendary Australian quick says the Bazball dynasty could be about to implode. And the Melbourne Stars WBBL campaign is over after going down to the Perth Scorchers by 28 runs. It's 26 to 9.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans from all the leading lenders. Smart, simple, with real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks. therate.com.au. From Ipswich to the Bay, Beaudesert to Bribie, 4BC is Brisbane. 882 4BC.
The Belvedere at Woody Point just loves Christmas. It's a Christmas wonderland, the perfect place for all your festive festivities. Bring your crew for Santa photos, a big Christmas trivia night, the Christmas movie marathon, the famous Christmas dog party, and there's Santa's letterbox giveaway for the kids with a chance to win your whole wish list. For dates and details of all the Christmas fun, visit belvederehotel.com.au. Christmas comes alive at the Belvedere Woody Point.
Traffic, struggling with foot, knee or back pain? Good Feet Arch Supports help you move more easily and feel better every day. Visit the Good Feet store.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield. Delays in our back to Narangba. Also a crash in Underwood on Kingston Road southbound at Parramatta Road. And a breakdown for Gateway Motorway northbound in Belmont. That's got delays reaching back to the M1. Is heavy heading into the city. Delays on the inner city bypass inbound from Hurston onto Hale and Countess Street. And delays the Pacific Motorway inbound through Wollongabba, then onto the Captain Cook Bridge heading into the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
The MY25 Summer Run-Out event is on now at Amoda JQ. Receive $2,000 cash back when you purchase a new or in-stock JQ J7, JQ J8 or Amoda 9 Super Hybrid. Plus enjoy peace of mind with an 8-year unlimited kilometre warranty, 8-year capped price servicing and 8 years of roadside assistance with a future price promise guarantee on selected models. Hurry, book a test drive today at amodajq.com.au or visit your local Amoda JQ dealer. T's and C's apply while stocks last.
Is excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated? Caruso's Fluid Away to the rescue. Caruso's Fluid Away contains herbs including dandelion, which is traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to temporarily relieve mild fluid retention and reduce abdominal bloating. So if you're fed up with excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated, try Caruso's Fluid Away today. Caruso's Fluid Away is made in Australia and is available from leading pharmacies and health stores. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
4BC Weather. Live radio has proven to deliver a 20% brand uplift. Put your business in the sunshine. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
Fine and sunny across the day, reaching a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 degrees in Ipswich and 29 degrees on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with a chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. A shower around on Friday with a top of 28. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now, 26 degrees at Holland Park. I'm Monique Hughes with more news at 9 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Now back to breakfast with Sophie Formica on 4BC.
23 minutes to 9. Good morning. Welcome aboard. Gosh, we've had a big show today. I have been overwhelmed with your responses to everything that we have been discussing. Jeff, though, sent me this last little text I thought I'd share with you. He says, "Good morning, Sophie. On a note that is not about politicians or social media," he says, "Brisbane last night proves itself to be a big city. We had 60,000 seats and to sell, and we need to," he said, "last night live in the city, we had Lady Gaga. The Dead South was at the River Stage. Jacob Collier was at Fortitude. Sophie Isella was at the Triffid. King Gizzard, and the Lizard Wizard, they were at the Princess Theatre." And he says, "I went to Sophie Isella with my 15-year-old who actually went outside. No social media. Just proves Brisbane has grown up. We need vision and venues for 2032, says Jeff." And then he says, "My daughter has been kicked off social media, so she wants to talk to me. Please help." You've got music, Jeff. It's the universal language. You don't have to talk. You just sit together and listen to some of that great music, including the one that you went to see last night. But I think you're right. And you just heard earlier today in the show, we spoke to Suncorp Stadium, getting an understanding of what went on there last night to stop some of those little monsters being able to get in for the beginning of the Lady Gaga show. My next guest was there. I know this because she is also my friend, and I saw that it was on her social media. And if you have been to the Queen Street Mall lately, or a big shopping centre, anywhere from literally Maroochydore to Harbour Town, chances are you will have seen massive Christmas decorations, the ones that sparkle and shine and tell us that it is Christmas season. The creative force behind those displays, whether they're the giant baubles, the stars, the nutcrackers that are standing tall in the mall, is Brisbane-based The Prop House Collective, and the owner of The Prop House, and my great mate Jane O'Kotsis, is joining us on 4BC Breakfast. Good morning.
Good morning, Sophie. How are you?
I'm so grateful for the fact that not only have you been able to make sure we have Christmas cheer everywhere, but obviously at this busiest time of the year, you then celebrated last night by going to Lady Gaga.
I did. I took my 18-year-old daughter and we had a blast. She was amazing.
Were you there for the beginning, from the very start?
Oh, my God, I was wondering why there were so many. There are tens of thousands of people waiting outside.
Yeah.
Now I've heard the reason, so it makes me feel a little bit better. But we got in, no problems. We got our merch. We were happy.
Okay. So now have all the installations finished for this Christmas season, Jano?
Look, they have. We did our last two on Sunday night. I've actually been in the mall this morning just doing a couple of little fix-ups, and I'm about to have a walkthrough. So I am currently standing in the Queen Street Mall as we speak.
Tell us about those nutcrackers. How high do they stand?
They stand 4.5 metres. So they're actually half a metre taller than we originally expected. We got an extra half a metre, but they, yes, and then they're on top of a 600mm drum. So they're nice and high.
Jano, these are then the spots that people will take photos and share with their friends and family across the country and around the globe, and you see these highlights that end up being a part of people's Christmas celebrations.
Sorry, yes, they are. And, you know, I was only saying to my team, we had our final team breakfast yesterday morning, and I said, you know, people talk about the why do you do things, and the why I still do it after over 35 years is the fact of the joy that I see on people's faces when they see the decorations that we've installed. It really does, it still does bring a tear to my eye.
So other than the nutcrackers, take us through some of the highlights. What do you want us to be looking out for as we head in and around the city and the suburbs?
Well, we've done the 6 Westfield centres, which is always a huge project for us to do. We've done, obviously, the Queen Street Mall, and basically from Edward Street through to George Street through to Albert Street, you can see decorations everywhere this year, which is really exciting. We've done so many corporate buildings. We've done Harbour Town. Honestly, it's been a big season for us, Sophie, and one that I'm very proud of.
So closer to home, what are the trends in Christmas decorations this year? What's an easy way for the home decorator to add a little something special to their Christmas decorations this year?
Oh, look, I just always say add sparkle, Sophie, but, we've got a beautiful gingerbread joy, which is a real hot pink with red. I love pink and red, one of my favourite combos. Lots of sparkle. There's even like a bit of a hint to disco with mirror balls and mirrored poinsettias. So there really is something for everyone, as per every Christmas. But this year definitely is next level.
One thing you didn't mention, and you said that, Prop House has just celebrated 30 years this year. How many special Santa sets do you think that you've installed over the years so that little people can go and sit on a Santa's knee, visit Santa and give them the wish list?
Oh, it's been so many, Sophie. I couldn't tell you.
Countless.
I couldn't tell you. And the countless. And looking at the trends as well, kids used to be able to sit on Santa's knee, and
now they don't.
It's got to be big enough. And then through COVID, we had to put ottomans beside Santa so that they could, there's been countless.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. They don't sit on Santa's knee anymore either. So the chair is much bigger. Now they have to just be near Santa, not on Santa. The Prop House Christmas shop is open. It's ready and offering pre-Christmas sales already. So I can send everybody to come and visit you and the team. The Prop House Collective you'll find on Stanley Street East at Coorparoo. You can also go onto the website, which is christmasdecorationsbrisbane.com. How is the sale already happening now? Usually you have to wait to get cheap Christmas decorations after Christmas.
I know. Well, we've had a smaller sale, but we literally started yesterday with our 50% off, Sophie. So now is the time. And we were crazy busy yesterday. So people do wait. But, yes, every single Christmas decoration is 50% off in the shop. So
good on you.
Time to buy.
Well, I hope I get to have a little Christmas cheer with you at some point. Well done. Great work. They look absolutely phenomenal. All accounts, the Queen Street Mall this year is bigger, better and brighter than ever. So well done, Jano.
Thanks, Sophie. See you soon, doll.
Okay, the Prop House Collective, as I said, you'll find them on Stanley Street East at Coorparoo, or jump onto the website christmasdecorationsbrisbane.com.au. And if you've already taken photos of visits to some of these massive installations across the city and in our suburbs, chances are Jano's the one that's behind them.
Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 ho.
It seems only fitting that this is the perfect opportunity for you to call now for your chance to unwrap a gift from underneath the 4BC Christmas tree. 133 882, the open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms and thanks to Diamonds International and their 40% off everything end-of-year sale that's happening right now as well. If you'd like to be caller number 9 today, we'll see what you've won.
4BC Traffic. It's Tyre Power's big December deals, with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield and delays are heavy back to Narangba. Also a crash in Underwood on Kingston Road southbound at Parramatta Road. And a breakdown on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Belmont. Delays are back to the M1. There's a burst water main in the city and Edward Street is closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street. That's causing delays heading inbound from the Inner City bypass in Hurston all the way onto Hale and Countess Streets reaching into the city, and delays also on the Captain Cook Bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Yeronga is one of Brisbane's most popular suburbs. It's easy to see why. It's quiet, it's leafy, it's only 6 k's from the city. When it comes to retirement living in the area, the village Yeronga stands head and shoulders above them all. The good news is the village has a limited number of spacious apartments available. This is rare, an incredible opportunity. It means you can skip those waiting lines, secure a beautiful new home in a welcoming community that's just moments from local cafes, shops and all the places you cherish. As I said, availability is limited and will be snapped up fast. So organise an inspection today. To learn more, head to thevillage.com.au. The Village Yeronga. Don't retire for good, retire for great.
It can start with a photo, maybe a drawing,
or even a not-so-subtle nudge. Now it's up to you to find a ring she'll love, cherish and have for the rest of her life. At Argyle Jewellers, we've been helping Brisbane men get it right since 1987. Whether you have an idea in your head or a picture in hand, we'll work with you to create a handcrafted engagement or eternity ring just the way you or she wants it. For your ring your way, visit Argyle Jewellers at Carindale or Mount Gravatt.
Australia relies on coal communities for affordable power that keeps the lights on and steel that builds a stronger future. For jobs that support families, exports that drive economies, and royalties that fund hospitals and schools. But coal communities rely on us too. And right now, they need us to help fight back against dishonest campaigns and threats to jobs. It's time to stand up. Show your support at coalaustralia.com and let's keep our coal communities strong.
The all-new Palisade Hybrid has landed at Lakes Hyundai, a stunning SUV with advanced 2.5-litre turbocharged hybrid powertrain. Be among the first to experience it with Dealer of the Year Joseph Camilleri and the team at Lakes Hyundai.
You're listening to Breakfast with Sophie Formica on Brisbane's 4BC. 4BC's Jingle Bell Jackpot.
Good morning to Linda in Currabee. How are you, Linda?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all for a Wednesday.
It's a wonderful time. It's a wonderful time of the year, isn't it?
It is. And do you know what the best part about this time of the year is, Linda? Giving things to people. So let's unwrap a present from underneath the tree for you today. I know that there are 2-carat diamond earrings there to be won thanks to Diamonds International. Don't know if you need some diamonds. Oh, I can't give you diamonds, but I can give you a night out. You've picked up a $150 Steakaway voucher thanks to the Norman Hotel. So you can have a beautiful night out on us. Or lunch if you prefer. Or you can go and get steaks and take them home and cook them yourself. And you've also picked up a pair of swanky socks.
Oh, wow. Wow.
There you go.
Good. Oh, good.
Merry Christmas to you, Linda.
Yeah, I wish you the same.
Thank you
very much.
Good to know you're listening. Norman Hotel, proudly Brisbane's worst vegetarian restaurant. They're home of the legendary steaks and the swanky socks. Well, you can step up your sock game with Swanky Socks. They're Australia's go-to for street style, all-day comfort. SwankySocks.com. Your feet will thank you. It's the Jingle Bell Jackpot for Diamonds International. That means the diamonds are still under the tree, and they have 40% off everything at their end-of-year sale, even on their custom design pieces. Trust me, if you're stuck for something, you'll find it there. 3 locations, diamondsinternational.com.au.
It's almost 9 o'clock. Time to find out what's happening on 4BC Mornings.
Good morning.
Soph, good morning.
How are you, Ben Davis?
Absolutely flying for a Wednesday.
I can see you and the elf on the shelf. I'm going to take a photo.
Elf on the Shelf.
I had the lady who is behind the magic of the Elf on the Shelf on the show yesterday.
She's to blame. There are parents who have nightmares every night who wake up in a cold sweat at 2 a.m. Oh, my God, the elf went in. Oh, my God, what are we going to do with the elf?
Haven't moved the elf.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be interested to see whether or not whoever put this elf in the studio for us is going to move it so it's somewhere else tomorrow. That's going to be the challenge. Sorry. I completely lambasted your thought there. What's going on today?
Plenty going on. Have a fascinating chat coming up with the head of the Civil Contractors Federation. Why it's going to be fascinating, it's all around the CFMEU and the inquiry into them. He's done the numbers, and he did the numbers a long time ago about BPIC and what it actually is going to cost the industry, which means you and I, because we're talking about government-funded projects over $100 million, and the numbers are going to blow you away. But the other thing which I didn't realise, because I was thinking, this is all about government contracts and yes, taxpayers' money and our money, but this has had a knock-on effect.
Of course it has.
Into building your house.
Everything you build.
Everything.
Okay, but can you ask him this then? Can we have some clarity over what has actually been unwound? Because January of this year is when Jared Blais stood up and said, we've got rid of it. Yesterday I spoke about BPIC a fair bit on the show. So have they actually made any real changes today on those building sites because of the promises of the Crisafulli government?
I'll ask him, but when I spoke to him yesterday ahead of this to get him to come on, he said, it was instant.
Yeah.
We've seen.
So we have already seen positive change.
Yeah, and it literally in the costs
Yeah.
of what it is costing you and I, but the bigger ramifications as well as that, as well as everything that's involved there. And just we read today that ministers, former ministers, to say, are looking at government funding, taxpayers' money again, to fund their legal cases and their legal representation going into this as well. So this will keep bubbling along. Social media, the ban, we know that's happening. The world is looking at us, but there's other places in the world that the rest of the planet is looking at when they're changing to their systems, not social media as such, but in the UK, they're looking at reducing and scrapping jury trials in their legal system to speed things up. I'm going to have a chat to a lawyer today to see how much of an effect and would it have if we came into Australia? What's the possibility like? Different states, different territories, they have different laws around who can and who can't have jury trials. So will that speed things up? So I guess the question out of that comes down to, would you like to be judged by 12 of your peers or by one person?
When we spoke about it in the UK report last week, there was a real definitive line, though, between what would be allowed to be given to a judge-only situation. It's not everything. So it's not rape, it's not murder, it's the smaller crimes. And honestly, I think that if Australians were asked that question, would you like to see a speeding up of the process by eliminating jury trials from this list of things? I think most people would say yes.
Until you're in front of the court.
Let's speed up the process.
Because in some states they do that now. It's already there. So we're going to step through that. What do we mean? The other thing, so last night we were talking about going to Sizzler back in the day.
I was going to say you can't.
No, I know.
It's gone.
And went down rabbit holes. But I remember at uni we used to go to Sizzler. There might have been 8 of us after a lecture or shoot, and we'd get 2 soup and salads. And they'd go, but there's 8 of you. Oh, no, we've already eaten. We're just waiting for these guys to have their lunch. But you know what we'd do? We'd all go up at some stage.
Take turns.
It was a workaround, right?
Yeah, of course.
There are more than 1 million conversations that have been had over the last month about working around the social media ban.
Sure.
So what's your best workaround? Not at social media. Just how have you circumvented the system?
Oh, I'd have to give it some thought. I probably have, though, no doubt about it. I will say, and I know that I keep playing devil advocate here because I don't have a kid that this is affecting at the moment, this idea that the social media ban is going to be this somehow miraculous thing that's going to stop every kid from getting on social media was never the way that it was presented.
No.
The idea is it becomes a speed bump, and then parents have to step in and do the hard work. Can I ask you something completely different, though?
Yeah.
Because I got a text this morning from Phil. He says, I woke up this morning and I went for my walk and I've noticed there are a lot of kids on their mobile phones waiting for the school bus. Were they all playing Donkey Kong?
And how good was Donkey Kong?
And that was my reaction. When you were a kid,
you
know when Nintendo's first came out, we had the little handheld game with the the buttons. Yeah, did you ever have a double screen?
Oh, yeah. Well,
I was so jealous of people who had a double screen.
Yeah.
My cousins had a double screen Donkey Kong.
Did you ever clock it?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. Fiercely competitive, would have played until I did. That's the other thing. Then it made me think of Game Boys. Do you remember when we used to have Game Boys and we would tether ourselves to the other person so you could play Tetris against somebody else, but you had to be connected by a cord?
Oh, my God. See, I never had a Game Boy because I had Donkey Kong, so that was all I was about. Yeah, so I can understand. What
I'm wondering I'm wondering with this is, do you think we'll go retro? Do you think that when we talked about the Nokia yesterday and the retro phone and saying to your kid, you can have a phone, it's just for calling me if you need me.
Or playing Snake.
That you could then go, you know what, we might bring some of these old things back and you might just be playing Donkey Kong on your phone.
I reckon they're already. I've got a mate who's well into his 40s who bought a Space Invader machine.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got 40,000 games loaded on there.
Pac-Man, Frogger.
Pac-Man, Galaga, all that stuff.
Space Invaders.
Hey, what were kids doing on their mobile phones? Because aren't they banned from schools?
They can still use them for other things. It's not just social media. Oh, for crying out loud.
There's a ban on mobile phones in schools, remember?
There's something called nuance. They might have been doing some math homework.
They're banned from school, yet they're on the all the time.
They were at the bus stop. They weren't at the school gate. They were at the bus stop. Listen to the detail, Benjamin.
Get a free pack of Succotash 90-gram plain crackers today at Woolworths when you spend $30 on cheese with Christmas Unwrapped in the Rewards app. 12 days, 12 festive offers. T's and C's apply.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield and delays are back to Narangba. Also a crash in Underwood on Kingston Road at Parramatta Road. There's a burst water main being repaired in the city and Edward Street is closed between Ann Street and Adelaide Street. That's causing heavy delays heading inbound on the inner city bypass from Bowen Hills onto Hale and Countess Streets into the city. And also slow for the Pacific Motorway inbound through Wollongabba, then onto the Captain Cook Bridge heading into the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Unwrap a new Hyundai this Christmas at Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. With surprisingly big offers and huge savings on drive-away prices. There's never been a better time to get behind the wheel. Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. Your new Hyundai is waiting.
Which one of these women has bladder weakness? With a new Molicare Premium Lady Pad, it makes no difference. With our best absorbent core ever, you can still enjoy a good laugh. For an instant dry feeling and odor control, the new Molicare Premium Lady Pad. Fast, thin, discreet, made to make a difference, so you can laugh without limits. The new Molicare Premium Lady Pad, now available at Chemist Warehouse.
Hey, it's me. Aldi's fresh Australian blueberries, just $2.79 per 170 grams. Now imagine you've lost track of time. Is it lunch? Is it breakfast? Are you peckish? Go on, it's Christmas. Aldi, good different.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Bajeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Bajeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Bajeremy. See bajeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Australian Power has an important announcement for solar households. Government battery credits of over $5,000 dropped by $600 on January 1st, and demand is already surging. Sign up before December 31st to lock in today's pricing. A family-sized 15 kilowatt-hour battery starts from $30 a week with a 10-year warranty and our battery rewards program, paying you up to $3,000 over 10 years. Sign up by December 31st. AustralianPower.com.au.
Starting your day the right way. This is Breakfast with Sophie Formica on Brisbane's 4BC. Sophie's 100 Days of Walking.
Today is the very last listener walk. It is day 97 of the 100 Days of Walking challenge. We kicked it off in the spring. It was a way for us all to be thinking about getting a little more activity into our days in the lead up to summer, and hopefully in the process just start a new habit. You may not have walked every day, but if you used to walk one day and now you walk two, or you used to walk three and now you work four, then that's fabulous. And I would love to see you this afternoon. We'll be meeting at the Wynnum Esplanade at the end of the jetty. You'll see the 4BC sign. We'll go for a beautiful long walk. It'll be a lovely way for us to end the walking challenge and my last week before I have my summer break. So hopefully I'll see you there, the Wynnum Esplanade at 4 p.m. And back here tomorrow morning from 5:30 for more of 4BC Breakfast. For now, though, my time is up. I do thank you for yours.
Compare and get real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks at therate.com.au.
Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 9 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Monique Dews. Social media sites like Instagram, TikTok and Facebook are now off limits to children under 16. Federal Politics Editor Michael Packey.
The government's social media ban for young children has now come into force. The world-first legislation locks under 16s out of their accounts in a bid to stop online bullying and restrict exposure to malicious material. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and his embattled Communications Minister Annika Wells will mark the occasion at a function at the PM's Sydney residence in Kirribilli. Tech giants are not happy with the changes, with some planning a High Court challenge. But the Australian laws are being watched closely overseas, with the European Union considering a similar ban. Michael Packey, 9 News.
Anthony Albanese will not ask his communications minister to step down as the expenses saga engulfs the federal government. Annika Wells is under increasing pressure over the amount of taxpayer-funded travel she's claimed. Ms Wells maintains she's followed the guidelines but will have her expenses independently scrutinised. The Prime Minister says there is a very high level of transparency.
But of course the information's there. It's published. Every single airfare, every single car, every phone call that's made, every bill, every stamp for postage of MPs is published in a really extensive document. It's there for all to see.
A man is in hospital after a suspected road rage incident in the Gap overnight. Emergency services were called to the intersection of Chowpro and Settlement Road before 7:30 last night. One man aged in his 30s sustained stab wounds to his arm and leg. The other man fled the scene. There is support for suburban pubs to undergo major renovations to include hotel rooms to boost accommodation before 2032. Brisbane City Council has identified more than 70 pubs on large sites that could be modified. Brian Fitzgibbons from Brisbane's Glen Hotel says he's hopeful of expansion.
We're just so excited about what's coming up, and certainly the Olympics in 32 in a great incentive for us to want to get moving with this. We've been talking about it for the last couple of years, and this is certainly encouraging us to take the next step.
The Queensland Tourism Industry Council says the city will need around 76,000 hotel rooms by the Games. To finance, a few minutes into trade, the All Ordinaries has opened up 25 points to 8,901. $1 Australian dollar is buying 66.4 US cents.
4BC Finance. Give yourself a break from cooking. Enjoy delicious home-cooked meals delivered to your door with cameronskitchen.com.au.
The Perth Bears have signed a former Gold Coast Titan. Isaac Fasuamala-Awi is off to France for a year before joining the new franchise in 2027. His superstar brother Tino is currently available on the open market. The future of Test cricket in Brisbane remains uncertain. The Olympic City is getting a new stadium at Victoria Park for 2032, but where matches are played leading up to then remains a mystery. Cricket Australia Chief Executive Todd Greenberg says Brisbane needs to transition away from the Gabba.
The Gabba's been around for a long time. There's a lot of people who love it, but having experienced it for a few days, you can see it is getting very tired. It's very old. It's hard to get in. It's hard to get out. And, all credit to the Queensland government for the vision they've got and the ability to invest in their infrastructure.
And tickets for the AFL opening round go on sale today. It's 9:04. That's the latest news and sport.
The home loan, the car loan, the personal loan. When it's time to compare and find the loan that's right for you, visit therate.com.au.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
4BC Traffic. Celebrate the holiday season in style with Gazman. From wardrobe favourites to gifts you'll love. There's something for everyone in-store and online at Gazman.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield and delays are back to Narangba. Also a crash in Underwood on Kingston Road southbound at Parramatta Road. A burst water main in the city has Edward Street closed between Ann Street and Adelaide Streets. That's causing delays heading into the city on the Pacific Motorway inbound through Wollongabba, also on the Riverside Expressway. And the inner city bypass is heavy inbound from Bowen Hills onto Hale and Countess Streets. And delays on the M1 heading northbound in Slacks Creek. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Kate McDermott, Fraser McWright, Harry Wilson and the Queensland Reds are back at Suncorp Stadium in 2026.
With 7 huge home games on the horizon, the Reds are aiming for another finals berth. The best way to get the best seat at the best price is to become a Queensland Reds member. Flexi and full season memberships are on sale now, with 7 game memberships from just $145. Rugby runs red in 2026. Run with us. Head to reds.rugby for all the details.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Stuck for a Christmas gift? Paperworld can help. Imagine that special person's delight as they unwrap a newspaper from the date of their birth. An original newspaper from Paperworld's 100-year archive. It's a personal, unique, heartfelt gift, but with Christmas just days away, you need to order right now. Paperworld can turn it around in 48 hours. Hurry, order at paperworld.com.au or phone 1-800-811-755. That's 1-800-811-755.
4BC Weather. Want a better forecast for your business? Put your brand right here. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
Fine and sunny across the day, reaching a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 degrees in Ipswich, 29 degrees on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with a chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. A shower around on Friday with a top of 28. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, becoming east to northeasterly, seas below 1 metre. Right now, 26 degrees at Beenleigh. I'm Monique Dews with more news at 10 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
At work, at home, on holiday. Take us with you wherever you go. Download the 4BC app. 4BC is Brisbane. 4BC Mornings with Ben Davis.
G'day, thanks for your company. Social Media D-Day shortly, but a question to kick you off this morning. Solar power at home. Have you invested in a battery? The Watch Smoke Alarms open line is there for you. 133 882 0499 880 882. If you have, what's your experience? Is it worth it? Is it too early to tell? And maybe the pitfalls. Are there any trapdoors that we need to know about? If you haven't got one, and you've got the panels on the roof, do you want one? Or is it still too expensive? Have you looked into it? Despite all the rebates that are there, is it too expensive? Look, the reason I ask this, the organisation that manages our power system, the Australian Energy Market Operator, it's dropping its plan today to merge renewables and fossil fuels over the next 2.5 decades. And I'll step you through all you need to know about that shortly. But the big takeaway from me out of this 115-page report, they were surprised at the bump in investment at battery storage numbers. Now, this is on a commercial level, but over the last 3 years for solar farms and wind farms, battery storage investment has increased by almost 800%. 800%. Now, that's a commercial level. What about a residential level? Your home is the second biggest power generator in this state. The solar panels on your roof. We are the world leaders in having panels on our roofs. So have you taken the next step? Have you got a battery? If you have, what's your experience? Whether you're in the car, the cabin, the kitchen, here in Brisbane on 4BC, 4RO and Rocky or the Resonate network around this great state of ours, the numbers are the same, 133 882 0499 880 882. Well, you ponder that. It's been dubbed Labor's Fitzgerald moment. The Commission of Inquiry into the CFMEU. In half an hour, you're going to hear some numbers around how their best practice industry conditions, BPIC, added to the cost of getting things built. The Centenary Bridge, Jindalee, Queen's Wharf, your house. Yep, your house. Well, the union mightn't have been on your property. They were still causing you hip pocket pain, forcing the price of building your home through the roof, however long it took to get a roof on it. Dollars, delays, disruptions. They are all central as misconduct in the construction industry is investigated. And today, we read that former Labor ministers here in Queensland, including the opposition leader Stephen Miles, the former Premier, they want to use taxpayers' money, your money, to cover their legal bills for the inquiry. Sarah Elks has done great work on this in The Australian today, and she tells us that senior Labor ex-government ministers plan to engage lawyers to represent them, and they're going to seek formal legal indemnity, plus also costs. They're going to do that via the LNP Attorney General, Deb Frecklington. And you know what? The stunning thing about this is all within the rules to do it. Over the last week, we've learned that the Palaszczuk government was warned way back in 2020 that BPIC was walking a legal tightrope. They've seen confidential internal legal advice saying this sweetheart deal with the CFMEU would increase construction costs, risk billions in federal funding, but they went ahead and did it anyway. Names were dropped as well over the last week. Mark Bailey, Mick de Brenny, the Transport and Procurement Ministers. They were told by the Australian Workers' Union State Secretary that BPIC could breach federal workplace laws. And guess what? It may be misused by the CFMEU for their own financial and industrial advantage. Shock, horror. That was in 2021, they were warned by the Australian Workers' Union. And this is when they were trying to retrofit the Gold Coast Light Rail project and the contracts that are around that. They went ahead and did it anyway. Now, the Australian understands that former Labor ministers, including the former Premier Stephen Miles, Mick de Brenny, the former Industrial Relations Minister Grace Grace, and Transport Minister Bart Mellish, they have all applied for legal indemnity. And guess what? It is within the rules. Haven't we been talking about government rules and government guidelines and how out of step they are? Government guidelines for indemnities and legal assistance, it allows for current and former ministers and assistant ministers to have legal costs reimbursed by you and I, the taxpayer, for inquiries, for investigations, including commissions of inquiry that relate to their duties. So they can do this all under the guidelines. Get their legal representatives paid by you and I. I'll get stuck into that later, but as I said, in about half an hour's time, you're going to hear from a man who's done the numbers on the dollars, the delays, the disruptions, productivity, what it's meant, and what it's meant for you if you were trying to do renos, if you were trying to build something, build a home, and get your kids or grandkids into a home. Why the prices have gone through the roof. Yeah, I know there's supply issues, and I know costs of materials have gone up, but also the cost of labour, and it's all on the back of BPIC. You know by now that under 16s around this country have been booted off social media, or have they? Workarounds. More than 1 million social media accounts have been impacted here, so I'm tipping there's been more than 1 million conversations around this country around how kids will get around this. Not enabling them to do it, but asking the question, what are your kids or grandkids doing about this? I'm tipping the majority have said, it's all right, we're going to do this. Now, I don't want to hear your social media workarounds today. I want to hear your workaround stories of just how you've beaten the system. Not social media, but anything in life. I'll give you a few examples shortly, but our mate from the Punters Politics, he's made a parody around the social media workarounds. This is how much of a joke it is.
Good evening. Australia's under-16 social media ban is now in effect, though experts warn kids may still find ways to access harmful content online. For instance, children could simply use a free VPN, which allows them to virtually change locations to a country without these restrictions, instantly bypassing age verifications. Alternatively, they may download foreign and unregulated apps such as Yope or Lemon 8 and thousands of other free apps not covered by the ban. They could also borrow a parent's entire identity using the wallet left on the kitchen counter, quickly returning it before the parent has noticed. They could also simply watch TikTok videos without an account, browsing directly through a web browser using a laptop, smart TV, gaming console, or literally any device with a screen. Officials say they are relying on teenagers' historically good attitude towards authority and habit of doing exactly as they're told. Clip. Bloody hell, Australia loves banning stuff, don't they? You know what they should do? Force TikTok to give everyone a toggle that allows us to switch off their algorithm in my feed. Bloody hell, let's go back to the good old days, scrolling chronologically, before it all turned to shit. Yeah, would fix my feed, that's for sure. Sorry about
there we go. Our mate from the Punters Politics, he was taking the P155, but I mean, that's the whole idea, right? That's how kids are going to get around it. As kids in every generation has got around stuff, right? How have you circumvented the system? We've been through the serious side of things, not only this week, but over the last few months around the social media ban. I do want to just have a little light-hearted discussion around this. I want your best hacks, your best workarounds, the best way you've beaten the system. 133 882. I shared with Sophie a little bit earlier, and this came up last night again, social media bans and workarounds. These are discussions, real discussions that have been had in households around this country. And this is not being flippant about it. This is a reality. Last night we were talking about that same thing, and it led us down a rabbit hole of this exact topic of conversation, our best workarounds. I mentioned that when we were at uni, we used to go to Sizzler as a group. There'd be 8 of us after lectures, toots, and we'd walk in and get the $9.99 salad and soup deal at Sizzler. But we'd only pay for 2. Because the other 6 of it, we've already eaten. We're just waiting for these guys to have some lunch. And then you'd get up and take turns at who'd be taking. Yeah, see, circumventing the system. 133 882. Actually, I remember the time at schoolies that we actually had a kid who was over 18, and he was a little bloke. Tim, he'd repeated grade 12. And when we ventured into, to see if we could get in, we ventured to Jupiter's Casino. And we're all under 18, weren't allowed in, but Tim went first. And the bouncers just went, mate, give us a look at your ID. And as they're looking at him, looking at his ID and actually realising we're just all walking past. He was like the decoy, right? He was the front man. So a bit of fun today on a Wednesday. 133 882 0499 882. I've got Brisbane Heat tickets to give away as well. We'll be doing that before midday today. After 10 o'clock, I'm actually going to catch up with a rising star in the media ranks. This kid's grasp of ability and politics and current affairs well beyond his years. So much so, he's part of our team here at 4BC. But had he have been born a few months earlier, that would never have happened. Never have happened. I'm going to step you through a very personal social media account and what this band may do.
4BC's Jingle Bell Jackpot.
And it always catches me out when that music comes on. Santa going ho, ho, ho. But when we do this before midday today, you need to jump on that open line, all thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. 133 882. Our great mates at Diamonds International have given us a stack of presents underneath the tree, including a pair of 2-carat diamond earrings. Jingle Bell Jackpot. We are doing it all this week in the lead up to Christmas. Next time you hear Santa go ho, 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 you jump on the phone. Give me a call and we'll take caller 12 today when we hear Santa. We're coming up to 19 minutes past 9, off and running for a Wednesday. Going to step you through some bill shock on the other side of this.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in Morayfield and delays are back to Narangba. Southbound delays also in Mango Hill. A crash in Underwood on Kingston Road at Parramatta Road. And a burst water main in the city has a closure of Edward Street between Ann Street and Adelaide Street. That's causing delays heading into the city on the Captain Cook Bridge and Riverside Expressway. And also on the inner city bypass heading inbound from Bowen Hills onto Hale Town Pest Streets. And Centenary Highways heavy inbound Darra to Jindalee. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Oh, Mug. How thoughtful. This Christmas, get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Rabanne 1,100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Try Victor and Rolf Spice Bomb 90ml, now $109.99. Don't pay $205. Or Yves Saint Laurent Black Opium 50ml for just $129.99. Don't pay $215. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
The all-new Palisade Hybrid has landed at Lakes Hyundai, a stunning SUV with advanced 2.5-litre turbocharged hybrid powertrain. Be among the first to experience it with Dealer of the Year Joseph Camilleri and the team at Lakes Hyundai.
The Belvedere at Woody Point just loves Christmas. It's a Christmas wonderland. The perfect place for all your festive festivities. Bring your crew for Santa photos, a big Christmas trivia night, the Christmas movie marathon, the famous Christmas dog party, and there's Santa's letterbox giveaway for the kids with a chance to win your whole wish list. For dates and details of all the Christmas fun, visit belvederehotel.com.au. Christmas comes alive at the Belvedere Woody Point.
I've found Homemade takes the stress out of managing home care services, so you get the support you need your way. They're friendly, knowledgeable, and here to help, so you don't have to figure out aged care on your own.
Hi, how may I help?
And with their lower rates, they make quality care affordable, which is why they're Australia's best value home care. Join now and you'll get a $1,200 gift card. Terms and conditions apply. Visit homemadesupport.com.au.
Give the gift of a good night's sleep this festive season with Sobey CPAP Clinic's Air Mini Travel CPAP. It's the world's smallest CPAP, weighing only 300 grams. Get Sobey's complete Air Mini Travel Bundle with machine, mask and travel bag for only $1,030. Stop snoring with Sobey. Visit sobey.com.au, that's SOVE, or call 1300 76 29 39. Always follow the directions for use. CPAP is used for obstructive sleep apnea treatment. When considering whether CPAP is right for you, speak to your doctor.
At Officeworks, get low prices on the latest Christmas gifts. Gift a Google Nest 3rd Gen 2K wired indoor cam for $157, or a Google Nest 2nd Gen wired outdoor cam for $197. Shop in-store, online, or via the Officeworks app today.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
As we belt out a bit of Steve Winwood on a Wednesday morning, 22 minutes past 9. Oh, Christmas songs. Yes, you've got your suggestions today. Keep them coming through. 133 882. We'll be playing one before midday today. Now, I've put Olympia Kozlowski in a headlock to come in and say good day about the traffic issues that are happening in the city right now. Adelaide, Edward Street, Ann Street, all a nightmare, Olympia. Good morning.
It is. Good morning, Ben. No one I'd rather be in a headlock with than you. So it's very great to be in here with you. Yeah, look, this burst water main, it happened around about 3 a.m. this morning. It's outside the old People's Palace building.
Oh, the People's Palace.
People's Palace building, yes. You know, the corner of Ann Street on Edward Street. So it's sending water gushing down Edward Street towards Adelaide Street. So Edward Street has been closed all morning and still is between Ann and Adelaide Streets. Now, the traffic wasn't really terrible all morning, but it certainly is now. Heading into the city, it's just atrocious. We've got delays on the Riverside Expressway heading inbound all the way back to the Pacific Motorway in Wollongabba. Heavy delays also on the inner city bypass. That's reaching all the way back to Bowen Hills, actually, onto Hale and Countess Street. So once you get into the city, just chaos pretty much everywhere. So, Urban Utilities, they are working to repair this main, this water main, and they're expecting to have the main repaired by 11:40. However, there has been a lot of damage.
11:40, that's quite specific.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I reckon we could probably push it out a little bit more.
They come in at 11:30, they're ahead of time.
Well, you never know. But the footpath has been really significantly damaged here, so there's going to be a lot more to happen besides the main.
I've been getting messages through from colleagues in the city as well, just saying that there's no car access. You can still walk into buildings, but you can't. The car parks a nightmare. And I guess that's the thing. People driving into the city who may have that luxury of a car park within their building, they can't get in there because that's all basement parking. The water will be going through. So
that's right. And Queen's Plaza actually put a thing up saying our car park is closed. They've had a lot of water into the lower levels of the car parks. They've closed the entire thing. So for, shoppers and everyone heading on in there, so that's closed as well.
Olympia, thank you for the update. If you're stuck in traffic trying to get into the city around the CBD, that's why. And in fact, you are our eyes and ears. If you're in the car, in the cab, give us a shout, 133 882. Paint us the picture of what you're seeing. If it is clearing up, any workarounds, let us know. Actually, speaking of workarounds, before I let you go, Olympia, have you got any life hacks, any workarounds, any circumventing the system, beating the system for us?
I do actually.
That's a shock.
But I don't mind sharing either. This one, I won't go into the other things in the past, but a great one that I like to do, particularly around about the time of Christmas, and you might want to be buying things to set certain people online shopping.
Yeah.
A great one is to find the websites that have the $20 off for your first order.
Yeah.
And you make your order, and you might need to spend over $50 to get the $20 off, or whatever the offering is. But if you have multiple email addresses, like I do, you can sign up and you can get like $20 off at least 5 times if you've got 5 email addresses.
Beating the system.
And
That's what I love.
Sometimes I might try and get you by saying, oh, that's already been sent to that address or whatever, but you sometimes have the option, and I made it to know, that you can say it's a work address. And then you'll get your items rocking up.
See, this is the type of stuff that we're looking for today. Yeah. It's almost a community service, isn't it?
That is what you are providing, and we are providing with all these little tips and tricks.
Thank you, Olympia. We'll keep our ears and eyes out for your traffic updates throughout the morning. 133 882. I'm sure, and I'm waiting for it. Ben, how can you be so irresponsible? No, we're just having a bit of fun. John, thank you for your text. Ben, I've calculated backup batteries over 10 years. It works out even. Allowing a 10% increase in power costs annually, then you have to buy the battery again. Bring on coal and nuclear. John, thank you very much. So, solar panels on our roofs. The second biggest power generator in this state is your house with the solar panels there. We are world leaders with the number of homes that have solar panels up on top. So, have you taken the next step? Solar batteries, the battery storage. We've been hearing for months the rebates, the ads. You get bombarded with it on social media. You hear it on radio and see it on TV. Have you taken it up? Are the deals as good as promised? Are there any pitfalls? I'm interested to know. We don't have it at our place. It's something that's on the agenda when we talk about it, but for so many Australians now, when you signed up for solar power, you had the feed-in tariffs. But if you've moved or you're new to the system, those feed-in tariffs have dropped down. Really, not the 44 cents anymore. It's kind of, around 4 to 8 cents, depending on your service provider. So have you invested in solar power? I'm going to step you through some numbers shortly on what the energy market provider, the operator, has said when it comes to their figures on solar storage. They've been blown away by it. Let me know what's happening at your place. All thanks to Amasim. The open line is there for you. You can escape your pricey telco switch to Amasim and save big on mobiles and home internet. Terry's jumped on the open line or the text. He said, instead of banning kids under 16 on social media, can we ban all politicians, political parties, lobbyists and government organisations? Terry, bans. We're not liking bans, really. Do we? I mean, bans. Anyway, here we are. This is where we're living in 2025. Dave, morning to you. He said, hey, Ben, trust you well. I haven't won lotto yet, and I blame the CFMEU. They seem to get the blame for everything else. Regards, Dave. Dave, I know that's very much tongue-in-cheek. Yes, they are to blame for a lot of things, and I am going to be talking to someone who's crunched the numbers, who can actually deliver some real figures in how much the CFMEU's best practice, their BPIC policy, has added to not only government contracts, because remember, this was to come in for government contracts worth over $100 million. Now, they're big projects, and that's where civil construction comes in. And I will be speaking to the Civil Contractors Federation, because for their members, they went, oh, hang on, this is going to change things. And yeah, change things indeed. And so much so, there is now a commission of inquiry into the CFMEU and misconduct, into their actions in the construction industry. But not only if you're building big projects, but if you're building a home, trying to build a home, or trying to get into the housing market, and all of a sudden the price of that home has gone through the roof, this has added to it. 133 882 0499 88 882. Before we go to a break, Jess, thank you for your text. He said, my partner and I are unable to drive due to medical reasons. So sometimes we rely on services such as Milk Run and Uber Eats for our groceries. This is a workaround. Sometimes they have specials, like a frozen box of something, you get it for $1, but you can only get one per order. So instead of doing my shopping in one large, big bulk order, we break it down into 3 or 4 small ones to maximise the savings. If you're thrifty with coupons like me, you can usually get away with free delivery. There we go. See, this is what we like. The workarounds. Beating the system. A win for the little guys. It's 9:30.
The all-new 2026 Cherry Tiggo 9 Super Hybrid Ultimate All-Wheel Drive has just landed at Cherry North Lakes. Big power, advanced tech and ultra-efficient hybrid performance. It's the SUV turning heads everywhere. Be among the first to experience it with Joe Camilleri and the team at Cherry North Lakes. We've got the north side covered.
For years, you've put everyone else first. The kids, the grandkids, your career, the home. Well, now it's your time. I'm John Jerks and I want to help you create something truly special. A ring that's just for you. Something that speaks your journey, your strength and your style. At Argyle Jewellers, we create beautiful handcrafted rings made to last a lifetime and beyond. Just like the legacy you're building. Your ring, your time, your choice. So come and see us today. Argyle Jewellers at Westfield, Carindale and Mount Gravatt.
Australia relies on coal communities for affordable power that keeps the lights on and steel that builds a stronger future. For jobs that support families, exports that drive economies and royalties that fund hospitals and schools. But coal communities rely on us too. And right now, they need us to help fight back against dishonest campaigns and threats to jobs. It's time to stand up. Show your support at coalaustralia.com and let's keep our coal communities strong.
Building, constructing, or lifting, and need a crane? Then you need Lindor's Mobile Cranes, Brisbane's leaders in mini crane, mobile crane and slew crane hire. At Lindor's, we get the job done without the drama. For all kinds of projects in all kinds of industries, large or small. We're on site when you need us, operating with experience, precision and care. At Lindor's, we rise by lifting others. Lindor'sMobilecranes.com.au.
The cost of living crisis means more Australians are facing poverty this Christmas. After paying rent, some families are living on as little as $30 a day. For those doing it tough, a warm meal, a gift for the kids, or financial assistance can feel like a miracle. And that begins with you. If you can, please donate to the Salvation Army Christmas Appeal and be the hope for struggling families. Search the Salvation Army and give today.
Every Christmas begins with a wish. A wish for connection, for music, for moments shared around the piano. At Kauai Brisbane, discover the gift that lasts long beyond the season. With Christmas pricing across our entire range, including digital pianos from $4.49. Enjoy bonus gifts across the Kauai piano range. Bring home a Kauai this Christmas. Offers end December 24. Visit Kauai Brisbane Stafford or brisbane.kauai.com.au. Kauai, instrumental to life.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Thinking about retiring but want to stay near the Yeronga community you know and love? At the Village Yeronga, limited retirement apartments are available now. Head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself at the Village Yeronga.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Plenty of feedback coming through. Thank you. Keep that coming. 133 882, the 4BC open line. All thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. A lot of solar battery chat going on, which is fantastic. And also your nominations for our Christmas song today. Joan has chucked one out there. She said, what about Bob Seger singing Little Drummer Boy? Bob Seger. He was Hollywood Nights, wasn't he? Is that a Bob Seger one? Anyway, we'll get into that. Joan, good stuff. Thank you for the consideration. I mentioned this earlier. It has been tagged Labor's Fitzgerald's moment, the Commission of Inquiry into the CFMEU, and it's laid bare the disaster that has been BPIC, Best Practice Industry Conditions. How much of a disaster? We're about to find out. The perfect man to talk to is Damien Long. He represents those at the coalface. He's the CEO of the Civil Contractors Federation, and Damien has run the numbers on BPIC. The costs, shocking. Dollars, delays, disruptions. Damien, Morning to you. Can you kick us off with BPIC and what it was and what it meant to the civil construction industry? Good morning, mate.
Good morning, Ben. Yes, the BPIC's a fairly complex system, if you like, but effectively it was born out of the state procurement policy. And under the state procurement policy is a range of things called best practice principles, and one of those was called best practice industrial relations. Under that was effectively a state-sponsored patent bargaining agreement that was made a contractual requirement on all contracts over $100 million, which set terms and conditions that were way above the market rates at that particular time. There was a lot of discussions around the legality of that. The Commission of Inquiry is going to clearly explore that, and we saw that through the evidence of the AWU last week. And I think that'll be explored in a lot more detail around what was legal and what was not legal. But essentially what it did was it created a acceleration of the costs, and particularly a lot of lack of productivity in the whole process that added significant costs and delays to the industry.
The two things we can't cop as Aussies, getting blowouts in costs and also the blowouts and nothing being done, the productivity. So, and this is at the heartbeat of your industry, isn't it? Projects over 100 million, that's civil construction right there. This affected you guys so deeply.
With civil construction, nothing starts without a civil contractor. So to build a house, to build a building, to build a bridge, doesn't matter what happens in society, it's the civil works that are done first that enables everything to happen. So whilst the policy of BPIC was aimed at projects over 100 million, we only have a finite set of resources in our industry that builds everything else. And we all have to compete for those resources. So what it did was it actually, to compete with the BPIC projects, every contractor had to accelerate their terms and conditions ahead of what the market was ready for, and that flowed through everything we do. And it doesn't matter, and the housing impact was significant.
Terms and conditions. Let's step through the terms because these are the numbers. These are the hard figures. You saw this coming in 2020 when it was all, and you went, "Oh, this is going to have an impact." What are some of the numbers you crunched?
Well, the first thing we did, the first BPICs we got, we ran the labour rates, and the labour rates were around about 30% more, and that's on the raw figures. So the rate that you'd use to tender a project goes into that. Depending on the labour profile of the project, that was adding a straight up 17 to 30% cost. Now, that's on top of all the inflation and everything else was going around. So effectively, at the worst case, you say a 30% cost increase, $1 billion, that's another $300 million. Or in simple terms, for every 2 hospitals you built, you would have got a third one for free. Like it was taking that much out of the process. So we were running those numbers. Then the productivity issues that are embedded into BPIC, and there's a couple of parallel issues that happened whilst related, are probably a little bit disjointed. So the conduct of the CFMU on the sites and the aggression and the stuff that we've been seen laid bare, particularly through Nick McKenzie's reports and then the CFMU going into administration, that alone was also adding to another layer of non-productivity. So we saw productivity drop to around about a little bit over 2 days a week was the productivity we're getting out of these things. Since BPIC,
that's a weekend.
Yeah, I know.
2 days a week's a weekend, and that was the working week.
And that was something that was never factored into our numbers anyway. So, and I'll use Centenary Bridge as an example. So the lack of productivity just purely through the disruptions on that project was about $22 million, and that's on top of the BPIC impact, which I'm not too sure of those figures, but even if you said it was between 17 and 30%, we're talking significant increases to these projects. And then the delays. So, every project was being delayed and it was purely a lack of control over the productivity that we had.
And with delays comes extra wages because you're paying people for longer with 30%. Yeah.
And as an industry, we've always paid people well. We do want to pay people well. So the wages, I think, at the end of the day, is not really the greatest argument. It was the rate that they were being accelerated beyond what the market could take them up. And then it was the terms and conditions that were put on top that baked in. It literally there was a clause in BPIC that basically said that productivity initiatives would not be agreed to unless the union had spoken about it. So it was they were designed to slow the project down and effectively extract as much as it can. And we'd argued from day one, and we weren't the only ones. There's a lot of other voices in industry that were complaining about this. And the fact is that, our members were the ones front and centre of this. But it was the vicarious impact through the rest of the industry that, we had the developers suddenly realising, hang on, I'm trying to get my development built. And I can't, I'm putting it out of the market. And the only way they can recoup their money is put the cost of their lots up. And it's the first home buyers that are copping it. And we're talking about a housing affordability crisis. Well, it's not the only reason, but man, it has a big impact on that as well.
You're hearing some sobering news from Damien Long. He's the CEO of the Civil Contractors Federation, at the coalface of what we're facing now with the Commission of Inquiry into the CFMEU. We're getting real data here and a real impact of what has been happening over the last 5 years. It's been half a decade since this came in. Sophie asked me this morning, she said, actually, this was unpicked BPIC in January. Jared Blake jumping up saying this is done, this is dusted. Have we seen an impact? Is there a lag effect here? Or
shout out to Jared Blake. That was a great call. I think it was the first call the government made was to pause it. There's an interim report from the Queensland Productivity Commission that recommend killing it. They've made that decision now that policy has been dead and buried. So two things that happen. One is we've now allowed the market to re-establish the rates they need to, and particularly around productivity. So a lot of the major projects, and particularly around the Olympics, we're seeing genuine bargaining now with the right unions to get those things re-established. And the CFMEU being put in administration as well has had a profound impact. We're not seeing the disruptions we used to have. The relationships with that union of what's left of it now are relatively good. And they're staying out of our space. The AWU is our union. The AWU has the significant majority coverage, and they are a great partner to us. And so we're starting to see some really good outcomes as we go forward.
Have you been shocked by any of the evidence that has been presented so far into the inquiry? And if so, what's blowing your hair back?
No, I haven't been shocked because I've been privy to it. So everything that's being said, I've been either seen with my own eyes or has been told to me in confidence. And it's the perfect storm where I think there are people within industry now that have been fearful to speak out. And it's the right time, it's the right protections to start telling these stories. I think as the Commission's journey goes on, I think for most people will be quite shocked about the level of influence that has been penetrated into the decision-making process around this and who's been involved. I can't preempt it, but I'm starting to see a story starting to roll out. And it'd be great. We need to draw a line under this, and we need to make sure this never happens again.
Jared Blake dubbed it as the Labor's Fitzgerald moment. Is that overstating it, or?
No, not really. If you think about the disruption that's been going on in the industry for years, and we've had, in I suppose the last 20 years, we had the Coal Royal Commission, then we had the Hayden Royal Commission. Both of those were into union behaviour, and particularly the CFMEU. Out of that, we haven't had any real wholesale changes into the behaviour of how the industry's been acting. I think this is a real watershed moment, and whilst the Queensland government, I think, is leading the way, the feds are doing their bit as well. So we're talking about cultural changes. We need to get more women in the industry, and the worst barrier to getting women in the industry is the front page of the Courier Mail, just saying that the sheer misogynistic violence that's going on a daily basis. I can tell you right now, I'm a father of 3 daughters. I wouldn't recommend them to go in the industry seeing on that. But it's one of the greatest industries you can be in. There's so many different pathways you can get into this industry and have such a rewarding career. And we want to do this. And so the help of this commission and what this government is providing, I'm hoping can break down those barriers and just show what we need to do. And we need everybody to build the program going ahead. Like, we've got a massive program with drop dead dates. And there's a lot of really good people working in unison to deliver what we need to do for the Olympics.
Yeah, well, that drop dead date is July 2032. Well, actually, it needs to be built a bit earlier than that, but that's exactly. So it'd be remiss of me if I didn't ask. Are you worried about that timeline?
No, look, it's tight. We're having a lot of conversations with government and stakeholders at the moment around we do these. Transport and Main Roads has got an incredibly large program in part to do with this. I've been on a journey with them and others as well within industry to find better ways of delivering projects. And we're actually now just starting to roll stuff out, which is business as usual, that it basically brings everyone together in a collaborative forum and we can actually talk about the problems and overcome the industry issues. We've been through tight points before. We've had the mining boom, the LNG boom. We had flood recovery on top of that. It's going to be tough, but with the right people having the right conversations and having the right plans, I'm actually relatively confident we'll get through this.
Outstanding stuff. Mate, appreciate you coming in and stepping us through it. It's eye-opening stuff. The line you just said to us to kick us off, for every 2 hospitals you could have got a second one free. I reckon that really rams it home. Damien Long, appreciate your time this morning. It's coming up to 14 minutes away from 10. The 4BC open line is there for you. Watch smoke alarms, 133 882.
Traffic. Heading to Specsavers before December 31 for 30% off all lens options available with all health funds. Conditions apply. Should have gone to Specsavers.
In Stafford, there's a crash on Stafford Road heading eastbound. Left lane's blocked just near Ogden Street, and there's a breakdown on the Gateway Motorway southbound after Compton Road in Stretton. That crash is now cleared from the Bruce Highway northbound in Burpengary. We are still seeing some delays, though, around Burpengary East. And we've got this burst water main in the city. Edward Street closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street. That's causing delays heading into the city on the Riverside Expressway and Captain Cook Bridge, also on Hale and Countess Streets. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Unwrap a new Hyundai this Christmas at Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. With surprisingly big offers and huge savings on drive-away prices. There's never been a better time to get behind the wheel. Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. Your new Hyundai is waiting.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Atom, Bailey's Marine Fuels, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Oral health on Healthy Living, thanks to Dental Boutique.
It's easy to end up falling for myths and mistruths when it comes to your dental health. Here to help us bust these myths is Principal Dentist at Dental Boutique Sydney and Chatswood, Ben Hargrave. If it doesn't hurt, I don't need to see a dentist.
Often there can be signs and you can actually have dental infection and not even know about it. There's 2 different types. The first one is gum disease. It's a slow progressing thing and sometimes there's no pain involved whatsoever. And then the second thing is a dental abscess, which is an infection at the base of the teeth. And often they can start off with pain, but then over the years the pain disappears and you have absolutely no idea you've got it there.
Brushing harder means you get cleaner teeth.
Not true at all. Brushing harder can actually strip away some of the enamel on the outside of the teeth or damage your gums. So the most effective toothbrushes are actually soft toothbrushes, just used for a 2-minute period, and that's really good enough to get rid of all of the plaque in your mouth.
Dental Boutique, with over 150,000 patients seen, the DB team is dedicated to creating smiles that are tailored to you.
Another Christmas is coming, and finding that perfect gift or outfit can be a real struggle and really expensive. But here's a secret. Right now, Link Vision op shops are stocked with treasures just waiting to be unearthed. You'll be pleasantly surprised what you discover and what you could save. Plus, every dollar you spend in a Link Vision op shop supports people with low and no vision. With 9 stores around Brisbane, find pre-loved Christmas gems today at linkvision.org.au.
Smoke alarm laws take effect January 27th. Beat the rush and have the smoke alarm guys install now and receive a free Hushie wall controller and compliance certificate. Call 1300 29 30 31 or visit thesmokealarmguys.com.au.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Some breaking news at 11 to 10. Annika Wells is out of witness protection, as Gary put it yesterday. Great analogy. She has spoken, as you would have expected today, her headline project, the social media ban, as the communications minister. But guess what questions came her way? Bang, bang, left hook, right hook, straight down the centre. Yep, it was about spending. Just in the process of getting that audio together to bring it to you, yes, I want to play the social media ban comments, but also her reaction to see if it's changed, to see if there's actually, we've been hearing word salads coming out of her mouth on Sunday on Sky News. So she was stopped at the airport overnight by the Australian newspaper. And again, it was all these words just vomiting out saying, oh, I trust the process and I haven't broken any rules and it's all within the guidelines. And the guidelines are, just be human about it. There's only one word we really want to hear, and that's sorry. Isn't it? That would actually right a few wrongs in a social type of way, wouldn't it? 133 882 0499 882. Alex has said, "Hey, morning. I've got to agree with that bloke. Well, it wasn't a bloke, it was Joan. But I've got to agree with Bob Seger's version of the Little Drummer Boy. It's fantastic." There we go. There's 2 votes for Little Drummer Boy Bob Seger when it comes to our Christmas song, playing that before midday today. Brian, cheers to you. He said, great information in the construction industry. I'm not surprised at the Royal Commission of the CFMEU. Commission of Inquiry, Royal Commission, yeah. If ever a lesson for Queenslanders, we should not have another Labor government in power for many years to come. Brian, thank you. Angela, she's a Gen Xer like I am. She said solar panels, it's a boomer scam, fostering the non-recyclable materials into future generations, and they manage to waste. They have to hide and hold us back with a moratorium on nuclear. Give me a break. Angela, okay. Boomer scam, the solar panels. If you've got solar panels on your roof, which more Queenslanders do than don't, and more than anywhere in the world, we have solar panels on our roof. It is the second largest generator of power in this state when you put them all together. That's how big it is. So have you taken the next step to get a solar battery for that storage? I'm going to step you through some numbers around that, and also what's happening with energy supply, energy costs, because the market regulator is dropping a report today full of those facts and figures, how that's going to impact you. But others have chimed in on this. Imagine the battery disposal fee when it dies of old age after 5 to 7 years. And it will fail. They haven't invented a lifetime battery yet. Mike, thank you. 5 to 7 years. Teslas have been going around a bit longer than that, as in cars. I don't see them breaking down. Now, Mike, I'm not being flippant about that. We don't know how long the lifetime is for these batteries. We don't. You're right. We just haven't had that test. But 5 to 7 years, that's a bit harsh, I would say, at this stage. We just haven't had the time put in yet. Have a nationwide strike on solar imports, and then everyone turn their solar systems off to teach the government a lesson that we need coal. Bryce at Rockhampton in coal country. Bryce, that's wishful thinking. That's wishful thinking. I don't think it's going to happen. The CCP is going to love the amount of extra data they can access from the verification process to open account on TikTok. Terry, thank you. Verification processes. See, that's another issue with this social media ban, and each platform is doing it differently. Some are asking for licenses or scan your face. Have a 15-year-old at home. You know that. We've spoken about Raf many a time. He and his mates over the weekend, because it isn't just today that all of a sudden the notifications have popped up how to verify your age on social media. This has been happening over the last week, maybe even longer. I think on Snapchat it was a couple of weeks ago it first came up to verify your age. But he and his mates were sitting there, and one of them had to verify their age and using ID. Now, you can use a school ID if you had it. They didn't. They will scan your face. And they were blocked on Instagram until they scanned their face. So his mate did that to verify his age, 15 years of age. Tick, you're through. They looked at his face and thought he was over 16. How's that going? Workarounds, your best. Keep them coming through. We're 6 minutes away from 10 here on 4BC.
Carla Binyaska.
A 10-month review has revealed that Queensland missed up to 5 clear chances to stop one of the country's worst pedophiles. As a parent of a child who's in childcare, I want to know what will be put in place practically as a result of the review, because this cannot happen again. And the time for delays and the time for more reviews is done. We need a safer system for our kids and a system that spots danger before harm happens yet again.
Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
The all-new Palisade Hybrid has landed at Lakes Hyundai, a stunning SUV with advanced 2.5-litre turbocharged hybrid powertrain. Be among the first to experience it with Dealer of the Year Joseph Camilleri and the team at Lakes Hyundai.
Hi, it's Ian Roche, owner of 1300 Smoke Alarms. New laws are coming soon, which means it's time to get compliant. Do it once, do it right. At 1300 Smoke Alarms, I guarantee you'll get licensed electricians, premium alarms with a 10-year warranty. And right now, you'll also receive a free silencing remote control worth $100. No more climbing chairs to turn off a false alarm. Call today.
1300smokealarms.com.au. That's 1300 766 532.
At this special time of year, Holy Cross Funerals would like to wish you and your family a safe and happy Christmas. Holy Cross Funerals are always there when you need them, helping you shoulder some of the burden upon the loss of a loved one. From full burial services to no service, no attendance cremations, as a not-for-profit funeral home, Holy Cross Funerals are dedicated to providing dignified, affordable farewells. Holy Cross Funerals. Phone 3293 0555. Proud members of Funerals Australia.
Is excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated? Caruso's Fluid Away to the rescue. Caruso's Fluid Away contains herbs including dandelion, which is traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to temporarily relieve mild fluid retention and reduce abdominal bloating. So if you're fed up with excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated, try Caruso's Fluid Away today. Caruso's Fluid Away is made in Australia and is available from leading pharmacies and health stores. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
It's getting harder and harder now to change the sheets. Neither one of us can do it on our own anymore. Arthritis makes it difficult. And then there's the mattress. It's so bloody heavy. So our daughter bought us the Bed Easy mattress lifter. It goes under the mattress. And when we want to change the sheets, we simply push a button. Bed Easy lifts the mattress so we don't have to. Have a look at bedeasy.com.au. That's BEDEZY.com.au.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Not gonna lie, by 2 p.m, my feet were killing me. Standing at work all day, chasing kids, walking the dog, I just powered through the pain. Then I walked into the Good Feet store at Mount Gravatt East, tried their 3-step arch support system and was fitted on the spot. I felt the difference immediately. It's clinically proven significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Now, no more limping, no more sitting things out. You don't have to live with foot pain. Book your free fitting and test walk now at goodfeet.com.au.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
A minute away from news, 10 o'clock. Headlining the news will be Annika Wells, the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport. She has been fronting the media when it comes to the social media ban. World first. The world is watching. But Annika Wells, the country is watching you. The questions, sadly, around this historic piece of legislation, the biggest social change that we've seen in this country since, same-sex marriage? The biggest government intervention we've seen in our lives since John Howard's gun laws. If there's a bigger one that you can think of, let me know. Yet it was dominated by her travel expenses. Talk about an own goal. That's going to be kicking off our news. On the other side of 10 o'clock, I've got some Brisbane Heat tickets to give away. And I want to introduce you to a member of our team that, had he been born a couple of months early, he would not have been able to provide the services he provides for you because of the social media ban. Longbow? No, not at all. I'll explain everything on the other side of this.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans. Visit therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 10 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Monique Dews. Still delays in the city after a burst water main that's closed part of Edward Street. Bus services are impacted as well as CBD roads, and delays are banking on Riverside Expressway, Hale Street, Countess Street and the ICB. Repairs are underway to pipes with the footpath also left damaged. A man has been charged following a fatal shooting in Beenleigh last week. Georgia Condek reports.
Police allege around 10:40 last Tuesday night, a 35-year-old man received a gunshot wound to his chest and was declared deceased at the scene. Earlier into the next morning, a 22-year-old man was arrested in Bushland at Hope Island. In the following days, he was initially charged with 4 offences, including unlawful use of a motor vehicle, unlawful possession of a weapon, possessing explosives and receiving tainted property. Further investigations have led Logan homicide detectives to also charge the man with murder. He will face Beenleigh Magistrates Court this afternoon. Georgia Condek, 9 News.
Communications Minister Annika Wells says she's always taken care when considering taxpayer-funded expenses. Ms Wells is under pressure over the number of travel claims she's made, which includes several family reunion entitlements. All her claims will now be scrutinised by the Expenses Office. Ms Wells says she understands the public interest in the matter, but is confident she's upheld the rules.
I've always put all of my travel through the independent regulator. We've never had any issues with it. I'm happy for them to have another audit of all of my travel. And like I said, I really do each and every day try to discharge my duties as the Minister for Communications, the Minister for Sport and the member for Lily. I really do work very hard and try my best.
A state government's passed legislation making Queensland's assisted reproductive technology sector safer. The changes relate to the collection of information, stronger inspector powers and smoother transitions for treatments. Health Minister Tim Nicholls says the bill addresses significant legislative gaps impacting Queenslanders hoping to start a family. Consumer group Choice has found significant safety failures among toys from online marketplaces. 6 of 22 toys tested fell short of mandatory standards. Choice Director of Campaigns Andy Kelly says it pays to avoid cheap online vendors when looking for a Christmas bargain.
Including Amazon, eBay, Temu and AliExpress weren't up to scratch, weren't compliant with the mandatory standards, and this could mean that, small parts could become lodged in a child's throat or other suffocation hazards.
To finance, the All Ordinaries is up 12 points to 8,887. $1 Australian dollar is buying 66.4 US cents.
Prime Time, the podcast that helps you navigate the journey to retirement. Relationships, health, money, travel. Out every Thursday, wherever you get your podcasts.
Glenn McGrath is predicting a 5-0 Ashes drubbing after England's disastrous start to the series. Eddie Summerfield reports.
After just 6 days of cricket, Australia leads the Ashes 2-0 in what many predicted would be one of the tightest contested series on Australian soil. England players are in Noosa before flying to Adelaide on Saturday for the third test. Legendary Australian bowler Glenn McGrath slamming England's carefree attitude.
No negativity and no accountability is what I don't like.
McGrath telling the BBC if the Bazballers lose in Adelaide, England faces the prospect of a 5-0 series whitewash. In Melbourne, Eddie Summerfield, 9 News.
Liverpool are celebrating after a 1-0 win over Inter Milan in the European Champions League. Wins also to Barcelona, Atlanta, Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid. And ice hockey players from the NHL are threatening to sit out the Winter Olympics due to concerns over the quality of the playing surface. It's 10:04.
The home loan, the car loan, the personal loan. When it's time to compare and find the loan that's right for you, visit therate.com.au.
Hi, it's Brooke Cordy. There is a smarter way to manage all aspects of your business's finances. It's called Airwallex, a single global platform that brings everything together. Business accounts, payments, FX and spend management. Think faster FX transfers with bank-beating rates, opening international accounts in minutes, not months, and AI-powered products that save time and costs. Airwallex helps businesses grow without the clunky old banking systems. Airwallex, the future of finance. General advice only. Read the PDS, T's and C's apply.
Traffic. Get what you really want this end of year with Ford Ranger Black Edition Model Year 26 from 55k drive away for ABN holders. Recommended price at participating dealers while stocks last.
There's a breakdown on the Gateway Motorway northbound before the Gateway Bridge in Murray, not causing any delays, and a breakdown also for the Gateway Motorway southbound after Compton Road in Stretton. Some road works after a crash on Stafford Road heading eastbound. The left lane is blocked near Ogden Street in Stafford. And a burst water main in the city has Edward Street closed between Ann Street and Adelaide Street. That's causing heavy delays heading into the city on the Captain Cook Bridge and Riverside Expressway, and also on Hale and Poundcare Streets. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Dear Mia, happy 10th birthday. Today, you can count your age on 2 full hands. And we can put those hands in handcuffs. On your 10th birthday, we can send you to prison. That's our gift to you. Love, the New South Wales Government.
In New South Wales, 10-year-olds can be sent to prison. That is too young. Learn more at raistheagensw.org.au. Authorised by Unlimited Sydney.
There's tennis. And then there's tennis turned up. Hear the difference for yourself at the United Cup in Sydney. Ken Rosewall Arena, January 3rd to 11th. Search United Cup tickets.
Don't just think about next year's business goals, own them. With the right digital agency handling your SEO, your business could be standing out and growing fast. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. So while your competitors are sleeping, we're ranking you and getting you ready for a big year ahead. If you want to start strong in 2026, now's the time to move. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
4BC weather. Want sunny skies for your business? Add radio to your marketing mix. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
Fine and sunny across the day, reaching a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 Ipswich, 29 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow with the chance of a shower and a top of 29 degrees. A shower around Friday with the top of 28. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now, 28 degrees at Rosewood. I'm Monique Dews with more news at 10:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
4BC is with you on the wake up, across the day and on the way home. Live and local. 4BC is Brisbane. It's back to mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
7 minutes past 10 Wednesday morning. Thank you for your company, regardless if you're in the car, the kitchen, the cabin, wherever you are around the great southeast. Maybe it's 4RO in Rockhampton, the Resonate Network around Queensland. We are going to hear from Annika Wells very shortly. She's been on the lawns of Kirribilli the lawn of Kirribilli, I should say, with the Prime Minister and the families that were front and centre of the social media ban. We're going to hear from the Communications Minister very, very shortly, but we do have some breaking news in the world of cricket. That's right. Australia have named their squad in the last few moments for the third test in Adelaide. The third Ashes test starts next Wednesday, a week today. There have been changes, or change, I should say. Pat Cummins is in. And that is the only change, a 15-man squad. So that means Usman Khawaja remains in the team. The squad. Michael Neser remains in the squad. Pat Cummins, the only addition to the squad that was here in Brisbane. So a 15-man squad. So there you go. The captain is back, so it seems, poised to return in Adelaide. Usman Khawaja also poised to return. You'd have to think if they have kept him in the squad. 133 882. All thanks to Amasim. You can escape your pricey telco. Amasim.com.au. Tell your pricey telco where to go. I've got Brisbane Heat tickets to give away to this hour. We'll do that when we catch up with Richard French for our sport update. In fact, Richard is right now at Allan Border Field where the Heat have a media conference. Their star import, Sheena Freedy, he arrived in the country overnight, and he is fronting the media today. So we'll hear what the Pakistani paceman has to say from Richard. But right now, I want to introduce you to a member of our team here at 4BC. And he's a young member, and it was actually only this week I found out how young, and it absolutely blew my socks off. His name is Austin Pollock, and he is 17 years of age. He's about to go into grade 12. But he is working here at 4BC as part of our team, and he's worked on different shows over the journey. And again, I had to do the double check. I had to do, show me your license. It was like I was a social media platform. You 17. His ability to read and grasp politics, current affairs, and news, it's like he's 17 going on 37. Had he been a few months younger, though, he would never have, one, come across our radar, and he would not have had the grasp of politics and current affairs that he's done. I've dragged him out of the production chair into a studio chair. Austin, good morning to you.
Hello, Benny. Thanks for having me in.
17 years of age. Goodness me, you're about to go into grade 12.
I am. I've never been described as a 35-year-old man before, but, it's okay. It's okay. Pricey called me 15 the other day, so it's not too bad. But, yes, I'm 17 at the moment. I'll be going into grade 12 next year. And, I mean, had I been a couple of months younger, I wouldn't be in this job right now. I would have had none of the opportunities that I've had, yeah.
Step us through that. Step us through how you came across the 4BC radar and how social media played its part.
So, look, I've always had a passion for news, right, since I was about 5 years old. If you go onto my dad's iPad, you will see the amount of videos. It's just me taking selfies of myself, pretending to read the news and stuff. Then when I was about 12 or 13 years old, I created a YouTube channel, right? That's part of this band. YouTube's gone, except YouTube Kids, but you can't really post anything on that newsworthy. So I created my own YouTube channel, and I started posting on that.
What type of stuff would you post?
I would often present little news bulletins with my grandma Pauline. And I just love news, right? So I would just make my own bulletin on the weekends, post that, try to do it weekly and stuff. And I did that for about a couple of years. I created a Twitter account. It was then called Twitter, now called X, of course. And then through that, I met this kid called Leo Puglisi he runs 6 News in Melbourne. It's a fairly big-ish organisation for a teenager to run. And then it was through that I worked there for about 5 years or so, filing reports each week. I interviewed Albo and Chris Foley as well. And I mean...
So hang on, how old are you interviewing the Prime Minister and the Premier?
That was this year, so I was 16 at the time this year.
Okay.
And when I interviewed the Premier, Stephen Miles, when I interviewed him, I was only 15. So no social media. We wouldn't have been able to post that content anywhere. I would have seen Stephen Miles on the street. I walked up to him on the street. This was on the day that Anastasia Palaszczuk and him switched over in December 2023. And I walked up to him on the street. I said, hey, can I have a chat? And he said, yeah. And I wouldn't have been able to post that on social media. It would have just gone into my camera roll somewhere.
You know you're a unicorn, right? A teenager who actually is engaged with current affairs, news, politics. Like that I understand that is not the everyday. But has that come through? Like, how have you absorbed that? Are you sitting down watching the news at 6 o'clock every night, listening to 4BC, or are you getting the majority of that content on social media?
Yeah, of course, listening to 9 News and 4BC. And
it's all right. You've got a job.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And also, of course, social media. And that's the same for all kids my age and same for kids underage. I mean, we're told in school all the time, right? Become informed people, listen to what's happening in the world. But you can't do that because times are changing, right? Kids are getting their news from social media. I mean, most of my news I see watching clips from 9 News on YouTube or on Twitter or on Instagram and stuff or TikTok. That's how kids are getting it. So if the government wants us to stay informed with current affairs, stay informed with politics, we're not going to go back to watching the nightly news because it's not the 90s. It's not the early 2000s and stuff, right? Social media is here. And Australia, I feel like we're being cut off from the rest of the world. This isn't happening in the rest of the world. Kids these days and kids our age and younger are going online and looking at social media and they're joining the conversation as well. And that's something I want to quickly touch on because getting rid of social media, it's also getting rid of their voice to have their say. Because how else are they supposed to, I mean, without coming on radio or being interviewed on TV, how else are they supposed to have their say? I mean, older people are still allowed to be on social media and have their voices put out and tweet. I mean, Piers Morgan's quite vocal about the Ashes, and it's good to see how sad he's become. But
and mate, to be fair, it's people my age that are the worst.
Yeah,
with the comments and having a voice. But back to teenagers having a voice. Is that what you feel and you grasp is your ability to express yourself?
Exactly right. Exactly right. And
will you find different ways to express yourself now?
Well, I mean, if you have a look at what's in this ban, it's YouTube, it's TikTok, it's Snapchat, it's X, it's Instagram.
Yeah.
It's everything under the sun. I think Facebook's banned. I mean, the only things that aren't banned, I think, are Roblox. And Roblox is one of the most cesspit places to not have to still be on. I mean, it is a disgusting place that they still have Roblox around. I mean, if you just Google Roblox stories, there are some disgusting stories about what's happened, but they're focusing on banning apps like Snapchat, which I mean, kids my age, I got Snapchat when I was, I think, 14, and my parents didn't actually know about that, but I got it when I was 15, according to them. But you use it to talk to your friends. And Australia, we're a massive country, right? We have friends, you know, all across the country that aren't as close to us. And if you want to stay connected with them, how else are you going to do it? You still have text messages, sure, but it's not the same. You can't see a reel or something and send it to them anymore. And it's how we are connected, right? I mean, back in the 90s and 80s and back in your day, dare I say.
That was the 90s and 80s, just careful.
You would have, you know, watched TV and spoken about a TV show that you saw and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the same nowadays. We talk about a reel we saw. We talk about a trend that's online.
I would argue it actually is the same, but your TV is in the palm of your hand. That's your screen. And look, I like so many of my media colleagues are a living example of no one sitting down watching less and less people now are sitting down and watching the 6 o'clock news, because 6 o'clock, it is not the 1970s, 80s. No one's working 9 to 5 anymore.
No.
6 o'clock is not a home time sitting around the dinner table watching the news. It's a ridiculous time.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying that, but it is a ridiculous time to have the news. I mean, news is happening on social media, regardless of what age you are. If Adam Reynolds busts his knee at Broncos training at 10 o'clock, that's out there at 10:05.
Exactly.
Waiting for 6 o'clock to come around is ridiculous. Anyway, off my soapbox, back to you. Your cohort at school. I know this ban doesn't affect you personally, or maybe it does actually, because you'd have mates who are a little bit younger. How are you communicating with them now?
Well, I mean, some of
do you have phone numbers?
Used to work at 6 News, they're still under 16. You have to go back to text messaging, but there's something that's not the same, right? You can still text message people, that's great, but as I said, you can't send a reel. You see, you can't. It's not the same point as being able to snap. Like we've grown up with this technology, right? And I mean, you guys grew up with different technology, but this is the technology that we've been given and grown up with, and that's just been taken away. And I mean, I will say this. I said this to you in the production office earlier. You don't teach a kid to swim by throwing them in the water when they turn 16, right? You don't rock up to the DTMR when you're 17 and get your license. No, you practice not before that, and
you get a taste of it, you get experience of it. So all of a sudden it's not big and daunting and some big barrier of like, I can't do that until I'm this particular age.
When you're 16, you're not going to automatically switch overnight like that. You're going to be more mature. You're going to know how social media works. Why would they not focus on more education about social media and pushing that in schools, pushing that message instead of ripping away connection? Because, I mean, people go to these places, right, to feel connected. Social media is about connection. And when you want to talk about, issues that you have in common, whether it be anxiety and things like that, you go to social media to find your clique, your group, that maybe if you're in a regional area, how are you going to connect with people through a follow on who's in a metro area who might be going through the same experiences as you, if that makes sense. And
100%.
It just doesn't seem like they've thought about this to the right way. It seems like it's a really great policy that looks great on paper. It's a great PR stunt, but why Albanese in a suit is telling kids age 16 and under what they can and can't do in a democracy in Australia, it really makes you think.
Austin, 17 years of age, again, a couple of months younger. We would never have seen his presence on social media. He would never have been able to reach out to 4BC because that's how he did it, via social media. And we've gone, this kid's got something. This kid's got something. Mate, phones are ringing. I need to get you
back out. Get back to my job.
No, but this is part of your job. It's part of communicating. It's part of being the media. And thank you for still flying the flag for your generation of coming through, showing that media and communication, whilst it's changing and there are different platforms, there is still a belief and a hunger to be part of the news and to actually give information to Australia. So thank you, mate, for doing that, but also thank you for sharing your experience and hopefully opening some eyes and starting a conversation.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ben. Thanks for having me in.
There we go. Austin Pollock, so right there, 17 years of age, 133-882, 0499 880 882, the 4BC open line, all thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. 20 past 10, Annika Wells on the other side of this.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
There's a crash on the M1 southbound in Helensvale past Dreamworld and delays are back to Ormo, and some roadworks in Stafford on Stafford Road heading eastbound. The left lane's blocked near Ogden Street. There's a breakdown in Murray on the Gateway Motorway northbound just before the Gateway Bridge. And as Burst Water Main continues in the city on Edward Street, it's closed between Ann Street and Adelaide Street. That's just causing some delays now on the Riverside Expressway and also around Turbot Street in the city. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Opening week at the Australian Open. It's the week of firsts. First serve, first ace, first taste of summer. Your favourite player's first hit in open practice. Be first in line for the selfie, then first on the dance floor with daily live music. The kids' first stop, ballpark. Their first swing, smash and splash. Opening week at the Australian Open from January 12th. Be first in, best dressed with a ground pass from just $20. Your first move is ausopen.com.
Need a trade specialist today that can be straight on their way? Call Fallon Solutions. Got a plumbing or electrical issue that needs to be fixed today? Call Fallon Solutions. We can be there today. Whether it's burst, blocked, tripped or blown, call us on 3029 3201 or go to fallonsolutions.com.au. Fallon Solutions, your local tradies that can be there today. QBCC 1088291, licence number 65776 and AU 13164.
Wow, you shouldn't have, really. Win your loved ones over this Christmas with gorgeous scents from Chemist Warehouse. Like Hugo Boss bottled 100ml, $69.99. Don't pay RRP $155. Rabanne 1,100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay $175. Or Giorgio Armani C100ml for $179.99. Don't pay $310. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
In life, when you snooze, you lose. Don't snooze on 30% off lens options with any health fund at Specsavers. Book an eye test today. Limited time only, conditions apply. Should have gone to Specsavers.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Pumping up the jam. There we go. Just for the 90s. Just for you, Austin. Thank you. 133-882, the 4BC open line. All thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. This is a great text from James. Ben, good morning. This social media ban will never work. It will never be able to be enforced. Albo is just buying votes. Albo is just buying votes. There we go. Does this make you want to vote for Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party? I know the next election's, 2028? Is this a vote winner? Is this, if you're undecided, if you're a swinging voter, you go, oh, this is a good idea? 133 882. James, thank you. Alongside the Prime Minister today at Kirribilli are the families of those who they've been putting up as the catalyst of the social media ban. And we do not diminish one little bit what they have been through. And I'm glad that they have been heard and been seen. And yes, I am actually glad that the government is trying to get on the front foot and be proactive with something around social media. I just think that taking it the wrong way. The other thing that's happened is the minister in front and centre of this is the Communications Minister, Minister for Sport, Annika Wells. And we know what she has been dealing with over the last, week and a bit. But it's all self-inflicted. She, as you can expect, has fronted the media this morning. A big day for her. This is her headline policy, the social media ban. She's also, guess what, faced scrutiny over her large travel expenses. She was happy to answer questions from the media this morning. She's always happy to answer the questions, except she just doesn't answer them, right? Here's what she had to say when asked if she understood while people were unhappy with her spending.
I absolutely accept that those figures prompt a gut reaction in people. I honestly accept that. And I agree with everybody that parliamentarians' entitlements should be scrutinised. I've said that from the get-go. I've always said that. It's something I deeply believe in, and that's why I've always put all of my travel through the independent regulator. We've never had any issues with it. I'm happy for them to have another audit of all of my travel. And like I said, I really do each and every day try to discharge my duties as the Minister for Communications, the Minister for Sport and the member for Lily. I really do work very hard and try my best.
I was hearing that for the first time, just like you. And like Annika Wells, I'm lost for words. That's just a word salad. And that's sadly what we've been hearing all the time. Oh, yes, but we've got the policies in place and I haven't done anything wrong and I'm open to scrutiny and let's go. At least she touched on, I understand the gut feeling and the gut reaction. But does she understand the reason why we're feeling that? And please address that. That's all we're begging. That's all we're asking. And again, for all the words, one would suffice, wouldn't it? Sorry. I'll try and do better next time. 133 882. Look, D-Day on the social media ban, of course, that was coming up. That was the front line. The reason why she was out of witness protection today is Communications Minister. She's played a huge role in getting this into effect. And we know the workarounds. Many kids are working around it. This is the Minister on the social media ban.
So just because they might have avoided it today doesn't mean that they will be able to avoid it in a week's time or a month's time. These social media platforms have to go back and routinely check under 16 accounts. This isn't, if you pass today, you're fine for the rest of your time until you turn 16. Also, like you've heard me say before, Mark, these social media platforms have so much data on us because we choose to give it to them, because we like social media. And because you've had your older brother scan their face for you today, which has bought you a bit of time, doesn't mean that these accounts aren't going to see you talking to other 14-year-olds tonight about the under 16 soccer carnival on the weekend, about your upcoming school holidays and what your year 10 teacher is next year. They have so many points of data on you. If your VPN overnight has switched to Oslo, but you have for the past few months or years been posting photos from the sunny coast on Queensland, they know. And
all right, well, there we go. So there are some of the factors, the barriers, the workarounds block, if you like, from the minister. So it's a warning and, yes, enforcement. You know what? That actually sounds like there's things in play, and that is good. But there, for every roadblock put in, there's always a detour, right? The workarounds, not workarounds around social media. She's just stepped through what some of those workarounds may be. But what I'm asking you today is, how have you beat the system in life? What's the best hack? What's the best workaround? There was a text message before from Mick and Moreton Bay. Here we go. He said, Ben, do you remember Grundy's on the Gold Coast? Yes, I do. They had tokens. Oh, yeah, for all the machines there. It wasn't money, it was tokens. Grundy's on the Gold Coast had tokens that were the same size as 2-cent pieces. You would go to the bank, get a roll of 2-cent pieces, and spend the entire day at Grundy's, and it would cost you 20 cents. That's good. Bring back Grundies. Actually, what about the workaround? The same thing could be said for trolleys now at Kmart. Is it Kmart? Where you have to put the coin in to get the trolleys released. I'm sure that's Kmart Chermside. Am I thinking of Kmart? Yeah, I'm sure it's Kmart. That the trolleys, you have to put a coin in to release them. And it's like a $1 coin. Well, a 10-cent piece will work for that as well. See? It's on the workarounds. 133 882 0499 88 882. Let's get back to some of your feedback. Arthur, good morning to you. Hey, Ben, what a well-spoken and informative young man. Austin, you're a credit to your generation. That's outstanding. It says Arthur on that text. You sure it wasn't Austin texting it? No, Arthur, thank you. Exactly right. That's being a bit facetious, isn't it? But, yeah, it's exactly what I wanted to get him on, to get that point of view across from someone who we may have missed. You may have missed, because he is part of the team here at 4BC. He's about to go into grade 12, but he is part of the team here. And we're not just putting on someone for, an internship or, showing some promise. He is, and as you've just heard, an active contributing member of this team, and it may not have happened had he been born a couple of months earlier. Monique Juice is in the newsroom. Monique, the Communications Minister, she's continuing to bat off questions around her expenses. Good morning.
Good morning. Annika Wells says she's always taken due care with travel claims she's made. All will now be scrutinised by the Expenses Office. The footpath has been damaged after a burst water main that's closed part of Edward Street in the CBD. Bus services are impacted with delays on the Riverside Expressway, Hale Street, Countess Street and ICB. A man has been charged with murder after a fatal shooting in Beenleigh last week. A man shot in the chest before an alleged offender fled to the Gold Coast. And the state government's passed legislation making Queensland's assisted reproductive technology sector safer. In sport, Usman Khawaja has been named in the 15-man squad for the Adelaide Ashes. And I'll have more news at 11.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Binglee. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums.
And lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Binglee.
Binglee, better living every day.
Don't just think about next year's business goals, own them. With the right digital agency handling your SEO, your business could be standing out and growing fast. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. So while your competitors are sleeping, we're ranking you and getting you ready for a big year ahead. If you want to start strong in 2026, now's the time to move. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
Calling all landlords and property managers. From March 2027, new Victorian rental leases must include energy-efficient cooling in the main living area. Upgrade now with Energy Educators. By July 2030, every rental will need one. Energy Educators, helping Victorians save.
There are so many good things in life, and Budget wants to make it easier for you to enjoy them. That's why we make finding the right car easy, reliable and affordable all at the same time. So from the family trip you're planning to that romantic weekend getaway or the road trip with your mates, you can tick the car hire off the list with Australia's most trusted car rental company. Get to the good stuff with Budget at budget.com.au.
When you fly in Emirates business class and you're picked up by your private luxury chauffeur drive, you'll see that your holiday isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Forget the turkey, forget the ham. There's a new Christmas tradition, and it's roast Cowra lamb. Start making Christmas fun again with some beautiful Cowra lamb. The festive season deserves the best. Cowra lamb. Brought to you by Breakout River Meats. Free range, hand-selected, succulent lamb. Straight out of the oven or barbecue. Go on. Start a new tradition this festive season with Cowra lamb.
Is that
that a BP Plus fuel card?
Yep, gives my business discounts on fuel.
Nice.
Plus, I can refuel and refresh from Bunbury to Brisbane and everywhere in between. You should really get one.
I signed up last week.
BP Plus, business on the plus side. T's and C's apply.
A new true crime podcast you need to hear to believe.
I need police right now. I've just started broken in my house.
2 men dead at the hands of a teenager and almost every moment recorded.
Please, don't move.
Put the knife down.
I was just trying to help her.
What happened at Albert Beach was as horrific as it was baffling.
There's so much contradiction. We should know more than we know.
I'm Adam Hegarty. I'll take you inside one of the country's most confusing investigations in this exclusive 60 Minutes podcast.
Ambulance, police, inquest, a domino effect of failures. It's killing us.
I'm not a police officer anymore. I can speak more freely.
Albert Beach, Death at the Door, wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Brisbane Heat tickets to give away. We'll be doing that before 11 o'clock today. 5 Gabba home matches for the Heat. Tickets all this week, but Ticketek is where you can get them as well. Just on the back of what Annika Wells said there around the social media ban and just, the warning, we've got you covered. Again, our man Austin has picked up on this. I was listening to what she said about the apologies, but he's just said, hang on. She's saying social media will know about the messages you send and to others and talking about the under-16 carnival. Well, hang on. Social media companies can't see the messages you send. Like, this is policy that she has set up as communication minister. So it seems like that she's trying to make it sound more secure than it is. Austin, good pickup, my friend. Good pickup. 133 882, the 4BC open line, all thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Speaking of watching, the world is watching us with our social media ban today. But you know what? We've been keeping an eye on what's happening in the UK with their major move coming into a court in their part of the world, the Old Bailey. The UK government is set to announce that the historic right to be judged by your peers, judged by a jury, will be removed for defendants charged with less serious offences. Now, this has all come about to help clear a severe backlog of cases, help speed up the wheels of justice. Now, the question for you is, would you like to be judged by a group of your peers if you find yourself in front of a court, or just by a single person, judge only? A group of your peers or judge only? 133 882. Stepping us through this is a criminal lawyer. He's the co-founder and partner at Stanley & Co. Lawyers, Rich Stanley. Rich, in Australia, judge only or judge alone trials, they differ between states and territories, don't they? Good morning.
Good morning, Ben. Pleasure to speak with you. And yes, it certainly does differ between the states and territories. I practice in South Australia, and that's one of the few states where if you're charged with an offence that will be heard in the district or supreme courts, you can choose whether you have a judge alone trial or a jury trial. Whereas in the ACT, you cannot have a judge alone trial for the serious offences of murder or some sexual offences, which differs again in New South Wales. Now, in New South Wales, you can't have a judge alone trial if it involves consideration of anything to do with community standards. They feel only a jury can properly determine those community standards.
If we were to adopt what the UK is doing, would that be blanket across the country, or would it come down to, again, state by state?
That would still apply state by state, Ben, being the federal jurisdiction that we are. Each state would be able to determine its own way forward in that manner.
That's very good. So we have that. That's why we have federation, I guess. Right. The jury trial system, does it generally work well in our country?
It's does. Absolutely. It works in all the major jurisdictions. It's known to work well. The jurors are known to give proper time and consideration to often complex legal matters, which often a trial can go on for a long time. It can go on for many months, requiring vast amounts of consideration and thought over that period of time. So they are well known to work well. In South Australia, we have that quirk where you can choose whether you might want to, if you're a defendant, if you might want to have a jury trial, or whether you might want to have a trial by judge alone.
Time is the key issue here, isn't it? And this is the whole reason why this change is coming into the UK. It's to clean up or to speed up the legal system.
It is. I used to practice in the UK before I came to Australia, and that was 15 odd years ago, and there was a backlog back then. But my understanding is since COVID, that backlog has just grown exponentially. There's apparently 70,000 cases in backlog. So this is one of a few measures that the government are putting in place to try and clean up, to try and speed up the system, to make sure victims aren't waiting too long to see justice be done. But I think it's important that we also consider that only 2% of the cases in England actually go to a jury trial. So you have to query how much of the problem are we solving by removing that right.
Criminal lawyer Rich Stanley, he's a co-founder and partner at Stanley & Co Lawyers, my guest this morning, stepping through the pros and the cons of having a jury trial or a judge-only trial. Well, and let's do that, Rich. I mean, a jury trial, what are the pros? What are the cons?
Absolutely. Well, I can give a real example. I've had a client who was facing some serious sexual offence charges. So those offences in and of themselves, a jury might not like them. Whether he's guilty or not guilty, a jury might not like them. Now, layer on top of that, he's not from Australia, he has a different colour skin, he has a different religion. So those are 4 good reasons that you might not want to have a jury trial. You might want to go to a trial by judge alone. Now, over and above that, one of the main features of a judge-alone trial is that a judge has to give reasons for his verdict, whereas a jury doesn't have to. They just come back and say guilty or not guilty, whereas a judge has to publish his written reasons as to why he's found you guilty or why you've been acquitted. If you have those reasons, that's an important part of the criminal justice system. If you're being convicted or acquitted, you want to know why, and the victim wants to know why.
Yeah, it's such an interesting take on it too, because we have that right to be judged by our peers plural. So that's where the jury system comes into it. But then it comes down to one person's interpretation of the law, someone who has studied law their entire life and is supposed to, I guess, disseminate between the law and personality and just apply to the facts. This is so intriguing and so interesting. What do you reckon? Do you reckon Australia? Do you reckon we could adopt this? What they're doing in the UK?
I don't believe it's necessary. I think that if it is to be adopted, it may be adopted simply for the more complex or long cases, those cases that could run for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Because the problem there is if you have a jury, you have to get that trial done in one go. You can't go 2 months and have a break for 6 months and come back and finish it off. Whereas with a judge-alone trial, you can break that trial up over any period of time and come back to it. It can go what we call part heard. So trial could be part heard. We'll come back to it in 6 months and finish it off then, because it's just one man. It's the judge alone that's having to deal with the matter.
Yeah. Would that open it up for more appeals, do you think, if it's just one person's opinion? As opposed to...
It's proven that it does. I mean, there are 2 stats here that judge-alone trials actually lead to less convictions, but on the flip side of that, there are more appeals. Because if you have a judge's reasons as to why he's found you guilty, well, it's more often than not, you can find a reason within those deliberations that would prove a good appeal point. Whereas if a jury comes back and says, yep, you're guilty, well, you don't know why. You can't go behind that reason to try and find an appeal point.
Rich, it's so fascinating. As I said before, there's the points of law, which you will be and should be convicted on, but then there's also the societal feeling and how justice should be perceived. And 2, they are both very different, They are both very contentious, and I think there's a lot of people will have their thoughts and considerations on this, being at a point of law or how we should act in society. Hey, Rich, thanks for stepping us through it, mate. You have a great Wednesday.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks, Ben. Have a good one.
Should have asked Rich about the Ashes, shouldn't I? Oh, there we go. Missed opportunity. But your opportunity right now, 133 882 tickets to the Brisbane Heat. The Big Bash is back and we are bringing the heat here at 4BC. 19th of December is their first home game against the Scorchers. I do have a double to give away. You and your friends. Is it a double or is it a family pass? Oh, it is a double. There we go. We're going to get to caller number 8 on the other side of this. It is 10:45.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
There's a crash on the M1 southbound in Helensvale past Dreamworld and delays are back to Ormo. There's also a crash in Morayfield on Michael Avenue near Macadamia Street. A breakdown in Rochedale for the Gateway Motorway southbound just near Preble Street. And in the city, a burst water main is still got Edward Street closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street, but delays around the area have now eased. And it's slow on the Centenary Highway inbound from Mount Omni to the Jindalee Bridge. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums.
And lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Don't just think about next year's business goals. Own them. If you're not ranking where you should be, now's the time to get ahead for 2026. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. Our Australian-based team delivers smart SEO strategies with real, measurable results. If your current agency's asleep at the wheel, make the switch today. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
From time to time, everybody needs a mate with a truck. When you do, head to budgettrucks.com.au. Maybe you're moving house or need a replacement delivery van for your business, a flatbed truck, a tipper, a bus, even a four-wheel drive ute. When it comes to the biggest range and best value in commercial vehicle rental, it has to be budgettrucks.com.au. To check out their full range of trucks, vans, buses and utes, visit budgettrucks.com.au.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The expert hearing team at Hearing Australia gives all Australians the quality hearing care they deserve, which is why we are Reader's Digest's most trusted hearing brand for the 4th year running. To celebrate, get your free 15-minute hearing check for adults and $0 fully subsidised hearing aids for eligible pensioners. Why trust your hearing to anyone else? Book an appointment today with Australia's #1 trusted hearing brand. Hearing Australia. Other services may attract fees. Conditions apply under the Australian Government Hearing Services Program.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
12 away from 11. Richard French not far away with an update on the world of sport. But that's where we're going to tap into now, because I'm going to head out to Stapleton where Mark has jumped on. He was the correct caller number 8. Mark, good morning to you. Congratulations. You're off to the Brisbane Heat, their first home game of the season.
Oh, that's great, Ben. Thanks for that. I'm really looking forward to that.
Brilliant. Who would you take? You got some Heat fans in your family?
Yeah, I've got my daughter. She likes the Big Bash.
It's a great family night out, isn't it?
Yeah, she's been once before, and we haven't been for a few years, so yeah, I can't wait to tell her. She'll be quite excited about it.
Outstanding stuff, mate. Well, you're going on us. The Big Bash is back bigger and better than ever at the Gabba. Family-friendly summer fun. The Brisbane Heat tickets on sale now, Ticket Tech, but we're bringing you Heat, and just like Mark and his daughter, they are off to the Gabba. You can stay listening for more chances to win with us here at 4BC.
A sports update. The Kia Cerato has been redefined into the all-new turbocharged Kia K4 hatch. Available now at your Kia dealer.
And just like that, technology fails us. Richard French was on the line to talk about the Brisbane Heat and the media conference he's just been to, but as luck would have it, it fell out right there. So what I'm going to do is go to some of your feedback on the 4BC Watch Smoke Alarms open line, 133 882. Mark has jumped in on the text line. He said, hey, mate, judges are human, and it would depend on if they were male or female. They both suffer subjective things in their lives that could compromise their decision on the day. So I don't believe it should be supported judge-only trials. Mark, thank you for your feedback. John's chimed in and said, look, I'm a hard-working Australian with morals. I was asked to do jury duty and I had to knock it back because I have to go back and work and pay my bills and put food on the table, and I can't afford to get just $70 a day to sit in a courtroom and listen to someone's case. What a joke. John, thank you. Yeah, I understand. Jury duty. It can't be for everyone. 133 882 04 99 880 882. I've just been given the heads up. The Premier, David Crisafulli, has addressed the media. It just happened just a short time ago, and it was around a new development the government is about to bring in on law enforcement. Let's take a listen to the Premier, David Crisafulli.
Every court will have the ability to fit a young offender with an electronic monitoring device. It means they've got nowhere to hide, and it means that police can watch and monitor their every step. And that is important, and we are determined to make sure that we give police the resources and the courts the resources to make sure that young offenders stay on the straight and narrow. And that is really important to us.
All right, there we go. That just dropping. So the state government is bringing in new pieces of jewellery for young offenders. Ankle bracelets to track them. The court has the ability to do that. That's a start, isn't it? I mean, it's not going to help them or stop them reoffending. It's just going to be able to let police know that they have been in your home and they have broken in and stolen your car, and they could probably track them down. But it's not a bad start. Or do you think this is a good thing in law enforcement? 133 882 0499 88 882. Ankle bracelets being put on young offenders in Queensland. Bravo to the government for giving something a crack. It's coming up to 8 minutes to 11. I'm going to take a quick break, see if we can get Frenchie back on the line on the other side of this.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Don't just think about next year's business goals, own them. With the right digital agency handling your SEO, your business could be standing out and growing fast. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. So while your competitors are sleeping, we're ranking you and getting you ready for a big year ahead. If you want to start strong in 2026, now's the time to move. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Looking for your next Mercedes-Benz in Melbourne's north? Visit the 3 Point Motors Epping Super Site, your local destination for luxury vehicles. Explore over 200 cars, including new, demonstrator, executive-driven, pre-owned and vans, with access to thousands more nationally. Enjoy on-site finance, expert valuations and our award-winning service team. Your dream Mercedes-Benz is closer than ever. Visit us today at 380 Cooper Street, Epping, and experience the exceptional service and professionalism that defines 3 Point Motors. LMCT 433.
Lots of podcasts will give you the company line. But if you want to hear the unvarnished truth and get the real story from actual founders, then you've got to listen to The Contrarians with Adam and Adair. Join me, Adam Schwab, founder and CEO of Luxury Escapes, and my superstar co-host, Catapult Sport Executive Chair, Adair Schiffman. Every week, we tell you which companies have created real power and which ones are doomed to fail. Only on The Contrarians.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Hi, my name is Jenny, and this is my husband Ben.
Hi.
Together we're Ben Moves Brisbane, a local family removal team with decades of experience. Whether you're moving a large family home or small apartment, we're here to make your experience smooth and stress-free, with no hidden costs or nasty surprises.
And if you need storage, we can do that too.
With over 20,000 happy customers,
let our family move yours.
benmovesbrisbane.com.au.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Run, Rudolph, Run by Chuck Berry. Peter, thank you for that suggestion. Christmas songs, playing those after, or they'll be playing a Christmas song after 11. We'll be doing that every day this week. Keep them coming through. Also after 11, I know I've been promising this all morning, the energy regulator who sets the markets and makes sure the system ticks off beautifully. They're dropping their report today, a 115-page report. I'm not going to bore you with all 115 pages, but I have picked out some of the headline numbers that you need to know going forward, especially now that Canberra and the state are pulling out of the rebates when it comes to your energy bill. What's it mean? How much extra you're going to pay, but also why are you paying it? Where is that money going to go? Richard French, still trying to get onto him, so that's okay. We'll do Richard after 11 o'clock as well. Just updating on some sporting news if you haven't been across this already. Usman Khawaja has been named in the Australian Test squad for the third Ashes Test in Adelaide, starting next Wednesday. The only change to the squad, there has been an addition, and that is Pat Cummins coming back in. So the Australian captain looks set to play his first test of the summer next Wednesday. Just on the back of our chat with Austin, who works as part of our team, and the social media ban, I thought this was pretty interesting. Over half of Gen Z have reported feeling socially isolated, making for the highest recorded numbers of Australians experiencing loneliness. So the new numbers that are out reveal that almost a third of the population, 32%, third of a population feels isolated, and more worryingly, 58% of 13 to 28-year-olds reported social isolation. And I would argue that would be the generation using social media the most. The generation that is most connected digitally feels most alone. That's the thing. We've never been more connected, but never been more disconnected. Has to be a product of social media and the amount of time we're spending online. Filling the void of an actual in-person interaction IRL, in real life, replaced with the endless scroll and consuming of everyone's lives. Now, this is social media in moderation, like everything in life, right? You just need a bit of moderation. I know some teens that are worried about feeling disconnected from their friends with the introduction of this ban, but maybe one of the byproducts of this, if they don't get those workarounds, which I'm sure they will, but maybe that connection could come back by ringing each other on the phone, or they'd probably text. Maybe that's one of the byproducts. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister's saying. He said, let's connect again. Let's, go and play in the yard and learn an instrument and read a book and do things like we used to, which is great in theory. And I do love that in theory. But we're not uninventing the internet. We're not taking away devices. They'll still be on them. They'll still be using it. It's just a different way. But reading these stats, that's eye-opening, isn't it? The generation most connected feels the most alone. Coming up to 11 o'clock, Monique Jews with the news. More on David Crisafulli's policies.
Home, car and personal loans. Compare them all at therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 11 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Monique Jews. The Prime Minister is hailing the social media ban as a success as the world-leading measure comes into force. Under-16s are being locked out of their accounts in a move designed to limit online bullying and restrict access to harmful material. Tech giants will be required to give a monthly update on how many accounts they've shut. Anthony Albanese says it's an important reform.
It is one of the biggest social and cultural changes that our nation has faced. It's a profound reform which will continue to reverberate around the world in coming months to assist not just this generation but generations to come.
The state government will today inject more legislation into Parliament aimed at keeping Queensland safer. Every court across the state will have the ability to fit a young offender with an electronic monitoring device. Premier David Crisafulli says this means police will be able to watch and monitor their every step.
There is proof that fitting electronic monitoring does reduce reoffending rates, and we want to see more of it. We want it to be available to more young offenders. We want it to be available to more courts to impose it. And in the end, it's about making sure that every step they take can be monitored and there are consequences for that behaviour.
A man has been charged with murder following a shooting last week in Beenleigh. Police allege a 35-year-old was shot in the chest at Hugh Munns Park and was declared deceased at the scene. A 22-year-old was later arrested and was initially charged with 4 offences, now along with murder. He will face court today. Contractors are not surprised CFMEU best practice conditions, or BPICs, have led to a blowout in construction costs. Civil Contractors Association says depending on the labour profile of projects, it could add a 17 to 30% cost increase. Chief Executive Damien Long has told Ben Davis other factors were also having an impact.
On top of all the inflation and everything else was going around. So effectively, at the worst case, you say a 30% cost increase, $1 billion, that's another $300 million. Or in simple terms, for every 2 hospitals you built, you would have got a third one for free. Like it was taking that much out of the process.
The footpath has been damaged after a burst water main on Edward Street. It has caused traffic disruptions in the CBD, but it has eased on feeder roads like the Riverside Expressway. Repairs are underway. To finance, the All Ordinaries is down 33 points to 8,881. One Australian dollar is buying 66.2 US cents.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app.
Australia has named Pat Cummins in its 15-man squad for the 3rd Ashes Test in Adelaide next week. The captain will return from a back stress injury. Usman Khawaja is also recalled after missing the win in Brisbane. Wicketkeeper Alex Carey says the Aussies aren't getting ahead of themselves despite leading the series 2-0.
We know that England are a very good cricket team. We also understand we were in a position like this 2-3 years ago over in England and we weren't able to, win that series. We were good enough to retain the Ashes. So for us, we're really excited for the opportunity we've got, but also understand we've got to continue to play good cricket.
A smiling Selwyn Cobbo is a treat for rugby league fans, with the former Bronco enjoying his new outlook as a Dolphin. The 23-year-old has been taking to pre-season as he looks to resurrect his NRL career, which had stalled at Red Hill. And the Harlem Globetrotters have announced their 100-year tour will come to Australia next year. It's 11:04. That's the latest news and sport.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans from all the leading lenders. Smart, simple, with real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks. therate.com.au.
Don't just think about next year's business goals. Own them. If you're not ranking where you should be, now's the time to get ahead for 2026. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. Our Australian-based team delivers smart SEO strategies with real, measurable results. If your current agency's asleep at the wheel, make the switch today. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
4BC Traffic. Celebrate the holiday season in style with Gazman. From wardrobe favourites to gifts you'll love, there's something for everyone in store and online at Gazman.
In Boondall, there's a car fire on the Gateway motorway heading southbound just before Bicentennial Road, and there's a crash on the M1 heading southbound after Dreamworld, and delays are back to Ormo. Also a crash in Morayfield on Michael Avenue just near Macadamia Street. And a burst water main in the city has Edward Street closed between Ann Street and Adelaide Street. And delays on the M1 heading northbound in Slacks Creek, and Centenary Highway heavy inbound in Jindalee. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Don't just think about next year's business goals. Own them. With the right digital agency handling your SEO, your business could be standing out and growing fast. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. So while your competitors are sleeping, we're ranking you and getting you ready for a big year ahead. If you want to start strong in 2026, now's the time to move. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
There's tennis. And then there's tennis turned up. The loudest show in Sydney returns. See and hear the United Cup for yourself. Ken Rosewall Arena, January 3rd to 11th. Watch the world's best compete for their countries, with every point roared home by the most passionate crowds in tennis. Tickets on sale now from $40. Get yours, then get loud. Search United Cup tickets.
Weather. Not sure about the 30% cheaper home batteries government rebate? Call Fallon Solutions. Licence 65776 and S478 6000.
A mostly fine day, reaching a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 degrees Ipswich, 29 degrees on the Bayside. Looking ahead, cloudy skies tomorrow and the chance of a shower with a top of 29 degrees. A shower around on Friday too. On Moreton Bay, winds variable below 10 knots, becoming east to northeasterly. Seas below 1 metre. Right now, it's 27 degrees at Springwood. I'm Monique Gears. More news at 11:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
It's back to mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Your chance to unwrap a present under the 4BC Christmas tree coming up before midday today. In fact, I'm going to say before 11:30 today. So if you're listening in the car, the cab, the kitchen, the number's the same, 133 882. You can escape your pricey telco switch to Amaze Him and save big on mobiles and home internet.
For the stories that matter to Brisbane, stay right here. We're live, we're local. Brisbane's 4BC.
I have been asking you about your great hacks today, your workarounds, your how to beat the system, on the back of about 1 million conversations in this country around how 1 million social media accounts have been blocked overnight. So how do you beat the system? Not with social media, but just how do you beat the system? Ruth, thank you for your text. Ruth's out of Brisbane Downs, and she says, Ben, this is a great hack. At the Shell Ready service stations, they do every 6th coffee free. But instead of purchasing the large coffee, purchase 2 small ones and you'll get your free coffee sooner. truth. There you go. That's great. See, this is what we got. Love these life hacks. Good stuff. Keep them coming through. 133 882 0499 88882. I'm going to get to Tony very shortly. He's jumped on the open line. I'm asking you today about solar power as well. We know that the panels on our roofs are they're the second biggest generator of power in this state. That's right, solar panels. And we have the largest number on our roofs that's anywhere in the world. Solar power is it in Queensland. And we just heard an ad coming out of the news about batteries. That's why I'm asking you today. Have you invested in a battery at home for your solar panels? 133 882. What was your experience? Is it good? Is it bad? Are there pitfalls? Are there things we need to look out for? What is your experience? And the reason I'm asking you this is that the energy regulator in this country looks after the gas and the power and all the systems there. They've dropped a 115-page report today. And there was one thing that jumped out of that for me is that they were surprised in the investment in batteries for renewables, solar farms, wind farms. 3 years ago, it was at 3 gigawatts. Now it's jumped up to 26 in the space of 3 years. That's nearly 800% increase in investment. That's on a commercial level. But what about at a residential level at your place? We know there's a government subsidy on. We've been hearing ads for it. You're making phone calls. People get and phone you at home. Have you taken it up? What's it look like? 133 882. On the back of that, we've been looking at the numbers here on the cost to net zero. The ones that the Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO, have released today. If you're not sitting down, you probably should. If you are sitting down, you're in the car, probably pull over. Because the total estimated cost to revamp the country's energy system to make sure renewables and fossil fuels can all go in together, the revamp has been revised and it's gone from 125 billion to 128 billion. Doesn't seem a lot, but it's obviously a 3 billion increase. But that 3 billion increase has come in the last 18 months. 125 18 months ago, now it's 128. Imagine come 2050 what that true cost will be. 3 billion in 18 months. This is all part of that 115-page document by AEMO. It's crediting the increase to two factors, higher costs and system security. They're warning of higher capital costs for transmission. Some budget projects are rising by up to 100%. The cost to replace the current machines with new models, which is needed for grid stability, and with 2/3 of the coal fleet expected to retire in the next decade, even though earlier this year we heard our Energy Minister and Treasurer David Janeski say, hey, we're going to be keeping these things going for a lot longer than expected. Well, that's great now, but with all the inaction and the uncertainty around investment and what we were doing with power, we're seeing power stations, coal-fired, being run down and retired. So this is where this extra cost is coming from. So rightly so, AEMO is worried about the increasing delays. They're warning slower progress is going to erode the consumer benefits. So right now we are hearing there's 24 billion on the table that's going to be benefiting you and I. But if these delays keep going and it keeps slowing down and production costs rise, that's going to be slashed to 17 billion. So we're getting less value and less bang for buck and higher power prices. So just when we thought the net zero push couldn't get any pricier, this infrastructure bill, which is the biggest infrastructure bill in the nation, has just jumped 3 billion in 18 months. I don't know how we're going to afford it. I don't know how your kids and grandkids are going to afford it moving forward. 133 882. It's the 4BC open line. All thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Tony's been very patient hanging on. He's at Maloney. Good morning, mate. How are you? What's on your mind?
How you going, Ben? Yeah, can I weigh into this? I think your listeners and they have to understand, we've been fed a poison chalice here. Like, this renewable, this is a joke. Now, you have to understand, everything only has a certain lifespan, right? Now, okay, we go back to coal-fired power stations, right? In a coal-fired power station, you've got like 5 generators in line, right?
Mm.
Now, that's in one area. So you can take one of those off and rebuild them and bring that next one in and so on and so forth, right? So that's in that area. And then keep in mind, you've got those high-energy, low-emissions plants that they're talking about. So you put that over there. Now, these solar panels, right, everything only has a certain lifespan. Let's just say these solar panels have got like 15 years. And all these solar farms that they've got, right, they're going on about they've got them in line now. In 15 years' time, they've got to be replaced.
Yeah.
So don't think when Chris Bowen comes on and says, and even like the energy regulator, good on them, that say this is the price now, that is not the price. In 15 years, you've got to do all this again. Now, even with all, like, I've got 20 solar panels on my dairy, right?
Yep.
Sort of thing. But my power bill, like, I milk morning and night, and when I need that power, it's when the sun's not shining, right?
Yeah.
Refrigeration, pumps, and that I milk morning and night.
Have you invested in a battery, Tony?
No, Ben, it'd never work. 3-phase, it would cost me thousands.
Yeah.
It'd cost me thousands to get a battery that'd be adequate enough to run my system. But what I'm saying is all these people that have got me too, in, say, we'll say in another 10 years' time, and all these solar panels wear out, you've got to outlay that money again.
Mm.
So basically, you've got to do thousands and thousands of houses. Don't think it's a set and forget that they're sitting on your roof and they're going to be, still going in 10 years or 15 years' time. So what happens, what they're saying is they're trying to shut all these coal-fired power stations down and do it all renewables. You're going to end up with blackouts. And this is the poison chalice that we've been rammed down our throats, right?
Yeah.
The same thing with those wind turbines. Those wind turbines, they're like I said, you've got those 6 generators in a coal-fired plant, right? These wind turbines, they're scattered all over the place. And they've got to have cranes to go to them to service them. They're you need 200-ton cranes to deal with those things. That's only just one thing. Those things operate on between $400 to $500 an hour. Of course, they're going to love having a crane sitting there, but that's all the cost. This cost has to be passed on. This is what people don't understand. That's what I mean. Everything that they do, transmission line.
Yeah. And the transmission lines is part of that, Tony. And I'm sorry to cut you off there, but we need to keep pressing on. But he's got a point. But you know what? Everything's got a lifespan. The coal-fired power stations, they've got a lifespan. If we ever went nuclear, they've got a lifespan. The problem is they haven't been maintained. That's the issue, because everyone was looking to wind them down. Or do we invest in it because we don't know? Are we going coal? Are we going renewables? We didn't know for so long, and now we find ourselves in this mess. Tony, thank you, mate. I love the passion. Let's head out to Logan Lee. Brett's got... he's got batteries. Brett, good morning.
Yeah, how you going?
Very well, mate. What's your experience?
Okay. Best thing I ever did was put batteries on my house. When they brought the rebate in, I got them put in July this year.
Yep.
My house primarily runs on batteries. Only sort of rainy days do I have to go back onto the grid. But the power that I'm putting back into the grid and the combined with batteries, I actually get paid by the power companies now.
Oh, wow. What can I ask? What's your feed-in? What tariff are you getting for feeding back into the grid?
Well, I'm on the old system for 2 cents.
Yeah, nice.
So that's an independent system that runs back onto the grid, and it's all legal through Energex. I had it all passed through Energex.
Yep.
So I have the 52-cent one is constantly feeding into the grid, powering other people's houses, and I've got my battery set up of panels that solely discharge my battery and run my house.
Totally worth the money then, is that what you're saying, Brett? And that's probably an extreme setup, I would say, if you've got 2 separate systems going and you've jumped in when and kept the 52 or 44 cent, whatever it was when you signed up, which is awesome for you. So worth the money is what you're saying when it comes to batteries?
Take me 6 years to pay it off.
6 years to pay off the batteries. All right.
Pay the batteries off completely.
Fantastic, mate. Hey, thank you. Thank you for sharing the experience. It was something I was really keen to find out because for so long we've been hearing about the rebates and we have ads on the daily here on this radio station about signing up. Have you signed up? And considering we are the second biggest power station in the, I say we, you and I, with solar panels on our lids, we are the second biggest power generator in this state. So have you taken the next step? Batteries. 133 882 0499 880 882. It's 18 minutes past 11 this Wednesday morning.
Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 ho.
Told you I'd do it before 11:30. Diamonds International, they have stacked our Christmas tree here at 4BC. They've got 40% off everything at their end-of-year sale. Right now, I need you to jump on. Caller number 12 will be unwrapping a present from under the tree. 133 882. Could the diamond earrings be coming your way? I hope so.
Traffic. Is your car Queensland covered? Get $50 off your first year of Suncorp Comprehensive Car Insurance when you quote and buy online. Search Suncorp Car Insurance today.
There's a car fire on the Gateway Motorway southbound just before Bicentennial Road in Boondall, and delays are back to Deagon. Also a crash on the M1 southbound in Helensvale, and delays are back to Ormo. In the city, there's a burst water main on Edward Street. It is closed between Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Delays on the M1 northbound in Stacks Creek, and it's slow on the Centenary Highway inbound from Mount Omni to the Jindalee Bridge. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
This is David Van, mad about town for Chemist Warehouse. Save on big brand vitamins right now at your local Chemist Warehouse. There's Microgenics Sound Asleep, 60 capsules for $14.99. Go Healthy Zinc Complex, 120 capsules, $24.49. And Bio Island Milk Calcium Bone Care, 150 capsules, $26.99. And while you're there, pick up Fat Blaster Keto Fit Fire, 60 capsules for $14.99. And INC Carnitine Berry Powder, 150 gram, $20.99. And any Bondi Protein Co-Slimit Protein, 800 gram, $27.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Chemist Warehouse, why pay more?
Australian Power has an important announcement. Government battery credits of over $5,000 drop January 1st. Our 15 kilowatt-hour battery starts at $30 a week with a 10-year warranty. Sign up today at australianpower.com.au.
Growing up in a little red house on the edge of a forest in Norway, there were three things my family encouraged: kindness, honesty, and hard work. Over time, I've come to add a fourth: be curious. Be curious about the world around us, and then go. Go with an open heart, and you will find inspiration anew.
Viking, exploring the world in comfort. Book your next cruise at viking.com.
Need a trade specialist today that can be straight on their way? Call Fallon Solutions. Got a plumbing or electrical issue that needs to be fixed today? Call Fallon Solutions. We can be there today. Whether it's burst, blocked, tripped or blown. Call us on 3029 3201 or go to fallonsolutions.com.au. Fallon Solutions, your local tradies that can be there today. QBCC 1088291. Licence number 65776 and AU 13164.
Longer.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
I am going to head straight to Ascot where we find Helen. Helen, a very good morning to you.
Good morning.
You were lucky caller number 12. Congratulations. Have you got your Christmas... Yeah, there we go. A bit of clapping going on. Good stuff. Have you done your Christmas shopping?
No, actually, I'm on the car in the way into a fairly sizable shopping centre to complete my Christmas.
Well, you might be able to stick this under the tree, whatever it is. I'll let you. Actually, I'm just going to reach over here and pick one up. All these boxes are the same size. Let's have a look and unwrap and see what we can get here for you.
Super.
I'm shaking it as well. It's not rattling. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, but not today, Helen. I'm sorry, but you know what? We've got a double pass to Love Actually, the musical parody. There you go.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Hey, this opens tomorrow. It's an off-Broadway smash hit. Tickets from just $69 via Love Actually at themusicparody.com. But, Helen, you don't have to worry about that because we're going to send you off to the theatre to see that. Well done, Helen. We've got more prizes from underneath the tree, or presents, I should say, underneath the tree with Carla coming up after midday. Helen, Merry Christmas. Thank you for listening.
You too. Thank you so much.
Jingle Bell Jackpot for Diamonds International, 40% off everything at their end-of-year sale, even those custom design pieces. There's 3 locations, or you can check them out online, diamondsinternational.com.au. Carla, happy hump day to you.
And to you.
Is it hump day? Or is it just the beginning of the weekend?
It's Wednesday.
Oh, hang on, that might mean like, well, the weekend's closer than
finishing. Are you knocking off?
No, I don't work. No, I don't work in construction and been part of the union.
Oh, heaven forbid.
Yes.
Be careful.
No, but the weekend is now closer coming into it than it was leaving it.
It's not. We're not having a conversation about the weekend. I'm seeing more and more people just knocking off for the silly season.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Feed up already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because school's winding up, and then, like the last week of school, you're just watching videos. Do you remember that? The teacher would just wheeling the TV with the VHS player.
Yeah.
And you'd just be watching some random Christmas movie, and that would be
the Muppets Christmas or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not. Teachers do a great job. They work hard. Blah blah. But this is the last week of school. Everyone's going to the beach early. Everyone's packing up and leaving. And next week, the city will be a ghost town. It's already happening. Well, around my neck of the woods, I've noticed. And it's all my family have just pulled up stumps already.
I bet you those in their cars might hope the city is a ghost town right now. The CBD, it's been bumper to bumper for the majority of the morning after this burst water main. It's been an absolute nightmare to get around the city.
That's because there's been an incident.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's less people around. Or there's more people running around with their heads cut off, like chooks with their heads cut off.
Trying to get everything done before Christmas.
Trying to get everything done because they want to knock off for Christmas 2 weeks early. Come on, people, stick with us.
Well, you are flying the flag. You are running through. You are going to fly through Christmas.
I will be here Christmas, New Year's.
What have you got on the menu after midday today?
I thought you'd say,
what's in the lunchbox?
What have you got on until the end of the year? I don't know. My brain is clocked off. I don't even know if it's clocked on. Listen, social media ban, it's happening.
Yep.
How did your household cope? How are you going?
Just got a text message through. Raf's Instagram.
Oh.
Just now though. Now. So not yesterday, over the weekend, him and his mates were asked to verify it.
Yeah.
And they were able to verify it by using their faces.
Oh,
they're 15.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So they gave them the tick, but now it hasn't given them the tick.
Okay.
So it's caught up with them.
I wonder if it's based on the type of content that they were trying to look at, or the amount of time they were looking at certain bits of content, which is a great segue because I have a guest coming on, Chanel Contos. She's absolutely amazing. She was one of the ones at she's an advocate, she's an author, she's a speaker. She spearheaded this Teach Us Consent movement, which has now been implemented in school curriculums around the country.
Outstanding.
And she started this Fix Our Feeds campaign under the umbrella of Teach Us Consent. And the Fix Our Feeds it's really simple. She's saying this blanket ban, like what you think, what I think, the blanket ban is just not going to work, or at least it's more nuanced than we would like. And she's saying, why can't we opt in? So why aren't these social media companies, all these 10 major platforms, why can't we tell them what we want to see as opposed to just bombarding us by the algorithm? All this stuff that's harmful and awful, and the reasons why we're trying this media ban, social media ban. Why don't we opt in so that we say, well, we don't want any of this other stuff, but this is what we would like to see. I just want to see cats that can talk, puppies eating pizza, that sort of thing. Just harmless stuff, the stuff that the internet was made for. Not all this other crap that we've been fed, and especially our kids. So she's an amazing chat. She's very inspirational, and she'll be on the program a little later on. Mandy Sacker as well, who's a paediatric nutritionist, but more importantly, she's flying the flag for changing the way in which our foods are rated. You know, these health star rating systems.
Yes.
It's completely flawed.
100% it is.
And now in the US, there's a landmark case. The city of San Francisco bringing against the government about how misleading these rating systems are, that it's led to many of these bad health outcomes for their citizens. And Europe are changing the way in which they legislate this, and we do not here.
We're dragging the chain, and there you go. So in San Fran, their elected officials are actually doing something that's going to be beneficial for the community. Good stuff.
Correct.
I love that.
So we'll do that. And also the cast of Love Actually, the parody musical. You've just given away those tickets. Tomorrow night they're going to be along.
Outstanding stuff. Cannot wait for that. That is coming up in half an hour's time. But right now, bang on 11:30. Monique Juice is in the newsroom. Good morning, Monique.
Good morning. The Prime Minister is hailing the social media ban as a success. He's made the call just hours after it took effect. Under 16s are being logged out of their accounts in a move designed to limit online bullying. A man has been charged with murder following a shooting last week in Beenleigh. Police allege a 35-year-old was shot in the chest at Hugh Muntz Park and declared deceased at the scene. The state government is introducing more legislation impacting youth offenders. Every court across the state will have the ability to fit them with an electronic monitoring device. And the footpath will have to be repaired after a burst water main on Edward Street in the CBD this morning. In sport, Australia has named its 15-man squad for the third Ashes Test in Adelaide. Usman Khawaja has retained his place ahead of a potential recall to the top of the batting order. And Ben Georgia-Kondek will have more news at midday.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Beenleigh. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums.
And lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Beenleigh.
Beenleigh, better living every day.
Don't just think about next year's business goals. Own them. If you're not ranking where you should be, now's the time to get ahead for 2026. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. Our Australian-based team delivers smart SEO strategies with real, measurable results. If your current agency's asleep at the wheel, make the switch today. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
Sammy snoozed her alarm this morning. As such, she missed her usual train to work. Missed the cute boy she sits opposite in the second carriage from the front. Missed a meeting with her boss to discuss her performance. And missed free donuts at morning tea. Free donuts. In life, when you snooze, you lose. Don't snooze on 30% off lens options with any health fund at Specsavers. Book an eye test today. Limited time only, conditions apply. Should have gone to Specsavers.
Oh no, the power's out.
Oh no, the hot water's gone. I know. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing.
Stop searching for tradies. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains do both. Just one call and you'll have reliable quality tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, call O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains. 3277 345. Electrical licence 84362 QBCC 1027082.
In life, when you snooze, you lose. Don't snooze on 30% off lens options with any health fund at Specsavers. Book an eye test today. Limited time only, conditions apply. Should have gone to Specsavers.
Has your car been hail damaged? Don't wait for months to have it repaired. Get it done right now at the Bump Shop. They've put on extra staff and they'll get your car looking as good as new using the latest dent technology and factory-baked enamel. If you're concerned about the factory finish of your car, the Bump Shop offers a lifetime warranty on all repairs. So when making a claim, insist on the Bump Shop. All insurance companies welcome. The Bump Shop. Open 6 days a week, including Saturday mornings. Call 3268 884900.
In 40 years, survival from all types of cancer has increased by 20%. That progress is thanks to research. At Australian Cancer Research Foundation, we're committed to accelerating research outcomes by providing top scientists with the technology and equipment they need to move us forward to a world where cancer is not the devastating disease it is today. You can play your part by leaving a gift with impact in your will. Find out more at acrf.com.au/bequest.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Open line is there for you, all thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Thank you for the feedback coming through. 133 882 or 0499 880 882 on text. John, thank you for yours. All these people putting batteries in at the moment, I hope they're aware of the terms and conditions attached to this so-called handout. All batteries installed must be VPP compliant, and that's hooked into the grid, virtual power plant compliant. At any time, these future batteries could be emptied by your provider to top up the grid. You'll be left with empty batteries and using grid power. You may say it's not happening right now, but read the T's and C's. It could. Hey, John, this is exactly what we're after, that type of experience with solar batteries. Maria's actually raising concern about the risks of lithium batteries exploding on a regular basis. Maybe not when they're new, but when they get older. I guess it's a consideration, isn't it? And that's going to perhaps affect your house insurance and stuff like that. That's one to look into. Maria, thank you. 133 882. Before we get to my next guest, Lola sent me this text saying, hey, Ben, last night in southeast Queensland, Quilpie, power turned off at 10 until 4 a.m. for maintenance. Overnight temperature clocked at about 30 degrees. You want to sleep like that? Hey, Lola, thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Hope you get a more comfortable sleep tonight. Christmas, it's that time of year where we sit down, we get together, we have fun, we open presents, we play some Christmas songs. We'll be doing that very shortly. And we also stock up on the tucker, right? You get the hams going, you get some seafood, chicken, all the fresh produce. And you are going Australian produce, right? Yes, of course you are. You want to be supporting Australian-owned, Australian-grown, and Australian-made. Aussie farms, nurtured by Aussie farmers. And I want to get into my next guest because he is exactly one of those. Because you know what? There's some new research out showing that 3 out of 4 Australian farmers see their role as being undervalued by you and I, the Australian public. 3 out of 4. Undervalued. How else are you getting your food? Farmer and community mental health recovery expert, the unbreakable farmer, that's a title, isn't it, is Warren Davies. Warren, farmers feeling undervalued. That's disturbing. We know it's a tough lifestyle. Are you feeling that way? Good morning, mate.
G'day, Ben. How are you?
Mate, absolutely flying. Undervalued. That's a big percentage.
Well, I think every I suppose this Christmas, every plate tells a story. Like it's a great reminder, like you said, to all the listeners to choose Australian produce, because I think it's not just a transaction, but an investment in our communities, in our economy, and also in the food security of the country. And a lot of farmers do feel undervalued, because a lot of people these days are disconnected from agriculture and don't see the work behind what it takes to get food on the table.
How can we better support it then? How can we give you and your colleagues on the land a bit more love?
Well, as you said, it's choosing Australian-grown food wherever you can, and look, I'm a great understander of the economic pressures that are on everybody, but I think it's about education as well. Teaching our kids where food comes from, supporting those local farmers markets and small producers, and advocating for Australian produce, and making that choice between imported and local where you can. It's really important to support farmers, return that money back into our country and not sending it overseas, and supporting our rural communities, because without without farmers, there's no rural communities, which then, that just opens the floodgates on a domino effect right across the economy.
You said about educating our kids. I mean, that comes back to parental responsibility, doesn't it? Or should there be something even more formalised where we're actually, drumming into the next generation that this is where we need to support, this is the areas we need to lean into?
It's always surprising when you have conversations with people and they, don't understand where their food comes from and, in our busy lifestyle and, just thinking that it turns up on supermarket shelves. So, when I talk about educating our kids or teaching our kids, that also, comes back to school programs and farm visits and, building an awareness of agriculture in Australia that, over the generations, the last probably 2 or 3 generations, that connection to agriculture has probably disappeared a lot, where, if you go back a couple of generations, everyone would have had an uncle or an auntie or a grandparent or a mum and dad that was raised on a farm and have got that connection. But as the generations are going on, that connection is starting to, that gap is coming a lot greater. And so educating people where food comes from and obviously the work that goes in putting that food on the table is really important. And it's, just a great time around Christmas when everyone comes together to, really have a think about where that food comes from, because farmers, are a tough breed, but, they're not unbreakable and they, they need support and supporting their produce over imported produce and Christmas is a good time to do that.
Warren, I'm probably going to get shot down for saying this, but me wandering into a supermarket or buying groceries, fresh produce doesn't happen as often as, say, for my wife, who does the majority of that. That's just the way it is. I know we're not living in the 50s anymore, but hey, that's just the way it is at my place. So say I'm wandering in at this time of year when I've got a little bit of time off and I'm looking out for Australian-made gear. Are the labels there front and present as they should be in every shop when it comes to Australian produce, or could we be doing more to highlight and spot what could be Australian-made or fresh produce?
I think we could be doing more and probably a little bit clearer. Sometimes those labels can be confusing and create misunderstanding as well. So if you have got a little bit of time and you are in the shop, which is good, just take that little bit more time to understand the label or do your research beforehand and understand that, some of the stuff that's put right in front of us, particularly in supermarkets, that's the way that their marketing happens. They'll put the stuff that they want to move right in front of you, so you'll go, oh yeah, even if you didn't want it, it ends up in your trolley. Probably do a little bit more research about what's going in your trolley and making sure, that you are supporting local farmers. And when it comes to that, that means also, there's so much food wastage these days with produce that's rejected by the major supermarkets, which is available for people to purchase. It might not look as pretty, but just tastes just as great, but it doesn't fit the criteria that those supermarkets set. So looking out for those products as well and buying them, that is also a great way of supporting Australian farmers and local produce.
That's a really good shout, mate. Isn't it ugly fruit? Is that what they call that? Is that the...
It doesn't sound very politically correct, but yeah, ugly fruit sounds, yeah.
Oh, mate, I've been a living and breathing ugly fruit for 50 years, so I know exactly. Don't worry, it's in my wheelhouse. But you know what? Yeah. That Warren.
I seen a bag of carrots the other day, and I resonated quite well with that bag of carrots.
There's our life just summed up right there. A bag of carrots, you and me, buddy. Yeah, I know how you're feeling. Yeah, great. Mate, I just want to go back on that point. You've really just said something before, in all seriousness. If I do wander into the shops, if I'm sent on that task, or if I find myself with time of doing that, the first thing I'm looking at, and I guess that's human nature, is the price. but maybe I should be stopping, not looking at the price and looking where it's come from. There's a nice little wake-up call and a nice little reminder.
Yeah, and I think, that's why supermarkets import stuff. It is a bit cheaper, but the bottom line is, and if I come back to a really serious point, it's around our food security. So, we rely on food. We've become accustomed to food just being on our shelves, and we only have to go back a few years into that dark period of our history in COVID, and realise that when things can't come into the country, all of a sudden things become short. So we do rely on our farmers, and we need to consider that, even though it might be costing a little bit more.
Yeah.
It is making an investment in our country, really, to sound really patriotic, but it is, it's supporting those farmers, which in turn supports rural communities, which in turn, supports the whole economy of Australia. And I think food security is a big one that we don't talk about a lot, but we are an island country. And we do have borders, and sometimes if those, down the track, if those borders get shut, we're going to rely on our farmers, and if we don't support them, those farmers aren't going to be there to supply that food for us.
Mate, is it a great shout? A great shout indeed. Warren, thank you for jumping on. What's on the Christmas table at your place?
Mate, I don't know, because I haven't ventured into the supermarket. I've been busy on the road, but I do make sure. So for me, I'm a son of a butcher, mate. So I always buy my meat from a local butcher shop who grows his own meat.
Yeah.
Who comes from his farm, and in our local town, where I live in a rural town, we do have a vegetable shop or fruit and veggie shop in our town that supports all the local farmers. So that's where we buy our fruit and veggies from as well. So most of what we'll be having on our table, as far as we can possibly, make happen, will be all locally grown, if not Australian grown.
Good gear, mate. Really appreciate the chat. Merry Christmas. Warren Davies, the unbreakable farmer, with a very important message come this festive season. Anne's chimed in on the open line. She said, I start my week with an early rise on Sunday morning at the farmer's market. Fantastic fresh seasonal produce direct from the farmer. It lasts longer, keeps better, tastes better too. And it's a wonderful experience developing relationships with the farmer. And thank you. You can chime in as well, the 4BC open line. All thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. It is 14 away from midday.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
Logan Motorway has an eastbound crash in lane 2 after the Paradise Road off-ramp in Larapinta. Speed is down to 40 k's and delays back to Forest Lake. Got a crash on the M1 southbound in Helensvale with traffic back to Ormo. Got a car fire on the Gateway Motorway southbound before Bicentennial Road in Boondall. Traffic is back to Deagon. Take care in the city with a burst water main on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. And the Riverside Expressway building now inbound towards Hale Street. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Don't just think about next year's business goals, own them. With the right digital agency handling your SEO, your business could be standing out and growing fast. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. So while your competitors are sleeping, we're ranking you and getting you ready for a big year ahead. If you want to start strong in 2026, now's the time to move. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The expert hearing team at Hearing Australia gives all Australians the quality hearing care they deserve, which is why we are Reader's Digest's most trusted hearing brand for the 4th year running. To celebrate, get your free 15-minute hearing check for adults and $0 fully subsidised hearing aids for eligible pensioners. Why trust your hearing to anyone else? Book an appointment today with Australia's #1 trusted hearing brand. Hearing Australia. Other services may attract fees. Conditions apply under the Australian Government Hearing Services Program.
Your summer escape starts at Apollo RV Super Centre Brisbane. Explore incredible deals on leading brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Kia and Talbot camper vans and motorhomes. New and pre-owned, ready for immediate delivery. Whether you're planning a quick weekend getaway or an epic cross-country adventure, there's never been a better time to buy. With trusted brands and friendly experts ready to help, Apollo makes it easy to hit the road this summer. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate and start your summer adventure today.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
The 4BC open line, all thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882, or like so many of you, you've chimed in on the text 0499 88 882. I've just had a message through from a mate who's in Rocklea, around the Rocklea Hotels. What's that, Ipswich Road near there? There has been an incident with a truck taking out some traffic lights, so be wary if you're in that part of the world. All right, let's get to your feedback here. Okay. Imagine what the cost of renewable energy would be if BPIC was implemented. Yeah, no, very good shout. Damien, thank you for that. OMG, Ben, coal-fired power until 2050. Bonehead Bowen said that our power is more expensive because of the old unreliable coal-fired power stations. How come they gave us some of the world's cheapest power? Go figure. And just on the Christopher government's ankle bracelet implementation, if you've missed this morning, the Premier has said they are going to give the courts the ability to tag every offender, youth offender, with an ankle bracelet, a monitoring system. Damon has chimed in on this. He said ankle bracelets are a good step forward. I can commend the Premier for doing something significantly more than the last government in the area of crime. This will take some time for the stats to turn around, but I think he's doing a fantastic job, and he's very clearly working hard about bringing crime numbers down. All right. I'm having a look here at all your feedback when it comes to the Christmas song. And you know what? We have a winner. All thanks to Joan, Ian and Alex. They've suggested the man who brought you this. Yes, Bob Seger. Risky business, remember that? Well, they have all selected and asked for Little Drummer Boy. So here we go. Get your Christmas on.
Our finest gifts we bring for
Joan, Ian, Alex, everyone else who requested that. I forgot how good it was. So thank you, Little Drummer Boy by Bob Seger. Outstanding stuff when it comes to Christmas in Australia and here in Queensland, where it is nudging 29 degrees at Strathpine, looking for a top of 30 today. Mostly sunny around the southeast, even all the way up to Rocky. Wellington Point 28 atop there. Logan 30, Redcliffe 29, Caboolture 30, and for our Poms cricket team holidaying in Noosa, 29 degrees here on 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Don't just think about next year's business goals, own them. With the right digital agency handling your SEO, your business could be standing out and growing fast. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. So while your competitors are sleeping, we're ranking you and getting you ready for a big year ahead. If you want to start strong in 2026, now's the time to move. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
Oh, Mug. How thoughtful. This Christmas, get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Rabanne 1,100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Try Victor and Rolf Spice Bomb 90ml, now $109.99. Don't pay $205. Or Yves Saint Laurent Black Opium 50ml for just $129.99. Don't pay $215. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Cluedo is coming to the stage. Was it Miss Scarlet in the kitchen with the candlestick? Or Professor Plum in the library with the rope? Murder and blackmail are on the menu when 6 guests gather at Body Manor for a night they'll never forget. It's Cluedo the play, the hilarious murder mystery. This fast, furious and funny whodunit will leave you dying of laughter. Cluedo, a killer night out, literally. Opens January at Playhouse QPAC. Book now at cluedoplay.com.au.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Bajermi. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Bajermi. Scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Bajermi. See bajermi.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Unlock the real magic of Christmas this year. The thrill of finding that perfect gift for someone you love, but at a fraction of the price. Right now, Link Vision op shops are bursting with all kinds of treasures, just waiting to be unearthed. We make it easy to shop local, save money, and embrace the season of giving, because every purchase helps support people with low and no vision. Find your nearest Link Vision op shop now at linkvision.org.au.
You're listening to Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC.
Fast approaching midday. Thanks for your company over the last 3 hours. I'm going to give Jan the last word here. She said, Ben, had to laugh when Annika said, I work hard in my portfolios. Well, she's the Minister for Aged Care in Labor's first term. How's that working out? Half our hospitals are full of aged care and there are no beds in nursing homes. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, everyone. I will catch you tomorrow from 9 a.m. Until then, good luck. Good hunting.
Compare and get real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks at therate.com.au. News, 882 4BC.
In this bulletin, social media ban in full force, further boost on ankle monitors and a Queenslander back in the Ashes team. It's midday. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. Tech giants have started locking children out of their social media accounts as a world-first ban comes into force. Federal Politics Editor Michael Packey.
The Albanese government believes its social media ban for children under 16 will change a generation, with popular platform TikTok already shutting 200,000 accounts. There's been a mixed reaction to the move. Some kids believe it will help limit online bullying, but 15-year-old Hannah claims the ban won't be easy for her.
My friends are all 16 and I'm the only one that's 15, so it's going to make it really hard in the school holidays.
Other critics, like John Ruddick from the Digital Freedom Project, argues kids will find ways around the ban.
Like most censorship regimes, it's going to backfire and backfire badly.
Tech giants will be required to provide a monthly update on how many accounts they've shut, with companies facing $50 million fines if they breach the rules. Michael Packey, 9 News.
Communications Minister Annika Wells says she has nothing to hide as the travel expenses saga engulfs the federal government. Ms Wells is under pressure over the amount of taxpayer monies she's used to attend various events, including family reunion entitlements. Given the public interest in the matter, she has referred all her expenses to be independently audited. Ms Wells believes they are within the guidelines.
This is obviously, we're looking at 3.5 years of travel, but like I said, I'm happy for everyone to have another look at it. I don't have anything to hide. I've followed the rules.
Children as young as 10 could be fitted with ankle monitors when applying for bail. It comes as the state government implements further crackdowns on youth crime. Youth Minister Laura Gerber will introduce the laws into Parliament today. She says this will be made permanent statewide.
Any youth that appears before a court can be ordered to wear an electronic monitoring device, and first-time youth offenders could be ordered to wear one if the court deems it appropriate. Of course, the bill specifies that a suitability assessment must be taken into account by the judge.
A 15-year-old boy will face court today charged over several car thefts on the Gold Coast. 4 cars were stolen from Paradise Point, Underwood and Upper Coomera, with a firearm and a knife also found inside one of the abandoned cars. The teenager will be facing 15 charges. A man's been charged following a fatal shooting in Beenleigh last week. Monique Dews reports.
Police allege around 10:40 last Tuesday night, a 35-year-old man received a gunshot wound to his chest and was declared deceased at the scene. Earlier into the next morning, a 22-year-old man was arrested in bushland at Hope Island. In the following days, he was initially charged with 4 offences, including unlawful use of a motor vehicle, unlawful possession of a weapon, possessing explosives and receiving tainted property. Further investigations have led Logan homicide detectives to also charge the man with murder. He will face Beenleigh Magistrates Court this afternoon. Monique Dews, 9 News.
Australian Federal Police will co-host a summit with their Fijian counterparts in a bid to disrupt criminals in the Pacific. The event, to be held in May 2026, is aimed at distributing those undermining health and financial systems, social cohesion and sovereignty. There is support for suburban pubs to undergo major renovations to include hotel rooms to boost accommodation before 2032. Brisbane City Council has identified more than 70 pubs on large sites with the potential to be modified. The Glen Hotel's Brian Fitzgibbons says he's hopeful of expansion.
We're just so excited about what's coming up, and certainly the Olympics in 32 in a great incentive for us to want to get moving with this. We've been talking about it for the last couple of years, and this is certainly encouraging us to take the next step.
Sporting experts say there are things we can be doing to prevent injuries when participating in summer activities. The AIHW report found during popular sports such as running, cycling and tennis, 1 in 5 Australians sustain injuries. Sports Medicine Australia Chief Executive Jamie Crane says this doesn't mean people should not be playing sports.
You don't want people to sit around on the sofa, on the PlayStation and so forth, or just watching TV. That's not going to be a healthy lifestyle. So by all means, get out and play. What is important is understanding the risk.
Some Christmas staples could be at risk this festive season, with cool and wet conditions in the Adelaide Hills affecting cherries, delaying the ripening process. Also making news, the loneliness epidemic is apparently hitting Gen Z the hardest, with more than half saying they feel socially isolated. And millions of Australians will forego essential purchases this year in order to afford Christmas. Checking finance, the All Ords is down 15 points at 8,860. Gold is trading at $4,213 an ounce, and $1 Australian dollar buying 66.3 US cents.
Finance. For reliable electrical or plumbing help, call O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains. We're your 24/7 solution with a 100% quality guarantee.
There are two big inclusions in Australia's Ashes squad for the third test. Richard French has the details.
38-year-old Queenslander Usman Khawaja is back in the Australian setup for the Adelaide Test. The opener was a late withdrawal in Brisbane after back spasms picked up in the first test in Perth. But coach Andrew McDonald has hinted the man who averages 45 in tests still has a part to play this summer and potentially could bat anywhere in the top six. The other welcome sight for Australian fans is the inclusion of captain Pat Cummins, who's all but certain to return to the playing 11 after also overcoming a back injury. Australia lead the 5-match series 2-0. In Brisbane, Richard French, 9 News.
The Perth Bears have made another signing for their maiden season in 2027. Gold Coast Titan Isaac Fasua-Malaawi is off to the Catalan Dragons for a year before heading to the new franchise. Meanwhile, things are getting worse for West Tigers fans. A group of senior players, including Jerome Luai, will reportedly consider walking out on the club if Benji Marshall quits or is sacked as coach amid the boardroom turmoil. The entry list has been confirmed for the Australian Open. Alex de Minaur, Tristan Schoolkate, Adam Walton, Alexander Vukic, Maya Joint, Kim Birrell and Aya Tomovic are qualified through ranking. It's 12:07. That's the latest news and sport.
The home loan, the car loan, the personal loan. When it's time to compare and find the loan that's right for you, visit therate.com.au.
Don't just think about next year's business goals. Own them. If you're not ranking where you should be, now's the time to get ahead for 2026. At Web Oracle, we help Sydney businesses get seen online, right at the top of Google. Our Australian-based team delivers smart SEO strategies with real, measurable results. If your current agency's asleep at the wheel, make the switch today. Search Web Oracle and wake up famous.
Traffic for F10 fuel treatment. Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Available at Bailey's Marine Fuels, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
In Morningside, there's an eastbound crash on Wynnum Road at Agnes Street with delays on the approach. The Logan Motorway has an eastbound crash. It's in lane 2 after the Paradise Road off-ramp in Larapinta. Speed is down to 40 k's there. Delays back to Forest Lake. Take care in the city with a burst water main on Edward Street, which is closed from Am Street to Adelaide Street. Riverside Expressway building inbound towards Hale Street. And the M1 is under speed southbound from Ormo down to Helensvale. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
There's tennis, and then there's tennis turned up. Hear the difference for yourself at the United Cup in Sydney. Ken Rosewall Arena, January 3rd to 11th. Search United Cup tickets.
Australian Power has an important announcement for solar households. Government battery credits of over $5,000 drop by $600 on January 1st, and demand is already surging. Sign up before December 31st to lock in today's pricing. A family-sized 15 kilowatt-hour battery starts from $30 a week with a 10-year warranty and our battery rewards program, paying you up to $3,000 over 10 years. Sign up by December 31st. AustralianPower.com.au.
The car loan is too big and the vehicle is too small. The solution? therate.com.au. The Rate is the destination to compare car loans from all the leading lenders. The Rate is smart, simple, and will give you real personalised car loan offers in just a few clicks. Get the rate that's right for you at therate.com.au. Application subject to lender criteria and approval. Terms and conditions at therate.com.au.
Hello, this is Phil O'Neill. When the clock hits midnight, I'm on the radio, and I'd love you to join me. Don't miss Australia Overnight on Brisbane's 4BC. Let's talk.
Mostly sunny across Brisbane today, reaching a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 in Ipswich and 29 on the Bayside. Getting down to 21 degrees overnight with a partly cloudy day tomorrow. Chance of morning fog in the west and a top of 29. Possible showers for Friday, most likely in the morning, tops of 28 and a partly cloudy day for Saturday. On Moreton Bay, winds northeasterly up to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now it's 30 degrees at Stones Corner. I'm Georgia Kondak with more news at 12:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
On 4BC Brisbane and network stations across Queensland, Carla Binyaska.
Welcome to Afternoons on 4BC in 4RO in Rockhampton. It is a pleasure to have your company today until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, you can join the program with anything that we talk about on the open line thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms 133 882, or you can text through 0499 880 882. Coming up on the program, I'm speaking to some researchers at the University of Queensland who are trialling exoskeleton technology to help people with motor neuron disease. It's fascinating, and I'm going to be talking to one of the researchers later on this hour. Should the government take legal action against big multinational food corporations producing ultra-processed food? This is fascinating stuff. The city of San Francisco is taking such action, and one of Australia's leading paediatric nutritionists, Mandy Sacker, thinks we should as well. It's all about that health star rating that we think is telling us that we're eating healthy foods, but maybe they're not. She'll join me later this hour to discuss. Well, the social media ban is here. We've been talking about it ad nauseum, but whether it will work or not will be, well, the proof will be in the pudding. There's one advocate out there, Chanel Contos, who's launched a new movement called Fix Our Feeds. She's giving us an alternative to a pure blanket ban, which we can't get around now. It's happening for our young kids. But she's calling for us to have more choice in our social media algorithms to keep our kids safe. And she'll join me after 1:30. I'll be speaking with the cast of Love Actually, the musical parody, after 2. I've got a double pass to give away to the show, so make sure you're listening out for your cue to call. And that number again, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882. Scott Phillips has all your finance news after 1 o'clock, and Atwood Marshall Lawyers will be here after 2:30 to answer all your legal questions. Today we're going to be talking about busting some aged care myths as well. So if you've got any questions you'd like to ask Bendy Marshall, who'll be joining us from Atwood Marshall Lawyers, you can email us ahead of time, afternoons@4bc.com.au.
4BC's Jingle Bell Jackpot.
Well, the presents keep stacking up underneath our 4BC Christmas tree as I look across and there's an elf on a shelf staring right at me. These things creep me out. Can we move them, or do they have to move on their own? Or does someone... No, it's perennially happy. And, okay, Ash, don't make it do that. It's like going to a porcelain doll shop. They're just weird because they look at you from every direction. I've been nice, all right? I swear I haven't been naughty, elf. All right, well, I digress. There are presents under the tree. Listen out for your cue to call. This is your cue to call. And then you could win instantly one of our fabulous festive gifts. Oh, now he's turned around and he's giving me his other view, his rear view. I don't know if I like that, elf. We've still got a set of stunning 2-carat diamonds, 2-carat diamond earrings to be won thanks to Diamonds International. So make sure you've got our number handy, 133 882, and you could instantly win a prize. My gosh, we're just prize galore. But this is really the time of giving, isn't it, Christmas? The Big Bash is back and we're bringing the heat here at 4BC. Also, make sure you have that number handy. You could win a double pass to the first home game of the season. That's on the 19th of December. There are tickets to be won. There's 5 massive games at the Gabba all during school holidays. Tickets are on sale now at tickettech.com.au, but you could win your way into that first home game for the Brisbane Heat. So that's exciting. Make sure you've got our number handy. Just prizes coming out the razoo, except for the elf, which has given me his rear view. It's not pleasant. You're not being kind to me. What a cheeky elf. I know he's keeping an eye on us, but hopefully we can stay on track. All right, elf, calm down. Ash is moving the elf around. It's really, really distracting. I applaud any family who deals with these elves that mysteriously move around in the middle of the night. I feel like that's a lot of hard work, and it's another fun Christmas activity for families. But I hope the elf never comes to our house, because he will see just a mess. We won't be able to find him through the mess at our place. All right, for now, let's get stuck into what's making news today.
From 5:30 at 9, at midday, and on your way home from 3. We're live, we're local, we're Brisbane's 4BC.
The Premier has announced courts will be able to put electronic monitoring devices on young offenders. Are you for this? This is basically an ankle monitoring device for anyone. Youth offenders as young as 10 could be fitted with an ankle device when applying for bail. Have you seen someone with an ankle monitoring device out in the wild? I have. It's a little disconcerting, I got to say. I don't know if it makes me feel any safer. In fact, I saw one on a gentleman doing his Christmas shopping with his kids, going about his business at Chermside the other day. And it did make me think, what has he done? What did he do? And as kids as young as 10, do you think it's a good idea? 1338 882 is that open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. The move is part of the state government's keeping Queenslanders safer laws. David Crisafulli made the announcement. Our Premier made the announcement earlier this morning.
Our heart is in bail reform, and this is the first of further reforms that will be coming to make sure that there are consequences for people who don't comply with that. Every change we make to the youth justice laws will be about strengthening, not weakening. Every change we make to early intervention will be about doing more, not less. And every change we make to rehabilitation will make sure that we give people the opportunity to stay on the straight and narrow when they leave prison. That's our plan right across the board, and we are united and focused on doing that.
The laws are being introduced to Parliament today. Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think these electronic monitoring devices, these ankle monitors, these ankle bracelets, electronic ones, do you think they're going to act as a deterrent? They're obviously there to make sure these offenders stick to their bail conditions, but perhaps, they do act as a deterrent. Maybe their friends or other whatever, someone else in their cohort will look at that and go, I don't want that. I don't want people to know that I've got an ankle monitoring device on, because they're very clearly obvious what it is. What do you think of this idea? 1338 882 is the open line number. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. I'll get your feedback on this. Now, like something from a sci-fi film, there's this life-changing tech that's helping people with motor neurone disease walk further, faster, and with more confidence. We're going to chat to a researcher who's going to be putting this all to the test, and we'll find out about it after this.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Hi, it's Brooke Cordy. There is a smarter way to manage all aspects of your business's finances. It's called Airwallex, a single global platform that brings everything together. Business accounts, payments, FX and spend management. Think faster FX transfers with bank-beating rates, opening international accounts in minutes, not months, and AI-powered products that save time and costs. Airwallex helps businesses grow without the clunky old banking systems. Airwallex, the future of finance. General advice only. Read the PDS, T's and C's apply.
Dear Mia, happy 10th birthday. Today you can count your age on 2 full hands. And we can put those hands in handcuffs. On your 10th birthday, we can send you to prison. That's our gift to you. Love, the New South Wales Government.
In New South Wales, 10-year-olds can be sent to prison. That is too young. Learn more at raisingagensw.org.au. Authorised by Unlimited Sydney.
When sprains, pains, and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered. From strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Always here, always ready.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Auto One, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
You're listening to Afternoons on Brisbane's 4BC, brought to you by Latrobe Financial. Live a more comfortable retirement with regular income.
Thank you so much for your company. Taking your feedback, 0499 880 882. Ken has texted through. I can remember when Labor, with much fanfare, introduced ankle bracelets for juvenile criminals, but it soon became apparent that the juvenile offenders had a choice whether to wear it. They were obliged to daily recharge them, needed Wi-Fi and cellular connection for the tracking system. The bracelets were operating on old technology, had a short range and battery failure. If the criminal offenders decided to commit an offence, all they had to do was let the ankle bracelet go flat. Well, hopefully they have ironed out these old tech issues because it's coming into effect. If you missed it, the state government are introducing laws to try and keep in line with their, Queenslander safer laws to boost the bail laws around young offenders, as young as 10, being forced to put on electronic monitoring devices. So I hope, Ken, like you said, have suggested perhaps that the tech issues around them have been ironed out for this time round. All right, researchers at the University of Queensland are trialling new technology. This device is a wearable robotic exoskeleton, which is set to help people with motor neurone disease walk further, faster and with more confidence. It's been said that it's a world-first trial on participants with MND. Robert Taylor is a Brisbane man who's living with MND and has been participating in the trials, and this is what he had to say.
I've lost most of my movement in my left hand. In my right hand's getting weaker. My left arm is pretty much paralysed. My breathing's down to 70%. I'm getting weakness in my legs. If I had the exoskeleton, I'd be able to climb up some stairs. My daughter just had her place renovated, and it's a 2-story place, and I can't get up to see it. So for me, it's like it feels like it gave me my freedom back. But when I have the exoskeleton on, it provides that confidence, I guess.
Absolutely amazing technology that's been done out of the University of Queensland. And joining me on the line is one of those researchers responsible for giving people with MND their freedom, their independence back. Associate Professor Taylor Dick joins me on Afternoons. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, Carla. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
All right. Can you explain a little bit, Taylor, as to what the exoskeleton is and what it does?
Yeah, absolutely. So think of a little bit of a waist pack that sits around your hips, and it carries the brains and the motors of the device, and then these sleek cables that run down your legs and control 2 little motors that sit on your ankles. And essentially what the device does is it has these plates under the feet that can sense when a person is stepping on the ground, when their feet make contact with the ground, and it provides some assistance at the ankle in particular, which we know is a really key joint to keep us walking, that enable you to push your foot essentially into the next step. So essentially provides a bit of a spring in your step to make walking easier.
You've said that this is groundbreaking. This is a world first trial of these robotic exoskeletons. How long has this been in development for?
Yeah, so the devices aren't new in general. They've been used in a variety of different populations with neurological disorders or neuromuscular disorders, but this is the first time that anyone has trialed these devices in people living with motor neuron disease, where we've recently shown that they have these key deficits at the ankle, and that these devices could be, a key to enabling people to walk for a little bit longer and just really reduce the fatigue that they have associated with walking and keep them out of their wheelchairs for, a few more steps, a few more days, or a few more months. That's the goal here.
It is amazing. We know that motor neurone disease is one of those progressive conditions that damages the nerves that control muscle movement. And it's for some people, everyone experiences it differently. But for some people, that is a slow burn. It happens slowly over time. So anything that's going to give them that independence, just like what Robert Taylor just said there in that little audio clip, anything, this is life-changing for people living with MND.
Yeah, that's what we think, and so that's why we think this trial is really important, just to enable people to get around a bit more in their communities, in their houses, to reduce the burden on carers, and hopefully, like we've tested this in quite a few participants now, and the results are really promising. So it's all about the next steps in scaling up this research. That's key.
That leads me to my next question. I'm joined by Associate Professor from UQ, Taylor Dick, who is behind, you've got a team, obviously, of boffins working behind the scenes here to make this a reality. You're trialling these robotic exoskeletons for people with MND to help them walk and move on a practical scale as we roll this out for, everyone outside of the trial group. What are the next steps?
Yeah, so one of the next steps is so they currently are a research-based device, at least in Australia. So some of the next steps are ensuring that the results we see in our lab and around the university campus where we're trialing them extend to people wearing them over longer time. So let's say, a month and in their homes. That's a key next step. And then from there, working with, industry partners to ensure that these devices are suitable and safe for home use in Australia in particular. They are available at different types of devices, not this particular exoskeleton, but to purchase on the market. We've chose this one because we've partnered with an industry company, but really scaling up to people's homes and a greater number of participants is what's next for us.
So then in that case, if it's to be, affordable and accessible, what tech is involved in the exoskeleton itself?
Yeah, great question. So a lot of engineering goes in behind the scenes. My team is comprised of engineers and physiotherapists and clinicians and computer scientists, because all of those components sort of come together in these devices, which is what makes it such interdisciplinary, but also such challenging research to do. So the devices, we're actually on to our second version of them, where we've made some improvements, in particular based on feedback from participants, just to make them a little bit more comfortable for them to wear for longer periods of time, make the cables a little bit smaller, and that's what we've done. So now we're trialing the second version of these devices, and people are really excited at the modifications we've made with our team of engineers.
It is exciting, and it does look like something out of a sci-fi film. And to be able to make it, affordable and accessible, approachable for people with MND, I just think is absolutely amazing. Can I ask, is AI, how much is AI involved in this tech?
Yeah, great question. I knew you were going to ask. I had a feeling. Currently, there is no AI built into this tech per se, in the traditional sense of what we would consider AI. Now, an exciting, future avenue is, we know the disease progresses quite rapidly, and the idea is, could we use AI approaches to then modify how much assistance or how much support this device gives to an individual over time, and not AI in the sense of replacing, the brain, but being able to predict. Using, computational machine learning, AI, choose your favorite buzzword, tools to be able to do that, to have the maximum benefit for the person wearing the device. Yeah, that's definitely something that could be done in the future, but currently there's no AI in the device.
Just very quickly, lastly, Taylor, is there a way, like if you've got someone that you love that is affected by MND, can they take part in the trial, or have you sort of closed that off now at UQ?
No, we're still recruiting participants for the work at UQ, this and other studies related to movement and gait. And so the best way to do that is just to look me up on the UQ website. My email address is there, and very happy to chat to anyone who's interested in getting involved.
All right. Well, make sure then that we're Googling, we're looking up the University of Queensland, and you're looking for Associate Professor Taylor Dick there. Thank you so much for your time. You're doing amazing work for people who are afflicted by this disease, and it's for no fault of their own. However, it's one of those weird diseases we don't know enough about.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thanks for having me, Carla.
Thank you so much for your time. The open line number, as always, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882. It is one of those things, motor neurone disease. A lot more is known about it, but there's not much that we can do about it or doctors can do about it in terms of a cure right now. So anything that helps anyone suffering from MND, we know that, the nerves controlling muscle movement, it leads to weakness over time. And it affects everyone differently, and it's indiscriminate where this disease goes. So anything to make sure that any quality of life is improved or at least made steady for a while. It's amazing what these scientists are doing outside in the University of Queensland. We're going to have a look at the news now. Aussie teens are already looking for ways around the social media ban. We're talking about it. It's here, the social media ban. Georgia Kondek is in the newsroom. Kids are crafty.
Good afternoon, Carla. That's right. So tech companies are now being urged to take steps to stop children under 16 from accessing their platforms or risk a $50 million fine. Communications Minister Annika Wells says she has nothing to hide as her travel expenses come under scrutiny. Ms Wells is under pressure to explain the amount of taxpayer funds she's claimed on various trips and family reunions. Youth offenders as young as 10 could be wearing ankle monitors when applying for bail. It's part of the state government's youth crime crackdown. And dozens of teenagers have been seen riding in a bike convoy through the CBD. Video footage shows the group of around 30 running red lights and interrupting traffic along Adelaide Street. In sport, Australian captain Pat Cummins is set to return from injury to play in the third Ashes Test in Adelaide after being named in the 15-man squad. And Carla, I'll have more news at 1.
Traffic. Is your car Queensland covered? Get $50 off your first year of Suncorp Comprehensive Car Insurance when you quote and buy online. Search Suncorp Car Insurance today.
In Morningside, there's an eastbound crash on Wynnum Road at Agnes Street with delays on the approach, and an eastbound crash on the Logan Motorway after Paradise Road off-ramp in Larapinta is now cleared. Traffic is moving well. Take care in the city with a burst water main requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Inbound delays on the Riverside Expressway building back towards the Captain Cook Bridge, and the M1 is under speed southbound from Ormo to Helensvale. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Opening week at the Australian Open. It's the week of firsts. First serve, first selfie, first ballpark, first beat drop. Be first in, best dressed with a ground pass from just $20. Your first move is ausopen.com.
Solutions. Oh yeah. Trusted tradies that can be there today.
Slash your power bills and store your solar energy for when you need it most. For $99, we check solar performance and make sure you're battery rebate ready. Fallon Solutions is now offering $250 off solar battery installation, plus the 30% government rebate for a limited time only. Fallon Solutions, your local tradies who can be there today. T's and C's apply. See fallonsolutions.com.au. License number 65776 and S4786000.
The Belvedere at Woody Point just loves Christmas. From Santa photos to the famous Christmas dog party, it's the perfect place for all your festive fun. Visit belvederehotel.com.au for details. Christmas comes alive at the Belvedere Woody Point.
Australian Power has an important announcement. Government battery credits of over $5,000 drop January 1st. Our 15 kilowatt hour battery starts at $30 a week with a 10-year warranty. Sign up today at australianpower.com.au.
You're listening to Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Well, a leading paediatric nutritionist is calling for the Australian government to take legal action against big multinational food manufacturers. It's because a large international study done earlier this year, it's found ultra-processed food increases risks of early death and linked to harm in every major organ of the body. Now, over in the US, the city of San Francisco has filed a lawsuit against food manufacturers over these ultra-processed foods, arguing that local governments have been shouldering the cost of treating diseases stemming from the consumption of such products. The lawsuit targets many of the same corporations whose products continue to receive 3, 4 and even 5 health star ratings here in Australia. To talk more about it is paediatric nutritionist Mandy Sacker, and she joins me on the afternoon's program now. Hello, Mandy. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Carla.
All right. You've described this moment as Australia's tobacco moment. So what makes the San Francisco lawsuit such an important global precedent, and why do you think Australia should follow the lead?
Well, it really is a landmark case because we are holding these food manufacturers accountable, and we are now linking the evidence with real-world harm, saying if you know that these products are detrimental to our health, to our children's health, why are you still manufacturing them? And also, why are you marketing them as being healthy? Studies have shown us here in Australia that 81% of foods marketed to children are ultra-processed. So these manufacturers are knowingly producing these foods because they know kids easily get hooked to them, and the science is very clear that they are harmful for health and should not be, fed to families every single day, and they should not be lining our supermarket shelves.
It is unfathomable. I could not believe that we're the only developed nation that allows food manufacturers to help design the Health Star algorithm. How has this managed? How has this happened? And why it would seem that it's like a fundamental flaw in the system.
Absolutely. And as you know, Carla, I have been petitioning against this, trying to raise awareness because Australian families deserve better. Nutrition is such a critical part of everything. It's fundamental to our health, to our learning, to our mental health. And I believe that our government is not protecting us the way they should be. Our food rating system was designed in collaboration with a lot of these big food companies who are now being sued by the city of San Francisco. And we need a complete overhaul. But here's the thing. Even though we've had 15,000 families sign the petition, which is talking about this, our government is about to mandate the very same health star rating system that was designed in collaboration with these big food companies, which will continue to reward them rather than penalize them the way they should be penalized.
It is confusing. Look, some of the companies being sued in the US are the same ones like we've been talking about that are receiving 3, 4, 5 health star ratings here. What do we need to know about in understanding how these ratings are calculated?
Okay, so first of all, when we look at the health star rating system, it's only looking at things like sodium, sugar, protein, fat, saturated fat. Mm-hmm. It's also rewarding high protein, fiber, and whether a product's got fruit and vegetables. So what's happening is that companies are gaming the system. If a product has got a lot of additives and really poor quality ultra-processed ingredients in that, it's not being assessed by the health star rating. And what they're actually doing is they're adding in isolated proteins like soy protein isolate and synthetic fibers. Now, some of these synthetic fibers have been shown to be linked to cardiovascular risk as well as gut inflammation. And then they might put in some fruit and vegetable powders, let's say, or a fruit concentrate. These types of foods may then give them bonus points. The whole algorithm, it's quite, tricky to understand, but because it was designed with these big food companies in collaboration with them, it's been set up in a way so that their products will get higher health star ratings, and we are not assessing things that are so critical to health. We are not looking at processing. We are not looking at the amount of additives that are in a product. So this is completely ignored, even though the evidence is so clear about processing being such an important component of, knowing if food's going to be beneficial or not. And for a lot of people, they don't actually understand, what does this whole processing thing mean? Well, if we look at food, our bodies recognize food in their whole state.
Yeah.
But once food is broken down, it goes through chemical processes, it's stripped apart, then it's got other things like emulsifiers, preservatives, etc. added to it. Our body doesn't now recognize it as a whole food, and it's changing the whole food chain. And that is why we are seeing so many adverse health outcomes. There's actually 32 adverse health outcomes that are associated with these ultra-processed foods. So what infuriates me as a pediatric nutritionist is I see all the complications and all the stress that parents have with feeding little ones. Those first foods that we are introducing to our children, they actually set up our lifelong eating behaviors. So when children are introduced to, say, a muesli bar that's got a 4.5 health star rating, what parent would not think that that's a
it's healthy
good option?
Yeah, it's
exactly.
You read what's on the box, you look at the ingredients, and you see and you trust that that this is a star rating system that is in conjunction with the government. You just blindly go along with it.
So now what happens is that this muesli bar has been developed to actually get kids addicted to the artificial flavors, the emulsifiers. I don't know if you've ever made a homemade muesli bar and then had a store-bought muesli bar without the glucose syrup, without those emulsifiers, without all of those processes. Your homemade muesli bar for a lot of people is delicious. But if you are used to those, Milo bars, those LCM bars, you're not going to get that same crunch and that same texture, which is very light and fluffy and is ultra-processed. So the problem is that our children and a lot of adults, if we look at the rates of obesity, a lot of adults have forgotten what real natural food tastes like. But the best part is that if you cut out these foods every day, you start to get used to the taste of real foods. But it's a process. And the other thing I'd just like to share is that, a lot of people may think, it's not possible to cut out every ultra-processed food. And that is true, absolutely. We need to be sensible. It's the 80-20 rule. For some families, it's the 70-30% rule. So 70% fresh, good quality foods, and 30% those sometimes foods. The trouble that we have in Australia is that our government is helping to mislead consumers because families believe they're buying a healthy, sensible wrap or a healthy, sensible yogurt or breakfast cereal because of those high health star ratings, when in fact that product should have a warning, should be ultra-processed food, limit consumption, rather than seeing it as an everyday staple, which is what the health star rating system is helping to achieve.
It's a fascinating chat. My guest this afternoon right now is Mandy Sacker. She's a pediatric nutritionist, but above it all else, this is a rating system that affects not just our kids, it affects, like you said, adults as well. And when we talk about having high rates of obesity and the other terrible health harms as a result of eating these ultra-processed foods, because they're, labelled under the guise of being healthy, and when they're clearly not, what then is your message that you would love? Why is the health minister not choosing not to respond to the petition that you've got to try and change the health star rating? Why is nothing being done?
Well, we have to look at what is being prioritised, okay? And it's just a question I'm posing. Is it our health? Is it our children's health? Or is it profits before health? And I think there has to be a distinction there. There has to be a separation. There needs to be real public health experts who are in charge of regulating health, rating system, Australia's health rating systems, and looking at what are the correct food policies that are actually going to protect Australia. So, there's a lot of things that we could be doing, tax, we talk about sugar taxes, helping to make healthier food more affordable.
That would be good.
Subsidizing,
Yep.
Farmers who are producing good quality, fresh, local produce, they should be rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
Any manufacturers who are bringing out new products and are actually formulating with integrity, so no misleading marketing, using quality ingredients, they should also be rewarded. And what I would say to anybody who's listening is that we're really at a turning point. And, and this really also needs to come from the public. We've seen in the US, there was a groundswell movement, a lot of parents speaking up against this, picketing outside some of the headquarters of these big food companies, and now change is taking place. If Australian families don't get behind, the movement to change, nothing's going to be done because our government's shown us that. Unless we keep banging on their doors, raising our voices and also voting with our wallets.
Yeah.
So what I'd say, if anybody feels, you can hear I'm passionate about
Yeah, totally.
If anyone else feels passionate and wants to see change and just wants to see better quality foods in our supermarkets, then they can go on to realfoodrating.com. They can sign up to the mailing list. They can sign the petition. There's a link to the petition on that page. And you know what? The best part, Carla, is that I've been in nutrition for the past 2 decades. I helped to create a leading obesity childhood prevention and treatment program. So I am now bringing out my own food rating system, because if the government won't do it, I'm working to show them what a solution really looks like.
Mandy, that's what I was just going to ask you. We want to catch up with global best practice. We're seeing the change in the US. We're seeing, Europe is tightening restrictions. We want to know and we want to be safe and secure in the knowledge that we're doing the same thing for our kids and for all of us, in fact. And so I know as a parent of a young kid, I rely on those sorts of things, especially if it's a convenience thing. I don't have the time to make muesli bars and that sort of thing. So I make sure that I try and find the healthiest of options, but I can't believe I've been thrown a furphy. But the other thing, there's a couple other apps and other things that we can use to help. Yuka is one that comes to mind. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but the fact that you're coming out with your own star rating is incredible.
Yeah, well, as I said, I have been researching this every single day for like the last 2 years. There's so much work that's been gone into everything. And I'm bringing out what I believe is the latest, most innovative rating system that takes processing into account, takes additives into account. And it's an easy way for Australian families to pick up a product in a supermarket and know what it is. And, the empowering part is that I just want to inform and educate, and then it's up to each individual family to make an assessment or to make a decision on whether they want that product for their family. But my goal is to make sure the information is there and there's no misleading marketing hype, and it's just factual, and then they can make the best decision for their family.
We all want to live healthier lives and of course, we want the best for our kids and our grandkids. Mandy Sacker, thank you so much for your time. Where can we catch up with you to find out about your new health rating system?
Well, if you go onto realfoodrating.com, you can sign up to the mailing list. There will be, obviously, once it's out, which should be towards the end of January, that will be on the website. But if you sign up, you'll obviously get an email, or you could go onto social media at Mandy_Sacker or Real Food Rating. It's all there. And I also have a lot of resources for any families that are really interested in this and just want simple swaps and to be educated about what to feed their families.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mandy. Thank you for your time on the afternoon's program, and Merry Christmas to you, and we'll eat healthily. I'll try not to eat too much until I can't stand up at Christmas lunch.
Thank you, Carla. Merry Christmas.
All right, the open line number, the 4BC open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882. We're getting reports as well of a group of teens on bikes, possibly e-bikes. I've seen the video. They're disrupting traffic throughout the CBD. I'm sure news will be all across it a little later on as well. There it is. That is your cue to call. Make sure you have that number, 133 882, to score the double pass to the very first Brisbane Heat home game of the season on the 19th of this month. Just be caller number 3 on 133 882.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
4 incredible locations, 1 iconic club. The Queensland Cricketers Club now manages 4 of Brisbane's favourite sporting venues, and they're perfect for your next event. There's the iconic Ballymore Stadium, picturesque Allan Border Field, Albion's Brothers Rugby Club, and the ever-impressive Queensland Cricketers Club at the Gabba. With first-class service and mouth-watering food, we can cater for 20 right up to 1,000 people. Book your next event with us.
This Christmas, give the gift of a century of craftsmanship. The Citizen Limited Edition Series 8. More than a timepiece. It's a legacy. Combining modern design with practical features, the 831 features a crisp ice blue dial inspired by clear ocean waters. Experience the enduring elegance of Citizen. Watches that everyone, everywhere can love.
Ever catch yourself saying, one day I'll move into a retirement village? Good news, one day could be today. At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list with beautiful retirement apartments available now. Settle in soon with friendly neighbours in a leafy community. Availability is limited, so head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself. The Village Yeronga. Don't retire for good, retire for great.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your company on 4BC and 4RO if you're in Rockhampton. The Brisbane Heat will be playing their first home game of the season on the 19th of December, and congratulations to Laurie in Archerfield. He's going to give it to one of his 3 sons. Oh, they're going to have to fight for it. It's just a double pass. If not, the wife will get it. Well, congratulations to you, Laurie, and good luck figuring out which family member is going to be the recipient of this. The Big Bash is back and bigger than ever at the Gabba. Don't miss the friendly fire at your house, Laurie. Summer fun at the Brisbane Heat. Tickets on the sale now at Ticket Tech. We're bringing the heat, and stay listening for more chances to win with 4BC. Now, Pam from Roachdale has called on 133 882 thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms on the open line. Pam, you went and saw Oprah.
I certainly did, and it was absolutely wonderful. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and she's a very inspirational lady. And, it was a great night. We sat with other 4BC winners, and we just had a very fun night. It was good.
Oh, okay. So you won the tickets through us to go and see Oprah.
On your afternoon show, I won them last week.
You're welcome. I'll take the credit for that. Pam, it's interesting. She's, like you said, she's inspirational. But I thought that, that if you follow media or if you think of people that form sort of pop culture guy, zeitgeist, she's there in amongst it. But I didn't know what to expect with her holding the floor and having a conversation with her openly.
She's very honest and open person. And obviously she's had to do a lot of healing in her life because she's had a very sad younger life. And, you know, like it's incredible all the philanthropy and things that she does now.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, she's just so down to earth. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was wonderful.
Oh, how good is that? Well, I'm glad you had a wonderful time, and thank you so much for letting us know about it. I hope they didn't make you wait out the front to get inside like they did at Lady Gaga.
No, we got in very quickly.
Good.
And it's the first time I've ever been to anything. They searched our handbags, but we also had to be scanned for metal and things,
Mm-hmm.
which, you know, I suppose there is the odd crackpot that might think, you know, they can retaliate to her.
Yeah, well.
You know, poppy syndrome. But anyhow, she was wonderful.
Oh, that's good. Well, thank you for ringing in and letting us know, and I'm pleased that you had a great time. Thanks for that report. I really appreciate it.
Very good. Mm-hmm.
Oh, well done. Well done. Merry Christmas. Christmas come early for you, Pam. Thanks so much for listening to 4BC. There you go. It pays to listen. You could win tickets to an amazing gig like that. What a once-in-a-lifetime sort of opportunity there. Also through on the text line 0499 880 882, just on this issue of the social media ban for our kids under 16. Paul PK from Cannon Hill says, Carla, why say sort your platforms out or risk a $50 million fine when we know that fine is rubbish and will never happen? This, of course, these 10 major social media platforms are being told that they will be slapped with a $50 million fine if they breach any of these laws that means that they have to identify whether a child is under 16. But we know that these kids have been circumventing these laws. They've been going through an age verification process. Sometimes they're young as 14, 15 and still being identified as someone over 20, even over 25. So they're getting around it in ways that we can't even wrap our heads around, but they're kids and they're smart and they're savvy and they're digital natives. We'll explore more about the social media ban a little after the news and in the next hour.
Traffic, struggling with foot, knee or back pain? Good Feet Arch Supports help you move more easily and feel better every day. Visit the Good Feet store.
In Morningside, there's an eastbound crash on Wynnum Road at Agnes Street with delays on the approach. Take care in the city with a burst water main requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. The Riverside Expressway under speed inbound towards Howe Street, and the gateway is moving to speed both ways from Bald Hills to Stretton. The Logan motorway is the same east-west, and the M1 is under speed southbound from Pimpamar down to Helensvale. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums.
And lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Cluedo is coming to the stage. Was it Miss Scarlet in the kitchen with the candlestick? Or Professor Plum in the library with the rope? Murder and blackmail are on the menu when 6 guests gather at Body Manor for a night they'll never forget. It's Cluedo the play, the hilarious murder mystery. This fast, furious and funny whodunit will leave you dying of laughter. Cluedo, a killer night out, literally. Opens January at Playhouse QPAC. Book now at cluedoplay.com.au.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Brisbane are going to win the grand final. This holiday season, make it Bronco season. Become a Bronco from just $20 per game and secure your seat for every moment in 2026. Be part of Brisbane's DNA. Experience the unmatched atmosphere at Suncorp and back the team all season long as our next chapter unfolds. Family memberships start from $70 per game. A big year awaits and you can be part of it. Secure your seat now at broncos.com.au. In 2026, we charge on.
You're listening to Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you so much for your company. For wrapping up this hour, the text line 0499 880 882, just on the social media ban. Jeff says, I really hope this under 16s ban will work, but is it really a ban? Under 16s will still be able to access inappropriate websites. They'll still play with their phones. They'll still be able to text, email and view YouTube videos. that just won't have social media accounts. Maybe. Don't think they'll suddenly be playing board games, Ring-a-Rosie or reading books. The real answer is to only allow them non-smartphones. Well, the horse has bolted, hasn't it, Jeff? It's a bit hard to put that all back in the box, and we'll wait to see what happens. But someone who's offering up another solution than this blanket ban, should this fall over, is going to be my guest for next hour, my special guest, and she's suggesting that there be more choice in what we have on our social media algorithms, that we should be able to opt in rather than to opt out of the content that gets thrown down our throats. That's what we're talking about, the harmful content that's getting our kids, that's putting them in the firing line of bullies and misogynist content and content that's way too old for our young kids. And that's what this ban is hoping to protect. So we'll be delving into that, Jeff, later on in this next hour. Also, we'll be chatting to Scott Phillips with all the latest finance news, including the superannuation sector, who's been forced to pay into a compensation scheme for victims of financial failure. We'll get to that after the news.
Get the rate that's right for you at therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. A new law will be introduced into State Parliament this afternoon in a bid to crack down on youth crime. Offenders as young as 10 could soon be slumped with ankle monitors when applying for bail. The move is in line with the LNP's Making Queensland Safer laws. Police are investigating a convoy of bikes and e-bikes interrupting traffic in the CBD. Around 30 teenagers were seen running red lights along Adelaide Street. Videos show several drivers having to stop to avoid collisions, honking horns at the group. On the first day of the social media ban, Australian teenagers are already looking for a way around the restriction. Tech companies must now take steps to stop children under 16 from accessing their platforms or risk a $50 million fine. 14-year-old Emilia was shut out from Instagram yesterday, but says she found a loophole with Snapchat.
You basically just need to, when you're making a new account, just change where you're from. Don't say Australia, say the US, but just don't add your phone number because that will give it away if you're from Australia or not.
The loneliness epidemic is apparently hitting Gen Z the hardest, with more than half saying they feel socially isolated. Nearly 1 in 3 Australians report feeling cut off, and 1 in 2 say they've lost close friends over time. The cost of living is potentially to blame, keeping more people at home, with almost half of the younger generation worried they're missing out. Communications Minister Annika Wells says she has nothing to hide as her travel expense comes under scrutiny. Ms Wells is under pressure to explain the amount of taxpayer funds she claimed on various trips and family reunions. The minister maintains she followed the guidelines and is happy for all her expenses to be independently audited. Grabbing a cheap Christmas present from an online marketplace could be putting children at risk. Brady Evans explains.
Independent consumer group Choice has tested 22 toys designed for children under 3 from online vendors AliExpress, Amazon, eBay and Temu. 6 of them failed mandatory safety standards because of choking hazards. Director of Campaigns Andy Kelly says online marketplaces are under no legal obligation to ensure the safety of products sold through third-party suppliers.
So stick with, well-known Australian retailers.
The unsafe toys have been removed from sale, but Choice suggests they should never have been available, continuing to campaign for stronger product safety laws. Brady Evans, 9 News.
And millions of Australians will forego essential purchases this year in order to afford Christmas. Salvation Army research found 1 in 5 will sacrifice food or health appointments. 1.1 million will avoid bringing up the holiday with their children altogether because they can't afford it. Checking finance, $1 Australian dollar buying 66.2 US cents.
Finance. Not sure about the 30% cheaper home batteries government rebate? Call Fallon Solutions. Licence 65776 and S478 6000.
Pakistan fast bowler Shaheen Afridi has arrived in Brisbane ahead of the Big Bash. The 25-year-old is taken by the Heat as the first pick in the international player draft. He says he's familiar with the Gabba, having played in Pakistan Australia's tour last summer.
We had a very good one-day series against Australia, but I played in Gabba. I love to bowl here, and I'm excited to bowl here again in 19th as well.
Meantime, Australia has named its 15-man squad for the third Ashes test in Adelaide. Queenslander Usman Khawaja has retained his place ahead of a potential recall to the top of the batting order. Skipper Pat Cummins has also been included ahead of his return from injury. And Liverpool has put aside the Mo Salah controversy to beat Inter Milan 1-0 in the Champions League. It's 1:04. That's news and sport.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans from all the leading lenders. Smart, simple, with real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks. therate.com.au.
Every Christmas begins with a wish. A wish for connection, for music, for moments shared around the piano. At Kauai Brisbane, discover the gift that lasts long beyond the season. With Christmas pricing across our entire range, including digital pianos from $4.49. Enjoy bonus gifts across the Kauai piano range. Bring home a Kauai this Christmas. Offers end December 24. Visit Kauai Brisbane Stafford or brisbane.kauai.com.au. Kauai, instrumental to life.
Traffic for F10 fuel treatment. Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Available at Auto 1, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
In Morningside, there's an eastbound crash on Wynnum Road at Agnes Street with delays on the approach. Take care in the city with a burst water main requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Riverside Expressway underspeed inbound towards Hale Street. The Gateway Motorway moving to speed both ways from Bald Hills to Stretton. Gympie Road's a little sticky both ways from Chermside to Kedron. And the M1 is underspeed southbound from Pimpama to Helensvale. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Mazda's 2025 plate clearance is on now. Don't miss incredible drive-away deals across select 2025 models. Take on the toughest terrain in the top-of-the-range Mazda BT50 SP. Now from $68,990 drive away. Or get the job done with the worksite-ready BT50 XT 4x4 dual cab from $55,990 drive away. Hurry into your local dealership before they're gone. Priced to clear and ready to move. The Mazda plate clearance is on now. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. See Mazda.com.au for details.
Christmas is a time of giving, not taking. But right now, poverty is taking too much from too many Australian children. Too much of their potential. Too much of their confidence. Too much of their self-belief. Don't let it take their future too. Give the gift of extra learning support to change a child's school year. Please, donate today. Search the Smith family.
Enable notifications in the 4BC app and get alerts on the biggest stories as they break. Click on your profile in the app and select notifications.
Mostly sunny across Brisbane today, reaching a top at 30 degrees in the city, 32 in Ipswich and 29 on the Bayside. Getting down to 21 degrees overnight with a partly cloudy day tomorrow. Chance of morning fog in the west with a top of 29. Possible showers for Friday, most likely in the morning, tops of 28 and a partly cloudy day on Saturday. On Moreton Bay, winds northeasterly up to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now, it's 30 degrees at Ascot. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 1:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
On 4BC Brisbane and network stations across Queensland. Afternoons with Carla Binyaska.
Thank you and welcome along for hour 2 of the afternoon's program here at 4BC and also 4RO in Rockhampton. It's a pleasure to have your company. You can have your say on anything that we've been talking about, or maybe there's something else that you'd like to chat to me about. The open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882. Or, of course, you can text 0499 880 882. Plenty of feedback coming through, including the reason why Lady Gaga, someone's got the T on it, why Lady Gaga, the people were waiting out the front of Suncorp Stadium by someone who lives close by. I'll read that text in a little bit. Coming up on this hour, the social media ban is here, but Chanel Contos is going to be my guest this hour and is launching a new movement called Fix Our Feeds. She's calling for us to have more choice in our social media algorithms, suggesting perhaps a blanket ban won't really work, but that we should have more say in what we want as content to be on our feeds. And she's going to join me after 1:30. I'll be speaking to the cast of Love Actually, the musical parody, after 2 o'clock. And I've got a double pass as well to give away to the show. Just got to make sure you listen out for your cue to call on 133 882. And standing by to have a chat with us is Motley Fool Chief Investment Officer Scott Phillips, and have a chat a bit about this superannuation industry that's under fire, going to be put on a compensation scheme to help people with those that have been victims of financial failure. Gabe, like I said, has texted through 0499 880 882. Gabe says, "Hi, Carla. I live very close to the stadium, and the reason why people weren't let into Suncorp last night was Lady Gaga's fault. She did her sound check late and was still doing it when the gates should have been open for the crowd to enter. Of course, they couldn't let the crowd in until after she'd finished and left. I was on my veranda thinking, why is she doing her sound check so late? First of all, how good is it when you live near a stadium and you can hear those concerts for free? I used to live down the road from Bruce Stadium. I think it's GIO Stadium now in Canberra when I worked down there. And every time there was a guest, I remember Elton John performed, and the sound was great from my balcony. So same thing for you, Gabe, but that's interesting. I thought it was a technical issue. I know that on breakfast this morning with Sophie, she spoke with a representative from Suncorp Stadium, and they had suggested that they'll be looking into it, and there'll be a review, and they'll be looking into it tomorrow as well. But if it's just simply that, leaving a sound check too late, it left her fans out the front there, and they left wanting. They missed the first part of the show, which I'm told was excellent. She is an amazing performer. And good luck to you if you got tickets and you were able to go last night. But I'm sorry for those who were left waiting out the front trying to get into the stadium.
4BC is a great start to your day and the stories that matter on your way home. 4BC is Brisbane.
Now, there's a retirement disaster happening in Australia, according to the 2026 retirement savings targets for renters. A typical single renter would need $659,000 in super in order to have a comfortable retirement, compared to $322,000 for a retiree who owns their own home. Similarly, a couple who rents would need a combined super of $786,000, compared to a couple who owns a home who would need $432,000 to retire comfortably, saved in their super in order to, like I said, live comfortably. Now, the 2026 retirement savings targets for renters has found that renters are at real risk of retirement disaster if the government doesn't act. Now, around 2.9 million households, or 31%, were renting as of 2021 census, and data from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare found that more than 325,000 aged pensioners were receiving Commonwealth rent assistance in June this year, with 32% being in rental stress as they dish out, more than a third of their income on rent. This is tough. This is this conversation that we have actually from time and time again with Scott and in our finance news about how much we should have in super in order to retire comfortably. And when we look at now and we talk about housing affordability and the housing crisis in this country, where a lot of this younger generation aren't able to buy a home successfully on their own or in a couple, and are forced to rent if they can find a rental. And they're living with mum and dad, that we know that. They're staying at home longer. But the ones that do rent are putting a majority of their pay packet into renting. And it means less going into super, and particularly if they have their own business as well. I know I've got friends who have their own businesses who haven't paid themselves super in 4 years because they're paying for rent for their home, rent for their, business place. And super is something that they're going to say, I always worry about down the track, but that's going to hit us. It's going to bite us in the butt. And if that's what it takes, almost $1 million is saying is what we need to have in super to be comfortable in retirement. That's quite alarming. Let's go to someone who knows more about this than me.
On 4BC Afternoons, the Finance Report.
It's Scott Phillips, the Chief Investment Officer at the Motley Fool. Just very quickly on this. That's a lot of money to be putting aside in your super if you are renting and looking like you're going to be renting into the future.
Carla, good afternoon. It absolutely is. And this, it is such a frustrating topic to talk about because we talk about it, and governments know what needs to be done, and they don't do it. And so we keep talking about it, nothing changes. And I don't know if it's Groundhog Day or Stockholm Syndrome or something else, but it's a really, really tough thing for a whole lot of people. Now, you're right. You're absolutely. We're talking about young people getting into the housing market. It's actually absolutely what we should be talking about. The problem is those young people in 20, 30, 40 years are going to be the old people, and they're still going to be renting. Yeah. And they're going to have to. These are current numbers, by the way, not numbers that they'll need in 20, 30 or 40 years time. Right. And so they And honestly, almost every super calculation you usually hear quoted is, if you own your own home, this is how much you need. And it was the default assumption because for the longest time, the vast bulk of us owned our own homes.
Yeah.
Our young people are looking absolutely down the barrel of, at some point, homeowners being in the minority rather than the majority if this trend continues, because year after year, the home ownership rate continues to fall. And it's not because they don't want to. It's not because they would rather do something else. As you rightly already said, they can't afford or can't find somewhere to live, and that's not alone the renters. So, yeah, it's a huge issue. And the super is really going to bite at that point. Here's the other risk. You get to the end of your working life, you say, well, I guess I've got super. I'm not going to keep renting. I'm going to use it to buy a home. And then what happens?
Yeah.
You fall back on the age pension, which super was supposed to fix. So super becomes a home buyer scheme, and we don't change the retirement income situation at all.
It does feel cyclical, and I hope there's some reform. So it's because, like you rightly pointed out, these are figures for now. These are not what's going on in the future. And if you think 325,000 age pensioners are receiving rental assistance in June this year, and of those people, over a third of them are in rental stress, it's not a way to be, and it's certainly not what the pension was supposed to be about, nor super for that matter. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Is what there's ours, exactly.
Yeah, but look, speaking as well of super, the superannuation sector is being forced to pay a compensation scheme or opt into a compensation scheme for victims of financial failures. So this is about industry and retail super funds contributing to a special levy to cover a $47.3 million shortfall in funding for the compensation scheme of last resort over the 2025, is it 26 financial year?
That's right. Yeah, the 25-26 financial year, so the one finishing June 30 next year, is going to be about $47 million short of how much it needs to meet the obligations of the scheme. And the scheme gives up to $150,000 to people who've lost money as a result of fraud or mismanagement by a financial advisor or a super fund or a managed fund or something else. It is simply not had enough money contributed to it and is going to be short. The worst thing, in the next financial year, the current projections are that it'll be short by $100 million a year. And the government's saying, well, there's not enough money there, guys. I'm going to tap someone for the money. They're coming after, at least for now, superannuation schemes, superannuation funds. So you guys have to put some money in. I'd love your thoughts, Carla, because this is really hard, right? The first question is, do we need to provide support for the people who are defrauded, or do we say bad luck? Now, if we say, well, we'll do something to help them, which is what we currently choose to do, there's a choice. Either the taxpayer pays for it or the super funds pay for it. Now, here's the thing. That's kind of the same thing, right? Because we've all got super funds. We just talked about how much super we'd have. We're all taxpayers.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of one of those things where the super funds can complain, but realistically, the funds are essentially owned by the members. The members are taxpayers. So whether we say the super funds have to pay or we say the taxpayer will pay, the reality is it's coming out of the same pocket, right? Well, might be the left and the right pocket, the same pair of pants. And so that's kind of the challenge here. The bigger issue is how we get to a situation where there is the need for that much money to compensate people when so much wrongdoing is happening in my industry, frankly. And I've got to say, there are some good people in my industry. There are some awful people in my industry taking too much risk, not taking care of people's money. The scheme is there to make sure that people aren't left destitute or on the street because they've lost all this cash, but someone's got to have to pay the insurance bill, so the taxpayer or super funds, or maybe we find someone else to pay it. But either way, the money is required and we're going to be way, way short.
Well, herein lies, I guess, my question, Scott, is, victims of financial fraud is one thing, like you said, it might be a financial advisor that's ripped them off or for whatever. But then there's another side of it, and I don't know enough, but I know that with my super, I've put it in I've split it up, but I've put some into a fairly volatile financial where it's, high risk, high reward. We're not talking about that per se. We're not talking about, when you choose a super fund or when you choose to opt into this, area where it is high risk, high reward. We're not talking about getting that money back because, for a lot of people when the GFC happened, they saw their, super just gone overnight because of going into, really speculative, volatile. Yeah. So I'd just be clear about what the financial failure is.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did. That's really, really important. So it's where there has been fraud or some other, issue in terms of the the trust under which that money was placed, the way the money was invested.
Yeah,
so
right.
If they were, if someone did the wrong thing by them in that context, then they'll make them good. It's not. You're right. If you make a bad investment, if I go and punt on, some dodgy mining company, I'm not going to be made whole. If Commonwealth Bank shares fall, I'm not going to be made whole. It's only if there's wrongdoing on behalf of those whose trust you should have been able to rely on to do the right thing by you.
And in that case, if it was in any other institution, if you're a victim of fraud and it can be proven through the bank is the one that foots a bill. You would think that the super, but like you said, taxpayer, super, it's all one and the same.
And this is kind of where it's last resort, right? So if there are assets remaining of the party that committed the fraud, those assets are absolutely seized first and foremost and used to make good the losses. The problem is by the time these things are uncovered, generally it's because the investment scheme has collapsed or someone's left the country or something's happened and there simply are no assets left with which to repay those people who've been left out of pocket. So that's why it's and unusually for government, this is absolutely completely appropriately named. It is literally the compensation scheme of last resort. That is when we've exhausted every other avenue. And if you're still out of pocket, you can put your hand up and say, hey, can I have a little bit of cash, please? Yeah. And as I said, the question is twofold. Should we help those people? I think probably. I mean, we don't want people that on the street because they got defrauded, but a bit like victims of crime and compensation in general, someone's paying the bill. If it's not the taxpayer, it's the superannuation. And as you say, it's exactly the same person either way. So it's kind of hard. What's of issue, I suppose, it's underfunded specifically because there's more fraud than was expected. Yeah. And that talks to either how much money was in the first place or how well we are regulating and chasing up people who are doing the wrong thing.
That and the lack of foresight. Scott, very quickly, Arnott's, I note, so think Tim Tams, think Jats Crackers, they've secured a $45 million loan from the federal government investment fund. I had no idea that Arnott's were going, but we go through family assortments here at the kitchen at 4BC like they're no one's business. How are they going broke?
So I'm on a chocolate Monty that is quietly my favourite. Tim Tams probably. They're not going broke. This is why it's kind of silly, right? They're simply refinancing an existing loan. And somehow they've said, well, we'd like to find someone to give us some money, please, to refinance the loan. And the National Reconstruction Fund, of all things, have put their hand and said, yeah, we'll do it. Now, ostensibly, if you believe the way this is being described, essentially what happened is the government is saying, well, this fund is here to provide support for manufacturing jobs. And Arnott's have probably, and I want to be careful because we don't know formally what they've said or not said to governments or other bodies to get this money. But effectively, if it's been done, the rules of the fund suggest it should only be provided funding-wise if jobs are at risk. Now, Arnott's is owned by a private equity mob out of the US. Yeah. So effectively what they're saying is we're not going to put the money in. They've got all the money in the world. We're not going to put any money in because we don't want to take the risk. We want someone else to take the risk. And guess what? The taxpayer is on the hook for $45 million. It's part of a much bigger loan package with other lenders as well. But it boggles the mind why we're being even slightly involved in something that's a $1.9 billion takeover of Arnott's. The money they're raising is in the hundreds of millions of dollars to refinance some debt, and the government's putting their oar in the water and saying, yeah, we'll have some of that too. I find it very, very hard to justify how it's possible. Well, we should have to do that.
Scott, someone's signing checks over there in Treasury, and Jim's not looking at them, so just keep on at it. I might send a bill over there and see if they'll sign it. Exactly. All right. Quickly, what's the wash up from the RBA cash rate decision being put on hold yesterday, and what are the markets looking like?
The statement yesterday was pretty clear. The Reserve's probably going to put rates up sooner rather than later if nothing changes. Honestly, the statement effectively said we need to put rates up, and they said, but we just didn't. So they've told us exactly what we should expect. The market's down 0.1% today, 8,865 points. Meanwhile, the Aussie dollar up again against the US, 0.1% higher, 66.38 US cents.
Scott, thank you so much. Go and get yourself a Tim Tam Slam.
Absolutely guaranteed, thanks, Carla.
Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 ho.
All right, that's your cue to call. Phone now on 133 882. What gift will you unwrap? Just be caller number 5, 133 882 on the open line number. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, and it's all thanks, of course, as well to Diamonds International with 40% off everything at their end of year sale. Be caller number 5 on 133 882.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad,
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
Blenders, robot vacuums.
And lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
There's tennis. And then there's tennis turned up. The United Cup turns up the rivalry, and it's about to get louder than ever. Watch the best on earth do battle when Team Australia faces Team Norway and Team China versus Team Canada at Ken Rosewall Arena. Tickets on sale now from $50. Get yours, then get loud. Search United Cup tickets.
If you're after a scissor lift, boom or any kind of access equipment, talk to the local guys at Height for Hire. Proudly Queensland's largest privately owned and operated supplier of access hire equipment. Height for Hire won't let you down. They've got machines to meet your needs, ready to go right now. From scissor lifts to knuckle and stick booms, big or small, everything you need to do the job safely and at an affordable price. Call 1-800-HEIGHT or go to heightforhire.com.au. Height for Hire, safely taking you to new heights.
Hi, I'm Jenny from Ben Moves Brisbane, and this is my hubby Ben.
Hi.
We've been moving families and businesses for over 15 years.
And when you need us, we can move you too.
We do it all, big and small jobs, family homes, units, townhouses and offices. Ben Moves Brisbane provides a seamless, stress-free experience without any hidden charges or costly surprises. Whether it's your home, your office or your apartment.
Let our family move yours.
benmovesbrisbane.com.au.
9 News Queensland with Melissa Downs and Joel Dry. Queensland's most watched and dedicated TV news service. Breaking the news and telling the stories that matter to you, your family and your finances. Cutting through the spin and separating fact from fear with our comprehensive sport and weather coverage. 9 News Queensland is your news. Nightly at 6.
Forget the gym. Boyle's Fitness Equipment can get you summer ready at home with a massive 30% off our huge range of premium fitness equipment for 1 week only. That's 30% off cardio and strength training gear, treadmills, bikes and rowers, benches, weights and gym packages. All the top global brands, all 30% off. Get 30% off Boyle's Fitness Equipment. Just use the code SUMMERREADY online now at bfe.com.au or visit our Rockley showroom, now open Saturdays. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to Afternoons on Brisbane's 4BC, brought to you by Latrobe Financial. Live a more comfortable retirement with regular income. 4BC's Jingle Bell Jackpot.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Leonie from Logan Home is there. Hello, Leonie.
Hi, Carla. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for being correct caller through on 133 882. We're going to unwrap a present now.
Exciting.
Oh, it is. I love this time of year. The elf in here keeps moving around, though. It's creeping me out, Leonie. I've got to tell you that much. All right, what have you got? You've won a family pass to Bluey's World.
Oh, lovely.
Breaking news, Bluey's World is the most awesome place to go, Leonie.
Oh, I love it. Thank you so much.
Very dramatic, but it is amazing. Christmas at Bluey's World. The Hill Home is ready for Veranda Santa's big visit. Adventure through the house looking for Bingo's favourite toy, Floppy. Keep an eye out for more festive touches. You can book your tickets at blueysworld.com. But you are going along. It is so much fun. You'll enjoy that. If you've got kids, grandkids, who are you going to take along?
I will find someone for sure. I've got lots of children. Thank you.
Oh, fabulous. All right. Well, you go and enjoy that. And, of course, Jingle Bell Jackpot for Diamonds Internationals with 40% off everything at their end-of-year sale, even custom design pieces. 3 locations or diamondsinternational.com.au. I got to say, this elf is really screwing around with stuff in here in the studio. Leonie, I'm not a big fan of the elf, and he is causing some total and utter mischief in here.
Oh, you're going to have fun with that in a few years' time, I reckon, Carla.
Oh, see,
you'll be doing that with your little one.
Do you think so? I think it's another rod for my own back because I can't keep up with him because he'll just make so much mess.
It is a bit of a job, but yes, you will love it.
Okay, all right. I've got to embrace it.
After my man. I'm cleaning up after him.
Leonie, Merry Christmas to you. You go and enjoy Bluey's World and tell us how you go. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for your feedback. 0499 880 882 is the text line. Joseph in Townsville says, hi, Carla, I don't mind a Tim Tam or 3, but shrinkflation has hit. I remember in the 90s, Tim Tam packets were so much bigger. Great show. Thank you, Joseph. I think in the 90s, wasn't it Kate Blanchett that told us she wanted a packet of Tim Tams that never ran out? Maybe that's why. And also, maybe you were a bit younger back then and you remember things with nostalgia, and with the benefit of retrospect, we look back and we're like, maybe it wasn't bigger, maybe we were just smaller. But there's only, and apparently I'm getting an intel. How's this, Joseph? There's only 7 Tim Tams in a gluten-free packet. 7? I reckon I could do one in one sitting. 7, one whole packet. I don't like chocolate, but I understand I appreciate the addictiveness of a Tim Tam. They're very sweet for me. And I appreciate the novelty of the Tim Tam Slam. I do like a chocolate Monty, but I'm not a bit of that does seem ridiculous though, 7. And I bet you pay more to have it gluten-free as well. Thank you so much for your feedback on the text line 0499 880 882, as well as the open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, on 133 882. Sandra has texted through saying, hi, Carla, I'd be interested to know who wrote the software for the face recognition program. This is in regards to, of course, the social media ban for under 16. They're using facial recognition to see whether or not to prove, to age verify whether these kids are under 16 or not and whether they should be on social media. There's reports everywhere and anecdotally as well in my life of kids being able to go on only 14, 15 years of age, and they've been able to open social media accounts or continue their social media accounts because this facial recognition says that they're 25, which is ridiculous. I remember going out when I first started going out to pubs and clubs and things, and it's still a rule to this day. If you're a bouncer, prove me wrong, tell me otherwise, 133 882. But if you look like you're under 25, you get carded, you get stopped at the door if you look under 25. So I don't know why this software is allowing kids who clearly look under 25 the ability to get through. But we'll be talking to an expert who's looking for a more practical and simple way to help protect our kids on social media after the 1:30 news. All right, a man has been charged following a string of incidents overnight. Georgia Condek in the 4BC newsroom has the latest.
Good afternoon, Carla. That's right. The 37-year-old is facing a number of assault charges following incidents across South Brisbane. Police allege the male stole multiple vehicles and led police on wild chases across the region last night. Dozens of teenagers have been seen riding in a bike convoy through the CBD. Videos show the group of around 30 running red lights and interrupting traffic along Adelaide Street. Millions of children under 16 have been locked out of social media accounts as the ban takes effect. Major tech platforms down face $50 million fines if they fail to take reasonable steps to block underage users. And pubs are gearing up to undergo major renovations to include hotel rooms to boost accommodation before the 2032 Olympic Games. In sport, Queenslander Usman Khawaja has retained his place for the third Ashes Test in Adelaide, along with skipper Pat Cummins. And Carla, I'll have more news at 2.
Get a free pack of Sakata 90-gram plain crackers today at Woolworths when you spend $30 on cheese with Christmas Unwrapped in the Rewards app. 12 days, 12 festive offers. T's and C's apply.
In Morningside, an eastbound crash on Wynnum Road at Agnes Street is now cleared. There's an inbound breakdown on the Pacific Motorway exit 5 to Juliet Street in Annerley with no delays. Take care in the city with a burst water main requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Riverside Expressway, underspeed inbound towards Hale Street. Gympie Road a little sticky both ways from Chermside to Kedron. And the M1 is underspeed southbound from Pimpama to Helensvale. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Don't ignore a snore. If it's happening to you or your partner, you could have the very serious medical condition of sleep apnea. Call Synergy Sleep today for your bulk build home sleep study to see if you're at risk. Conducted in the comfort of your own home, our qualified team of experts will explain what all that data means and create a personalised treatment plan. Contact Synergy Sleep today for your free bulk build home sleep study. synergysleep.com.au.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you so much for joining in on the fun here on 4BC in Brisbane, as well as for our own Rockhampton. The open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882. The text line is also 0499 880 882. It's where Dave has reached out to us. Looks like there's an outage with Westpac. Can someone check to see what's going on? Dave, I can say that Westpac has confirmed that there is an issue with access to its online banking services, though it has not yet provided details about what that problem is and how quickly it will be resolved. This from a spokesperson, a Westpac spokesperson. We're aware some customers are experiencing issues accessing banking services. We're working to restore services as quickly as possible and apologise to customers for the inconvenience. Hundreds of Westpac customers are reporting outages there. So it looks like at this stage, Dave, it is all to do with the online banking services and not, point of sale or anything to do with going into shops and needing to use your key card and that. If you're just looking to see what your bank balance is, I guess you could try and go to an ATM if there are any of those around these days and check there manually. But it is an inconvenience, and we'll stay on top of that. If you're a Westpac customer, that is thoroughly frustrating if you needed to go online and do your online banking, particularly this time of year. Also on that text line, 0499 880 882, the CCP. Gosh, I love a conspiracy theorist, Terry. The CCP is going to love the amount of extra data they can access from the verification process to open an account on TikTok. And there is the argument that TikTok is purely there as a data harvesting device or account or whatever to take from everyone who has an account on TikTok because it is a Chinese company. And the inference there is that the CCP is going to be using that data. But I don't know if that is the case, Terry. And like I said, I like a conspiracy theorist.
On 4BC Afternoons, time to find out what happened on this day. It's a beautiful day.
All right. Today is Wednesday, the 10th of December, which means it's Dewey Decimal System Day. We celebrate the clever way of organising books in a library. It's marked in honour of Melville Dewey, who invented the system in 1876. The day is about remembering the system and appreciating how it's helped keep our library books in order, people, and easy to navigate for over a century. Do you still visit a library? I remember when I learnt about the Dewey Decimal System, we had all the drawers, the big wooden drawers throughout the library, and you had to go through the little cue cards, the little cardboard cards to find the book that related to the Dewey Decimal System, which number it was, and then you'd go down the aisles. These days it's all barcode and it's electronic, but it still uses the same principles, something that was put into place over 100 years ago. Ash's daughter, Ash, who is our in-studio extraordinaire, his daughter, Jordan, likes to collect library cards. That's how much she loves going to the library. It's her badge of honour. That's like she goes and she deals library cards around. Says, these are the ones I'm a member of. All over Brisbane City too, right? It's a fascinating thing to want to be part of. I used to love collecting gym memberships, and it made me feel like I was working out, but I never did. Just made me feel better. Never went. It's also National Lager Day. So if you like a Great Northern, maybe you're more of a Carlton Dry friend. I think of a lager as bread soda. It's pretty much just a way to get your carbonated yeast intake, isn't it? Not a big beer fan, although I like a shandy like my mum. But you could use any beer and it wouldn't matter. It's just got to be mainly lemonade, really, in that case. All right, this is what else has happened on this day in history. On this day in 1949, Sir Robert Menzies was elected as Australia's Prime Minister for the second time.
I just want to say this to you. You have given us not only an enormous majority, but an enormous task.
Menzies remained as PM until 1966. In 1948, the United Nations adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In 1895, Launceston became the first city in Australia to have their streets lit by electricity. In 1992, Boys to Men were on top of the Aussie charts. End of the Road stayed at number 1 for 4 weeks and played out my teenage heartbreak. That is a song that reminds me of my first heartbreak. Anyway, that's another session for the council later on. In 1953, the first issue of Playboy magazine is published. Marilyn Monroe was the first cover girl. Some movies premiered on this day. In 1962, Lawrence of Arabia hit cinemas.
The trick, William Potter, is not minding that it hurts.
The film starred Peter O'Toole. In 2001, the very first Lord of the Rings premiered. And it's a happy birthday to Irish actor Sir Kenneth Branagh. He's 65 today. And happy birthday to Meg White, the drummer from the White Stripes. This song, Seven Nation Army, has become a standard walk-on song, has it not, or a post-goal anthem at major soccer tournaments around the world. Meg White, like I said, is the drummer from that band, and she's 51 today. It's all happened on this day, the 10th of December.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
The cost of living crisis means more Australians are facing poverty this Christmas. After paying rent, some families are living on as little as $30 a day. For those doing it tough, a warm meal, a gift for the kids, or financial assistance can feel like a miracle. And that begins with you. If you can, please donate to the Salvation Army Christmas Appeal and be the hope for struggling families. Search the Salvation Army and give today.
Frank, this is a safe space. What's on your mind?
Oh, this new girl at work, she's too good. She just, does things. She noticed the leaky tap in the loo and fixed it. That was my thing. I was the guy that noticed stuff.
And how does that make you feel?
Empty, lost. She's the opposite of everyone I've ever hired.
If you're not used to great employees, you need Indeed. Get a $200 credit from Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/200. Indeed. Get what you need. T's and C's apply.
Has your car been hail damaged? Don't wait for months to have it repaired. Get it done right now at the Bump Shop. They've put on extra staff and they'll get your car looking as good as new using the latest dent technology and factory-baked enamel. If you're concerned about the factory finish of your car, the Bump Shop offers a lifetime warranty on all repairs. So when making a claim, insist on the Bump Shop. All insurance companies welcome. The Bump Shop. Open 6 days a week, including Saturday mornings. Call 3268-4900.
Is excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated? Caruso's Fluid Away to the rescue. Caruso's Fluid Away contains herbs including dandelion, which is traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to temporarily relieve mild fluid retention and reduce abdominal bloating. So if you're fed up with excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated, try Caruso's Fluid Away today. Caruso's Fluid Away is made in Australia and is available from leading pharmacies and health stores. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
You're listening to Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you and welcome back to 4BC and 4RO in Rockhampton. Now, the national ban on social media for under 16s is here. And while most of the focus has been on age limits and verification, there is a growing conversation about what happens next, or at least that's what we should be focusing on, because it's here whether we like it or not. Because even when teens hit 16 and they log back on, they're stepping into feeds that can push harmful and polarizing content within minutes. The very content that we're trying to protect them from. But now, without training wheels of having been online previously at such a pivotal age. And that's where Chanel Contos comes in, my next guest. Chanel's the founder of Teachers Consent. She's an author, a voice, a leading voice in preventing sexual violence. And now she's launching a new movement called Fix Our Feeds. So instead of a blanket ban being the only line of defence, she's pushing for something that's more simple, more practical, giving Australians the choice to switch off the algorithms that target us with such content and switching them on or off. She believes optional algorithms could stop kids being funneled into misogynistic and extremist spaces and give everyone more control over what shows up on our screens. Chanel joins us now on Afternoons. Thank you so much for your time, Chanel.
Oh, thank you for having me. Such a privilege.
Now, what was your first reaction, if you can cast your mind back, to the social media ban, and what gaps do you reckon still need to be addressed?
My first reaction to the social media ban was nuanced, except from a perspective of wanting to prevent violence and prevent sexual violence and gender-based violence. I thought any time that we can get young people off screens, the better that will be. So I was and am supportive of the delay. However, I also knew from day one that this was and should be only a first step. And that algorithms were the thing that we really had to turn our attention to address this on a structural level for all Australians, because obviously young people are so incredibly important and the safety of them should be at the forefront of everything we do, except I do believe that all Australians should be offered choice and safe rails.
So why do you see that algorithm controls as a natural next step for the ban, after the ban? I mean, it's day one, so we don't know whether it's going to work or not. I hope that there is going to be continued conversation, and this is just not legislation that's ruled a line in the sand, but we'll have to wait and see. But why do you see algorithm controls as a natural next step if it doesn't work, if the ban doesn't work?
Well, because it means that not only for young people who may end up accessing social media anyway, when they turn 16, they could have a softer landing onto socials. And also, again, for any Australian who wishes to use this tool, because what we know is that people tend to not actively seek out harmful content, but it's shown to them on their screens. And as soon as they engage in it, maybe it's simply out of curiosity, the algorithm picks up on that and kind of takes them into these rabbit holes of persistent messaging. And once that media has been propagated to you in that way, it's hard to not believe it.
It is one of those things that, you know, we want to protect our young kids from harmful content. We want to protect them from bullying. That is not the question here, but the way in which it's been done, it doesn't feel like it will actually work in practical terms. I guess in that way, an optional algorithm system in simple terms could work not just for under 16s, but for everyone who uses social media.
I think so. I think that for anyone listening who was on social media back in 2010, 2011, it really did feel like the glory days where you could connect with accounts and people that you actively wanted to see. You followed hashtags so you could still explore interests. But again, most people follow hashtags around surfing or makeup tutorials, not things that are, you know, describing women as property or condoning violence against others. And I think having the option to go back to that, and also having the option to have control over the content we consume or the data we consume is really important. And this may not be something that feels necessary right now to everyone. If they think, oh, I like my feeds and I wouldn't opt out of it, that's fine. You don't need to. But also, we don't know where social media is going or how it's going to evolve. And that's like quite a scary thing because it's changed so drastically in the last 5 years. These companies are fully aware that their products are addictive substances. They're fully aware of the harmful content that's on them, and they're clearly not regulating themselves. So I do think that with the governance around the Online Safety Act coming up, that this is the time to push this forward for the safety of all Australians, to ultimately give more choice for now and in the future.
I'm speaking with Chanel Contos, who's the founder of Teachers Consent and also is behind this new movement called Fix Our Feeds. We talk about these big tech companies who, will do anything they can to circumnavigate or resist regulation. And their modus operandi is to get us on and get us addicted and get us watching, because even 1 second means more money for their bottom line. So being able to opt into the type of content that we want, whether you're a parent and it's a parental control thing, or whether you're just a consumer like myself, just on social media, it makes a whole bunch of sense.
I'm glad you think so. I think so too. And so do all the experts and violence prevention industry, and also in the tech industry that we've consulted with about this policy. And
that's the other thing too. It's not like you've just started this grassroots movement because you're upset. You actually have the backing of some big tech. You've got ex-prime ministers, thousands of Australians, everyday ordinary Australians, people in business and industry who are supporting your push.
Yes, we're so thankful. We have an open letter on our website, teachersconsent.com. So anyone listening who wants to put their voice behind that, please do go to the website and add your name. It will remain private information. But yeah, we have incredible Australians behind this campaign. And I think that the public sentiment as well that we've received, the comments that we've looked through on social media and the feedback we've gotten on our emails has been extraordinarily positive, because the best thing about this policy is that it can be used by those who need it, whether that be parents, whether, again, for young people, a softer landing onto social media, for anyone who wants to spend less time using these addictive substances and these platforms. Or if you like your feed, then it doesn't impact you in any way.
Yeah. You are absolutely incredible. And I think the fact that you are a young person, we'll say younger person, Chanel, but the fact that you're a voice for younger people, young Aussies, who has seen change enacted with your work through Teachers Consent. It's a movement that saw mandated consent education introduced to school curriculum across the country in 2023. I think it needs someone like you, because you're a digital native. This is your world. This is your sphere. You are more in touch with other younger Aussies, although a 16-year-old will probably look at you and go, say you're old. Imagine what they think about me.
Probably.
But I think you're the right person to be talking about this, because it is far more nuanced. There's little detail to this than just a blanket ban. No one should be on it under 16, done. You cut off from the rest of the world.
Thank you so much. That's so kind. Your support means a lot. And yeah, I really do have hope that we can keep the momentum up and continue to put people above profits and make the online space in Australia as safe as it can be.
All right. Your open letter, like I said, has got heaps of support already. What do you want to see happen? What does the federal government have to do next in order to, take us seriously, take the Fix Our Feed movement seriously?
The more signatures we can get, the better. The more shares on social media, we can use it for good in that way, the better. Our Instagram account is @teachersconsent, and our website is teachersconsent.com. So please, any public support to this, I think, will go a long way in helping the government see that this is something that its citizens want: more option, more choice, and the power put back in their hands and away from these big tech platforms.
Amazing work. You're doing amazing stuff. Thank you so much for being an inspirational young Aussie. He's actually coming up with a practical solution to this what will inevitably be, a sticky situation for us parents and for caregivers and for all of us who use social media in this time. It's a strange world we're living in, Chanel.
Oh, I know. It's scary, but we can do it. We can find solutions. Technology feels overwhelming and scary, and big tech platforms benefit off the fact that we think they're impossible to change or regulate, but technology is extremely malleable and it's designed by humans, and we can make it safer by design together.
Chanel, you're amazing. Thank you so much for your time on 4BC Afternoons.
Thank you.
There you have it. It's a growing conversation we should be having about what happens next. What happens in this new world where there's a social media ban for under 16s? It can't just go on like this because kids are going to get around it. And the whole idea is for us to keep them safe. And I'm not talking about breaking the law, but I'm talking about keeping our kids safe and also still connected to the world around them so they don't feel even more isolated. For those that feel marginalised already, it doesn't make it worse for them. I'd love to know what you think about this. 133 882, the open line. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
In Rocklea, there's a single vehicle crash westbound on Medway Street after Ipswich Road with lanes reduced and traffic controllers on the scene. Take care of the city with a burst water main requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Riverside Expressway under speed inbound towards Howell Street. Gympie Road a little sticky both ways from Shermside to Kedron. The Gateway motorway is moving to speed both ways from Bald Hills to Stretton, and it's a good run to either coast on the M1 and Bruce Highway. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Aussie Broadband delivers cutting-edge IT solutions for large businesses across Australia. They're here to power your business with technology that's reliable, scalable and built to perform. High-speed internet, voice services or networking. Aussie Broadband can tailor a complete end-to-end solution to meet your needs. And the best part? You'll be supported by 100% Australian-based tech experts who are with you every step of the way. Business done different. That's the actual Aussie way. Find out more at aussiebroadband.com.au/enterprise.
Give the gift of a good night's sleep this festive season with Sobey CPAP Clinic's Air Mini Travel CPAP. It's the world's smallest CPAP, weighing only 300 grams. Get Sobey's complete Air Mini Travel Bundle with machine, mask and travel bag for only $1,030. Stop snoring with Sobey. Visit sobey.com.au, that's SOVE, or call 1300 76 29 39. Always follow the directions for use. CPAP is used for obstructive sleep apnea treatment. When considering whether CPAP is right for you, speak to your doctor.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyazga on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you so much for your company. What did you think about our last guest, Chanel Contos? I think she's amazing. She's onto something, giving us a solution, at least a practical, simple solution that we could continue to allow everyone to be on social media, but opt in to the type of stuff that gets fed to us via the algorithms. That we talk about algorithms a lot. It's basically just, it's supposed to profile us to know what the things that we like, what we're interested in, what we're into, what we want to see. But it's not. It works the other way. It's the big tech companies that show us something that they want to, that's addictive, that takes us down this wormhole that then, every second we're online, it gives them money. Sandra has texted in on 0499 880 882. Hi, Carla, can you tell us the website address? Read the previous guest on social media. Okay, that address is teachusconsent.com/fix our feeds. So the fact that social media, is driving us apart was a tool that was once something to keep us together and connect us. because, social media algorithms are flooding our feeds with content that we may not necessarily want, and that's what's inciting the real world harm, the bullying that we speak of. That is why the social media ban is to come into effect, and it is enforced as of today. But yes, teachusconsent.com if you want to check that out and see what Chanel has been talking about just on this Westpac outage that looks like it's affecting online banking customers. Rob has texted in, I couldn't use my Westpac credit cards. That's why I carry cash. So is it affecting your point of sale then, Rob? I wonder. The spokesperson that we had word from Westpac has said that it is just basically online banking that it's affecting, and they're working on a solution to the problem, and that they are very apologetic. It's a standard line. They're very apologetic for the hundreds of customers that it's affecting because of this outage, but it's only affecting at this stage online banking customers of Westpac. But Rob will keep you abreast of the situation. But the fact that you couldn't use your credit card, I wonder whether that's your digital credit card. I'm not so sure. On 0499 880 882, James has texted in, good afternoon. The social media ban won't work, will not be able to be enforced. Albo is just buying votes. Jim Chalmers has stopped electricity rebates, but Annika Wells can waste $100,000. If Albo didn't waste $20 million on a ban, that will never work, and Annika Wells wasting $100,000, the budget would be able to afford it. I don't know. We're going, James, towards $1 trillion in debt. It's a mere drop in the ocean. But I see your point. And again, it'll just be a matter of time whether or not the ban will work. And I certainly don't think it will. I know of my nieces and nephews who are going around it. The age verification system, the facial recognition technology that was meant to safeguard them you can get around it. And kids are smart, They invented the internet pretty much. I know they didn't. Tim Lee Berners is a guy that did in the 70s. I know that. But they're digital natives, our kids. They know their lives are online. They can get around this stuff, and they will find a way. Coming up in the next hour, the cast of Love Actually, the musical parody, will join us in studio. The show, of course, opens tomorrow at the Royal ICC, the convention centre there in Brisbane, and they'll be stopping by to have a chat. I think they've also got a song they want us to play in honour of the show. And also as well, next hour, the legal lowdown. So if you've got a question like answered, make sure you get them through to us at afternoons at 4bc.com.au. The news is up next.
Compare home loans from all the leading lenders at therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. A man's been charged following a number of incidents across the south parts of Brisbane last night. Police allege the 37-year-old assaulted multiple people and stole a number of cars before being arrested. He's facing numerous charges and will face court today. All Queensland courts will soon be equipped to fit monitoring devices on youth offenders. The new legislation will be passed into state parliament today under the state's Making Queensland Safer laws. Premier David Crisafulli says this is a major boost for the state.
It means they've got nowhere to hide, and it means that police can watch and monitor their every step. And that is important, and we are determined to make sure that we give police the resources and the courts the resources to make sure that young offenders stay on the straight and narrow, and that is really important to us.
A 15-year-old boy has been charged over 2 armed robberies on the Gold Coast. A Mercedes was stolen from Paradise Point yesterday in the early hours, while 2 vehicles were allegedly taken at Knife Point in Underwood. The boy is due to face the Children's Court today. Meantime, a man's been charged with murder following a shooting last week in Beenleigh. Police allege a 35-year-old was shot in the chest and was declared deceased at the scene. A 22-year-old was later arrested and initially charged with 4 offences, now along with murder. He will face court today. Advocates say better control of online algorithms is the next step in social media reform. Under 16s have now been removed from social platforms, but dangerous content is still abundant for most Australians. Teach Us Consent Chief Executive Chanel Constas has told Carla Penyaska algorithms often push misogynistic or violent messaging.
As soon as they engage in it, maybe it's simply out of curiosity. The algorithm picks up on that and kind of takes them into these rabbit holes of persistent messaging. And once that media has been propagated to you in that way, it's hard to not believe it.
An independent consumer group Choice is urging parents to avoid online marketplaces when looking for a Christmas gift. It tested 22 toys designed for children under 3, finding 6 of them failed mandatory safety standards. Director of Campaigns, Andy Kelly, says the toys have been removed from sale.
But it really shouldn't take a test from Choice to alert these platforms that make a lot of money that they're selling unsafe products on their platform. They really should be making sure that they're not selling unsafe products at all.
To finance, Your Lords is down 11 points at 8,864 and $1 Aussie dollar buying 66.3 US cents.
It's about stories, about connection, conversations, and news you can trust. Your station, Brisbane's 4BC.
Australian captain Pat Cummins is set to return from injury to play in the third Ashes test in Adelaide after being named in the 15-man squad. Cummins missed the wins in Perth and Brisbane due to a back injury, but teammate Alex Carey says the skipper is itching to play again.
I think he is, yeah. It looks like he's moving really well. It's probably just about the body of work he's put together and being test fit, and by the looks of it, he's moving really well. If he is available, no doubt the selectors probably will put him in.
The entry list has been confirmed for the Australian Open. They include Alex de Minaur, Tristan Schoolkate, Adam Walton, Alexander Vukic and Maya Joint. James Duckworth and Emerson Jones have received wildcards. The Perth Bears have made some signings for their maiden season. Penrith Panthers' Liam Henry and the Gold Coast Titans' Isaac Fasuamala-Aui will join the team in 2027. And Liverpool has defeated Inter Milan 1-0 in the league stage of the Champions League. It's 2:04. That's the very latest in news and sport.
4BC Sport. Escape your pricey telco. Switch to Amaysim and save big on mobiles and home internet. Visit amaysim.com.au and tell your pricey telco where to go.
Tate McDermott, Fraser McWright, Harry Wilson and the Queensland Reds are back at Suncorp Stadium in 2026. With 7 huge home games on the horizon, the Reds are aiming for another finals berth. The best way to get the best seat at the best price is to become a Queensland Reds member. Flexi and full season memberships are on sale now, with 7 game memberships from just $145. Rugby runs red in 2026. Run with us. Head to reds.rugby for all the details.
End of year deals on Ford Ranger XLT Bi-Turbo, model year 26 from 59k, drive away, ABN holders only. Recommended price at participating dealers. Ends December 31 while stocks last.
A northbound crash on a Gateway motorway in Bald Hills has heavy delays back through Bracken Ridge, and in Rockley we've got a single vehicle crash. It's westbound on Medway Street after Ipswich Road. Lanes are reduced there and traffic control on scene. Take care in the city with a burst water main requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Riverside Expressway is under speed inbound towards Howe Street, and it's a good run to either coast on the M1 and Bruce Highway. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Stuck for a Christmas gift? Paperworld can help. Imagine that special person's delight as they unwrap a newspaper from the date of their birth. An original newspaper from Paperworld's 100-year archive. It's a personal, unique, heartfelt gift, but with Christmas just days away, you need to order right now. Paperworld can turn it around in 48 hours. Hurry, order at paperworld.com.au or phone 1800 811 755. That's 1800 811 755.
It's getting harder and harder now to change the sheets. Neither one of us can do it on our own anymore. Arthritis makes it difficult. And then there's the mattress. It's so bloody heavy. So our daughter bought us the Bed Easy mattress lifter. It goes under the mattress. And when we want to change the sheets, we simply push a button. Bed Easy lifts the mattress so we don't have to. Have a look at bedeasy.com.au. That's bedezy.com.au.
The latest 4BC Brisbane weather. Give yourself a break from cooking. Enjoy delicious home-cooked meals delivered to your door with cameronskitchen.com.au.
Mostly sunny across Brisbane, reaching a top of 30 degrees in the city, 32 in Ipswich and 29 on the Bayside. Getting down to 21 degrees overnight with a partly cloudy day tomorrow. Chance of morning fog in the west with a top of 29. Possible showers for Friday, most likely in the morning, tops of 28, and a partly cloudy day on Saturday. On Moreton Bay, winds northeasterly up to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now it's 31 degrees at Bald Hills. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 2:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
4BC Brisbane and network stations across Queensland. Afternoons with Carla Binyaska.
Welcome back to the final hour of the afternoon's program. It is great to be with you this afternoon. You can have your say on anything that we've been speaking about. Of course, the open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882, or you can text anytime 0499 880 882. The email as well, make sure you've got that handy. If you've got any questions that you'd like to ask, the legal lowdown will be on after 2:30. We're here to answer all your calls, or your legal questions rather. Atwood Marshall Lawyers will be on after 2:30, and we're going to be talking about debunking some myths of aged care. So if you've got a question that you'd like to ask one of our Atwood Marshall lawyers, it is afternoons@4bc.com.au. Get those questions in and we can start prepping for them. On standby, I've got the cast of the Love Actually, the parody musical that's set to open tomorrow night. And as well, I've got some tickets. I might even have a double pass up my sleeves to check it out. The show that it opens tomorrow night. So make sure you've got that number handy, 133 882. Love Actually, the musical parody, is the off-Broadway hit that has landed at the Brisbane Showgrounds from December 11, bringing the rom-com festive cheer we know all so well from the film, with original songs and plenty of cheek. We're joined today by three key members of the Brisbane cast and creative team. First up, William. Will Casper steps into the charmingly awkward shoes of Hugh Grant's role as Prime Minister. Will, you're a Brisbane-based actor and a vocalist with some serious range. Welcome to Afternoons.
Well, thank you very much. Serious range. That's a lovely way to be introduced.
Well, look at that timbre of your voice just from talking. All right, pipe down, because I want to get to how all your family and friends are going to be bombarding the stage lately. You've worked across so many projects, musical theatre, film, and I want to get to you. Stephanie.
Hello.
Stephanie, you're playing the role of Emma Thompson, who's just charming and lovable.
Oh, we love Emma Thompson. She's fabulous. Just everything she does.
Thank you so much for joining us in Afternoons. And then rounding us out is resident director, Sunny Coast native, choreographer, Madison. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us today.
Now, Madison, to you first. You've spent over 15 years travelling the globe, bringing productions like Mamma Mia, Legally Blonde, Chicago. That's quite an impressive CV for a little gal from Noosa.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I really love. It's very, very exciting to get to do what I do for a career. And I travel between Australia and New Zealand. I was doing Mary Poppins in New Zealand at the start of this year. So it's been a bit of a scope this year to go from something as sort of classical and serious as Mary Poppins to something as outrageous as Love Actually at the end of the year.
All right, guys, tell me about Love Actually, the musical parody, because we know Love Actually as this great. It's a Christmas classic now. Yeah. It's played every year, I think, on Channel 9. But you've turned it into a musical. But why a parody? What's going on here?
Well, what I love about it is that as a film itself, it is already this, so many of the iconic moments from the film are so ridiculous. Hugh Grant dancing as the Prime Minister through the place that I can never remember the address of. But
Number 10 Downing Street.
Number 10 Downing Street. Thank you very much. It's on the door as well. Anyway, so when I first saw the auditions for this and knew that there was a parody of it, I was like, well, the film's already so ridiculous. So it really just takes those ridiculous elements of the film and puts them in front of an audience and goes, hey, we're going to have a fun time reminiscing on this with you, but also how silly can this movie actually really get if you think about it?
Right.
Because it also parodies moments from the film, as Will said, but it also parodies some of the characters and some of the ridiculous choices that the characters make, but also, so many tongue-in-cheek moments. There are several iconic moments from the film that I think audiences do recognize as ridiculous, and we've put them on stage and we have just ramped them up so much so that everyone can laugh along with how ridiculous this moment is, but also enjoying a really wonderful, heartwarming story that everyone knows and loves at the same time.
I know, because when you think about it, how ridiculous is it that you would turn up to your best mate's wife's doorstep and say, hey, Keira Knightley, I'm going to just put this boombox on and hold up cue cards, giving my undying love to you. It's so ridiculous.
I actually think that's, I get to play that character in the show, and honestly, that's one of the only times where I'm really taking it seriously. I don't think that's ridiculous at all. That's
No, don't ever serenade me or play a song at my door under my window. That is the most cringe thing ever, I think.
Hey, there goes my weekend plan.
I think one of the things I really like about the parody too is I think
I remember watching Love Actually before working on this project again, obviously, and I got to the end and I thought, oh my gosh, I can't remember any of the characters' names. Like, it's Emma Thompson and it's Keira Knightley and it's Alan Rickman.
Correct.
And that's actually what happens in the parody. So Emma Thompson is Emma Thompson, and that's how she's referred to in this parody. We don't even pretend to remember her character name.
It's Karen, but
The Prime Minister's name is David. It's like David, Mark, Daniel, Karen. Like they picked the first names they thought of.
Juliet's just better.
Juliet is Keira Knightley's character, I think.
Juliet, yes.
No, just Keira Knightley.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love the fact that you've named them after those big name actors that we know, because you're right. When I think about it, Love Actually is my husband's favourite film.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
No, that's terrible.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Mine is Transformers. That is.
Yes.
Original.
Great film.
Yeah, cool.
Although I just watched Transformers 1 with my little one, and I'm still debating whether I should have done that or not. I think it's PG. That was pretty good. Chris Hemsworth as Optimus Prime or Orion Dax. Anyway, I could talk Transformers. Either way, it is my husband's favourite film, and he loves it. And I think for its quirkiness and its charm, and I think he loves a love story as well. So how do you balance out that quirkiness and not take the mickey out of it and, pay ultimate homage, I guess?
Absolutely. Well, I think that there are moments of extreme parody, but then there are moments of, I think, genuine heartfeltness and authenticity. I mean, we all know Emma Thompson's character's storyline in that, and just how heartbreaking some of the moments are.
To remind our listeners who might not remember.
Of course. Well, Emma Thompson is married to Alan Rickman's character, and then he goes and buys his secretary a gold necklace.
That's right. He's having an affair on the side.
And Emma Thompson sees the necklace, thinks it's for her, and then opens it on Christmas Eve, and she does not receive a necklace. And then she realizes, of course, that it's been gifted to his secretary. It's an absolutely heartbreaking moment. And so it's finding moments like that and playing that authentically, and, you contrast it to some of the other more ridiculous moments, like the card, like the card scene where...
Still no idea what you're talking about. Not ridiculous. Super logical.
It's finding different types of comedy. There's very tongue-in-cheek comedy. There's very, you're playing with the pacing of it, but then you're focusing on, the impression of the character itself in the moment is funny. And it's just, finding those different moments of comedy within the entire show.
Madison, I'll go to you with this one, because you have, Will and Steph, you also have, you're starting out in these amazing careers of the performing arts, but Maddie's been around for a little while, even though you're super young. Just a couple of days ago, we were talking about how there's a new director for Hodder, and she's basically saying that the nickname or the stereotype that exists of Queenslanders being uncultured bogans is really unfair because we have so much on offer. Have you found that, you started on the sunny coast, you started local productions, you've gone worldwide, and you're back here in southeast Queensland producing these amazing shows? The opportunities here for the arts are endless.
They are. And I think we have been the sort of, slower cousin of the States as far as being cultured, but that's definitely changed, especially in the last 5 to 10 years here. We have a lot of national tours that now begin here in Queensland. There's been a lot of investment by the Queensland government to support the arts, and I was involved in a project at the start of the year at the Brisbane Powerhouse, Little Elvis Jones and the Truck Stoppers, which was a brand new work, and that was supported by the Queensland government and the Arts Council to help bring, new work to life. So there's been a lot of effort across, from foundation, grassroots level right through to our state government to make sure that Queensland really has all the opportunities that our bigger Sydney and Melbourne cousins have had. And I think it's wonderful to see DV Live, bringing this production to Brisbane and investing in making sure we get this kind of work up here as well.
And hiring local cast as well, like Will. But before we get to you, Steph, you're the interloper here. You've come in from Victoria.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Brisbane.
Make sure you keep your passport. But you have come up from Melbourne for this opportunity. You obviously have to go through a rigorous audition process. You've landed this role. What's your experience so far of, like I said, being an interloper, but here and the opportunities that exist? You've come up to the Sunshine State.
I have, and I've enjoyed every moment of it. I mean, I I don't want to, talk badly about Melbourne. Just, our
You
weather.
can.
Yeah,
They're not listening. It's fine.
It's so cold. It's so cold down there. I think when I left Melbourne, it was maybe 13 degrees.
No, that's
and
not
raining.
normal. It's
and then,
December.
Yeah. I know, right? And then I came up here and I was immediately met with sunshine.
A wall of
and
humidity.
A wall of humidity, but I love it. It's been so wonderful being able to travel to Brisbane for this opportunity and get to work with people that I wouldn't normally get to work with because we live in different cities. And so I've been extraordinarily lucky to be able to travel up here and actually do that kind of work with them.
That's incredible. Okay, lastly to you, Will, this is your hometown. This is your time to shine.
Absolutely.
Your family and friends have no doubt flooded the ticket box office.
Yep, absolutely.
To come and see you on stage. How cool is it that you get to do the thing that you love, that you've pursued since school?
Yeah.
School was where, by the way?
So I went to the Queensland Academy of Creative Industries, based in the Kelvin Grove campus. I was year 10 to 12, but rest of schooling life was at the Gap, Northside.
Northside represent.
Northside represent.
But, I was talking about this the other day. How fabulous, and I don't know any other state that does this as good, that we have such vocationally skewed high school education, whether it be aviation, whether it be the performing arts, and you're a testament of that, having gone through there through 10, 11 and 12. And now you're here in this local production. How cool is it that you get to do that in your own backyard?
Oh, it's brilliant. I've gotten to experience so much through the arts in Brisbane. I not only studied at the Queensland Academy of Creative Industries, such a long name, Quacky is what we call it. Our mascot isn't even a duck, it's a goose. Anyway, we have Quacky, but then also was blessed enough to study, do my Bachelor of Musical Theatre at the Queensland Conservatorium, which I credit a lot of a lot of brilliant work that's being done in Brisbane. We also now have this hub for learning, like you were saying before, it starts at the roots of everything. And when you start with that education side of things, it just brings more people in. I was one of 3 Queenslanders in my cohort. We had people coming from all across the country, from New Zealand as well, to come and study in Brisbane. And it just means that now we have these young creatives that are building more work for the various festivals that go on, Brisbane Festival, Backbone Festival. And so, I was blessed enough to study there as well. And then to be able to continue that and grow connections within the city and continuously work in a city that I've been told my whole life, hey, man, you're going to need to move.
Yeah.
I wanted to study interstate. I wanted to do all these things. But then, I went and worked in Sydney for 6 months. People were like, oh, you're going to stay in Sydney? I was like, no. Nah. All my work's back in Brisbane, And so I think
that's cool. Yeah. And without being parochial and without being, Queensland's great hurrah, I think it says something about the opportunities that exist here. And that's only going to grow as we head towards Brisbane 2032.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And those opportunities, and it's not just, for you guys, it is performing arts, but it's across every industry. Yeah. And I think that it's super cool that you get to do this, though, in your own backyard. But the world is your oyster, really, isn't it? Madison, the director of this show, Love Actually, the musical parody, is testament to that. And what you've learned here, I guess you take to the world stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How much fun. All right. Well, give us in one sort of spiel, one sentence. I'll start with you, Maddie, and we'll go along the panel.
Okay.
Why should we come and see Love Actually, the musical parody?
Well, I think for me personally, we live in a really digital age now. AI.
Unless you're
technology,
under 16.
Unless you're under 16, of course, absolutely. And I think there's something really magical about sitting in a room with 500 people and laughing together, or crying together if those moments take you as well, but laughing together and just having this shared human experience. And I think for me, that's what Christmas is about. It's about friends, family,
it's crying
connection.
At my family gatherings. Yeah. Different reason.
Yeah. So I think like for me, what an amazing experience to sit in a room with people and celebrate connection and shared human experience and laugh along together. So that's why I think everyone's.
All right, good pitch, Steph.
I think at its core, this show is so much fun, and heaven forbid you just have a night of fun. There's so much humour, so much heart, so much not to speak for myself, but there's so much talent in this show.
Particularly that Emma Thompson character.
Oh, absolutely, she's fabulous. But I think audiences will really get on board with the story, with the humour. If you like the movie, I think you'll love the show because of all the moments that it pays homage to. And if you don't like the movie, I think you'll like the show because of how much it makes fun of the moments that are ridiculous.
Right up mine, my husband's alley. All right, we'll round it out. You're the local boy. What should we be doing? Why?
Well, jumping on all of that, of course, if you know the film, you'll absolutely love it. Another reason being, we the cast, through the beautiful guidance of Madison, have really worked these impressions of these famous people that you know and love. And so if you want to watch your favorite actors from that classic film start to sing and dance as well, as if they could just always do it, that's what we're giving you. We are not playing Hugh Grant. We're playing singing Hugh Grant and singing Emma Thompson. You'll get to see that live.
Amazing. All right, guys, thank you so much. I know that you're deep into your rehearsals. This is opening December 11. This is whether you like it or not. Love Actually, the musical parody. It's on until the 21st of December at the Brisbane Showgrounds. You can find out more information and tickets, loveactuallymusicalparody.com. Thank you so much for your time and joining us here on Afternoons. Is there a Christmas carol or a song from the musical that you all love? You may not necessarily perform it on stage, but that you all love, that you can give us a little bit of a taste.
Well, I think it would be hard to go past All I Want for Christmas Is You. It's such an iconic moment in the film.
Yeah.
And while our parody is original music, there's a little sneaky surprise at the end for everyone. So that would be my hint to, get practicing that song.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, why don't we play that out and we'll say thank you so much for joining us in studio on Afternoons.
Amazing. Thanks for your time.
Context of Love Actually, the musical parody, I love the song, but in context of Mariah Carey, I've had enough of this song. Give us a call, 133 882. If you would like to go along to see Love Actually, the musical parody, I've got a double pass up my sleeves. And what a better way to celebrate Christmas than going along and checking that out. 133 882 is the open line number.
4BC is a smooth run with traffic every 10 minutes, breaking news and opinions that matter. 4BC, here's Brisbane.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
When sprains, pains, and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered, from strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Always here, always ready.
There's tennis, and then there's tennis turned up. The United Cup turns up the rivalry when Elise Mertens takes on Zhu Lin at Ken Rosewall Arena. Tickets on sale now from $40. Search United Cup tickets.
You found it. The right home for your next chapter. But your current place isn't even on the market yet. And the thought of missing out, it's hard to shake. With Bridget, you don't have to wait. We help you unlock the equity in your current home so you can buy now, sell later. Bridget, trusted by over 17,000 mortgage brokers and thousands of Aussie homeowners. Speak with your broker or apply online at bridget.com.au.
Lending criteria, credit assessment, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Thinking about retirement living but don't want to leave the Yeronga neighbourhood? At the Village Yeronga, you can stay where you know and love. And right now, you can skip the waiting list. Spacious retirement apartments are available now, just moments from local cafes, shops and the places you're familiar with. Availability is limited, so head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself. The Village Yeronga. Don't retire for good, retire for great.
Is excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated? Caruso's Fluid Away to the rescue. Caruso's Fluid Away contains herbs including dandelion, which is traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to temporarily relieve mild fluid retention and reduce abdominal bloating. So if you're fed up with excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated, try Caruso's Fluid Away today. Caruso's Fluid Away is made in Australia and is available from leading pharmacies and health stores. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
You're listening to Afternoons on Brisbane's 4BC, brought to you by Latrobe Financial. Live a more comfortable retirement with regular income.
Congratulations to Brian from Windsor. He scored himself that double pass to go check out that off-Broadway smash hit, Love Actually, the musical parody. It premieres tomorrow in Brisbane. Tickets from just $69 via loveactuallymusicalparody.com.
And now, time to find out what's coming up on 4BC Drive.
Gary Hargrave is in studio. I'm so glad you passed my phone back to you. I got nervous just for a split second there. I was showing you a photo of the destruction of Cyclone Gary, my dog, not you. He's eaten through an entire door, a wooden door.
Oh, I think he's an adorable dog.
He is. And every time I see you, I want to smack you on your snout. And then I was worried you were going to start flicking through my photos.
No, I didn't do that. I just looked at what was on the phone. I was thinking, how do you fix that door?
You don't. I've got to remove it, and I've got a new one coming from Bunnings. You've got to get rid of it. Ash, our in-studio operator extraordinaire, has just said just create a hole so he can just walk through.
That's what I think. I think that Gary's sending you a message that this door needs a dog access point.
Put a swinging door, like a dog door in there.
You know what you could really do to beggar him up? It'll cost you a few more dollars. Get a solid core door, not one of those sort of ones.
Well, this one, yeah, you're right. And because the doorway itself, it's an old Queenslander, so the floorboards are different levels, and so where they've put this door in, it has to be a bit shorter.
See, he's obviously a builder designer. He's telling you something's wrong.
You know what? Maybe Gary wants to star in his 2026 version of Changing Rooms. One gnawing at a door at a time. It's going to be a very boring show, a very slow process.
Could be, yeah.
But you might be onto something, Gary.
It could be the Block Dash Hound, version or something.
Maybe.
They're of a German breed, so they'll know how to do it. They're very clever.
They're very clever.
Very clever.
Yeah. Although I do look at him, and he's a long-haired blonde dash hound. He's coveted, not by me at this point.
Dacky.
He's a long. I don't know what purpose they serve in the real world. What do they do? Go down ferret holes, badger holes?
Rat holes, really. And he's pretending he is a rat. I think he might have eaten one too many rats. He's decided how to gnaw through a door.
He's a ratter. Gary?
I'm glad you tidied that up. We're going to continue our attempts at Annika Watch. Now, the member for Lily, we were getting people citing her at Hububong State School yesterday, telling Year 6s why they couldn't be on Facebook from today onwards. So, But she's on TA in Sydney. She's... Last seen interstate, she's flying to Sydney. Did she go to Lady Gaga last night? This is a big question I want to pose this afternoon. Did you go to Gaga? Did you see Annika at Gaga?
Yeah, well, that's not a sporting event.
Yeah, but...
What scarf can you get from that event?
Was there a Comcar outside the Gaga?
Probably.
Last night?
Was she made to wait out the front like the rest of them?
Yeah, that's not it. Plus, there's a bit of controversy about a flagpole over on North Stradbroke Island. We'll tell you why and what's happened.
Oh, I love a hook.
We love a bit of controversy, particularly when it involves a
flag.
Yeah, we're going to see who salutes at this flagpole. Angus Taylor, as well, one of the senior shadow ministers, is in the studio this afternoon.
Oh, fabulous.
He'll be coming in. We'll talk about defence, offence and what's going on in the world of Canberra politics. He obviously came for a bit of sanity up here in QLD.
Okay. Well, that's good.
All happening after 3.
Excellent. We'll catch you then, Gary.
I'll tell you how to fix the door later as well.
Oh, really? Bit of putty?
A lot of putty.
It's a big hole. All right, a major bank has experiencing disruptions to their services. Georgia Condick in the 4BC newsroom has the latest details.
Yeah, good afternoon, Carla. Westpac is apologising for the disruptions to its services. The bank says it's working to resolve the problem after customers reported issues with transactions and online banking services. The federal opposition argues the rules are clear-cut when it comes to politicians' entitlements. Communications Minister Anika Wells has been criticised over the amount of travel expenses she has claimed. A man's been charged following a number of incidents across South Brisbane overnight. Police allege the 37-year-old assaulted multiple people and stole a number of cars before being arrested. And pubs across the state are gearing up to undergo major renovations to include hotel rooms to boost accommodation before the 2032 Olympic Games. Brisbane City Council encouraging development at more than 70 pubs ahead of the Games. In sport, Brisbane Heat all-rounder Nathan McSweeney is looking hopeful to make his mark on the Big Bash this season. And Carla, I'll have more news at 3.
Get a free pack of Sakata 90-gram plain crackers today at Woolworths when you spend $30 on cheese with Christmas Unwrapped in the Rewards app. 12 days, 12 festive offers. T's and C's apply.
A northbound crash on the Gateway motorway in Bald Hills has cleared, but delays persist back to Banyo. And in Rockley, a single vehicle crash westbound on Medway Street has also cleared. Take care in a city with a burst water main requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. Gibby Road's on the brakes northbound through Aspley and Castledine, and again further north. Take care with debris in the left lane before the Linkfield Road overpass. And the M1 is slow southbound from Upper Coomera down to Mollendina. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Dad, why is it so hard having ideas for Christmas gifts?
Because you don't want to get something silly, you want to get something they'll really like.
Exactly.
Like something they'll actually use or makes their life easier.
Sometimes you're really smart, Lionel.
Dad?
I'm in shock.
Dad, we have so many great gifts like that at Bingley. Coffee machines, fitness trackers, barbecues, wine fridges,
blenders, robot vacuums,
and lots of other really smart ideas, Mum.
Christmas gifts that keep on giving at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
It can start with a photo, maybe a drawing, or even a not-so-subtle nudge. Now it's up to you to find a ring she'll love, cherish, and have for the rest of her life. At Argyle Jewellers, we've been helping Brisbane men get it right since 1987. Whether you have an idea in your head or a picture in hand, we'll work with you to create a handcrafted engagement or eternity ring just the way you or she wants it. For your ring your way, visit Argyle Jewellers at Carindale or Mount Gravatt.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Jenny from Ben Moves Brisbane, and this is my hubby Ben.
Hi.
We've been moving families and businesses for over 15 years.
And when you need us, we can move you too.
We do it all, big and small jobs, family homes, units, townhouses and offices. Ben Moves Brisbane provides a seamless, stress-free experience without any hidden charges or costly surprises. Whether it's your home, your office or your apartment.
Let our family move yours.
benmovesbrisbane.com.au.
Care comes naturally at Hearing Australia with 15-minute free adult hearing checks and $0 fully subsidised hearing aids for eligible pensioners.
Hearing Australia.
Other services may attract fees. Conditions apply under the Australian Government Hearing Services Program.
You're listening to Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you so much for your feedback on the 4BC open line. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882, or the text line. I hope you've got it in your phone as a quick dial, 0499 880 882. Tony has texted in, sounds like you're Gary, as in my dog named Gary. And I didn't name it after Gary Hargrave. Both are great Australians. Not only one of them is a dog. Sounds like your dog, Gary, has had a severe case of boredom to deal with. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. If you've got any other quips that you'd like to text through, 0499 880 882. All right, it's time for this week's Brisbane Legal Lowdown with Atwood Marshall Lawyers. Today we're going to be talking about some of the common myths or misconceptions that are going around at the moment about aged cares, the sort of things that we hear from well-meaning neighbours or friends Rather than relying on secondhand stories, though, we're again joined by accredited aged care professional and senior paralegal Bindi Marshall from Atwood Marshall Lawyers to give us the facts and help our listeners make sense of what's really going on. Good afternoon to you, Bindi.
Hello, how are you, Carla?
I'm wonderful. If anyone's got any questions, let's just go from the outset. Email us through afternoons@4bc.com.au. Or, of course, that open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882. We're talking the common myths and misconceptions around aged care. You're the perfect person to talk to about this.
Yes.
There's a lot of fear around aged care, and most people want to avoid it altogether, that rail against it. Aged care facilities, they're not as sterile or as clinical as people might think.
No, they're absolutely not. And if you were to, they were, when we look back, say rewind the clock 15 years ago, they were just a bed in a room, very sterile. But now, oh my gosh, there's movie theatres, there's chill down rooms, there's pools. Put me in one, sign me up, right? I don't want to have to cook or do my own laundry again.
Same.
Especially when you've got kids. So for me, they are not as bad as they seem. And for anyone transitioning in who has a fear around that, and that's their point of, I'm never going into one, I'm not going to be in a bed rotting, you don't have to be. There are lifestyle programs. There's high tea at 3 o'clock. Then they've got the harpist coming in for a chill down session and an exercise. You have no idea what these people have.
But Bindi, amazing. Do you pay for that privilege? Is there a real variance in the type of care you get depending on where you get, if you're lucky enough to find placement?
Look, absolutely. You are correct. And placement can be a little bit challenging, but it can vary from facility to facility. It's really good to go to a few of them. It comes down to the affordability because every room has a market price attached to it.
Of course.
Now, it depends on your financial circumstances, whether you're fully supported, a market payer, or partially supported by the government. But the government have not put a barrier there. It doesn't matter if it's the Hilton. You can still go to the Hilton as opposed to Shady Pines down the road. So you could go to either and you're not being penalised just because you're a full pensioner and you can't afford the same as someone who can afford, $700,000 in a RAD.
Right. Okay. But another one of the big concerns, I guess, other than the misconception that those places are, some facilities are sterile or clinical, is that you lose your independence. Is that generally what happens when someone moves into an aged care facility?
Big myth busted. Absolutely not.
Right.
The facilities are actually designed to give you your independence back. They want you to make decisions for yourself. They enhance your life. So they are there to put the physios in and the podiatrists and all of those people that rally around just to give you that little bit more of a step up in your health. Obviously, designing activities to keep your mind sharp and exercises in the morning. And it's all varied depending on your level of capability.
Right.
So I'd like to bust that myth. I think that's why our residents are living so much longer in care, to be fair.
I was going to say, because their lives are so much more enriched than previously in a I guess this is not what I'm saying is now, but I would look back at, my nan or whatever going through, and it was like an institution. It was like a sanitarium.
Correct. Like same as my nan.
Yeah.
And I think when we look back at what it was years ago, we didn't know then what we know now. And I think because we are enhancing people's lives, just to give you an idea, the tenure in care 10 years ago was 2 years.
Right.
Now we're at 5+.
Wow.
So that gives you an understanding of exactly where we're at now. This is actually one of my favourite topics because
I can see you're very passionate.
I really am.
I can hear rather as well.
Yeah.
Now, the big myth that we hear a lot about often is that if someone reduces their assets, say by gifting money to a family before entering care, that it would somehow affect your Centrelink assessments or aged care fees or something. What's that all about?
Oh, massive myth.
Okay.
Never give your money away. It's what's seen as a deprivation of an asset.
Okay.
So it will be assessed against you for the next 5 years like you've still got it.
Oh, okay.
And keep your fees quite high. So I know that there's a lot of what we call inheritance impatience out there. Where families think, oh, mum's had to sell her home. She's got all this surplus cash sitting in the bank. We've paid her RAD. She won't need that. Absolutely she does. And Centrelink, we're not the lucky country. We can't prop everybody up and have the government pay for everybody's fees. So therefore, there is a contribution. If you do have a home, there is a contribution to your care. So I've seen this more often than not. My daughter's going to come and live with me, and I won't need to sell my home then. I'm just going to give it to my daughter. Heck no, do not do that.
Right.
Seek advice.
Okay, yeah, because that's the other thing too that I'm told that you can only afford residential aged care if you own your own home. You're going to have to sell it and put it towards your whole care.
Rad.
Yeah.
No, big myth bust.
Okay.
So let's go back. So we were talking before about fully supported residents, partially supported residents, and what we call market payer residents. These are people who have assets sort of over the $210,000 mark.
Whether that be super or a house or whatever else.
Correct. That's exactly right. And then, but the fully supported people, let's go back to the pensioners, because these are the people that think that they can't afford care. So what happens is when you transition into care, you're assessed as fully supported. The government pay for everything bar $65.55 a day. That's your contribution to your care.
Okay.
Which it's equivalent to about 85% of the age pension.
Okay.
So it's affordable for everyone, and that remaining 15% will go towards your medications, your haircuts, your outings, your chocolates, those types of things. So it's really, really important to know that it's not unattainable for people who are on a pension. The government don't penalise you. They've actually put measures in place to support you.
Okay. All right, because then that's the other sort of lead-on question I have, and for me it's more personal because then I'm led to believe that it diminishes the choice, the places that you can go to.
Look, every facility has about 40% of what we call fully supported or partially supported residents.
Okay.
Because the government tips in for those residents.
Yeah, right.
They can't really take over that because then it diminishes their earnings as well. So you've got to remember that it's a gentle balance. But like I said, it doesn't matter if it's the Hilton or if it's Shady Pines, whoever you feel comfortable going with, if they have a fully supported bed, then absolutely they're going to want you in that bed so that they can get their full supplement from the government.
Amazing. Look, if you've got a question that you'd like to ask Bindi Marshall here from Atwood Marshall Lawyers, she's an accredited aged care professional and a senior paralegal. And an absolute force to be reckoned with in this space. If you've got a question, 133 882 is the open line number, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Or you can text it through as well, 0499 880 882. All right, what about, you just mentioned before about, moving in your adult child and then just gifting the house. What about situations where an adult child is still living in the home? If a parent moves into care but wants their child to stay in the property, how is that treated?
So that opens us up to protected persons like we were talking about before. And for those who aren't familiar with the term, a protected person is your spouse, your child or carer who's lived with you for a certain period of time. So if it's your spouse, you're a protected person and you can remain in the home. You do not need to sell that home. Myth busted. If you are an adult child who's been living with mum or dad for the past 5 years, receiving an income support payment, well, then you are entitled to stay in the property. When I'm talking income support payment, that means carer pension, not carer allowance. So there's lots of different avenues for protected persons, and it is really, really important to seek advice around that.
I've got a practical question and one that we get often. And thank you for the suggestions that have been texted through. For anyone that's considering moving into aged care and that has a pet, what are the options? Because so many times we see that pets have to be surrendered because they can't go with the person into aged care. And that's very sad for everyone involved, not just the pets.
You're exactly right. And look, pets are our fur babies, right? They are our family. So I know that on the Gold Coast and some facilities here in Brisbane actually accept your pet, and the nursing staff actually look after your pet as well as...
That's cool.
Yeah, they do. I mean, clearly if Nana has Monty Python, they're not going to look after Monty the pet snake. That's just a no-go.
Nana's a weirdo. I've said it
right?
before on this show. Anyone who has a reptile is strange. Even you, Nan.
That's right. So, but if you've got a small cat or dog or something like that, the likelihood is some facilities will accept you.
That's
we
cool.
do have things called hybrid facilities now, which is private aged care. That comes under the retirement village model.
Okay.
But it's really important to know that they will accept all pets. And that pivots for a lot of people.
Sure.
To know that they can still receive care in their own apartment with their pet, and the carers will walk their pet. They receive care in 15-minute increments. So there's lots of different variations around there.
That's so great.
Yeah, it really is.
And that also helps with independence as well, because that's a type of thing that they're used to living with independently before going into care.
That's right. And look, if they do have to go into a facility where they're really chronically unwell, then I would suggest, and it's not an ad, but I would strongly recommend getting in touch with the Animal Welfare League. They have a really important program called the Golden Hearts program. And that's for people who are aged. They actually will foster the pet out. Some foster parents or pet parents will actually bring the animal to the facility to visit the loved one. That's not an obligation for the foster parent, but they can obviously request that, and it's really important to keep those two connected. We had a lovely lady who had a 17-year-old greyhound who slept on a heated blanket in a bed.
Oh, my gosh.
All its life, and she had to go into care, unfortunately. But, oh, my gosh, her face lights up every time that dog goes into the facility. It's really special.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your text, 0499 880 882. Anne has texted in about home care wait lists.
Yes.
I'm assuming this is about the Aged Care Act that's come into effect last month. Are wait lists any shorter now under the new system?
So, no, unfortunately. So there's good news and bad news. So let's look at the good news first. The good news is that the wait list for an ACAT is substantial. It's going down. So we are seeing that go down, and assessments are taking place about 3 to 4 weeks. So that's a far cry from 12 months.
Yeah, wow.
However, then we've still got about 87,000 people still on the wait list waiting for a home care package. So it's one thing to be approved, but it's another to receive the package, and that's where our block is.
Okay, that's where the backlog is happening.
Yeah, 100%.
Do we see that moving at any time soon?
Oh, look, Canberra had reduced they had released another 20,000 packages. But as you can imagine.
That's nothing. That's a quarter of the people that are waiting.
Correct. But even then, we've got that many people continuing to come on board. So we have an aging population.
Yeah, we're not. And it's not going anywhere.
It's really not.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for that lovely listener, I wish I had good news and say, yes, there's more coming. But no, this is a watch and wait.
All right. Well, we're not going to shoot the messenger.
No.
Thank you for imparting that bad news to us.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, Bindi, there's a legal document that ties all of this together, the enduring power of attorney. And many people assume that they must appoint their children as their attorney. Do they have to? Or what about those who don't have kids? Do they have other options?
No, definitely not. The power of attorney is a document that acts for you while you're alive. We actually find people in quite sticky situations because they feel obligated to put their child in as the power of attorney. The child reluctantly accepts. And then when the wheels fall off and they actually have to look after mum or dad, that's when we start to see that we'll just shove them in a home and forget about them, because that way that it's all looked after, set up the direct debits. We don't have to do anything as the enduring power of attorney when that's not the role. Our role as enduring powers of attorney is to support the person. So really you should be putting someone in that's trusted. I'm not saying that your child is not trustworthy. It's purely for the fact that you need to have your wishes acknowledged and fulfilled, because if you say, look, I don't want to go into an aged care facility, I want you to exhaust my funds to keep me at home, then that's what your child should be doing.
Yeah. And I'm glad that we have you to make sense of it all. And, of course, you and your colleagues from Atwood Marshall Lawyers. Bindi Marshall, thank you so much for coming onto the program, as always, on the afternoons. And, of course, if we want to catch up with you, we can via the website.
Absolutely. And thank you all so much. And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too. Oh, happy birthday, more importantly.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's birthday week.
It is birthday week.
It's a special birthday for you as well, so happy birthday.
I know, 21. I love it.
Good on you. Have a great weekend. Started early because I know the celebrations are starting soon.
Absolutely. I've reminded my husband all week it's birthday week, so.
Knock off early. Have an early mark. Yeah, I've approved it. Thank you so much, Bindi Marshall.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll take a quick break and wrap things up after this.
Hello, I'm an irresistible box of Aldi's dark chocolate cherry liqueurs, just $5.99. You bought me as a gift for your neighbour, but maybe you could write her a card instead. Go on, it's Christmas. Aldi, good different.
Suffering with sleep apnea? Thousands of Aussies leave us 5-star reviews. So what's the secret? At CPAP Direct, our people care about your CPAP success story. And yep, we actually use the gear we supply. Stroll in anytime. No appointment needed. Consultation charges? Zip? Nada? Nothing at all. Just a best price guarantee on the latest gear and good old-fashioned customer service. CPAP Direct. Trusted by Aussies. cpap.com.au.
Unwrap a new Hyundai this Christmas at Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. With surprisingly big offers and huge savings on drive-away prices. There's never been a better time to get behind the wheel. Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. Your new Hyundai is waiting.
Want to get bonus data on your mobile plan all summer long? Well, switch to Amazon, the telco chosen by more than 1.8 million Aussies. And right now, you can get a massive 60% off your first renewal with bonus data for the first 3 renewals on select plans. Plus, you don't lose the data you don't use with unlimited data banking when you remain on your plan. So get legendary service and escape your pricey telco with Amazon. 28-day expiry. Bonus data offer ends 10th of the 2nd, 26. T's and C's apply.
Every step hurt. First thing in the morning, that sharp heel pain from plantar fasciitis. I dreaded walking. Then I discovered the Good Feet store in Mount Gravatt East. Their 3-step arch support system is clinically proven pain relief from plantar fasciitis and pain in the balls of your feet. I'm back to walking with friends, shopping without limping and feeling like myself again. Book your free fitting and test walk now at goodfeet.com.au.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Smoke alarm laws take effect January 27th. Beat the rush and have the smoke alarm guys install now and receive a free Hushie wall controller and compliance certificate. Call 1300 29 30 31 or visit thesmokealarmguys.com.au.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you so much for your company today on Afternoons on 4BC in 4RO in Rockhampton. I know that my husband has taken my little one up the coast, which is so exciting. I get the afternoon to myself. It's glorious. Everyone's knocking off early. I'm calling it now. Christmas is done. Don't forget about productivity. Forget about BPIC. It's done. Everyone's pulling up stumps and everyone's enjoying the Christmas holidays already, which it's early December. It boggles my mind. I'm still working through. I'm a hero, though, and I deserve a medal, everyone. But this might change your approach to how you're going to be celebrating Christmas. The worst day to travel this holiday season. Airports across the country are bracing for the busiest time of year. In Brisbane, more than 3 million people alone are expected to travel through Brisbane Airport during the Christmas school holidays. Many airlines have increased their flights to and from Brisbane these holidays, making it the busiest travel period on record. International travel is up 9% from last year, with more than 1 million passengers travelling through the terminal. Over in the domestic terminal, more than 2.24 million domestic passengers are forecast to fly. That's up 4% from last year. The busiest day to be at the domestic air terminal is forecast to be the 26th of January. The 26th of January. So this is on the way back, with over 56,000 passengers expected to arrive back home open the fridge and realise you've left half an eaten tomato in there that's rotting and milk that's gone off, and you have to do all the washing and the cleaning and the shopping before school goes back or before work goes back or whatever it is that you might do. But 26th of January is the worst day to be travelling at the domestic terminal in Brisbane. Brisbane Airport Head of Terminal Operations, Stacey Pollard, asked travellers to pack their patience and to make sure that you arrive 90 minutes before a domestic flight and 3 hours before an international one. Let's wrap things up and we'll be back after this.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
There's a northbound crash on the Pacific Motorway in Mount Gravatt. It's in the right-hand lane before the Gaza Road off-ramp with heavy delays on the approach. The Gateway Motorway is underspeed northbound from Banyata to Bald Hills, has a heavy patch through Bracken Ridge. Southbound, it's underspeed from Murray to Rochedale. Take care in the city with a burst water main still requiring emergency roadworks on Edward Street, which is closed from Ann Street to Adelaide Street. And the Centenary Highway is on and off the brakes northbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
9 News Queensland with Melissa Downs and Joel Dry. Queensland's most watched and dedicated TV news service. Breaking the news and telling the stories that matter to you, your family and your finances. Cutting through the spin and separating fact from fear with our comprehensive sport and weather coverage. 9 News Queensland is your news. Nightly at 6.
Palisade Hybrid has landed at Lakes Hyundai, a stunning SUV with advanced 2.5-litre turbocharged hybrid powertrain. Be among the first to experience it with Dealer of the Year Joseph Camilleri and the team at Lakes Hyundai.
Thinking about retirement living? At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list. A limited number of apartments are available now. Head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself at the Village Yeronga.
At Dental Boutique, we believe every smile tells a story. We've welcomed more than 150,000 patients, creating a supportive space to feel comfortable discussing your smile concerns. Our free Smile Discovery session is designed to help you explore your suitability, options and considerations, and excludes a full checkup, scans and clinical treatment. Dental Boutique. General and cosmetic dentistry under one roof. Book online at dentalboutique.com.au.
You're listening to Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thank you so much for your company and your feedback as always. If you've got any more questions or if you want something answered, go to afternoons@4bc.com.au. I'm sorry I didn't get to it all. Terry and John and Robert, all sound and valid points. I'll get through it tomorrow, hopefully. Tomorrow on the program, I'm going to get some professional help. For one let's just do one thing at a time. This is for my rescue mutt, Gary. I'm going to get Justin Jordan, master dog trainer, in. He's going to lend a hand if you've got a misbehaving pooch, if you've got some questions you'd like to ask him. We love Justin. He's a friend of the show, and hopefully he might be able to give me some tips on how to stop my dog from ripping apart everything at the moment. Stephen Fennick will also be along for the latest on technology. We'll try and avoid the social media ban for kids, but it is a hot button topic at the moment, and it will be in your household and across your kitchen tables and in your backyards. We'll be talking about it for quite some time. So if you've got a tech-related question that you want to ask Stephen Fennick, maybe it's a price comparison for a gadget you need to buy for someone for Christmas, he might be able to give us a few pointers. Afternoons at 4bc.com.au. Gary Hardgraves is up next with the Drive program here on 4BC. And until then, we'll catch you tomorrow.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans. Visit therate.com.au.
Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. Westpac is working to restore banking services for hundreds of customers. An outage is affecting online banking, ATM and in-store payments for customers across Westpac's brands, including St George and Bank South Australia. It's also disrupted EFTPOS services, meaning many retailers can only accept cash until the issue is resolved. Tech expert Trevor Long says the bank needs to explain exactly what went wrong.
I'm not trying to directly correlate it with the major telco issues we have, which have much larger consequences. But when a telco has an outage, there's an expectation that they explain what went wrong and why, whether it's in a local area because a tower went down or because a whole network went down.
Every youth offender granted bail could be fitted with a GPS monitor strapped to their ankle. It comes under sweeping reforms from the state government to reduce crime and is expected to be tabled in Parliament this afternoon. A man's been charged following a number of incidents across South Brisbane overnight. Police allege the 37-year-old assaulted multiple people and stole a number of cars before being arrested. While the responsibility of social media regulation falls on the platforms themselves, experts say adults can lead by example. From today, tech companies must take measures to stop under 16-year-olds from accessing their platforms or risk million-dollar fines. Clinical psychologist Danielle Einstein says the entire family should embrace the new laws.
It would be great if parents are also modelling a little bit of device restriction themselves and being careful not to be on their phones or on their iPad or computer all the time, to have times of day or places in the house where there just is no technology.
Communications Minister Annika Wells says she has nothing to hide as her travel expenses come under scrutiny. Ms Wells is under pressure to explain the amount of taxpayer funds she's claimed on various trips and family reunions. The minister maintains she followed the guidelines and is happy for all of her expenses to be independently audited. And contractors are not surprised CFMEU best practice conditions have led to a blowout in construction costs. Civil Contractors Association says depending on the labour profile of projects, it could add 17 to 30% cost increases. Chief Executive Damien Long says other factors were also having an impact.
On top of all the inflation and everything else was going around. So effectively, at the worst case, you say a 30% cost increase, $1 billion, that's another $300 million. Or in simple terms, for every 2 hospitals you built, you would have got a third one for free. Like it was taking that much out of the process.
To finance just before the close, the Your Lords is up 2 points at 8,878 and $1 Aussie dollar buying 66.4 US cents.
Finance. West Point Hillcrest hail sale on now. Hundreds of new cars with minor damage. Save thousands. Don't miss out. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
Brisbane Heat all-rounder Nathan McSweeney is looking hopeful to make his mark on the Big Bash this season. The former Test opener took home a double century in a Test last Saturday while captaining Australia's second side against England. He says his good form should transfer to the 2020 competition.
I feel like I'm batting really well, got some good options and hopefully, scoring a bit more freely in the long form will transfer to playing for the Heat.
Australia has named Pat Cummins in its 15-man squad for the third Ashes Test in Adelaide next week. The captain will return from a back injury, along with Usman Khawaja and Nathan Lyon have also had a chance to be recalled after missing the win in Brisbane. It's 3:04. That's the latest news and sport.
The home loan, the car loan, the personal loan. When it's time to compare and find the loan that's right for you, visit therate.com.au.
This holiday season, make it Bronco season. Become a Bronco from just $20 per game and secure your seat for every moment in 2026. Be part of Brisbane's DNA. Experience the unmatched atmosphere at Suncorp and back the team all season long as our next chapter unfolds. Family memberships start from $70 per game. A big year awaits and you can be part of it. Secure your seat now at broncos.com.au. In 2026, we charge on.
Traffic, struggling with foot, knee or or back pain? Good Feet Arch Supports help you move more easily and feel better every day. Visit the Good Feet store.
A northbound crash on a Pacific motorway in Mount Gravatt is now cleared. Minor delays persist. The Gateway motorway jam-packed northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills. Southbound, it's underspeed from Murray to Roachdale. The Riverside Expressway moving well into the city has heavy outbound delays across the Captain Cook Bridge and down to Greenslopes. Gympie Arterial Road is a car park northbound through Bald Hills. And the Logan motorway is bumper to bumper eastbound from Ellen Grove to Heathwood. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Stuck for a Christmas gift? Paper World can help. Imagine that special person's delight as they unwrap a newspaper from the date of their birth. An original newspaper from Paper World's 100-year archive. It's a personal, unique, heartfelt gift, but with Christmas just days away, you need to order right now. Paper World can turn it around in 48 hours. Hurry, order at paperworld.com.au or phone 1800 811 755. That's 1800 811 755.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
4BC Weather. Live radio has proven to deliver a 20% brand uplift. Put your business in the sunshine. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
Mostly sunny across Brisbane this afternoon, getting down to 21 degrees overnight. A partly cloudy day ahead tomorrow, chance of morning fog in the west with a top of 29. Possible showers for Friday, most likely in the morning, tops at 28. A partly cloudy day on Sunday, tops at 29. And possible showers for Sunday, tops of 32. On Moreton Bay, winds northeasterly up to 15 knots, cease below 1 metre. Right now it's 29 degrees at Greenslopes. I'm Georgia Kondek with more news at 3:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Afternoon to you. Hope you've had a terrific day, and we'll give you all the information you need to get you home this afternoon. If you, as Carla Banaska just said before, people are already opting out of 2025. It wasn't that bad a year. 2026 is going to be even better, but heavens help us, stick with us. So if you've gone away already, well, I guess good luck to you. Good luck to you. Who do you think you are, Annika Wells or something? I mean, you just can't simply roster yourself off just because it's 2 weeks from today, Christmas Eve. Yes, I'm sorry. Open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882. The text line 0499 888 882. And, of course, the email address is drive@4bc.com.au.
4BC is the stories that matter to Brisbane from our reporters and you, our listeners. Live, local. 4BC is Brisbane.
Well, there's been a lot of success flushed all through the middle of the city today. A number of emergency works happening. It's caused all sorts of traffic issues. There was a burst water main happened in the early hours of the morning. And this is always because a lot of these water mains are older. And so a little bit of movement in the earth. Yes, the earth moves. It does. It moves. And sometimes hot weather, cold weather, dry weather, wet weather, all these things cause these water mains to burst. A lot of pressure in them, understandably. But this water main that burst, Edward Street, Adelaide Street, Ann Street, all of this remains closed due to that burst water main. It's not the only thing which has affected traffic in the city centre earlier today. Reports of 30 or so young people on these bloody e-scooters, absolutely wreaking havoc on the roads of the CBD. Now, if only the water and the e-scooters could combine, we could actually test the ability of the battery to withstand lots of water in it. They're not really. Oh, they don't like lots of water. Who'd have thought? We could have solved two problems with one disaster. But, of course, they decided they'd muck up and cause this drama. Anyway, we understand they've been moved on. Now, did we crush the e-scooters? If you know, let us know. 133 882. It's now, of course, officially a new era for Australian families today. The world's first social media ban for under 16s is now in effect. Oh, there's a whole lot of hype out there about it. News Corporation papers having a ball because it means they've got no competition in the information stakes. That's their thinking. But, of course, the Prime Minister, he's hailing this as the biggest social and cultural change our nation's ever faced. Yeah, okay. It's actually about government control anyway. He says it's, look, I get it. He says it's about giving kids a second childhood or getting their childhood back. That part I get, but I think parents could have done it. They could have done it. Anyway, here's the Prime Minister.
This is world leading. This is Australia showing enough is enough. And the world, including through, I note, some leading media global organisations who are here, just to confirm, is watching and is following. But Australia is leading.
Yeah, okay. So Australia spent 125 years fighting for freedom. Now we're leading the world in shutting freedom down and shutting down the role of parents. This bloke loves victims. I remember saying in the Parliament 20 years ago, the thing about Labor in government is they love victims so much that whenever they're in government, they want to create victims. Now, I get it that some kids have gone through some dreadful times because of the bullying on social media, but bullying happens in a lot of different places in a lot of different ways. Social media is just but a vehicle for the bullying. The core of the bullying is the bigger problem. And the vehicle for it, yes, social media. Government is within its rights to do this, I suspect, although there's a High Court challenge currently on about this. But it means that platforms like TikTok and Instagram, Snapchat, now must block young users or risk fines of up to nearly $50 million. However, if you want to go on to the Blue Sky, which is a Twitter page that's been set up, a Twitter-like app that's been set up, it's run by the very regressive left internationally. Blue Sky's not caught up in this. I don't know how you do this. This is just simply about proselytising, passing on your view by your means and restricting access to other information for young people. Why is it that YouTube is caught up in this? I don't understand that. There's a lot of questions. I would have thought parents could have been trusted, but government does not want to trust you, so why should you trust them? And I don't know how watertight the whole thing is. Teens are already bragging online, finding loopholes, surviving the ban. The whole thing's a mess. It's a massive roll of the dice from the government, but for now the digital gate apparently is officially closed. Just like the ban on under 17-year-olds driving cars. We'll see how it works. What about under 14-year-olds shouldn't be smoking? I guess that kind of works. No. Anyway, we'll continue to keep track of where Communications Minister Annika Wells is. If you see her, let us know. You can just tell us. We're on Annika Watch. I understand she's interstate, so it's a bit unfair. Yes, she's away. She's travelled away. Why wouldn't she? Could she have been there last night? That's a bit of bootleg Gaga. Could it have been that she was at the Lady Gaga concert last night? Anyway, it was reported to be one hell of a show with the megastar there. And Suncorp absolutely copping it today after chaotic scenes outside the Gaga concert. Left thousands of fans stranded outside. Was Comcar car anywhere near Gaga? That was the big question I would ask. Was Annika Wells there at Gaga last night? Do let us know. Technical glitches during the sound check meant the Gates Opera opened nearly an hour late. It caused massive backlogs. Saw a lot of people missing the start of the show. Fans are rightly furious. Reports of security abandoning bag checks, waving people through metal detectors just to try and clear the crushing queues. Which gate did Annika go through? The stadium claims that 95% of the crowd was inside by the time Gaga hit the stage, but for those who paid hundreds of dollars, missed the opening. It's not really a happy time. Anyway, all eyes will be on Sunday now. There's a similar number of people descending down Caxton Street to go and see Akka Daka. And fingers will be crossed it'll all run smoothly. AC/DC, of course, at Suncorp this Sunday. Now, if you're with Westpac and your card has been declined at the checkout, don't panic, you're not broke. Aren't we glad that cash is still available, still used, that we're still using cash in this country? Thousands of customers are currently dealing with a widespread FPOS. And FPOS outage, which hit the bank just after 12:30 today. Absolute chaos for retailers trying to process sales during the peak Christmas trade period. And Westpac admits their merchant terminals are degraded. And they're currently investigating the issue to get everyone back online as soon as possible. I'm understanding St George customers would be affected as well, part of the Westpac group. The state government has announced today a plan to roll out ankle monitors for youth criminals. We've given up trying to jail them. We're now just going to give them a bracelet and let them hit the streets. That's basically what the story is. And we'll get our news director, Georgia Condek, will come in to join me to explain it a little bit more. She's going to draw diagrams and everything. It's going to be fantastic. And, of course, there's great news for cricket fans. Captain Pat Cummins has now been officially named into the squad for the third Ashes test in Adelaide after missing the start of the series with a back injury. He's set to return as the only addition to the squad that's already taken a 2-0 lead. And, of course, our boys are preparing to finish the job. And the English, well, they're just slip-slopping and slapping up on the beaches of Noosa. I hope they're not slip-slop-slapping and then licking their wounds, but they're certainly licking their wounds. There's no doubt about it. The taste of, yeah. Anyway, Captain Ben Stokes and Coach Brendan McCullum, the Bazball blokes, they've been spotted taking a dip, snapping selfies, trying to escape the pressure after a genuine drubbing at the Gabba, really. Glenn McGrath is already warning of a 5-0 whitewash. More pink zinc on their scorecard than they want anyway. Let's hope it's a bit of Queensland sun might be enough to save them from a total embarrassment. Well, that's me being very, very generous.
Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 ho.
I want to be generous because I want to stay on Santa's nice list. Now, the 4BC Christmas tree is still huge. The arm guards are still there, so there's obviously diamonds still underneath it. Now, we walk past this tree every day to come into the studio here at Cannon Hill, and let me tell you, I'm getting used to it, but the baubles that are hanging off it, the tinsel that's there, and the branches themselves, they've left a little rash on my forearm as I had to climb over it over the last couple of days. Anyway, that's my little Christmas complaint. We're just going to wait and see what's in the 4BC Jingle Bell jackpot a bit later on in the program. Meanwhile, our Christmas disc jockey has been working hard. What have you got?
Grandma got run over by a reindeer walking home from our house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe.
I'm with you, Grandpa and Grandma, no doubt about it, Elmo and Patsy. I don't know this DJ. I'm letting him just own devices, heavens above. Listen for the cue to call a bit later on the program. You could actually instantly win one of the fabulous festive Christmas gifts, including our Jingle Bell jackpots. Diamond earrings, all thanks to Diamonds International. Time is running out to win those earrings. The arm guards are still there, so I know they're still underneath the tree. Your chances are getting higher than ever, so don't go too far away. The Big Bash is back. 4BC, of course, bringing the heat. And listen after your cue to call for your chance to win a double faster Brisbane Heat. It's starting with their first home game of the season on the 19th of December. And there's tickets to be won all this week and next week as well. 5 massive games at the Gabba, all during the school holidays. It's going to be a summer to remember with your family and your friends. Plenty happening here this afternoon. Don't go far. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, you can call us 133 882 on the 4BC open line, 19 past 3.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
The Gateway Motorway is jam-packed northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills, while southbound it's under speed from Murray to Rochedale. Riverside Expressway is moving well into the city. It does have outbound delays that stretch across the Captain Cook Bridge and down to Greenslopes. The Logan Motorway is bumper-to-bumper eastbound from Ellen Grove to Heathwood. Western Freeway has heavy outbound delays from Toowong to Victory Pocket. And the Centenary Highway is the same northbound from Sumner down to the Jindalee Bridge. For traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
School zones are now in operation. Slow down, obey the school zone speed limits and be mindful of pedestrians, cyclists and school buses. Together, let's help keep our children safe.
We all have smoke alarms in our home, but are you confident yours would actually wake you in a fire? Standard smoke alarms often fail to wake up to 50% of sleeping older Australians. It's a scary thought, but not the Genius smoke alarm. It produces a 520 hertz square wave signal, which has been scientifically proven to better wake sleeping residents across all age groups. Simply put, Genius smoke alarms give your family the best chance to wake up and escape during a fire. In southeast Queensland, the Genius alarm is available from the Smoke Alarm Guys. They're fully certified to upgrade and install Genius alarms in homes, offices and investment properties throughout our region. So don't wait for a wake-up call. Visit smokealarmguys.com.au now.
If you're a tradie and your supplier lets you down, you look like an idiot, and no one needs that. That's why your first call should always be to Hype for Hire. They've got machines to meet your needs, ready to go today. Scissor lifts, boom lifts, forklifts, the lot. You can rely on Hype for Hire to help you knock over your next job fast, efficiently and safely. Call 1-800-HEIGHT or go to hypeforhire.com.au. Hype for Hire, safely taking you to new heights.
If you have an accident and you're covered by insurance, I want you to exercise your rights and insist on the repairer of your choice. So when making a claim after a bingle, ask for the Bump Shop. The Bump Shop team are master smash repairers who'll get you back on the road as fast as possible. Their experienced technicians use advanced equipment to repair and detail all makes and models to factory standards. All insurance companies are welcome. The Bump Shop, Eagle Farm. Find out more on the website bumpshop.com.au. But exercise your right and insist on the repairer of your choice.
Unlock the real magic of Christmas this year. The thrill of finding that perfect gift for someone you love, but at a fraction of the price. Right now, Link Vision op shops are bursting with all kinds of treasures, just waiting to be unearthed. We make it easy to shop local, save money, and embrace the season of giving, because every purchase helps support people with low and no vision. Find your nearest Link Vision op shop now at linkvision.org.au.
4BC Drive for Heartland Bank, giving Australians over 55 more freedom to fund what matters most in retirement without selling up. Reverse mortgage eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Lee says, yeah, Gary, I reckon let's crush all those e-scooters who are causing trouble and have those people ride them, the people who are riding them irresponsibly. It'll solve a lot of problems because a whole fleet of them will then disappear by crushing. And we'll see how the riders feel without having any of them. See, if we can have a social media ban, the worldwide experiment, why not have an e-scooter ban? I don't actually mind that. I know there's a long, drawn-out inquiry into this, but I think the idea of registering it, which we heard about the other day from New South Wales, is not a bad idea. Register the scooters so you can ping the people who are the problem. The scooters aren't causing the problems, the people riding them. A bit like gun laws, really, isn't it? The guns do kill people if somebody points a gun at somebody and pulls the trigger. Brian says, great program. They do need to crush the e-scooter, says Brian, the person, parents or whatever who's buying them, particularly those who modify the speed. You should fund them about $30,000, and I think they should do a written test with a Orange P, $100 annual fee. See, Brian, that's good. I probably like that down at the top end of George Street or William Street, 1 William Street, where the executive building is. That's called revenue. The government finding a new way to tax us. Who'd have thunk it? Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882. Look, today is the day, the social media ban. The world is watching. And as Mick says, he said, Albanese said the same thing. The Prime Minister said exactly the same thing about The Voice. Look where that landed. So the world is watching us. But the Minister for Communications in charge of this social media ban, she's being hoisted on her own petard. Annika Wells is no Shakespeare, but I think her conduct has been a farce. And her track record as a minister has been a tragedy for Australia. The damage she's done to the lives of so many older Australians with her reforms to the aged care sector has left families now scrambling to find tens of thousands of dollars of extra money to pay for aged care. Just happened overnight. Now she's Minister for Communications, and don't forget sports, because she loves the sports part of her ministerial responsibility. I don't think there's a sporting event which doesn't attract her attention. Attending sporting events, though, is not a mandatory part of a job. You see, in the scheme of things, previous federal sports ministers tended to be represented by those from the town or city where the event was on. It happened for me. I went to a couple of Rugby World Cup events here in Brisbane representing the Federal Sports Minister. He was in Melbourne. He didn't fly up. I went. The government was there, represented by a local. That's what she should do. She doesn't need to attend every AFL Grand Final. She doesn't need to attend every NRL Grand Final, every Melbourne Cup, every Australian Open tennis event, and every Grand Prix. She doesn't have to go to everything. Her predecessors, well, they never went to everything. You know, she may have been invited, but it doesn't mean she has to go. It just seems more often than not, she always went with her sports-mad husband, the lobbyist. I mean, being the Minister for Sport can be very onerous if you go to every single one of the events you're invited to. She might say she's dedicated, but seriously, jetting to sporting events is probably a lot easier for her than dealing with the real events in the lives of her local constituents. It's a great way to avoid meeting and talking with people who live in Under and Stafford and Sandgate in the federal electorate of Lilly. I just don't understand, as a marginal seat member in the House of Representatives, why she chose glittering sports events ahead of the electorate of Lilly. Why did she go to the Logies instead of Lilly? I'm sure she puts out the occasional media releases from her electorate office from time to time saying, Annika Wells visits Lilly. I mean, these are the people who actually voted her into office. As a Minister for Communications, also she has a very high-level policy responsibility. But that could easily distract her from her core job of working for her local constituency, let alone being Minister for Sport and, in brackets, good times. Anyway, once again, the electorate of Lilly, the people there, they come last. The communications portfolio is very complex. Technology is changing faster than policy settings can keep up. And then on top of this, Annika Wells has the responsibility for this world-first restriction on social media access for under 16-year-olds. And the policy rollout, I think it's been more about the vibe than the detail. There are so many details missing. There's so much uncertainty. And because of all the controversy surrounding the minister's extraordinary addiction to parliamentary entitlements, the minister's been missing in action and unable to answer the many questions so many people have. And, of course, taxpayers were also hit with hundreds of thousands of costs to fly the minister, her staff, to the United States and host an event to boast about this particular policy. Now, look, there's a variety of views on the policy, concerns for the merits of government displacing the role of parents in governing their children's interactions on social media. And while I understand the upside, I also think it's a slippery slope to more government intervention in our lives. And I think parents should be the first port of call responsible for their children's safety, not government. But regardless, I think we can all agree we deserve detail. The minister is either unwilling or unable or embarrassed to supply. And as far as questions about her exorbitant taste for travel and taxpayer-funded largesse, the Minister for Communications and Sport won't even communicate any response. I mean, she referred herself off to a public service-based oversight committee yesterday for the expenditure of allowances by parliamentarians, and she did all of this for one reason, to avoid media scrutiny at media events today. And she used that stock standard excuse, the matter is being investigated, to avoid any questions, any inquiry. I think we deserve detail on the social media policy she's in charge of. We also need detail on how she failed to act as one of our major telcos, one of the major telecommunication providers, failed to provide basic access to all Australians to 000. The Minister for Communications doesn't know how to communicate. We deserve openness, we deserve transparency. But I just don't get her mindset. It sees nothing wrong with excessive travel usage, as well as the sort of life and death issues of 000 and social media bans. I just don't get it. Surely she is well briefed. She really could be very well briefed. I mean, she must have plenty of time to do a lot of reading as she's on all those planes all the time. I mean, what does she actually do on the planes? She's either on or she's off. But I think she'll survive for one reason. Well, 3 reasons, really. She's a woman, she's Labor, and it's close to Christmas. Keen to know what you think. 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms here at 4BC. It's 3:30. And Georgia Condek is in the newsroom. What is the latest?
Good afternoon, Gary. Westpac is apologising for the disruptions to its banking service. The bank says it is working to resolve the problem after customers reported issues with transactions and online banking services. Millions of children under 16 have been locked out of social media accounts as a ban takes effect. Major tech platforms down face $50 million fines if they fail to take responsible steps to block underage users. A new law will be introduced into state parliament today in a bid to crack down on youth crime. Offenders as young as 10 could soon be slapped with ankle monitors when applying for bail. And a man's been charged following a number of incidents across South Brisbane overnight. In sport, Brisbane Lions premiership defender Noah Answorth will remain at the club until the end of the 2028 season after inking a new deal with the team. Gary, I'll have more news at 4.
4BC Brisbane traffic. When the time comes, choose experience, compassion and local care. Alex Gow Funerals. Here when you need us most.
In McDowell, there's a southbound crash on the Beckett Road, Roadie Road, roundabout with delays building. Gateway motorway still jam-packed northbound from Boonville to Bald Hills. Riverside Expressway is now heavy in and out of the city. Those outbound delays extending across the Captain Cook Bridge to the Pacific Motorway on down to Greenslopes. The Western Freeway has heavy outbound delays from Toowong to Fig Tree Pocket, and the Centenary Highway is the same northbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
There's tennis. And then there's tennis turned up. The United Cup turns up the rivalry, and it's about to get louder than ever. Watch the best on earth do battle when Team Australia faces Team Norway and Team China versus Team Canada at Ken Rosewall Arena. Tickets on sale now from $50. Get yours, then get loud. Search United Cup tickets.
Need a plumber or sparky fast? O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains have both. Just one call and you'll have reliable qualified tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. All suburbs all over Brisbane. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, search O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains or call 3277 345. O'Brien. Electrical licence 84362 QBCC 102782.
Growing your own business means working from a shared desk. Sorry. Working from the loading dock. Working from under the stairs. Working right outside the bathroom. Working inside the bathroom.
Hi, Claire. Just returning your call.
Go from tight squeeze to scaling with ease with a fast-track credit offer from Westpac. To get it done, it takes a little Westpac. Westpac online banking T's and C's. Eligibility, lending criteria, fees and charges apply. For existing customers of 12 months plus.
Where is the bathroom?
For centuries, funerals have helped us remember, honour and say goodbye to our loved ones with dignity and style. They also surround us with the loving support of family and friends at a time when it's needed the most. Whether you're planning a traditional funeral or something more contemporary, be assured that Alex Gow Funerals will be there to help you create a ceremony deserving of someone special to you.
Alex Gow Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
26 to 4. We'll tell you about this amazing story, flagpoles, in a moment. It's quite a yarn. It's all happening on North Stradbroke Island. We'll tell you all about that very soon. Nicole's pretty angry about the Westpac problems. She said, we don't want apologies. We want a fee paid back to every person, every business affected and disadvantaged. Westpac's FPOS machines have electronic fund transfer point of sale. That's what FPOS stands for. That they've broken down. They've had problems. The cards aren't working. They're trying to fix it. Technology. Has it been a hack? Has it been a connectivity issue? Is it a problem with the machine itself? I don't know. And Westpac are still trying to scramble to sort it out. Thank heavens we can still use cash. We can't go cashless when we have this sort of stuff. Old school has got to stay. But Nicole says every business that's been affected and disadvantaged, people who've probably lost sales. Oh, mate, I've only got the plastic card. And Westpac have got to provide an efficient service, so they just should pack up. Tom joined us says, Gary, on the social media ban, half of Australian teens would have changed their date of birth by now. And Tom, isn't that really the point? Suddenly you've gone from being a 2009 baby to a, 1999 baby, probably. You're above the age of 16, aren't you? Just a simple keystroke would fix it. How are they going to prove otherwise? After reading about the 14-year-old who passes a 22-year-old, I think anything is possible. And stopping kids from smoking, stopping kids from driving a car, that doesn't seem to work, even though there's a rule. I don't know how this social media ban is going to work. The government is saying, millions have lost. I don't know whether that's true. If you have suddenly found yourself locked out or know somebody who has, call us. Let us know. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from Annika Wells as well. Tony said, I just had to finish the year early, Gary. I had an optometrist appointment today for painfully sore eyes resulting from looking at Annika Wells. That's a bit unfair. She's a nice-looking lady. You shouldn't pick on her looks at all. But if you do see her, it's a rare occurrence. I think that's the point, particularly if you're in the electorate of Lily. She's nowhere to be seen. Margaret says Annika Wells should be given the big size 15 clown boot as she's a pathetic joke. And Terry says other constituents of Lily have an opportunity to voice their approval otherwise in 2 years and 6 months at the next election. He's starting a countdown. Steve's on the Gold Coast. You got a few thoughts on the Polly Perks?
Hey, Gary. How you going?
Good, mate. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you. Gary, I was watching Anthony Albanese on the Sunrise program, and they were basically putting to him, did he support the current structure, the way the perks are all set up? And he was at pains to continually come back and say, well, basically, this is out of our hands. It's all set by an independent body. We have nothing to do with it. Now, we all know that if he wanted to change it, the government could easily change it. They just say, these are not reasonable. We'll just change it, and this is how it's going to be. But on the flip side of that, if they truly believe in their heart that it's good enough to, have 3 business flights for family members and that because they're away from family, there are plenty of Australian workers out there who are away from their families. Might be a fly-in, fly-out worker, might be a truck driver going across the country and is away for 9-10 days from his family. If it's good enough for politicians who may feel they're a little bit more special, then why isn't it good enough for the average Australian for the government to say, okay, we can do it, so you can now claim it as a tax deduction. You can fly your family to meet with you in Perth, and then you drive your truck back and your family can fly back. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Well, I do.
It's so crazy. This can be totally sorted out in a moment.
It could indeed. And Steve, as you may know, I was a member of Parliament for 12 years and a minister for 5 1/4. I understand how these forms and how the accountability side of the thing is meant to work. I'm just shocked that she wouldn't have actually picked up on $1,000 for a Comcar waiting for me outside the Australian Open? How did I get the time wrong? How did I not know? Why did I leave that professional driver sitting in a car charging me every quarter hour for wait time? I mean, it's like on steroids, right? It's nonsensical. She would have been, there were cheaper options than the Comcar for a start. That's a taxi, for instance, you could have used. And the other thing that shocks me is that they are now paid. She's on about $400K a year. Her husband's a lobbyist for Suncorp and understandably probably well paid as well. Some speculate he's on as much as she's on. And surely, if flying to events and accompanying your spouse, who's a member of Parliament, is so important, you pay for it. You pay for it yourself. They're very well paid compared to when I was in the Parliament, I can assure you. Very well paid. Yet
they'll ask the state governments to cut 10% out of the budget for healthcare.
Yeah. I know.
This government. honestly.
It's wrong, mate. It is wrong on so many fronts, and I think they can well afford to pay their way. I mean, look, sure, they can share the same hotel room bed, no harm, no foul there. But and nobody gets a per diem, nobody gets travel allowance when they're accompanying their Member of Parliament spouse, nor should they. So doesn't that the whole thing's wrong? You're right. Truck drivers, coal miners, so many people in the real world don't have a bring your spouse to work kind of allowance. Keen to know what you think. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms 133 880 220 to 4. Dispute been taking place on North Stradbroke Island for a number of years now. I love Stradbroke Island, don't get there anywhere near enough. But this whole dispute has come to a head in the dead of night the other night. In the early hours of the morning, the Department of Transport and Main Roads removed a 20-metre flagpole from the Dunwich waterfront. Now, the flagpole apparently was unauthorised, had been put on DTMR land, and it was flying a number of things. So there was the Aboriginal flag, the Torres Strait Islander flags flying, but the Palestinian flag was up there too. I don't get it. I don't understand why a Palestinian flag is flying on a flagpole on government land. Something had to be done. The person calling for some action on that is the member for Oodgeroo, Amanda Stoker, and she joins us now. You've been campaigning for this to be removed. It sends a lot of mixed signals, I would have thought, Amanda.
Hi, Gary. Yes, look, I've been working for a year to get those illegally erected flagpoles removed from Dunwich for a number of reasons, but the first of them is that it's very important that the same laws apply to all Queenslanders. So all Queenslanders who build a structure on state land without having approval should expect that those structures are going to be removed. But I'm particularly pleased to see that divisive Palestinian flag, with all of its appalling associations with the atrocities and terrorism of Hamas, is no longer the first symbol that visitors and residents to Stratty see when they get off the ferry.
Isn't that the point? I mean, the flags are symbols. Flags are our Australian flag. I love it. It is our national symbol. We allow part of our flag to be used by a country as their entire flag. The Union Jack comes off our flag and the UK uses it. Good-o. But in all seriousness, having the flag of a country that doesn't exist flying in a country like ours, I think sends all the wrong signals.
I think so too. My office would receive a huge number of calls and emails from residents and tourists alike about that flag, and I can tell you none of them were positive. But it's a symbol of something else too. That flagpole and the flag that was on it ended up becoming a symbol of the culture of intimidation that was allowed to flourish on Stratty during Labor's time. There was this sense that some people were allowed to operate above the law, and it really did breed fear and silence among many locals. And that's a culture that's got to stop. And so fairness starts with consistently applying the law. The same laws apply to all of us, and that can be the only principle on which a united, cohesive society can operate.
Absolutely, because you can't have carve-outs for culture. You can't have carve-outs for religion. You can't have carve-outs for anything if we're not all universally able to access judgment under the law with the same principles. The country starts to fall into, well, as I said yesterday, enclaves. It starts to fall apart.
Look, I should say there was a lot of respect provided to the kayak leaders who were attached to those flagpoles. There was extensive consultation in writing. Government officers went and spoke to them in person. There was encouragement across the board for them to voluntarily comply with the law. But if that's not going to happen, then there needs to be enforcement. And sadly, it took 3 attempts to enforce the law here because of the interference and obstruction of a few senior members of kayak. So when you think about it, there might be a complaint that it went away in the very early hours of the morning. That happened because the first 2 times they did it in regular business hours, there was interference. So what we've had is a tripling of the cost to taxpayers of routine enforcement and the delay of common sense prevailing for over a year. This was a problem before I was even elected to the role. So I really hope that this can be something that draws a line that ends such behaviour on Straddie, and that it opens the start of a new era in which Straddie becomes a welcoming and equal place for all.
So the Quandamooka Ulubarabi Aboriginal Corporation, Kayak, the leadership seemed a little bit out of kilter with what community were expecting. They've got to kind of repair that, I would have thought, going forward.
Look, in fairness, it's not everybody in that organisation. No. There's a handful of problem personalities, and good leadership would see those problem personalities taken out of positions in which they can be a negative and destructive influence. But that has to be something that the local Indigenous people do for themselves. You know, it's a private organisation. It doesn't get done by government. They have to make decisions for their community that's going to put the best foot forward for them, and that has to be, by any analysis of the situation, an approach that brings people together, that respects the law, and that provides respect for the rights of others, as well as the rights for themselves.
But when you start to see media reports, and it's dangerous to quote media reports, okay, but I'll quote it.
True.
Suggesting that the Kayak people, the Quandamooka Ulubarabi people, say these polls hold significant cultural value, that it's an attack on their heritage. I don't understand that. Do you?
Look, it's pretty hard to understand how some mass-produced, factory-manufactured flagpoles that have been illegally installed over a relatively short number of years can possibly have that kind of cultural value. Let's be real here. We can't just call anything that we want to be beyond discussion culturally significant and think that that will be the end of the discussion. We've got to have common sense here.
Yeah, common sense. There's that word. Well, DTMR had to do this at 3 o'clock in the morning under police guard. Do we have any idea what that cost the taxpayers to finally get these poles taken off? Well, state land, isn't it? State-owned land.
That's right, taxpayer-owned land. And,
do we have a price on what it cost, Amanda Stoker? Do we know what that intervention would have cost to fix this up?
I don't have a final number, but as you know, these sorts of enforcement actions do cost money. They probably cost more than people think, and they've cost triple what they should have cost because of the interference of some problem personalities. And so the sooner we can get a handle on a culture that resists this kind of even-handedness and common sense, the sooner we can get that better value for people on Straddie. And what that means is that precious taxpayer dollars can go into more important things that people on Straddie value. That's a good value proposition for everyone.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, either way, keep up the great work as the member for Oodgeroo. I know a lot of people are cheering you on, Amanda Stoker. Have a great Christmas.
Thanks so much, Gary.
4BC Brisbane traffic. At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list. Beautiful retirement apartments available now. thevillage.com.au.
In Kedron, there's a northbound crash on Gympie Road with heavy delays back to Stafford Road. The Gateway Motorway is a car park northbound from Banyata Bald Hills. It's the same southbound through Tingalpa and Belmont. Riverside Expressway easing into the city. It's still heavy out of the city and across the Captain Cook Bridge. The Western Freeway has heavy outbound delays from Toowong to Fig Tree Pocket. Logan Motorway, bumper to bumper eastbound from Ellen Grove to Heathwood. And the M1 is struggling southbound from Yatla to Pimpama. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Unwrap a new Hyundai this Christmas at Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. With surprisingly big offers and huge savings on drive-away prices. There's never been a better time to get behind the wheel. Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. Your new Hyundai is waiting.
Another Christmas is coming, and finding that perfect gift or outfit can be a real struggle and really expensive. But here's a secret. Right now, Link Vision op shops are stocked with treasures just waiting to be unearthed. You'll be pleasantly surprised what you discover and what you could save. Plus, every dollar you spend in a Link Vision op shop supports people with low and no vision. With 9 stores around Brisbane, find pre-loved Christmas gems today at linkvision.org.au.
At this special time of year, Holy Cross Funerals would like to wish you and your family a safe and happy Christmas. Holy Cross Funerals are always there when you need them, helping you shoulder some of the burden upon the loss of a loved one. From full burial services to no service, no attendance cremations, as a not-for-profit funeral home, Holy Cross Funerals are dedicated to providing dignified, affordable farewells. Holy Cross Funerals. Phone 3293 0555. Proud members of Funerals Australia.
Every Christmas begins with a wish for connection, for music, for moments shared around the piano. At Kauai Brisbane, discover the gift that lasts long beyond the season, with Christmas pricing across our entire range, including digital pianos from $4.49. Enjoy bonus gifts across the Kauai piano range. Bring home a Kauai this Christmas. Offers end December 24. Visit Kauai Brisbane Stafford or brisbane.kauai.com.au. Kauai, instrumental to life.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks or earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Autobarn, Auto Pro, Napa Parts, Truckline and Veals.
Thinking about retiring but want to stay near the Yeronga community you know and love? At the Village Yeronga, limited retirement apartments are available now. Head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself at the Village Yeronga.
Until 6, this is Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
9 to 4. Coming up, we will talk about my predictions made 12 months ago about what was going to happen in 2025. How did I go on the 4BC Drive bingo for 2025? My bingo card for 2026. We might get into all of that next hour, I promise you that. But look, when it comes to matters of youth crime, reoffending whilst on bail is a very, very important issue. I think seriously, if you break bail, go to jail. I'd throw away the keys. But anyway, the state government is now introducing a new law to deal with ankle monitors. I guess they've given up on jailing offenders. That's my take. But a person who can't have a take, she's just simply going to give you the straight bad information. Our news director, Georgia Contact, joins us from the 4BC newsroom. So what did we hear from the Premier, the Youth Justice Minister today?
We had them both stand up earlier this morning, Gary, and what we're hearing, it is an expansion on the LNP's tough laws that making Queensland safer laws. And what it is, for those youth offenders, and they could be, depending on what comes out from the courts and the judges, they could be fitted with ankle monitors when applying for jail. Now, this is now being reduced down to young offenders as young as 10.
Wow.
The youth bail monitoring laws will ensure every court is able to be fit with any youth they give bail to with the monitoring device. Now, we heard this from the Premier, David Crisafulli, earlier today.
Every court will have the ability to fit a young offender with an electronic monitoring device. It means they've got nowhere to hide, and it means that police can watch and monitor their every step. And that is important, and we are determined to make sure that we give police the resources and the courts the resources to make sure that young offenders stay on the straight and narrow, and that is really important to us.
Yeah, but I've heard of this before. I mean, surely we had a system like this in place. I mean, I've heard of young offenders whipping their monitors off. There's nothing new here.
Yeah, a conversation that was had a lot around the 4BC offices today. So it comes off the back of a successful, as our youth minister said today, a successful trial between youth offenders aged between 15 and 17, now serious youth offenders between 15 and 17 in certain parts of the state. But under these new laws, which are expected to be tabled in Parliament today, they will be permanent and across the whole state for first-time offenders as well. And like I said, as young as 10 years old. And we did hear our youth minister, Laura Gerber, talk about this morning. She handed it down she explained it a lot more, I'll say.
Let me be really clear. Youth that should be in remand will be in remand. This is so that the courts have the ability to put an electronic monitoring device on a youth that they give bail to. It is no longer limited to youth that have committed an indictable offence and are back before a court for another indictable offence. First-time youth offenders can be fitted with an electronic monitoring device if the court thinks it's appropriate for community safety.
Yeah, I think that the second piece of paper she was given was, by the way, today's sort of Wednesday. Anyway, it doesn't. Will it be as easy as it sounds? Are there going to be any, safeguarding in place?
Again, another important question that has come up today. And, there are things that we have to consider. Again, while we are considering youth offenders at the age of 10, Mr. Christofouli did hand down some of this information today, and it will go to those first-time offenders that deemed necessary for community safety. But yes, like you said, Gary, there will be some safeguarding in place, and the Youth Minister outlined that also in her speech this morning.
The Youth Justice Department will submit a suitability report to the courts when they're deciding whether or not an electronic monitoring device can be fitted. That suitability report will give the courts the information they need to know around whether or not there is 4G coverage, around whether or not there is bail support services in place to be able to ensure that the electronic monitoring device does its job.
Okay, what about frequent flyers, repeat offenders?
Yeah, that was also one that came up today as well. And the Minister, she did make this announcement as well, that's saying serious repeat youth offenders has dropped 16% in the state. That's coming from that between December 13 last year to December 30 this year. There was 378 serious repeat offenders, but that was a drop from 451 on the same period 12 months earlier. So that, from looking at their making Queensland safer, tougher crime laws, they are kind of seeing that decline.
Yeah, they got a cute slogan and they got the kit, but anyway, the kids find their own way around it. Okay, more details are coming a bit later today,
That's
apparently.
It, yeah, State Parliament's underway, question time's underway. Hasn't been talked about yet. I'd say it will happen later tonight, as it usually does. So maybe more in our breakfast show tomorrow, but I'll keep you updated as I can.
Well, Georgia, it's 4 minutes to the news, so you better go and get that bulletin
better get it
carefully together. Georgia Condeck from the 4BC Newsroom, 4 to 4.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
In Kedron, there's a northbound crash on Gympie Road with heavy delays back to Stafford Road. The Ipswich Motorway has a westbound crash in Wakehole. Traffic is queuing on the approach. The Gateway Motorway is a car park northbound from Banya to Bald Hills. It's the same southbound through Tingalpa and Belmont. Western Freeway has heavy outbound delays from Toowong to Victory Pocket. Logan Motorway bumper to bumper eastbound from Ellen Grove to Heathwood, and the M1 is struggling southbound from Yatala to Pimpama. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Australian Power has an important announcement. Government battery credits of over $5,000 drop January 1st. Our 15 kilowatt-hour battery starts at $30 a week with a 10-year warranty. Sign up today at australianpower.com.au.
Give the gift of a good night's sleep this festive season with Sobe CPAP Clinic's Air Mini Travel CPAP. It's the world's smallest CPAP, weighing only 300 grams. Get Sobe's complete Air Mini Travel Bundle with machine, mask and travel bag for only $1,030. Stop snoring with Sobe. Visit sobe.com.au, that's S-O-V-E, or call 1300 76 29 39. Always follow the directions for use. CPAP is used for obstructive sleep apnea treatment. When considering whether CPAP is right for you, speak to your doctor.
Tate McDermott, Fraser McWright, Harry Wilson and the Queensland Reds are back at Suncorp Stadium in 2026. With 7 huge home games on the horizon, the Reds are aiming for another finals berth. The best way to get the best seat at the best price is to become a Queensland Reds member. Flexi and full season memberships are on sale now, with 7 game memberships from just $145. Rugby runs red in 2026. Run with us. Head to reds.rugby for all the details.
Frank, let's unpack your feelings about work.
This new guy is good. He's too good. He's upskilling the team.
Seems like you can't accept a good thing.
Yeah, business is better than ever.
If you're not used to great employees, you need Indeed. Indeed, get what you need.
Until 6, this is Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Minute to 4, we will go through our 2025 bingo predictions a year ago. I'm going to fess up what I got right, what I got wrong, and we'll try and discover what 2026 might look like. Marty at Berbera says, electronic monitoring fitted to 10-year-olds on bail. I laugh my guts out. It's never going to happen. It's PI 55 week courts. I'll never do it. It needs to be mandatory. That's what Marty says. On youth tampering and offending, it's pretty simple. They'll remove the bracelet. They'll tamper with it. Then Randy says, give them 12 months in jail. We need more jails. Is there any land still on St. Helena Island? Asking for some fiends.
Home, car and personal loans. Compare them all at therate.com.au.
Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Contact. Children as young as 10 could be fitted with ankle monitors when applying for bail. It comes as the state government implements further crackdowns on youth crime. Youth Minister Laura Gerber says this will be made permanent statewide.
Any youth that appears before a court can be ordered to wear an electronic monitoring device, and first-time youth offenders could be ordered to wear one if the court deems it appropriate. Of course, the bill specifies that a suitability assessment must be taken into account by the judge.
Thousands of Westpac customers have been unable to access their accounts amid a banking issue. The outage is affecting EPOS terminals and online banking across Australia, including through apps and other browsers. A man's been charged following a number of incidents across South Brisbane overnight. Police allege the 37-year-old assaulted multiple people and stole a number of cars before being arrested. He's facing numerous charges and expected to front court today. Meantime, a man's been charged following a fatal shooting in Beenleigh last week. Monique Dews has the details.
Police allege around 10:40 last Tuesday night, a 35-year-old man received a gunshot wound to his chest and was declared deceased at the scene. Earlier into the next morning, a 22-year-old man was arrested in bushland at Hope Island. In the following days, he was initially charged with 4 offences, including unlawful use of a motor vehicle, unlawful possession of a weapon, possessing explosives and receiving tainted property. Further investigations have led Logan homicide detectives to also charge the man with murder. He will face Beenleigh Magistrates Court this afternoon. Monique Dews, 9 News.
A 15-year-old boy is expected to be facing court, charged over several car thefts on the Gold Coast. 4 cars were stolen from Paradise Point, Underwood and Upper Coomera, with a firearm and knife also found inside an abandoned Mercedes. The teenager is facing 15 charges. The controversial structure has been removed from public land on Stradbroke Island. The flagpole near Dunwich Ferry flew the Aboriginal Torres Strait and Palestine flag. MP Amanda Stoker has told Gary Hardgrave it is being treated like any other illegal monument.
Fairness starts with consistently applying the law. The same laws apply to all of us, and that can be the only principle on which a united, cohesive society can operate.
And in other news, children are downloading alternative social media apps which are yet to be captured by government bans. To finance Your Lords has closed down 7 points at 8,868 and $1 Aussie buying 66.4 US cents.
Wherever you go, take the stories that matter with you. Download the 4BC app now. Your city, your station. Brisbane's 4BC.
Australia has named Pat Cummins in its 15-man squad for the 3rd Ashes Test in Adelaide next week. The captain will return from a back stress injury. Queenslander Usman Khawaja and Nathan Lyon will also be recalled to the team after missing the win in Brisbane. Wicketkeeper Alex Carey says the Aussies aren't getting ahead of themselves despite leading the series 2-0.
We know that England are a very good cricket team. We also understand we were in a position like this 2-3 years ago over in England and we weren't able to, win that series. We were good enough to retain the Ashes. So for us, we're really excited for the opportunity we've got, but also understand we've got to continue to play good cricket.
The Brisbane Lions have secured premiership defender Noah Answorth until at least the end of the 2028 season. And in the NBA Cup quarterfinals, the Magic have beaten the Heat 117-108. It's 4:04. That's news and sport.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans from all the leading lenders. Smart, simple, with real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks. therate.com.au.
Cluedo is coming to the stage. Was it Miss Scarlet in the kitchen with the candlestick? Or Professor Plum in the library with the rope? Murder and blackmail are on the menu when 6 guests gather at Body Manor for a night they'll never forget. It's Cluedo the play, the hilarious murder mystery. This fast, furious and funny whodunit will leave you dying of laughter. Cluedo, a killer night out, literally. Opens January at Playhouse QPAC. Book now at cluedoplay.com.au.
Traffic, thanks to Aussie Broadband. Business done different. The actual Aussie way. Find out more at aussiebroadband.com.au/enterprise.
The Ipswich motorway has a westbound crash in Wacol with traffic queuing on the approach. In Kedron, a northbound crash on Gympie Road is cleared, but heavy delays persist there. Gateway motorway is a car park northbound from Banyata to Bald Hills. It's the same southbound through Tingalpa to Belmont. Riverside Expressway moving well into the city. It has heavy outbound delays across the Captain Cook Bridge to the Pacific motorway and then on down to Green Slopes. And the Western Freeway is struggling outbound from Toowong to Fig Tree Pocket. For traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Australian Power has an important announcement for solar households. Government battery credits of over $5,000 drop by $600 on January 1st, and demand is already surging. Sign up before December 31st to lock in today's pricing. A family-sized 15 kilowatt-hour battery starts from $30 a week with a 10-year warranty and our battery rewards program, paying you up to $3,000 over 10 years. Sign up by December 31st. AustralianPower.com.au.
Aussie Broadband delivers cutting-edge IT solutions for large businesses across Australia. They're here to power your business with technology that's reliable, scalable and built to perform. High-speed internet, voice services or networking. Aussie Broadband can tailor a complete end-to-end solution to meet your needs. And the best part? You'll be supported by 100% Australian-based tech experts who are with you every step of the way. Business done different. That's the actual Aussie way. Find out more at aussiebroadband.com.au/enterprise.
Hello, this is Phil O'Neill. You can stay up late or get up early. Either way, I'd love you to join me for the start of a new day. Let's talk on Australia Overnight on 4BC.
Mostly sunny across Brisbane this afternoon, getting down to 21 degrees overnight. A partly cloudy day tomorrow with the chance of some morning fog in the west and a top of 29. Possible showers on Friday, most likely in the morning, tops of 28, and a partly cloudy day on Saturday, tops of 29. On Moreton Bay, winds northeasterly up to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now, it's 27 degrees at Newmarket. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 4:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Now, back to Drive with Gary Hardgrave. On 4BC.
At 4:07, and thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms 133 882 is our open line number. The texts are coming in on 0499 880 882 as well. Terry says, I don't understand why our incarcerated youth offenders can't be encouraged to do a trade in detention. They could be paid to build homes on the Bay Islands where it would have been difficult to escape custody. This is not, I think, a far-flung corner of Queensland. Is there a Thuggaminda housing estate? I don't know. Bob at Canuvia said, I don't understand how a flagpole can actually have cultural significance. Our Indigenous friends never saw a flagpole till Captain Cook stuck one up at Kurnell, April of 1770. First bit of architecture. I guess that's what the pictures suggest. And the only flags that fly in our country, says Patrick, it should be ours or our allies, no others. And Elton says, and I think this is the point that Amanda Stoker was making, he said, I haven't been back to Stratty since we saw that flag. It was about 4 years ago. It's a disgrace. Love your show, mate. Thank you, Elton. Appreciate that. We want to do this. I think we should. This is what we did about a year ago. Bingo! This is a great bit of production went in there. The 2025 bingo. We actually announced a bunch of predictions at the end of 2025 coming at the end of 2026. Hang on, let me get that. At the end of 2024. I'm getting very confused. At the end of 2024, we announced what we thought could happen in 2025. And now we're coming to the end of the year. I want to be accountable to you. More accountable to you than Annika Wells seems to be. I want to revisit the bingo card we put together last year before we go into next year. I'm going to work on those bold predictions, probably make them publicly known a bit later on in the program. Hang around. You might have a few of your own. You're very welcome to offer them if you like. But we asked you to for your bold predictions for this year, and we certainly got some interesting ones. So let's look back, see how right or wrong we were. Now, I kicked off by predicting Stephen Miles would retire. And I also predicted that Prince Harry would be invited back into the royal family. Well, it wasn't such a great start. However, I did back the Broncos to make the top 4 under Madge Maguire, and they did exactly that. They scraped into 4 by points differentials anyway. Lloyd weighed in to reckon that we'd be calling Peter Dutton Prime Minister by the end of the year. Yeah, got that wrong. Lloyd, but this time last year it looked like Dutz was going to make it. And, of course, he did say unless something extraordinary happens in the next couple of weeks. The caveat came through. It really did. Anyway, Matt was convinced the Blues would get a clean sweep in the State of Origin series. He got that wrong. He would have been a bit confident after game 1, but the Maroons won, of course, the series 2-1. Simon told us the Dragons would be finishing in the top 4 of the NRL. No, they were 15th. The mighty Dragons. They were dragon, that's for sure. So we're going to put together a new bingo card for 2026. Please ring in right now with your predictions for next year. It can be about anything. Politics, it can be about weather, sport, news, celebrities, media, or perhaps all of the above. You might have your thoughts. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Call the 4BC open line 133 882.
From Ipswich to the Bay, Beaudesert to Bribie, 4BC is Brisbane. 882 4BC. Bringing you the stories that matter to Brisbane. This is 4BC Drive. And now, Gary Hardgrave comments.
Have you got all afternoon? I got a big question for you. What is wrong with Queensland Rail? Why is it that no state transport minister can actually force them to serve us, Queenslanders? Instead, they continue to force Queenslanders to fit in with how they want to operate. Queensland Rail is a dilapidated, out-of-date and inadequate organisation. Last weekend, Queensland Rail was at it again. Yeah, they were. They shut down parts of the Metropolitan Rail system just when people could have used it. We had international visitors here for the Ashes test, and they were put on buses between stations because the trains weren't working. And after almost, a dozen years of building Cross River Rail and the new Gabba railway station, they still don't work, and they won't work for years yet. Queensland Rail always seems to shut down their services on important occasions. They shut down the Doomben line when the races are on at Eagle Farm. They shut down the Gold Coast line when the races are on the Gold Coast. They shut down the Ipswich line when the Ipswich races are on. They don't like the races. I bet you they're working for Akadaka on Saturday night because they probably think AC/DC has got something to do with the way the train system operates. But Queensland Rail is probably a great place to work as long as people actually don't want to catch trains when and when they need them. But I reckon the rail system of South East Queensland is a complete joke, and we keep getting experts telling us it's cheaper to put on more buses than have more trains. Now, hang on. More buses on already congested roads makes absolutely no sense to me. And I suppose the per kilometre cost of building rail is prohibitive, particularly when you throw in all of those Queensland Rail experts who've got to look at it all. But I would argue that not building new rail, not investing in rail is a greater cost to us all. Because once you factor in the costs of people stuck in traffic, all the delays, the investment in rail, I think, really does start to stack up. Queensland Rail right now has no capacity to imagine the rail system we actually need in the 21st century. They have imagination deficit disorder. So transport ministers, they come and they go, and they do nothing about Queensland Rail. Nothing. And while the great cities around the world are investing in more rail corridors, even Sydney continues to expand its rail footprint. We just keep patching up a system designed in the 1860s. 1860s. Now, when Australia federated in 1901, one of the ambitions was to ensure there was a standard gauge of 4 foot 8.5 inches operating right around the country. 125 years on, Queensland Rail still uses the cheaper 3 foot 6 inch narrow gauge. They do it a bit in Western Australia too, but Queensland Rail has failed us enormously. You see, of the almost 18,000 kilometres of standard gauge rail in Australia, Queensland has, wait for it, 117 kilometres. 18,000 around Australia, we have 117 kilometres. And a rail line over the New South Wales border into Roma Street and a line to the port of Brisbane, that's all they've managed to do in 125 years. Now, on top of this, it's been, 60 years since the New South Wales Government Railways, the NSWGR, introduced double-decker trains. But apparently in Queensland, we can't have them because our narrow gauge would mean that a double-decker train would be flimsy, it would be likely to topple. And as well, tunnel infrastructure built in the late 19th century, over 125 years ago, would be too low for double-decker trains. And I bet you Cross River Rail was not built for double-decker trains. No, they wouldn't have done that. We may find out in about 5 years when it's working. But with standard gauge, if we had it operating in Queensland, we'd have greater options. We really would. Going it alone on narrow gauge means we've had to go it alone when it comes to the train kit we use. Now, our founding fathers, and they were all blokes, they had a better ambition in the late 1890s for a post-federated Australia than Queensland Rail has had in the past 125 years. They refused to update their thinking on everything. For southeast Queensland to survive the congestion which is already here and the congestion which is coming as population increases impact us, we're going to have to get rid of Queensland Rail. They've just got to go. Get rid of them. They're not fit for purpose. They shut down rail lines when major community and sporting events are on. I just think they're taunting us to take them on. Oh, well, we'll shut that down and see what happens next. Oh, nothing. Oh, well, we'll shut this down. They're like juvenile youth offenders with a train set. No politician seems to be willing to take them on. Ministers instead, they have briefed us to stop criticising Queensland Rail so much. Well, please don't say bad things. I think you're being a bit too harsh. What are these ministers afraid of? Why do we in suburban Brisbane have to put up with dozens of level crossings shutting down already congested roadways every time a mostly empty train goes past? Any project involving a rail line involves enormous union-based control over the site, and I don't think, in fact, I do think we should be, but we aren't. We should be using the airspace above every train track for shopping centres, maybe housing projects. That's what they do in major cities. Instead, above the rail track is a no-go zone. As Queensland Rail corridors carve suburbs in two, we should be building above the rail corridors, community facilities which would bring communities together rather than allowing the train tracks to divide our suburbs. Train tracks in suburban Brisbane, well, they are where they are because of plans made by nation builders back in the 1860s, 160 years ago. And Brisbane has actually changed a lot in the past 160 years. I know it's a revelation because Queensland Rail won't. Queenslanders deserve a fresh start when it comes to transport options. We need new rail corridors, new thinking, new suburbs are being developed. It may have passed them by. They don't go anywhere near them. All we get, though, is more congested roads because there is no rail line anywhere where people are now living. So here's the answer. Queensland Rail has to go. Replace them with someone who's actually interested in the Queensland part of Queensland Rail. I think it's time to shunt them off to a siding. Take a whole new track. 133 882, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 18 past 4.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
The Gateway Motorway has a southbound crash in Belmont. It's before Meadowlands Road and is only adding to the existing delays there, while northbound, the Gateway is heavy from Banyata to Bald Hills. A westbound crash on the Ipswich Motorway in Wacol is now cleared. The Logan Motorway is bumper-to-bumper eastbound from Ellengrove to Heathwood. The Western Freeway struggling outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. And the Centenary Highway is on and off the brakes northbound from Darra to the Jindalee Bridge. For traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
In Sweden, we believe in peace of mind. Whether it's finding the right work-life balance or deciding on your new car, That's why every Volvo comes with a guarantee of the safety, quality and performance you'd expect. Across all new, pre-loved and demo models. There's a Volvo for everyone, so even more people can have peace of mind. Visit your local authorized Volvo retailer to feel it for yourself. Volvo.
With Woolworths, top your Christmas desserts with the best of the season. Like our Queensland-grown Calypso mangoes. Now a fresh special at $2 each. Shop in-store or online today at Woolworths. Until December 16, while stocks last, may not be available in all stores or online.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Auto One, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Tonight on 9 News, our world first social media ban is here. Day one verdict from under 16s and parents. See the video. Gangs of teen e-bike riders take over city roads, running red lights. Decaying and weak. Trump launches a scathing attack on Europe and its leaders. Households sitting on $1 billion in uncashed checks. How time is running out to use them. And we take you inside the $12 million beach mansion being raffled to help our veterans. 9 News at 6.
It's getting harder and harder now to change the sheets. Neither one of us can do it on our own anymore. Arthritis makes it difficult. And then there's the mattress. It's so bloody heavy. So our daughter bought us the Bed Easy mattress lifter. It goes under the mattress. And when we want to change the sheets, we simply push a button. Bed Easy lifts the mattress so we don't have to. Have a look at bedeasy.com.au. That's bedeasy.com.au.
Unwrap a new Hyundai this Christmas at Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. With surprisingly big offers and huge savings on drive-away prices. There's never been a better time to get behind the wheel. Grand Prix Hyundai Caboolture. Your new Hyundai is waiting.
4BC Drive for Heartland Bank, supporting Australians over 55 to stay in the home they love with flexibility to enjoy retirement their way. Reverse mortgage eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Well, the Brisbane International is coming up, of course, early next month. That's January. It normally coincides with my birthday, and I always thought it was actually the tennis world's way of saying happy birthday to you, Gary. Here are some of the great tennis players of the entire world. Well, of course it's true. But Tennis Queensland, they've just announced who we're going to see on the courts. We're going to have Sabalenka. We're going to have Anisimova, and we're going to have Medvedev. I always get that wrong. And, of course, Dimitrov. Some familiar names, except for people like me. But it's on the list, and that's exciting. And, of course, expansions are coming to the Queensland Tennis Centre ahead of the 2032 Olympics. It's only going to get bigger and better, this event. It is a great event already. Cam Pearson has the happy job of being CEO of Tennis Queensland. Welcome along, Cam. Great to talk to you. I always appreciate this event every year, and it is really, really popular. It's getting bigger every year, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's great to be on. Look, it is, and you know, the summer of tennis. Obviously, January is synonymous with tennis in Australia, and the Brisbane International, now in its 15th year, has delivered another quality field, which we're thrilled with. There's 7 Grand Slam champions in the field. We've got 15 top 20 players, in the field. On the women's side, that's 7 of the top 10. On the men's side, that's 4 of the top 20. It's a really, there's too many names to mention them all, but it's a great field, and another reason why everyone should come along to the Queensland Tennis Centre to see the best players in action.
And what I really love is that I've had family, friends, young kids who love tennis who've gone along to this event when there's been that kind of practice round stuff. Some of the big stars are there. They're not afraid to actually interact with their young fans. The signed tennis ball here, the cap there, that sort of stuff. I think this is what makes it really extra special. You got the big names from around the world coming into our city to actually talk to our kids. I think that's another part of it that's fantastic.
Yeah, look, it really is, and this is their first week back for the year, back playing. They've had their break, and then they've had Christmas, and they're in really good spirits. They do genuinely love coming to Brisbane. The city's at its best in January. It's hot, but it's it's exciting to be here, and I love getting around the city to all the beautiful restaurants we have. But they're here to play tennis, and they're here to absolutely interact with the fans, and you get that up close and personal experience here at the Queensland Tennis Centre, which is very different from what you'd see down in Melbourne at the Australian Open, that's for sure.
Yeah, because, I mean, they come here first. I guess it's a warm-up, but it's not a giveaway, is it? It really is a serious comp. They want to be part of something serious.
No, this is a world-class event on its own 2 feet. It doesn't need the Australian Open. But look, they're all wanting to play well here and then be ready to play the Australian Open, that's for sure. But, when you look at the quality of the field coming and how serious they take it, some of them will be here before Christmas. They'll be, getting acclimatised, practising every day, in and around Christmas and New Year and absolutely being prepared for day one of the Brisbane International, which is the 4th of January.
So, yeah, exactly. And my birthday's the next day. I know it's in your diary already. So, Adam Walton, Brisbane bloke, Emerson Jones, she's a 17-year-old Gold Coast sensation, former junior world #1. Alexei Popyrin, big serving Aussie. And, of course, you've got Anderson Parker, wheelchair star. Let's face it, we've got some great Australians and Queenslanders in this event as well as the internationals.
Yeah, we have. And look, and if I just go back to the field, the women's field, all the players that have entered the event are within the top 60 in the world. On the men's side, they're within the top 55. Now, that's extraordinary strength. And so you will see, it is right to say, these are the best players in the world coming. And you talk about the Aussies, young Emerson Jones. So Emerson Jones and Adam Walton, they've been given wild cards into the event. Which is great. Emerson's, as you said, 17-year-old Gold Coast, has been the world #1 junior, and this is really going to be her, her breakout year onto the women's tour, starting here in Brisbane, which is really exciting. Adam Walton, he's a home hill boy.
Yep.
He's had some wonderful wins. In fact, Daniil Medvedev, our #1 seed on the men's side, he actually beat him in Cincinnati earlier in the year. So he's got some confidence with doing things like that. He'll be playing. He loves playing here as well. These guys train here. In fact, they're out training this morning on the courts at the Queensland Tennis Centre. So they'll be ready to go come 4th of January.
So Queensland Tennis Centre is, I think a marvellous footprint. It's going to get bigger. I was actually in Melbourne in the days leading up to the Australian Open earlier this year and just saw how involved the whole area around the tennis courts and everything in that area is, the breakout stuff and so forth. I'm imagining the Brisbane International is going to get to that kind of level. It's building, but you're going to have a big facelift. You're going to have an enormous amount of work, I guess, for the international in January. But what's in the plan beyond the international in a few weeks?
Yeah, look, you're right. We transform the site and the neighbourhood around the Queensland Tennis Centre for the Brisbane International. But with the Olympics coming up, the government announced in March that there'll be a huge redevelopment of the Queensland Tennis Centre to ensure that it is fit for purpose for the Olympics and the Paralympics, and which is a bigger tournament. So what that means is we're going to have another show court. We're going to have another 12 practice courts, and we're also going to have a redefined player experience here, which is all needed for the Olympics. But it also will have the legacy impact for the Brisbane International, which I can see just continuing to get bigger and bigger with that redevelopment, which is exciting and really does solidify, the event in Brisbane for the next however many decades.
I mean, the reality is, of course, the Queensland Tennis Centre sits in a flooding area. Is there going to be any flood proofing? Any plans to get it up and over the railway line, heading back towards, I don't know, Bow Desert Road, making it even bigger, a bigger footprint? That's what I want.
There's definitely a bigger footprint, yep. There's some land that's been set aside for the expansion of the Queensland Tennis Centre. And, most of the facility is not in the flood zone. There is a part of it in there and the car park as well, but most of it is not. So Look, when the redevelopment comes, it's going to be very exciting. Obviously, to be there in time for the Olympics, but the Brisbane International and the aspiring players of the next decade or two in Queensland are going to have a redefined home of tennis here in Queensland, which is really exciting, and we can't wait to collaborate with the government on what that looks like.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it either, Cam. I know that area well. I guess Brisbane gearing up for the Games, this is one of the many assets that we want to gear up for that post-2032 legacy, because tennis is a game that is going to live on way beyond 2032. It's growing in strength. It continues to reinvent itself. We find a whole lot of stars from a whole lot of countries. But Australia has always had a traditionally strong return on the players that we invest in. We seem to be pulling champions together, and we've always done that. So I guess getting a QTC, the Queensland Tennis Centre, redefined, rebuilt, and re-energised is just an ongoing task, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. And look, the Olympics coming around is fantastic for that. And obviously it's all built around the Olympics, but the legacy opportunities are enormous. The Brisbane International is always going to be here with this redevelopment, and we'll only see it get bigger and better and to grow into what's going to be a world-class tennis centre once the redevelopment takes place.
It helps us become the sporting capital of Australia. I mean, really, seriously, there's some open on in Melbourne, but it's not going to be anything compared to the Brisbane International, I reckon.
Look, the players come here first. Their focus is in Brisbane. Once they're finished in Brisbane and we've crowned the new champions, their focus will go elsewhere. The Australian Open's a great event, always will be, but we love the Brisbane International, and we love Brisbane, and yes, you're right. If it's not already, it will become the sporting capital of Australia, and the Olympics will solidify that for sure.
Oh, that's the kind of talk we want. Lovely to talk to you, Cam. Have a great tournament. Hope it all goes exactly how you want it, and even better.
No, thank you, and we will be celebrating your birthday during it. We look forward to doing that too.
Thanks, mate.
Okay.
My wife will be listening saying, are you telling people it's your birthday already? Yeah, I do that. 4:30 here at 4BC. Georgia Contact, what's happening in the news?
Good afternoon, Gary. Westpac says its retail and mobile banking services have now been restored after an earlier issue affecting hundreds of customers. The bank says EFTPOS payments are working as usual after some stores were forced to accept cash only. The federal opposition argues the rules are clear-cut when it comes to political entitlements. Communications Minister Annika Wells has been criticised over the amount of travel expenses she has claimed. Some teenagers are worried they'll be isolated from their friends as a social media ban comes into effect. And a 15-year-old has been charged over 2 armed robberies on the Gold Coast. A Mercedes was stolen from Paradise Point yesterday, while 2 vehicles were allegedly taken at Knife Point in Underwood. In sport, fast bowler Jai Richardson will join the Australian squad in Adelaide as he continues his comeback from shoulder surgery. And Gary, I'll have more news at 5.
Traffic. Is your car Queensland covered? Get $50 off your first year of Suncorp Comprehensive Car Insurance when you quote and buy online. Search Suncorp Car Insurance today.
In Bald Hills, there's an eastbound crash on Strathpine Road towards Gympie Arterial Road with heavy delays building, and a southbound crash on the Gateway motorway in Belmont has now cleared. Traffic is recovering well, while northbound the Gateway is still heavy in patches from Banyo to Bald Hills. Western Freeway is struggling outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. The Centenary Highway the same northbound from Darra to the Jindalee Bridge. And the M1 is underspeed southbound from Eagleby all the way to the Goldie. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Merry Mazda Christmas from Caboolture Mazda. Right now, drive away in the BT50 SP Dual Cab 4x4 Auto from just $68,990. Caboolture Mazda, your 5-time Mazda master dealer. Hurry while stocks last.
Suffering with sleep apnea? Thousands of Aussies leave us 5-star reviews. So what's the secret? At CPAP Direct, our people care about your CPAP success story. And yep, we actually use the gear we supply. Stroll in anytime. No appointment needed. Consultation charges? Zip? Nada? Nothing at all. Just a best price guarantee on the latest gear and good old-fashioned customer service. CPAP Direct. Trusted by Aussies. cpap.com.au.
The cost of living crisis means more Australians are facing poverty this Christmas. After paying rent, some families are living on as little as $30 a day. For those doing it tough, a warm meal, a gift for the kids, or financial assistance can feel like a miracle. And that begins with you. If you can, please donate to the Salvation Army Christmas Appeal and be the hope for struggling families. Search the Salvation Army and give today.
Hi, I'm Jenny from Ben Moves Brisbane, and this is my hubby Ben.
Hi.
We've been moving families and businesses for over 15 years.
And when you need us, we can move you too.
We do it all, big and small jobs, family homes, units, townhouses and offices. Ben Moves Brisbane provides a seamless, stress-free experience without any hidden charges or costly surprises. Whether it's your home, your office or your apartment.
Let our family move yours.
benmovesbrisbane.com.au.
Is excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated? Caruso's Fluid Away to the rescue. Caruso's Fluid Away contains herbs including dandelion, which is traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to temporarily relieve mild fluid retention and reduce abdominal bloating. So if you're fed up with excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated, try Caruso's Fluid Away today. Caruso's Fluid Away is made in Australia and is available from leading pharmacies and health stores. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Smoke alarm laws take effect January 27. Beat the rush and have the smoke alarm guys install now and receive a free Hushy wall controller and compliance certificate. Call 1300 29 30 31 or visit thesmokealarmguys.com.au.
Until 6, this is Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
And now, a preview of what's coming up on Wide World of Sports.
After 6 tonight, Adam Horse has 4BC's Wide World of Sports. He joins me now. So, Adam, you're going to be looking at a Queensland favourite tonight, David Fifita.
Yes, Gary, we had our first look at Big David Fifita at Rabbitohs training today, the former Titan and Bronco. He looks in pretty good nick too. And look, if he can stay fit and switched on, I reckon David Fifita can be the buy of the season in the NRL. We know how destructive he is. We'll hear from Cody Walker, the Rabbitohs veteran, about Fifita's impact at the club. But gee, if you put him together with Latrell Mitchell, they were both wrestling on the beach the other day. I'm not sure if you saw those pictures, but they were ferocious. They're so hard to stop. And if they can stay on the field, I reckon the Bunnies are in for a big year.
Okay, now what about Pat Cummins is back for the Adelaide Test? No surprises there. 15-man squad. Who stays, who goes?
Yeah, well, that is the big question. So Pat Cummins comes back in. We expected that. Nathan Lyon will come back in as well to the starting 11, the veteran spinner. So two have got to go out. We think that'll be Brendan Doggett and Michael Nessa. The really interesting one, Gary, is Usman Khawaja. He is still there. We thought his Test career was over with that back injury, but the talk seems to be that he will play in this Test match. It's just a matter of whether it'll be as an opener or in the middle order. That's what's going to be worked out.
Meanwhile, the Poms are doing slip, slop, slap on the beach at Noosa.
What do you make of this? I mean, the pictures out of Noosa of the England players in the surf and having a few beers. It's just not good optics, is it, after a thrashing, the second consecutive thrashing? I think England fans would rather see them sweating it out in the nets rather than on the beach. So I just think it's a bad look. I think they should have pushed this back a few days at least, just for the perceptive point of view, because they are playing bad cricket at the moment, England, and I don't think the beach is the best way to turn that around.
I think Greenpeace were thinking they might have been stranded dolphins who were ready to turn them around back to sea. Okay.
They need all the help they can get.
All right. Okay, Adam will have the Wide World of Sport here on 4BC after 6 tonight. Delighted to say we're joined in the studio by Shadow Minister for Defence, Angus Taylor. Now, do I call you Angus or Gus? What do you prefer?
Oh, I get both.
You get both?
Depends how happy my wife is with me. Sometimes it's Angus, sometimes it's Gus.
So is it Gus when you're in trouble or Angus?
Other way around.
Other way around, okay. Well, either way, you're currently in Brisbane meeting with local small business owners and, of course, talking to veterans groups tomorrow. It's good to see you here, but national security, getting ourselves geared up. The world is changing right now, huge changes. I was remarking moments ago about some of the problems that are happening with regards to America's capability versus China. China eclipsed America now, has overtaken. They've got rid of the technology gap. They've got the capacity in the Air Force, the Navy. They've got more troops. America's not the big powerhouse as far as the world is concerned.
That's right. We're seeing the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, militarising faster than ever before. The Chinese Communist Party is very focused on having a strong position in our region, Gary, and of course this affects us greatly, and it's why the Americans rightly are saying not only will they need to step up, and are they stepping up, in fact, but we need to step up as part of that to make sure that we maintain peace, but you only maintain peace through strength and deterrence, and that's what we have to do.
I mean, in a past role in the Parliament, you had the job Chris Bowen's now got. Now, I think this bloke is actually the single biggest threat to our national security. This pursuit of net zero is kind of killing our capacity to actually contribute the kind of industrial muscle we need to have defence kit.
Well, we know from history that in order to have a strong military, strong defence force, you have to have a strong economy. And you can't have that if your energy system is broken, if your industrial base is going backwards. And that is exactly what's happening under Chris Bowen and under this government. We desperately need to get our energy system working. We desperately need to get our industrial base working in a way where we can deal with the threats that we have to the north. And they're real. I mean, they're happening every day. We've got a flotilla now that has been heading down in this direction. We've seen really dangerous and provocative actions from the PLA towards the Japanese and ourselves, in fact. And we know we have got to take serious steps, and not just to get our military to where it needs to be, but to make sure we've got an economy that can support a strong defence force for years to come.
I mean, the Japanese were our allies in the First World War. I wasn't around, but I read about it, and they were our enemy in the Second. But in all seriousness, the Japanese are really cheesed off with us because we haven't said anything in defence of the kind of threats they're feeling from the People's Liberation Army.
Well, the opposition has, and we've called this out. The Prime Minister needs to be stepping up and standing with our allies when we see these dangerous and provocative acts from the Chinese Communist Party. It's not good enough. I mean, look, these are dangerous times. We know they're the most dangerous times since the Second World War. We know that we're seeing our military being underfunded. We're seeing our combat ships and aircraft being underutilised. We don't have the resources necessary to get them into the air and on the water. Right now, we're having to gut funding to our traditional military in order to fund AUKUS. AUKUS is incredibly important. This is our submarines, the nuclear submarines.
When are we ever going to get them, though?
Well, I mean, this is the point. We've got to get serious about it, and it means we've got to make serious investments on the West Coast and on the East Coast. We don't even know where the submarine base is going to be on the East Coast yet, Gary. So this government's got to get serious about very dangerous times. And if we don't, we won't just get called out by our allies in the United States. We'll be left flat-footed in a situation which has at any time the potential to escalate. We don't want it to. But the best way to prevent it from escalating is to make sure we're strong.
Now, I've been around long enough to watch restructuring of government departments basically becomes 18 months of nothing much happening. So Richard Marles announces the biggest restructuring in 50 years of the Defence Department. Talk of bringing in the Australian ambassador currently in Beijing to head up some part of the submarine program. There's all sorts of uncertainty. This plays into the hands of even more delays, doesn't it?
I mean, look, this is a restructure for nothing. It's moving bureaucrats around. What we need and what we're seeing in other countries now is defence procurement, which is what's being restructured. This is buying all the equipment, is reporting to warfighters. That's what the United States has just done. It's what we're seeing in conflict zones like in Israel, in Gaza, in the Middle East and in Ukraine. And yet we're moving in exactly the opposite direction. We need to put the warfighters in charge. They know what they need. They know the speed they need it at. They know the sort of technology that is evolving right now in drones and missiles, electronic warfare, cyber, all of these areas which need funding. But it needs agility. And it's only going to have agility if the customer, who is the warfighter, is in charge. That is not where this restructure is going, and it's going to be 18 months, Gary. You know what happens in government departments when you say the restructure is going to take 18 months? Nothing happens for 18.
It happens for 3.5 years.
At a pivotal time, at an absolutely pivotal time. So I think this is an egregious error by the Defence Minister, and I think we need to get serious now about not just funding our Defence Force, but making sure that they're ready, that they are resilient, that they're agile, that we have the people we need, and that we have the sovereign manufacturing we need, the industrial base you mentioned earlier as well.
Well, I think it's absolutely critical. If we can't make the kit, and if we can't even build houses here without waiting for the glass to come in from China, God bless them, because we don't seem to be wanting to make glass for buildings anymore. I just saw a train go past with a whole bunch of containers to go and pick up cement that seems to be coming in, cement dust coming in from overseas. I mean, Angus Taylor, this is the problem. Australia is so prone. Our capacity to make stuff for ourselves for everyday use is missing. How the hell are we going to make stuff for defence use?
No, and look, it's actually worse than that. I was out with a small manufacturer this morning.
Yep.
That is making components for drones. Drones, of course, are now a critical piece, an essential piece of modern conflicts. We've seen that in the Ukraine and in the Middle East. They have got significant sales to the US Defence Force. They're not getting to them to the Australian Defence Force. This is an Australian company, a small Australian company. So we're not actually encouraging the development of this industrial base. We're getting better outcomes from sales to the US Defence Force rather than the Australian Defence Force. That's simply not good enough.
I hazard to guess where you may have been, but I do know of a small business that operated in my old federal electorate. I was the member. I went along and visited this place. It had US Air Force general plaques, like General blah, blah, blah has come and visited. In a small nondescript factory, I don't want to name where it is because I actually think it's kind of CIA-rated top secret, making bits for the Joint Strike Fighter Force. I mean, we do have the capacity to do stuff here.
We've got incredible manufacturing capacity, advanced manufacturing, and of course it has changed. I mean, making a drone is very different from making steel, but it is real capability, and they're finding markets, these companies, overseas rather than in Australia, in Israel, in the United States, in the Ukraine. We need to get serious about it, Gary, and we're not going to get serious about it by moving bureaucrats around on a page.
All right. Well, look, we're going to take a quick break because we are a commercial radio station, so we'll keep the lights on. We'll come back. We're talking with Angus Taylor. He's the Shadow Minister for Defence. 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarm.
At 4bc.com.au.
An outbound crash on the Pacific Motorway in Wollongabba has heavy delays back to Hale Street, and in Bald Hills we've got an eastbound crash on Strathpine Road towards Gympie Arterial Road. Delays on the approach. And Ogra Road has a fresh southbound crash in Alderley with delays building. The Gateway is jam-packed northbound from Banya to Bald Hills. Southbound it's heavy in patches from Murray to Belmont. The Western Freeway is struggling outbound from Toowong to Fig Tree Pocket. And the M1 is underspeed southbound from Eagleby all the way to the Goldie. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Merry Mazda Christmas from Caboolture Mazda. Right now, drive away in the BT50 SP Dual Cab 4x4 Auto from just $68,990. Caboolture Mazda, your 5-time Mazda master dealer. Hurry while stocks last.
Have you ever wondered why we play music and show photos at funerals? It's a ritual which dates back well over 100 years and is meant to allow us to access our feelings whilst remembering someone close to us. Sometimes they're happy memories and sometimes they're sad, but they're special to you so they matter. It's all part of the service Alex Gow Funerals provide that helps create a more meaningful funeral ceremony.
Alex Gow Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
I've found Homemade takes the stress out of managing home care services.
Hi, how may I help?
And with their lower rates, they make quality aged care affordable, which is why they're Australia's best value home care. Search Homemade support today.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price conceal a door just in time for Christmas. But Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Bujeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
Care comes naturally at Hearing Australia with 15-minute free adult hearing checks and $0 fully subsidised hearing aids for eligible pensioners.
Hearing Australia.
Other services may attract fees. Conditions apply under the Australian Government Hearing Services Program.
At work, at home, on holiday. Take us with you wherever you go. Download the 4BC app. 4BC, here's Brisbane.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Thinking about retirement living, but don't want to leave the Yeronga neighbourhood? At the Village Yeronga, you can stay where you know and love. And right now, you can skip the waiting list. Spacious retirement apartments are available now, just moments from local cafes, shops, and the places you're familiar with. Availability is limited, so head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself. The Village Yeronga. Don't retire for good, retire for great.
Until 6, this is Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
11 to 5 and live in the studio, Angus Taylor, who's the Shadow Minister for Defence. You've just been to America. You've just, I sort of heard a bit of Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, as they called it. I heard a bit of swagger in your comments just before. I mean, let's face it, America is really positioning themselves as having, if they have to be, they will be aggressive. They're not letting the world doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's getting it right. He's saying we want peace. That's the purpose of the exercise, but we only achieve it through strength and deterrence. And that means the US has to be strong and their allies have to be strong. We're an ally. We need to have that same strength. We need to have the sovereignty. We need to have the capability. But part of that we're seeing in the US is a shift to using the private sector in a much smarter way. You know, a lot of the innovation in the world now comes from the private sector, not from government labs or, you know, research corporations or whatever. It comes from private sector businesses, often small businesses that are doing really smart stuff.
But the
US is moving to that.
But the Chinese are doing smart stuff too, because they've closed that technology gap between what the US had and the private sector they generated and what they had. And yet the West, Australia, is just as bad. We seem to be so hell-bent on this sort of process, bureaucracy, inquiry, forms being filled in. We're lagging behind.
So I think the biggest enemy in all of that is bureaucracy. I mean, bureaucracy kills innovation, it kills speed, it kills agility, and it kills a customer focus. We need a focus on the warfighter and putting them in the position they need to be to get the job done, if that's what it comes to. And the strength of the warfighter is noticed by our adversaries. That's how we prevent war in the first place and conflict in the first place.
Okay. So
that focus on warfighters is just not there.
So you head off to America. Obviously, a taxpayer-funded trip. I hope you acquitted your paperwork.
I can say to your listeners, it was not paid for by the taxpayer.
Oh, well, there you go. So you haven't got a sort of Annika Wells problem
No.
sitting there. I thought I had a scoop for a moment. What do you think of this whole mess? I don't understand it as a former member, former minister, like you, somebody who had to travel to different places. I don't understand how you can think a $1,000 Comcar bill waiting for you outside the Tenors is acceptable.
No, I agree with that. And I think taking the family down for a ski holiday to Thredbo, that's not appropriate. Look, whatever the rules are, Gary, there's a pub test, as you know well, that is really important on this stuff. And politicians have to apply judgment to that.
I think they've got to be even better. They've got to be, I mean, they are in the public eye, and it's not a case of during tough times we shouldn't be doing this. I don't think you should be doing it full stop. You've got to be able to face people in your local shopping centres. I always found that was the test for me.
Well, and I think the way I like to think about it, and I don't pretend to be perfect on all of this stuff, but the way I like to think about it is that small businesses and people out there work very, very hard to get their income, and they pay taxes, and they expect us to treat that money with enormous respect. And if it's not treated with respect, they get angry, and I can understand that.
Yeah, well, the phones have been melting here for days, and rightly so. And I think I think it's critical we keep asking questions, but the minister's in witness protection at the moment. She sort of referred herself off to avoid any questions today on her big day, the social media ban day. 125 years, Angus, we've been fighting for freedom in this country, and now we're telling the world we're restricting freedom. It makes no sense to me, but anyway. Veterans groups, you're meeting with them.
Yep.
What sort of message do you say to them? Because veterans still languish, still worry about where their entitlements come from. Talk about bureaucracy. They have a hell of an awful time.
They do, and they're people who have served our country.
Yep.
In some cases, of course, they've served our country by putting themselves at huge risk. And of course, we've lost many Australians in conflicts, and so I think it's incredibly important we show respect to those who have fought for our country and served our country. And that's why I make a point of getting out to veterans groups wherever I can and making sure that our veterans are getting what is appropriate given their service.
Yeah, indeed. So I guess the other big question that should be asked of you, your name keeps getting mentioned as somebody that could be a leader in the Parliamentary Liberal Party. Is the mess behind the Parliamentary Liberal Party, or does it continue?
Oh, look, we've got more work to do. We know that, and your listeners will keep saying that to you, I'm sure.
They're acutely aware.
That's right, Gary. We've got work to do. Look, we made a hard decision on net zero, but it was the right decision. It's time to move on from the ideological obsessions on energy and get focused on affordability and reliability.
Mass migration's next.
Migration is an issue that we have to come to a landing on, and I understand there'll be more said on that in the coming days, but it's incredibly important that we have a migration level and migration focus that is right for Australia, not for anyone else, but for us. It has been too high, Gary. So these are important issues. There's other issues as well, but we've got to get our house in order.
Okay, and there are people coming to this country constantly trying to change the country. I think there's something wrong with the idea that somebody who can't speak English can actually vote in elections. But this is me making policy on the run.
But Gary, I think what is clear is that Australians expect someone who comes and becomes a citizen of this nation to adopt the basic values of this nation. And that means respecting democracy, respecting the rule of law, respecting our core freedoms like freedom of speech. And if they're not prepared to do that, they shouldn't become citizens in the first place.
No, that's true. No one holds a gun to their head. But either way, I appreciate you being here and enjoy your time in Queensland, and I'm sure you will. We love winning football matches against you blokes from the down south. Angus Taylor, you can call him Gus, whether you're happy or sad with him one way or the other. He's been in the studio. Good on you for dropping by. 133 882 is our number. And, of course, the Big Bash is back and 4BC is bringing you the heat, so listen out. Is this the cue to call? This is the cue to call. Big call number 9 right now on 133 882 to score a double to go along the very first Brisbane Heat home game of the season, 19th of December. That's next week. Call us right now. Call number 9 133 882 4 to 5.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
An outbound crash on a Pacific motorway in Greenslopes has heavy delays back to Hale Street. And in Bald Hills, an eastbound crash on Strathpine Road towards Gympie Arterial Road is now cleared. Enoggera Road has a fresh southbound crash in Alderley with delays building, and the Western Freeway is struggling outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. Centenary Highway just the same northbound from Darra to the Jindalee Bridge. The Logan Motorway is heading eastbound from Ellengrove to Heathwood, and the M1 is under speed southbound from Eagleby to Pimplemale. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Mornings on Brisbane's 4BC.
It has been tagged Labor's Fitzgerald's moment, the Commission of Inquiry into the CFMEU, and it's laid bare the disaster that has been beeping. Best practice industry conditions. Damien Long, he's the CEO of the Civil Contractors Federation.
Effectively, at the worst case, you say a 30% head cost increase. $1 billion, that's another $300 million. Or in simple terms, for every 2 hospitals you built, you would have got a third one for free.
Mornings with Ben Davis on Brisbane's 4BC. 4BC.
Imagine it's Christmas morning and I'm an irresistible triple smoked boneless ham, just $13.99 a kilo from Aldi. You feel like breakfast in bed and I'm downstairs in the fridge, cold and alone. Go on, it's Christmas. Aldi, good different.
Unlock a better life with Heartland Bank.
Your home isn't just a house, it's where you've built your life. Maintaining it can be costly, especially in retirement. That's why Heartland Bank's reverse mortgage offers over 55s a smart way to unlock the equity in their home for those long-awaited home improvements without regular repayments, selling or moving. Search Heartland Bank for details.
Unlock a better life with Heartland Bank.
Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Well, congratulations to Richard from Marsden. He is the winner of the tickets to go along the double to see the very first Brisbane Heat home game of the season on the 19th of December, because the Big Bash is back and it's bigger than ever at the Gabba. So don't miss the family-friendly summer fun with the Brisbane Heat. And tickets, of course, are on sale now at Ticket Tech. We're just checking in with finance. We're just going to get that information for you. Look, it's hot off the press. The ticket take, is this got something to do with the whole FPOS problem? It could be. It could be. The All Ords closed down 7 points this afternoon, 8,868. The Dow Jones closed down 179 points, 47,560. More next hour.
Compare home loans from all the leading lenders at therate.com.au. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
It's 5 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Georgia Condek. A new law is expected to be introduced into state parliament in a bid to crack down on youth crime. Offenders as young as 10 could soon be slapped with ankle monitors when applying for bail. The move is in line with the LNP's Making Queensland Safer laws. Dozens of teenagers have been seen riding in a bike convoy through the CBD. Hatea Gripsky has the details.
Dozens of these young e-bike riders were captured on camera this morning, taking over multiple lanes of traffic in Brisbane CBD. Video obtained by 9 News shows about 40 riders in a convoy overtaking cars on Adelaide Street and running red lights near police headquarters in the city. Drivers were forced to stop and give way to the large and unpredictable group just before midday. Some bikes appearing to be electric motorcycles, which are illegal to be ridden on roads in Queensland. Police say they have been made aware of the group and inquiries are ongoing. In Brisbane, Hatea Gripsky, 9 News.
Little-known social media platforms are gaining in popularity on the first day of Australia's social media ban. Apps like Lemonade and Yope aren't yet included in the restrictions, meaning under 16s can still create an account. But tech expert Stephen French says it won't be long before any loopholes are closed.
The digital game of whack-a-mole here. One appears, they get rid of it, another one appears. That's what's happening. Other developers saw this as an opportunity to promote their own apps, to use them as alternatives. But eventually, though, the law is going to catch up with these replacement apps and have them shut down as well.
Communications Minister Annika Wells says she has nothing to hide as she faces growing questions about her travel expenses. Federal Politics reporter Amanda Kopp.
For the past week, Annika Wells has been in the spotlight over her travel claims. She's charged taxpayers thousands of dollars on domestic and overseas flights, accommodation and other expenses. Ms. Wells maintains she did not break any rules.
I don't have anything to hide.
But the opposition's James McGrath argues the expenses do not meet community expectations.
It is taking the mickey out of taxpayers.
Ms. Wells has agreed to have all her expenses independently audited, as the entitlements claimed by other politicians from both sides of the aisle also come under scrutiny. In Canberra, Amanda Kopp, 9 News.
And Westpac says its retail and mobile banking services have now been restored after an earlier issue affected hundreds of customers. The bank says EFTPOS payments are working as usual after some stores were forced to accept cash only. To finance, the All Ords is down 7 points at 8,868 and $1 Australian dollar buying 66.4 US cents.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app.
The lineup of tennis stars competing in the upcoming Brisbane International has been released. 4 of the top 10 female players will visit the River City, while Daniil Medvedev headlines the men's competition. Tennis Queensland Chief Executive Cam Pearson has told Gary Hardgrave it's a rare chance to see top global athletes.
They're here to play tennis, and they're here to absolutely interact with the fans, and you get that up close and personal experience here at the Queensland Tennis Centre, which is very different from what you'd see down in Melbourne at the Australian Open, that's for sure.
In AFL, the Brisbane Lions have locked in premiership defender Noah Answorth in an extending signing. He will remain a Lion until the end of the 2028 season. Meanwhile, Sydney star Errol Golden says gun recruit Charlie Curnow will bring firepower to their forward line next season. It's 5:04.
The Rate is the destination to compare loans from all the leading lenders. Smart, simple, with real personalised loan offers in just a few clicks. therate.com.au.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
4BC Brisbane traffic. At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list. Beautiful retirement apartments available now. thevillage.com.au.
An outbound crash on the Pacific Motorway in Greenslopes has heavy delays back to Howe Street, and southbound crash on Enoggera Road in Alderley is now cleared. The Gateway remains jam-packed northbound from Banyao to Bald Hills. Southbound, it's underspeed from Murray Reed down to Roachdale. Pacific Motorway is slow inbound from Tanamera to Slakes Creek. Logan Motorway remains heavy eastbound from Elm Grove to Heathwood. And the M1 is underspeed southbound from Eagleby to Pimpama. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Stuck for a Christmas gift? Paperworld can help. Imagine that special person's delight as they unwrap a newspaper from the date of their birth. An original newspaper from Paperworld's 100-year archive. It's a personal, unique, heartfelt gift, but with Christmas just days away, you need to order right now. Paperworld can turn it around in 48 hours. Hurry, order at paperworld.com.au or phone 1800 811 755. That's 1800 811 755.
Forget the gym. Boyle's Fitness Equipment can get you summer ready at home with a massive 30% off our huge range of premium fitness equipment for 1 week only. That's 30% off cardio and strength training gear, treadmills, bikes and rowers, benches, weights and gym packages. All the top global brands, all 30% off. Get 30% off Boyle's Fitness Equipment. Just use the code SUMMERREADY online now at bfe.com.au or visit our Rockley showroom, now open Saturdays. T's and C's apply.
Weather, snoring keeping you lonely? Prioritise sleep and your relationship these holidays. Visit a CPAP Direct store or go to cpap.com.au.
A mostly clear evening across Brisbane, getting down to 21 degrees overnight. Partly cloudy tomorrow with the chance of morning fog in the west, reaching a top of 29 degrees in the city, the same in Ipswich and 27 on the Bayside. Possible showers on Friday, most likely in the morning, tops of 28, and a partly cloudy day on Saturday, tops of 29. On Moreton Bay, winds 10 to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre. Right now, it's 27 degrees at North Lakes. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 5:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
This is Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
You know, I am a bit excited because it's 2 weeks today to Christmas Eve. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's true. Are you running out of time already? I know the grandkids reckon it's too far away, Christmas. Hurry up, get here. I don't think any of us feel like that. What do you reckon? 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. You want to give us a call, you're very welcome. 0499 880 882 is the text, and we'll get into the text messages. Plenty here in just a moment. And also, our email address, as always, is drive@4bc.com.au.
4BC is with you on the wake up, across the day, and on the way home. Live and local. 4BC is Brisbane.
Look, we still have things to give away, the Jingle Bell jackpot as well. That Christmas tree. I cannot tell you how it is huge. It is huge. Even Angus Taylor, as he was leaving, when he was here last half hour, he said, that is a big tree. And this is a bloke who's got a lot of big trees in his electorate. That is a big tree. That's what he told us. And he sort of brushed past it a bit. I hope he got all that sap out of his coat. Can't have sap on your coat if you're the Shadow Minister for Defence. What would people think? We're looking at our 2025 predictions that were made a year ago on this program. Late 2024, we said, what will 2025 hold? What are your predictions? A whole lot of stuff came in from a whole lot of people. We even made a theme song for it. It was beautiful. Bingo! Well, in the year 2025, man is still alive and woman can survive. But how do we make that into a year 2026? How do we fix that up? We're going to have to get the production team, the orchestra in, the singers in, because we want to go through some of our bingo predictions for 2025. Now, I just want to run through this. The predictions we made a year ago for 4BC Drive, I had mine, you had yours. I correctly guessed the Broncos would make the top four in the National Rugby League. Got that part right. I was a little bit off, though, when I said that Stephen Miles would resign from Parliament. The guy's still there. He's got the entire caucus on his shoulders, lifting them up. The muscles have got big as a result. I also said that Prince Harry would rejoin the royal family. I was talking down the Prince Andrew part. The Andrew formerly known as Prince. That guy. Anyway, let's have a look at 2026. I've got a fresh bingo card here. It just needs a bit of filling. So I'm going to put my reputation on the line again. I got three very bold predictions for the year ahead. You ready for this? The drum roll. I didn't even have to say drum roll, please. It was there. Number one. I reckon there's going to be a scandal which will lead to the sudden resignation of a senior Queensland government figure. And today, I'm also tipping for 2026. The Broncos will go back-to-back, and the Lions will secure the three-peat. They'll do it. Now, my third one. I know I got it wrong a year ago. But I'm digging in. I'm doubling down. I'm predicting once again Prince Harry will be invited back into the royal family. This is not bingo. This is like a dartboard. It really is. Anyway, we'll see. Surely the palace will extend the olive branch eventually. I don't know what you think. What do you think is going to happen? Let's build the bingo card for 2026 together. Give me a call with your predictions right now. 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarm. Listening intently because it's been an incredibly fiery 48 hours in George Street in State Parliament. He's our man who's been there, the poor bloke, all day. The government's dropped all this major news on youth crime laws. Things have turned ugly in the chamber. Accusations of threats flying us around. A lot of drama. It's sort of like school breakup day in a lot of ways at State Parliament. And 9 News state political reporter Reese D'Alessandro is joining me now. Welcome back, Reese.
Good afternoon to you, Gary.
I'm going bold with my predictions. What do you reckon? A big scandal? It's anything's on the cards.
Hey, I mean, you know, we're always ears to the ground to a scandal here in the press gallery of Parliament, but today we've been sort of more shouting at the TV than listening.
Like the rest of us. So what's been happening?
Yeah. Oh, look, lots happening today. The government obviously very keen to go out on a high in terms of its crime crackdown throughout the year. The the latest change to that is turning this former Labor government 4-year trial of electronic monitoring bracelets for youth offenders on bail. It found they were 24% less likely to reoffend. So reason enough, says the government, to make it permanent. The Youth Justice Minister, Laura Gerber, putting that bill to the House today, the Youth Justice Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill to the House. It also widens the net too, so the trial only applied to 15 to 17-year-olds. This new bill will expand it to every young offender, so from 10 years old and older, who fronts court, and if the court deems it suitable, they will be able to impose the wearing of an electronic monitoring bracelet onto those youth offenders. So a further tightening of the youth crime laws, or of the government's youth crime approach, this time on youth crime bail and the electronic monitoring of that bail.
Well, Reece, look, my observation constantly, because I've been talking to a lot of people who are of judge types, and their point they keep making to me quietly, off the record, can't name them, is that the key performance indicators for the magistrates and the judges are the problem. You see, they get marked down from a career advancement point of view if they have an appeal against a particular judgment. So I still think the weak part of saying, we're going to slap these particular devices on the kids based on the judgment of the judge and the magistrate is they'll go soft. So there you go. That's my suggestion to you. Keep an eye on that anyway. Now, of course, things got a little bit personal today. Grace, that is her real name. She married a bloke called Grace and became Grace, as you do. She's accused the Deputy Premier of threatening her. What actually happened there?
This is a rather bizarre moment, Gary. So it's one of those moments where the problem crops up and we all wonder if we've misheard. And so it was during one of Jared Blai's chances to speak in the House throughout today. He gets on his feet quite a bit in the House. He's often quite loud, quite critical of certain elements of the political sphere, and particularly the CFMEU. That's his well, you'd have to say one of his favourite things to bang on about in the House. But it was during one of his speeches, or immediately after one of his speeches in the House today, where the former Labor Minister Grace stood up and took offence to something that she says he said, in that he was making threats that he was going to get her, were the words to that effect. That's what Grace says. Jared Blai, the Deputy Premier, said. Jared Blai is adamant he did not say it. The Speaker has ruled that they will check the tapes to work out exactly what went down. I didn't hear any particular words, but it's obviously a much more intimate environment when you're sitting across from your mortal enemy than what we see on the cameras, Gary. So, Look, time will tell whether anything was said, but it was one thing into another. There, you had Jared Blai saying he didn't say it. You had Grace saying she took personal offence, and then you had Jared Blai saying he took personal offence to her taking personal offence. And we're all in the gallery just screaming, get on with it, because question time's late enough on a Wednesday, Gary.
Yeah, see, Reece, this is what rest of us do. We either ignore it, you can't, you've got to report on it, or we just yell at the television. It's pretty simple. So what do they refer to the video match referee. I love this. So you've got a speaker, and then you've got a video panel that reviews the tapes. This is not the cricket pitch. This is the parliament.
Yeah. So it's colloquially known as the RoboCam because it points to whoever's speaking in the House effectively. Can sometimes be a little bit delayed, but my understanding is that all of those angles that are in the House are recording all the time when the House is sitting. So they're able to go back and to review things that have happened, which is particularly handy in the case you would have seen. I think it was last sitting week where member for Pine Rivers, Nikki Boyd, held an unparliamentary gesture toward the Premier. She sort of kind of denied doing that and then later apologised for any offence that she might have caused. But that is something, for example, that can be checked by the tapes or on the tapes. So it's a good little warning to all of those MPs who are in there who get a little bit hot under the collar. They do have to be on their best behaviour, but you're dead right, Gary. They look like a bunch of children when they do this thing.
Yeah.
These sorts of things, and we'd rather them just get on with the job of making the state a better place to live.
How outrageous, Reece. How outrageous. You actually want the state to be better. They just got to go through the process. The theatre, I mean, if there's cameras involved, they're going to doll up. They're going to make sure. I mean, Jared Blay's never afraid. He's never afraid of anything. Has he done Elvis at any stage recently in the chamber?
Not that I have seen, but he certainly does, and I think he's quite proud of the fact that he is often skirting on the edge of the line in the House. He did tell the House yesterday, as an example of that he was relishing in using his favourite C word in the chamber, which was cold.
My favourite C word's Christmas.
And here we find ourselves, and I think we're all in need of a Christmas break.
Yeah, well done to you. Look, Reece, don't worry. Counselling will be available under the 9 organisations, people and culture support teams. Okay, well done to you, Reece D'Alessandro.
Good on you, Gary.
9 News state political reporter. It's been chaos in the Queensland Parliament. We're paying for it. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad at all. We've got a couple of predictions already coming in for what will happen in 2026. Keep them coming. Going to work our way through. Terry reckons my prediction for 2026 is we'll see 3 interest rate rises. Chris Bowen will replace Jim Fleishan as Treasurer as a reward for his magnificent job as Energy and Climate Minister. Okay. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, your calls, 133 882, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 18 past 5.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
An outbound crash on the Pacific Motorway in Greenslope still has heavy delays back to Howe Street, and the gateway is still jam-packed northbound from Banya to Bald Hills. Southbound, the gateway is under speed from Murray to Roachdale. The Western Freeway is struggling outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket, and Centenary Highway is just the same northbound from Darra to the Jindalee Bridge. The Logan Motorway is heavy eastbound from Elm Grove to Heathwood, and the M1 is under speed southbound from Eagleby to Pimpama. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
The all-new Palisade Hybrid has landed at Lakes Hyundai, a stunning SUV with advanced 2.5-litre turbocharged hybrid powertrain. Be among the first to experience it with Dealer of the Year Joseph Camilleri and the team at Lakes Hyundai.
Want to get bonus data on your mobile plan all summer long? Well, switch to Amaysim, the telco chosen by more than 1.8 million Aussies. And right now, you can get a massive 60% off your first renewal with bonus data for the first 3 renewals on select plans. Plus, you don't lose the data you don't use with unlimited data banking when you remain on your plan. So get legendary service and escape your pricey telco with Amaysim. 28-day expiry. Bonus data offer ends 10th of the 2nd, 26. T's and C's apply.
For years, you've put everyone else first. The kids, the grandkids, your career, the home. Well, now it's your time. I'm John Jerks, and I want to help you create something truly special. A ring that's just for you. Something that speaks your journey, your strength, and your style. At Argyle Jewellers, we create beautiful handcrafted rings made to last a lifetime and beyond. Just like the legacy you're building. Your ring, your time, your choice. So come and see us today. Argyle Jewellers at Westfield, Carindale and Mount Gravatt.
Tonight on 9 News, our world-first social media ban is here. Day 1 verdict from under-16s and parents. See the video. Gangs of teen e-bike riders take over city roads, running red lights. Decaying and weak. Trump launches a scathing attack on Europe and its leaders. Households sitting on $1 billion in uncashed checks. How time is running out to use them. And we take you inside the $12 million beach mansion being raffled to help our veterans. 9 News at 6.
Almost 1 in 4 Australians can't afford to forget about COVID-19. If you're an at-risk Aussie and test positive, know if you're eligible for antiviral medicines and go speak to your GP now. Visit knowandgo.com.au.
A message from Pfizer Sydney, Australia. In Sweden, we believe in peace of mind. Whether it's finding the right work-life balance or deciding on your new car. That's why every Volvo comes with a guarantee of the safety, quality and performance you'd expect. Across all new, pre-loved and demo models. There's a Volvo for everyone, so even more people can have peace of mind. Visit your local authorized Volvo retailer to feel it for yourself. Volvo.
4BC Drive for Heartland Bank. Reverse mortgages for over 55s, helping you unlock equity and stay in the home you love. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
22 past 5 with Gary Hargrave. Predictions for 2026. We're happy to take them. Nick at Graceville, it's okay, we're keeping a record. What predictions have you got?
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, my prediction for 2026 is our Prime Minister Albanese will become a father.
Oh.
Good chance.
The honeymoon will continue. He will regenerate. There you go. I like that. That's good. Okay, Nick, there you go. That's good, as I always say to newlyweds. Just keep practicing just in case. I don't know about any of the rest of it. Now, Harry's at Maruka. You got a bit of a prediction for the police minister, have you?
Yeah, I reckon the police minister and the commissioner will be gone within 6 months, the first 6 months of next year in Queensland.
Wow. Any
not being true to the community.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let that one lie out there as well. I did suggest there would be some senior figure and a scandal, but I didn't know about that. Wow, that's a big prediction. Who knows? I don't mind that. We're told that also a listener called in to let us know there'd been a police siege, what they thought was a police siege at Maroochydore, seeing a helicopter flying above and police with machine guns. Surely that would have been for the English cricketers, wouldn't it? That would news her. Seriously. What do you mean they're hitting a ball with a bat? Oh, no, this is serious. Of course, we reached out to Queensland Police to shed some light on what was really happening. Here's what we could confirm. At 2:30 this afternoon, a red Volkswagen rammed another vehicle near the Maroochydore Road facility, and the Volkswagen, or person in it, the Volkswagen fled the scene. Is that what the police told us? Because actually it'd probably be the person in the Volkswagen fled the scene. Anyway, not long after that, 6 people were taken into custody at Kingsford Smith Avenue, and they're assisting police with their inquiries. So there was a big police operation. That's the point. Helicopters, police with guns. Wow. Who knows? There's a big investigation going on. No one was injured at either location, but something was happening there. We like to tell you before others do. That's what we do, live and local here at 4BC. Speaking about what's happening in the world of high finance, we weren't, but we are now. Tom Story has money news after 7 tonight. What's happening? The share market had a bit of a quiet day, pal.
Yeah, very quiet today after those big swings we saw yesterday on all those rate movements, Gary. It was a bit more flat as a pancake in Wednesday trading. The ASX 200 eventually closed down slightly. It was 0.1% lower, 6 points to 8,579. Tech stocks, they were the main drag, down about 1.5% across the sector there. The materials sector, it was doing really, really well today. And yes, tonight we're going to await for a US Federal Reserve rates decision. That's the big thing that's going to swing markets right around the world tomorrow. And that's what we're on the lookout for tonight.
Well, Donald Trump's given a pretty amazing speech about an hour on his feet in Pennsylvania earlier today, our time, last night, their time. I got to tell you, he's got no love at all for the head of the Fed, so heaven knows what will happen.
And it's funny because he actually appointed him originally back in 2017, I think it was, Gary. So, yeah, it's interesting that this relationship has developed. Of course, Donald Trump's going to appoint the new head of the Federal Reserve very, very soon. It's expected to be someone who is probably going to lean in favour of rate cuts. Now, we may get a rate cut from the US Fed tonight, but it's all eyes to see what happens there. But Donald Trump would be very happy if he got a couple of rate cuts towards the end of the year.
Yeah, either way, he's talking up their economy. A great day for silver companies. The metal has jumped to new record high prices.
Yeah, and this is kind of a result of that US Federal Reserve uncertainty at the moment. But we saw silver, it's gone up to $61 an ounce for the first time. Now, it started back in the 30s at the start of this year, so it's almost doubled in that time. It's actually outpaced the gold price in terms of its rise. There are a few companies on the local market that did well out of that today. Andean Silver, they're up 17%. Silver Mines up 7.9%. And analysts also expect this price to keep going. They're basically saying if we get Federal Reserve rate cuts, a bit more investment demand and actually a lack of the metal itself in its physical form, that might see the price keep going. And I've been watching it all afternoon. It's up to $61.5 US dollars now. So, yeah, it's just been rising all day, up around 2% just today alone.
Holy Lone Ranger, hi-ho, silver away. Wow, got something. But what about borrower's remorse? I mean, I am frightened. I don't have a big exposure because I did all of my loan borrowing years ago, I guess, but people having to borrow a lot of money to do stuff these days, homes, just record highs. I can't believe the hyperinflation house prices, but, borrowing $1 million to get your first home, wow, a lot of money.
And that's why these rate movements are so crucial to a lot of households. I think the average home owner is leaning on about $700,000 worth of mortgage, Gary, and that means these swings are really wild. But it did interest me to read today a survey out from Finder saying that nearly 1 in 5 Australians actually regret the amount that they've borrowed. 19% of us said we borrowed too much on our home loans, which is a bit of a worry heading into next year, especially if we get a few of those rate hikes in the system. We talked about a mortgage cliff a few years back when we saw the start of these rate rises. It might start to happen again if we get these people who are obviously falling behind on their mortgages. The survey actually said that 37% of homeowners struggled to pay their mortgage in November. So if we're getting more hikes in the system, this could be one to watch out for in 2026.
Compounding more and more pain on more and more people
today, Gary, but there's none around.
All right, well, Tom, work hard. Tomorrow we'll talk again, okay? Tom Story will have money news after 7 o'clock tonight. Let him know what you really think. 133 882, thanks to Watch a Smoke Alarms. So that would be good. I've got a lot of predictions coming in for 2026. Gary Hargrave will continue to have his comical, dry and sarcastic comments that I really appreciate. I'm sure many others do as well. Is that coming from management of this organisation? Look, I don't know. I take the serious things seriously, but I don't take myself necessarily seriously. I think you've got to have a smile on your face and a little bit of fun along the way. But we will ramp up when we've got to on this radio station and on this radio program. That's what they want me to do. Have a view, but listen to yours, but also stand for stuff, not fall for everything. Terry reckons his 2026 prediction is this: the member of 10 years, the member for Waterford, she's been the member for 10 years, will actually visit her electorate after becoming opposition leader. The 10th anniversary victory run. And he also says Marsden State High, lives around Marsden, will increase its lead as the highest student population high school in Australia, which is unknown to the local member. I don't think Terry likes the local member. That's Shannon, isn't it? Yes. Dave's playing safe. He reckons electricity prices will go up along with interest rates next year. Dave's not happy. Lloydie said, Gary, I got it wrong with Peter Dutton last year, but I do wish I'd been right. Australia would be a better and safer country. That's Lloydie. That's all right, Lloydie. It's all right. It's good to get it out. Don't bottle it up. And Matt at Castledine just talking about the idea that politicians should be able to bring a lot of their family members with them wherever they go. He said, let's not be too rash with the idea of bringing your family to work. Some people enjoy the time away. Not me, of course. My wife could be listening. Yeah, funny man, Matt. Keep coming. 0499 880 882 for text messages. It's 5:30. Georgia Condek is in the 4BC newsroom. What is the latest?
Good evening, Gary. Every youth offender granted bail could be fitted with GPS monitors strapped to their ankle. It comes under sweeping reforms from the state government to reduce crime and is expected to be tabled into Parliament. Teenagers are turning to alternative social media platforms following the introduction of Australia's world first ban for under 16s. There is support for suburban pubs to undergo major renovations to include hotel rooms to boost accommodation before the 2032 Olympic Games. And experts say banks should be held accountable for service outages the same way telcos are. Hundreds of Westpac customers, including those with St George and Bank SA, were unable to make payments or use ATMs for several hours today. In sport, Australia has named Pat Cummins in its 15-man squad for the third Ashes Test in Adelaide next week. And Gary, I'll have more news at 6.
Traffic. Is your car Queensland covered? Get $50 off your first year of Suncorp Comprehensive Car Insurance when you quote and buy online. Search Suncorp Car Insurance today.
An outbound crash on the Pacific Motorway in Greenslopes is now cleared. Riverside Expressway on the brakes in and out of the city. The Gateway is heavy in patches northbound from Nudgee to Bald Hills, and the Western Freeway still struggling outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. Centenary Highway is the same northbound from Darra to the Jindalee Bridge. Gympie Road crawling northbound from Bridgeman Downs to Bald Hills. The Logan Motorway heavy eastbound from Forest Lake to Heathwood. And the M1 is underspeed southbound from Eagleby to Pimpama. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
The all-new 2026 Cherry Tiggo 9 Super Hybrid Ultimate All-Wheel Drive has just landed at Cherry North Lakes. Big power, advanced tech and ultra-efficient hybrid performance. It's the SUV turning heads everywhere. Be among the first to experience it with Joe Camilleri and the team at Cherry North Lakes. We've got the north side covered.
Hi, it's Ian Roche, owner of 1300 Smoke Alarms. For over 15 years, we've been servicing and installing smoke alarms in southeast Queensland. New laws are coming soon, which means it's time to get compliant. At 1300 Smoke Alarms, I guarantee you'll get licensed electricians, premium alarms with a 10-year warranty. And right now, you'll also receive a free silencing remote control worth $100. Call today.
1300smokealarms.com.au. That's 1300 766 532.
At Officeworks, we've got gifts for the whole family this Christmas. From gifts kids will love to stocking stuffers for $20 and under. Get it fast with 2-hour click and collect or same-day delivery, all at Officeworks. T's and C's and exclusions apply.
Did you know there are different types of sleep studies, but which one is right for you? Some can be bulk billed with a GP referral, or if you prefer, many are now available without a referral. So now there's no need to see a GP if you don't want to. Let Synergy Sleep's experts help you decide what is best for you. They'll guide you to the right study type, explain the resulting data, and find the right solution so you feel well again. Call Synergy Sleep on 3287 2385 or visit synergysleep.com.au. Synergy Sleep, better than the rest.
Is excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated? Caruso's Fluid Away to the rescue. Caruso's Fluid Away contains herbs including dandelion, which is traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to temporarily relieve mild fluid retention and reduce abdominal bloating. So if you're fed up with excess fluid making you look and feel fat or bloated, try Caruso's Fluid Away today. Caruso's Fluid Away is made in Australia and is available from leading pharmacies and health stores. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Ever catch yourself saying, one day I'll move into a retirement village? Good news, one day could be today. At the Village Yeronga, you can skip the waiting list with beautiful retirement apartments available now. Settle in soon with friendly neighbours in a leafy community. Availability is limited, so head to our website or call to book a visit. Come see for yourself. The Village Yeronga. Don't retire for good, retire for great.
Until 6, this is Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
25 to 6. I boldly suggested earlier today that Queensland Rail should be abandoned, should be shunted into a siding. We need a new track because southeast Queensland is not well served by Queensland Rail. They need to put the Queensland into Queensland Rail. The rail system we've got in southeast Queensland was designed in the 1860s. We have narrow gauge rail 125 years after Federation, when we were federating as a nation for a couple of things. One was to get rid of interstate tariffs on trade across the borders. The other one was to try and get standard gauge rail lines. And there's about 18,000 kilometres of standard gauge rail in Australia. There's 117 kilometres in Queensland of that 18,000. That's what they've done in 125 years. Queensland Rail are useless. They've got to go. They really are not fit for purpose. And the cost of building heavy rail, as they call it, everyone says, oh, it's too expensive. Let's just bang more buses. More buses onto roads. Oh, spare me. Our roads can't cope with the traffic that's there now, and you want to go and put buses on the road? I think if you factor in the real cost of all the delays people are feeling in traffic jams, delays, 4 peak hours, having to leave home at 4:45 in the morning to avoid one of those peak hours, just to get yourself around, get yourself to work to earn a quid, I would have thought if you factored that cost in, investment in rail makes a hell of a lot of sense. Big cities around the world are doing it. Sydney's got an amazing new driverless train system that runs from Barangaroo all the way up to the northwest. And so it was an amazing piece of engineering under the harbour. We've taken, 10 years, 12 years to do this boondoggle called Cross River Rail? a feather-bedded project, and we still haven't got any use of it. And the Gabba railway station, which caused a deputy premier to have to resign. Remember Jackie Trad? All of the controversy associated with her purchase of a house somewhere near the Boggo Road railway station and Gabba and all this sort of stuff. I mean, heavens above, the cost of Cross River Rail for no return at all, and now we're shutting down the Gabba in a year or so. There'll be a railway station to a park. So Queensland Rail's got to go. No transport minister will touch them. What have they got? What have they got on all the transport ministers? You might have a thought. 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarm. Let's talk about what's happening in the skies over the weekend, because southeast Queensland skies are set to light up. The Geminid meteor shower is set to pass through. No, that's not a meteor having a shower. It is a shower of meteors. How can we catch it? I think I'm pretty excited about it. Dr. Brad Tucker, he's an astronomer and an astrophysicist. He's on the line. He's going to explain it all to me. Anybody who's got absolutely no knowledge, Dr. Tucker, tell us all about what conditions cause a meteor shower. How does this all work?
Yeah, so this is kind of a cool thing because it's one of the regular annual meteor showers. That's a good one. So it all starts because an asteroid, 3200 Phaethon, leaves this trail of debris. So some of these objects, usually comets, go around the sun. The sun heats them up, and bits of rock and ice fall off. And it leaves this trail of debris. It's kind of like a boat leaving a wake through the water. Mm-hmm. And then as it goes around the sun in its circular path, it leaves this trail. And then as we go around the sun, we sometimes intersect it. And this is what's happening kind of starting in the next couple of days, peaking, as you said, on the weekend. We get these two kind of intersecting paths. And so as we hit all of this rock and ice, these little bits of debris burn up in our sky as meteors. So it's a really great thing to see. And as I said, it's really happening this weekend on the nights of Saturday and Sunday, which actually turns out to be the early morning hours of Sunday and Monday.
Okay, so this is going to be a spectacular thing to look at. Are we going to notice it easily?
Yeah, so it is. So this is a good thing, is that meteor showers are those things that you can see with your own eyes.
Great.
You don't need special equipment. You don't need telescopes. That's one of the benefits, is you don't have to go somewhere really. You don't have to set something up. So if you're out in the early morning hours, it's visible from about 11 p.m., but ideally you want kind of 3, 4 a.m., kind of in the few hours before sunrise. You want to look towards the northeast sky. And what you should see is over the course of, say, an hour, you'll get 10 to 20 shooting stars in that period. So you get one every couple of minutes. So it's a really cool thing. So, if you ever gone outside and felt lucky to see one of those shooting stars, here you'll actually get quite a few of them in the span of a relatively short time.
At this time of year, the sun is creeping up at about 4:15 in Brisbane, okay? So we probably want to get up, you're saying midnight till 2 a.m., something like that. Would that work, Sunday into Monday?
Yeah, it will. I think, kind of 2 a.m. is probably the peak time in terms of high and positioning in the sky, because it is visible earlier, but it's kind of low. So as it's low on the sky, some of the meteors are lost on the horizon. So waiting until kind of that 2 a.m., 3 a.m. range, that's when a lot of those meteors are really high in the sky and very visible.
But for you guys, like you astronomer types, the thing you hate most of all is the light pollution from the civilized world. So will we see this from our backyards, or we got to go to a park, have we got to go a couple of miles out of town? Can we see it from suburbia?
So the good thing about the Geminids is it produces a lot of bright ones, so you can see it from the suburbs and you can see it from the city. Now, if to maximize your viewing options, you do want to make it as dark as possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean, a huge trek. If going to a nearby park or oval is actually really efficient, because if you go to a nearby park or oval, you can get away from those immediate lights right next to you. So by getting away from some of those immediate lights, it just makes your local viewing a little bit darker. So it makes your eye actually also more sensitive to see those meteors. But again, if you don't want to, going outside and looking for yourself from your home or even through your window, if it's kind of facing the right direction, is also doable.
Okay, northeast. So I'm just getting myself positioned because I did watch with great interest Halley's Comet, but it was the light pollution that kind of beggared it up a bit for me back in the early 80s. Yeah.
And that's the thing is, light pollution does wreak havoc, and some of the other meteor showers we get, the light pollution really affects them because there's fainter ones. The Geminids usually produce bright ones, so even if you don't see everything, you'll always get some, and that's, I think, the great thing. We also do have the moon, so the moon is hanging around in the early morning hours as well, so it's going to make the sky a tad brighter. So it's not the best year, but it's still a really great one. And it's getting towards the end of the year. It's a really great, nice kind of ending celestially to go outside and enjoy our beautiful summer skies.
Yeah, look, and it won't be too cold. We're getting an overnight tonight of 21 degrees, which is very agreeable. And I know that in other parts of Australia, 21 is a maximum for a day. So it's not a bad part of the world to be looking for this sort of thing.
No, that's right. When we get another good meteor shower in Australia called the Eta Aquarius, that's in early May. Early May in the morning in Canberra here, it could be a total of 21 through the whole week.
Yeah, that's 7 into 21 goes 3 degrees average.
Exactly,
yeah.
That's right. So 21. It's really pleasant, but it's also not hot, right? So it's kind of really great conditions to see. So that's that is the beautiful thing about it. You get nice, pretty temperate conditions. Hopefully it's clear. And again, you don't need any special equipment. I think one of the other things when meteor showers happen is, someone says, all right, I'll set the alarm, I wake up, they go outside and look, they don't see anything right away. Give your time for your eyes to adjust. If you've ever woken up in the middle of the night and kind of stumble around, give yourself 5-10 minutes of letting your eyes adjust to the darkness, and you'll see that the sky gets darker, and you'll see more. And I've seen so many people do this. They'll say, all right, I'll let my eyes adjust and wake up and stare. But then they're staring at their phone for 10 minutes. That does not help the situation. Let your eyes enjoy the darkness, and it will enjoy the meteors.
Oh, gee, that's just poetic what you're saying there. As far as waking up in the middle of the night's concerned, you mean like last night? I mean, every night you wake up in the middle of the night. But getting your eyes adjusted is a good tip. And the idea of, do you want to make an event out of it? Are people organising meteor watch events?
Some people do, especially some of the amateur societies. So often the Brisbane Astronomical Society may do something up the hill at the planetarium or other locations if you're really keen. But it's also one of those good things that, you have a friend, your family at home, you all can enjoy it without trekking that far. And again, I like it because you don't need special equipment. It's really great to look through a telescope and look at things, but not everyone has access to it. Hopefully everyone has access to ability in their local area to see the sky or a way of viewing it.
But look, either way, you're excited about it, you're pumped about it, you got me pumped about it. So one last question. Can we capture the moments on our iPhone, or do we need a better lens on, say, a proper, SLR type camera? How do we photograph these things?
Yeah, so this is a great question. So phone cameras have become really good now. You do want to capture as wide of a screen as possible. Now, the problem with people often find is meteors move really fast. So by the time you aim to take a photo of it, it's gone. So what people do is they often just continuously sit there or even program the phones to keep taking photos. Okay. And if you take photos over a large area, you're bound to capture some of them. Now, an SLR works great, but, even setting it up or holding your phone out there for a bit, because if you're constantly taking images and you set it, some of the modern phones, you can set kind of the 3-second exposure or the countdown. That will capture, hopefully, quite a few meteors, because you never know where exactly in the sky the meteor is going to start. It starts coming in, and then it burns up. So you want that nice wide view, maximizing it with your eyes and your camera.
Okay, that's good. Now, do you think there'll be new life forms created out of this? Because I think there's a few people walking around from the last meteor shower currently in our streets. I mean, seriously, I just look at... I look at this is dust that gets dropped.
Wish to return the stars. They are more than welcome to.
Good on you, Brad Tucker. Have a great Christmas. Have a great meteor shower as well on the weekend. Great to talk to you again. Well done.
Thanks. Take care.
Brad Tucker, he's enormous fun, but you can hear the fun in his voice. Are you going to get up midnight Sunday? Why not? There is a 2 o'clock on a Monday morning. It's possibly against the UN convention, but what the hell. Why wouldn't you do it? Drag the kids out at school holidays, drag them out of bed and say, look at this, and they'll complain about it for ages. Just tell them it's, I don't know, tell them it's Santa checking them out. That always used to work. 133882.
Merry Christmas.
Speaking of Santa. Make a call number 9 right now, 133882, and all thanks to Diamonds International with 40% of everything at their end-of-year sale. That is your cue to call. We're going to go and check out what's under the Christmas tree for the Jingle Bell jackpot right now.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
The Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash in Daisy Hill with delays building. Riverside Expressway on the brakes in and out of the city. The Gateway is under speed northbound from Nudgee to Bald Hills. Does have a heavy patch through Bracken Ridge. The Western Freeway is still struggling outbound from Toowong to Fig Tree Pocket, and the Centenary Highway is the same northbound from Mount Omni to the Jindalee Bridge. Gympie Road crawling northbound from Brisbane down to Balls Hills, and the M1 is under speed southbound from Eagleby to Pimpama. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Software update overdue.
Yeah, remind me later.
What are you risking online?
Unknown login. Transaction complete. Insufficient funds.
Install all software updates to keep your devices secure. Learn more at actnowstaysecure.gov.au.
4 incredible locations, 1 iconic club. The Queensland Cricketers Club now manages 4 of Brisbane's favourite sporting venues, and they're perfect for your next event. There's the iconic Ballymore Stadium, picturesque Allan Border Field, Albion's Brothers Rugby Club, and the ever-impressive Queensland Cricketers Club at the Gabba. With first-class service and mouth-watering food, we can cater for 20 right up to 1,000 people. Book your next event with us.
Want great quality meals delivered to your door with no subscriptions or contracts?
Cameron's Kitchen.
Cameron's Kitchen has got you. Cameron's Kitchen makes real food, prepared by people, not robots. And we use people to deliver it too. They even carry it to your door with a smile. That bit's free. And the meals are terrific value for money. And you'll love the quality, because we love food as much as you do. Cameron's Kitchen, for the love of food. Cameron'sKitchen.com.au.
Cameron's Kitchen.
Perfume is more than scent. It's memory, presence, and power. So discover your signature scent with Jeremy. Think iconic, original fragrances for women and men with a luxury feel at a price you'll adore. Just in time for Christmas. Jeremy, scents that whisper to your senses. Spoil yourself and the ones you love with a beautiful fragrance from Jeremy. See bujeremy.com.au. That's BUJAIRAMI.
The home loan is too big and the house is too small. The solution? therate.com.au. The Rate is the destination to compare home loans from all the leading lenders. The Rate is smart, simple, and will give you real personalised home loan offers in just a few clicks. Get the rate that's right for you at therate.com.au. Application subject to lender criteria and approval. Terms and conditions at therate.com.au.
The Target Big Christmas Toy Sale is now on. Get 20% off toys from favourite brands like Lego, Barbie, Hot Wheels, Fisher-Price and more. The Big Christmas Toy Sale must end December 10. T's and C's apply. Shop now and get playtime right on Target.
Until 6, this is Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
And now, a weather update.
Well, for Brisbane, partly cloudy, slight chance of a shower tomorrow, max of 29. Much the same story in Logan, and they even say a chance of a thunderstorm, we'll see. Partly cloudy for Ipswich, chance of fog in the early morning, max of 29. Ipswich, that's Ipswich. Redlands, max of 27 with all of the above. The Gold Coast, partly cloudy, slight chance of a shower, max of 27. And for the Sunshine Coast, partly cloudy, chance of fog around the hinterland the early morning, a slight chance of a shower, a max of 28 degrees.
4BC's Jingle Bell Jackpot.
Fantastic stuff. We have Sonia from Mansfield. Well done to you. You've at least got through. Right caller at the right time, Sonia.
Oh, fantastic. Great to speak to you, Gary. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just looking underneath the tree just to try and find all of what we've got there, because we do have to find my way under there. There we go. Let's see what we've got. Unwrapping what is underneath the tree. It says here, off-Broadway smash hit Love Actually, the music parody, which premieres tomorrow. Tickets, well, they're $69 via loveactuallythemusicalparody.com. But you've got them. You've got those the double pass to go along. Well done. Congratulations to you.
Oh, how wonderful. Yeah. How wonderful. Thank you.
Enjoy that. Have a great Christmas. It all starts here at 4BC. Jingle Bell Jackpot for Diamonds International. 40% off everything at the end of year sale, even custom designed pieces. That means, of course, the security guards are still there. The diamond earrings are underneath the tree still. I have a bigger dive tomorrow. I will. Because the season's upon us. We'll play a little tune. A bit of Dropkick Murphys here at 4BC.
The season's upon us, it's that time of year. Brandy and eggnog, there's plenty of cheer. There's lights on the trees and there's wreaths to be hung. There's mischief and mayhem and songs to be sung. There's bells and there's holly, the kids are gung-ho. True love finds a kiss beneath fresh mistletoe. Some families are messed up while others are fine. If you think yours is crazy, well, you should see mine. My sisters are whack jobs, I wish I had none. Their husbands are losers and so are their sons. My nephew's a horrible, wise little twit. He once gave me a nice gift wrap box full of. He likes to pelt carolers with icy snowballs. I'd like to take 'em out back and deck 'em more than the halls. With family like this, I would have to confess I'd be better off lonely, distraught and depressed. The season's upon us, it's that time of year. Brandy and eggnog, there's plenty of cheer. There's lights on the trees and there's wreaths to be hung. There's mischief and mayhem and songs to be sung. They call this Christmas where I'm from. My mom likes to cook, push our buttons and prod. My brother just brought home another big broad. The eyes roll and whispers come loud from the kitchen. I'd come home more often if they'd only quit bitching. Dad, on the other hand's a selfish old sod. Drinks whiskey alone with my miserable dog, who won't run off and Cherry couldn't care less. He defiled my teddy bear and left me the mess. The season's upon us, it's that time of year. Brandy and eggnog, there's plenty of cheer. There's lights on the trees and there's wreaths to be hung. There's mischief and mayhem and songs to be sung. They call this Christmas where I'm from. The table's set, we raise a toast to the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. I'm so glad this day only comes once a year. You can keep your opinions, your presents, your Happy New Year. They call this Christmas where I'm from. They call this Christmas where I'm from.
Dropkick Murphys. They call it Christmas where I'm from. You can discover the magic of Christmas. The Lord Mayor's Christmas carols presented by Toyota's all-new electric BZ4X. Tune in at 4BC, 7 o'clock, Saturday the 13th. That Saturday this weekend, we'll be broadcasting Brisbane's biggest Christmas party, 4 to 6.
You won't have to sit in traffic ever again if you retire. Talk to ABS Business Sales about selling your business today. absbusinesssales.com.au.
The Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash in Daisy Hill with delays building, and the Riverside Expressway is on the brakes inbound, but it is easing outbound. The Western Freeway struggling outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. The Centenary Highway easing a little now northbound from Mount Omni to the Jindalee Bridge. The Gateway is under speed northbound from Nudgee to Bald Hills with a heavy patch through Bracken Ridge, while southbound it's under speed from Belmont to Rochedale, and the M1 is under speed southbound from Eagleby to Pimpama. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Money is a constant contradiction. You've got to spend money to enjoy life, but save every cent for the future. It's why Australians are caught between impossible expectations and an economic system that feels stacked against them. So how do you keep up that juggling act when the hurdles just keep getting higher? I'm Sylvia Jeffries, and in my podcast, The Payoff, we share knowledge and advice from some of the sharpest minds in business and finance. Search for The Payoff wherever you listen to your podcasts.
9 News coming up in a few moments' time. Mia Glover is hosting the Bulletin tonight. What's on?
Hello, Gary. Well, a big day for under-16s and parents with Australia's world first social media ban coming into effect. Now, we have spoken to parents and teens about the ban, so we'll have their reaction as well as what other countries think of our world first at 6 o'clock. Also, Lady Gaga fans say it was a pretty good concert last night at Suncorp, but hundreds couldn't access the venue for some time due to some sort of fault. Police are slamming the behaviour of a gang of e-bike riders who caused chaos running red lights in the city today, and how Bluey has been caught up in the asbestos recall. You remember that Sand asbestos recall? The urgent warning to families ahead of Christmas giving.
Oh, no, not a Bluey boo-boo. Meanwhile, we've had the Gaga boo-boo. I mean, there's all these great things. All on 9 News. Thanks, Mia. See you in a few moments.
Thanks, Gary.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes, and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Atom, Bailey's Marine Fuels, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Honda Runout is out now. Drive away in the Honda CR-V, now from $40,900. Only while stocks last. For T's and C's, visit honda.com.au. Honda Australia Pty Limited, LMCT 4136, MD 28946 6118, MD 085225.
Until 6, this is Drive with Gary Hargrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
The Prime Minister says the world is watching our social media ban. It kicked in today. Hey, the kids are craftier than the Prime Minister. Oh, they've had a go at him on TikTok.
It's a big change, and we're the first country in the world to give it a crack. But it really matters. By banning social media for those under 16, we're giving children a childhood and parents more peace of mind.
So kids are going online saying things like, we're still here, it didn't work. They've had taken photos of Elbow and other meme reactions making fun of the whole thing. It's embarrassing. We're the first country in the world to give it a crack, he says. The kids are still there. They're crafty. They've upped their age. They've got around it. They've found a way around it. The whole thing's a complete farce and a failure. But, of course, you may not read about that in the papers. Anyway, if you have survived it, let us know. We'll talk more about that and a whole lot more tomorrow. And, of course, Adam has Wide World of Sports next.
Tanamera, Slacks Creek, Camira, 4BC is